Chapter 1, turned into a blacklisted streamer. Yining crossed over to become a beta with the same name as herself, a much despised game streamer who gained notoriety by riding on others' popularity and generating animosity, while also being mired in scandals. The blinding headlights of cars, deafening horn blasts, and screams from the crowd. Yining abruptly opened her eyes, suddenly overcome by dizziness. Support, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Who told you to steal kills at 0 to 11? An irritable voice erupted through her headphones, followed by others chiming in agreement. So disgusting, go ahead and report him, guys. Are you acting? Do you only have one pair of chopsticks at your reunion dinner? Every single word was filled with accusations. Dazed, Yining lowered her head and found herself wearing headphones with her hands resting on a horizontally placed phone. The screen displayed a blackout scene after being killed in the game. Those voices were coming directly from the headphones. Just give it to him. Do you think pentakills just come easily? Before Yining could react, another deep, lethargic voice entered her ears. This person's tone was very youthful, laced with contempt amidst his casualness. Why give it to him? Let him keep feeding the enemy team until they're even stronger. That makes for a more interesting kill. What was going on here? Wasn't she supposed to die after saving someone from a car crash? With that kind of force, she should be dead. When the countdown on the screen ended, the character in the game resurrected, bringing Yining back to reality. But as she attempted to move the character, without warning, the lights in the room went out. The computer immediately went dark, leaving only her still glowing phone, though the game was frozen on a loading screen. If her guess was correct, there had been a power outage. Considering she was playing a team game, Yining hesitated for a second before hastily turning on her mobile data to reconnect and continue the game. But unexpectedly, her phone battery died and turned off the next moment. Before long, the last bit of light in the space extinguished. Yining sighed in resignation, got up and fumbled her way to the bed where she lay down. Was this all a hallucination before I took my last breath? Thinking this, she closed her eyes. Rest in peace, Yining. Since you don't have any family or attachments in the world, it's better this way, you won't have to endure life's hardship anymore. After an unknown amount of time passed, Yining fell into a deep sleep. Then she dreamt a very long, very vivid dream, the life story of a person exactly like her, with the same face and name. When dawn came the next morning, Yining woke up, sat in bed, and remained lost in thought for a long time. So now, she has become the person in her dream. This person also named Yining, similarly identified as Beta, but lived a different life trajectory from her own. Both her parents had passed away when she was young, and she was raised by her grandparents. However, the energy and discipline of the elderly were limited, so unknowingly from some point onwards, this Yining gradually became unscrupulous and reckless. In school, she never studied, spent every day causing trouble, getting into fights, and adored skipping classes to spend entire nights gaming at internet cafes. Her grandparents worried endlessly, repeating advice countless times to no avail. Yining continued acting according to her will. Then, in one accident, her grandfather passed away. Feeling immense regret for not seeing him one last time, Yining vowed to reform completely. Indeed, she worked hard for some time, studied diligently, and eventually enrolled in a good university. After graduation, however, instead of finding a job, she went alone to S-City, rented a small apartment, and started streaming games online. She was a streamer who sought fame via controversial means, going to great lengths just to make money. She usually increased her fame through hype, riding others' popularity, and criticizing top streamers, making her among the most disliked streamers in the industry and a universally hated figure within the esports community. Yet after examining this person's memories, Yining understood why he had to earn money this way despite enduring so much hate. Simply put, her last remaining relative, her grandmother, had fallen ill and needed a substantial sum for treatment. Among game streamers, skillful players were abundant, and having decent looks wasn't even guaranteed to gain success, not to mention, Yining didn't enjoy being publicized and had never revealed her face. Hence, she resorted to creating controversy, leveraging negativity to increase her profile. Yining is currently a League of Legends mobile streamer. In the match during which she just crossed over, Yining had accepted payment from a group of trolls to play against China's #1 player, the super popular streamer with tens of millions of fans known as Charlie, a well-known top-tier alpha. Then, intentionally acting as a troll and giving away kills, she caused Charlie to lose the game. There was nothing to be done about it. At the beginning of the new season, many people coveted the top player in the Chinese server. Charlie gained ranks as easily as drinking water, and this had made a lot of people extremely envious. Naturally, some were willing to pay actors to troll him. And for money, Yining had already done this sort of thing countless times. After sorting through her thoughts, Yining let out a long sigh and silently muttered an apology in her mind. She didn't know why, but she had a gut feeling that the original owner wasn't coming back. This meant she would have to live in this world on behalf of him from now on. Yining knew she wasn't cut out to be a streamer. Although she played this game in the previous world and was good at it, she had a rather introverted personality, rarely spoke, and couldn't possibly behave like the original owner by frequently arguing with teammates and viewers in the live room. Nor could she do things such as starting unnecessary conflicts with other streamers or deliberately disrupting the balance of the game. She was nothing like the original owner. However, the original owner had signed a 5-year contract with the streaming platform. If she stopped streaming later, there would be a significant penalty fee to pay. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. The original owner rented a 30-square-meter apartment with a bathroom and kitchen, all fully equipped. However, due to the original owner's inherent laziness, takeaway garbage was everywhere, making it impossible for Yi Ning to put her feet down. It was with great difficulty that she finally made it to the bathroom. Sure enough, upon looking in the mirror, Yi Ning saw that they looked exactly alike. The person in the mirror was frail and thin, but possessed delicate and attractive features with clear eyes and brows. Her eyes were pale in color, her lips red, her teeth white, and her jawline soft, exuding a youthful aura. But there were obvious dark circles under her eyes, and her skin tone carried an unhealthy paleness. This was most likely caused by irregular living habits and diet. Even the small mole on the right side of her neck was identical. Were it not for the fact that the person in the mirror looked much sloppier, Yi Ning might have doubted if this was her own body. She felt sticky and uncomfortable, having no idea how long it had been since the original owner had last showered. Yi Ning went into the bathroom and took a shower, then moved to the kitchen to make breakfast after cleaning herself up. She wasn't sure what caused the sudden power outage last night, but it had resumed now. She plugged her phone into charge, then sat down and ate breakfast attentively. Next, she spent 2 hours thoroughly cleaning the entire house. Collapsing onto the couch, Yi Ning keenly understood just how weak this body currently was. She glanced at the time, it was noon. Then she reached over and grabbed the fully charged phone beside her, turning it on. As soon as she connected to the internet, a barrage of messages popped up. The dazzling array left her momentarily unsure which app to check first. In the end, she opened WeChat and clicked on the chat box with Chu Yiwen, one of Yi Ning's few friends. He had sent her several consecutive messages. "Ning bro, what's going on with you? So blatant, it's your main account. Don't you care about it anymore? And do you even know it was Charlie? His fans alone can spit on you until you drown. Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's over, his fans are definitely going to come after you. Bro, stay strong. Don't stream recently, try to lay low. Where the hell are you?" These messages were sent at different times, with the latest one being an hour ago. Chapter 2 Blazing. Seeing the concern from a few messages, Yi Ning felt a warmth in his heart. He pressed his lips lightly and carefully typed out a reply. "Alright, I understand. Thank you." A quick response came back. "It's clear you're really hit hard if you say such things." Yi Ning was speechless, sending a cute emoji before not replying any further. Returning to the WeChat page and scrolling up and down, Yi Ning discovered that aside from Chu Yi-Wang, all those who messaged him were acquaintances from his previous line of work, either there to ridicule or insult him. Another one was the boss who hired actors for Chi Lai's scenes. "You did well. Even though he still won, you've annoyed him. Just keep the money." Upon seeing this, Yi Ning frowned and transferred the money back without keeping a cent. Then he exited all the actor groups, blocking all fellow live streamers who gloated over his misfortune. After doing all that, he looked at his cleaner WeChat page and sighed deeply. Soon he realized that he relaxed too soon. Opening the Black Cat Live app and his usual Weibo account, the private messages and comments caught his eye. A glance revealed countless abusive messages. Yi Ning. With a furrowed brow in distress, he unconsciously played with the edge of his phone, unsure of what to do. After last night's event, everyone disliked him even more. The first half of the match where the main character intentionally gave away kills wasn't wrong, it's just that in the second half, it wasn't intentional AFK, his phone lost power and turned off. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about soul transmigration, meaning he had to take responsibility for everything the original main character did. Letting out a sorrowful sigh, Yi Ning simply switched off his phone to avoid it. "We'll see tonight." The original main character generally streamed in the evening. He could sincerely apologize to Chi Lai and the others then. Putting his troubles temporarily aside, Yi Ning went out for a stroll, getting used to the surrounding environment. Flowing traffic, bustling crowds, and a solitary figure amongst them. Life here seemed no different from the original world. He was still alone, out of place with the world. No, that wasn't true. Suddenly stopping, Yi Ning's eyes shimmered. He had family here. Taking out his phone, Yi Ning opened the contact list, hesitating his finger on a name. After a moment, he made the call. Not long after, a frail yet gentle voice answered, carefully testing, Is it Ning Ning?" Yi Ning's nose stung immediately as he called her, "Grandma." The elderly woman responded multiple times, her joy undeniable in her tone. Yi Ning inquired about her recent health and living situation. Surprised by his sudden care, Grandma talked a lot. Since Yi Ning started university, she moved to her second son's house but always missed her grandson who gave her much worry. Hanging up the call, Yi Ning silently swore to quickly earn money and then bring his grandma to see a doctor. At 5:40 p.m., 20 minutes before Yi Ning's streaming time, he approached the computer in the bedroom, adjusting the equipment according to memory. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yi Ning titled the live room response regarding what happened last night and started streaming on time. Watching the rising number of people entering the live room, Yi Ning's throat rolled slightly, becoming nervous inside. According to the original main's habits, he turned on the camera but only exposed the small part of his body below his head, with his pale hands resting on both sides of the phone on the desk. Many viewers flooded into the live room, among whom a lot were fans coming to support Chi Lai. Still daring to stream as an actor? Coming here for insults? What do you brothers and sisters say, follow procedure or directly scold? Making a scene in broad daylight, isn't your account going to be banned yet? Chi Lai is your father, parasitizing daily. If you don't make this nauseating actor stop today, you're all wrong. Oh my, never seen so many people in the live room, the foolish son has grown some guts. As the barrage scrolled past, 90% of them were insults aimed at him. The remaining 10% were plastic friends who came to mock him. However, upon seeing the barrage of hateful comments, he was suddenly overwhelmed by immense and discomfort. He wanted to refute each one, but his naturally quiet and reserved personality made him poor at arguing with others. I didn't intentionally AFK. The fluctuation of emotions was too intense. Yi Ning's voice cracked after opening his mouth due to the lump in his throat, changing the tone of his last few words. The chat. Is this guy already crying? Nah, my guy hasn't even started yet. Dang, your last sound was pretty cute. Realizing his inappropriate state, Yi Ning paused for a moment and took a deep breath. A few seconds later, after calming down, Yi Ning reorganized his thoughts and spoke again. I didn't intentionally AFK yesterday. There was a sudden power outage at home, then my phone also died and turned off automatically. I'm sorry about giving away kills on purpose, and I won't do it like that anymore in the future. Here, I also want to apologize to Chi Lai and the other teammates. Sorry. His voice wasn't as sharp or noisy as before, it no longer attracted attention by frequently shouting. Instead, it was clear, gentle, sweet like a spring brook flowing through a valley, with a touch of softness like a rice dumpling. The viewers who were ready to see the streamer lose control and shout out loud got confused. Huh. He apologized so quickly. Wasn't he being cocky all along before? Haha, die laughing, it turns out he backs down easily when confronted. We ignored you before when you were trying to ride Chi Lai's fame, now that things got bigger you're scared. Haha, dying laughing, what a pure clown this host is. Stop showing your face, go offline and quit the game immediately. Aside from those cursing at him, there were other online users who came into the live streaming room by accident without knowing what happened. They were also leaving messages. What's going on? Why are people all cursing the host? The host has really good looking hands, white and delicate, and his voice is cute, haha. It's my type, just clicked follow. You can tell he's a pretty and cute little O, I like. New viewers stop thinking. This guy is ugly AF. Hey, no wonder today feels strange, the iconic black nails of the host are gone, and the nails are cut shorter. Yi Ning. Previously, the original owner always neglected hygiene, taking showers every few days and not clearing garbage were common occurrences. In the morning, Yi Ning found the overgrown nails and dirt under them and quickly cleaned and trimmed them. After interacting simply with normal chats for a sentence or two, Yi Ning clicked on the game icon and logged into the game. As expected, yesterday's match had been reported. There was a notification of punishment in his mailbox for his lack of commitment, reducing his reputation score from 5 to 4. Unable to participate in the Apex Valley but ranked matches were still available. Despite many people continuing to curse in the barrages, Yi Ning chose to ignore it and focus all his attention on the game. He hadn't played for a while, and he wasn't sure if his technique and feel were still intact. The previous main role used to play as support, which happened to be Yi Ning's favorite position, middle lane and support. He picked Lux, cooperating with AD Night Hunter Vayne to dominate the opposite lower lane. At the 14th minute, they wiped out the other side and went straight to their high ground, destroying the enemy's crystal. The screen displayed, victory, securing their win. After one game, Yi Ning finally had time to glance at the barrages. Since he didn't talk much throughout the entire game and ignored the barrage, the people who came to scold him felt uninterested, and many left the live broadcast room. Compared to the hundreds of people earlier, at this moment, the live broadcast room only had fewer than 200 people left, some of whom were his original audience, while most were still netizens occasionally entering to insult him. Nevertheless, the situation was much better than when he first started broadcasting. Yi Ning silently sighed with relief and clicked to start the next match. Entering the game, he caught sight of an extremely familiar JD. Bla_G_JNG. Yi Ning searched his memory for a second. Ah, it's Chi Lai. Chapter 3, Ranked Invitation. After reviewing the JD several times, he confirmed it was Chi Lai without a doubt. At the same time, the viewers in the live stream room also noticed that one of his teammates was Chi Lai. Ah. Again. Reasonably suspect this streamer is secretly watching the screen and intentionally picking Chi Lai. Damn, what an asshole. Another performance coming up, huh? Chi Lai just started streaming, and already met this dog again, what bad luck. Brothers prepare for battle, if this guy dares to perform, spray him immediately. Seeing the audience's reactions, Yi Ning was sure, this was indeed Chi Lai. The original owner had deliberately performed after taking money a few times but always did so rather subtly. There was never a time as obvious as the encounter with Chi Lai. The reason being, he was jealous of the other party and developed a deep-seated disgust. This game, League of Legends, Wild Rift, went online on the domestic server 2 years ago and has been quite popular. All along, more and more streamers broadcasting this game have emerged, with many trying to grab a share of the pie. Hey Meow, one of the top live streaming platforms in the country, has done well in its League of Legends, Wild Rift section. However, when it comes to the top streamers, everyone can only think of Chi Lai. As long as he streams, his online viewer count and popularity are always representative of this section, often surpassing other streamers by leaps and bounds. Naturally, his fans are countless, showing up in every live stream room equipped with Chi Lai's fan badges. The original owner frequently encountered his fans in their own live stream rooms, sometimes even getting dragged down by these fans, naturally bearing no good feelings towards Chi Lai. Combined with the envy of Chi Lai's immense popularity, over time, it led to becoming extremely intolerant of him, even though Chi Lai didn't even know who the original owner was. Without a doubt, Yi Ning was assigned the support role. Chi Lai was familiar with almost every position, but played mostly as an ADC, attack damage carry, and this match was assigned the ADC role. In other words, the two of them would be going down the same lane, just like last night. After both sides banned their heroes, they entered the hero selection countdown. Yi Ning glanced at the comments, slightly distracted. Should he apologize through the microphone for what happened last night? At the same time, Fuyuchi finished banning heroes and casually looked at the comments. He noticed they were discussing their teammate. My goodness, isn't that support, Invincible Dragon Warrior Ning, the performer from yesterday? Oh crap, this game will be 4 against 6. I just checked that streamer's room, he's over there pretending to apologize seriously. Damn, this person is purposefully sniping you, right? Fuyuchi looked at the support's JD and, sure enough, it was the person from last night. He wasn't particularly concerned, just giving a slight curve to his lips with a cold gaze. Oh, he nonchalantly said, why don't we open another prophecy on how many kills this guy will give today? Prophecy was a common feature in the live stream room where viewers earn points through watching the stream. The host starts a prediction event where the viewers choose an option and bet points. Correct choices return points according to a certain ratio, incorrect ones do not. The audience always liked this gameplay feature. Even as Fuyuchi said this, he didn't actually do it. He thought it wouldn't be worth setting up a prediction for such a trivial thing. Yi Ning was first choice, the opponent did not ban Cat, and with a swift move selected it. Cat's always maintained good strength in the mobile game, especially in high-end matches, making it either banned or chosen. He picked up a cup next to him, drank some water, thinking that in this match, he would play hard to let them know he really had repented. After both sides chose their heroes, the game began. Chi Lai turned on the microphone. A pleasant male voice reached Yi Ning's ears, saying, feel free to roam wherever you want, just stay away from me. Everyone clearly understood who this comment was directed at. Silent for a moment, Yi Ning quietly controlled the game character following behind Chi Lai. Simultaneously turning on the microphone to speak, I'll play seriously this time. Last night, sorry, I didn't mean to disconnect, my phone died. His voice was crystal clear and clean, sincere and serious in attitude. Fuyuchi was momentarily startled, completely unable to associate this person with the guy from last night who intentionally gave up heads and enjoyed mocking people with emotes. He raised his eyebrows slightly, then fell silent. There was no need to guess that, after last night's match, his uncontrollable group of fans must have gone over to berate this little guy. Cat paired with Jinx facing off against the opposing Thresh and Caitlyn. In a king-level match, both sides were relatively cautious, playing not aggressively. The two ADCs were carefully farming minions. Yi Ning hung around Chi Lai, using the first skill, Slacking Missile, to consume the opponent's health. Every single one hit its mark. Occasionally coming down to shield, then jumping back onto him. Good vision was set up, and positioning was fine, it seemed like things were going well enough. Fuyuchi admitted that this kid should have some skill, otherwise, he wouldn't have been matched with himself. However, whether he would act again this time still remained to be seen. When Yi Ning landed another Q on the female officer, she only had half her blood left by then. Fuyuchi clicked on the attack initiation marker and subsequently dodged the Thresh hook through his movement, slowing the female officer with W skill as he moved forward. Yi Ning, catching his meaning, applied Ignite and at the same time gave Chi Lai an HP boost with the E skill. After the female officer used her E skill for repositioning, Chi Lai flashed, landing 2 normal attacks, taking her down. Through their smooth cooperation, they secured the first blood. In the Chi Lai livestream chat. Is this guy really not acting? I'm unsure, wait and see, maybe he's trying to make Chi Lai let his guard down before making a move. No mistakes in gameplay so far, this support has probably been yelled at enough. Afterwards, when the jungler came to help gank the bottom lane, having scored 3 kills, Chi Lai already opened an economic gap compared to the enemy ADC, paired with a cat, which essentially meant invincibility if no mistake was made. At around 20 minutes into the game, after securing both the Elder Dragon and Baron buffs, the group wiped out the enemies in a team fight and destroyed their crystal. Throughout the entire match, although Yi Ning didn't play a perfect game, it could still be considered commendable, contributing greatly to the team. Particularly, always staying close behind Chi Lai to protect him, ensuring the ADC's development. Yet, his completely different performance from last night did not quell the anger of Chi Lai's fans. They assumed he just backed off and fundamentally still liked disrupting game balance, hence continuing to criticize him through the chat. His skills are just okay. He missed several QS. He played a passive cat, how can someone reach king rank like this? I think this streamer doesn't just enjoy acting but also uses smurfs. Finally it's over, Chi Lai hurry up and run, don't queue with this unlucky dude again. Yi Ning watched as insults flooded the chat, quietly sighing inside. It looked like his redemption road would be long and winding. Returning to the room, he was just planning to start another game when suddenly, a gaming request popped up in the top right corner of the screen. And that person's JD was precisely _JNG. Yi Ning felt startled inside, why would Chi Lai proactively invite him to play? He thought for 2 seconds, figuring if he refused, he'd probably get even more criticism from Chi Lai's fans. Thus, he clicked the checkmark indicating acceptance. Entering the other person's room and seeing the familiar blazing logo, Yi Ning confirmed that it was indeed Chi Lai. Not sure how to react, the other party started typing. Clicked wrong by accident. Oh. So, he wasn't actually inviting him, it was merely an accidental tap. Yi Ning typed back okay got it and was about to log out when he noticed the matching timer had already started. It was Chi Lai who clicked the button to search for matches. Chapter 4, Joining the Fan Club. Yi Ning pursed her lips, a bit surprised. Not long after, a match request popped up on the screen, and with a light tap of his finger, he accepted it. He smoothly entered the hero selection interface. This meant that Chi Lai had also clicked to accept, and there was no way it could be a mistake this time. Chi Lai didn't unmute or type any explanation. Yi Ning couldn't understand what he was thinking, but she wisely didn't ask. The audience in Chi Lai's live stream all expressed confusion at this action. If it's a slip of hand, just kick him out. Why start the game? What the hell, why did you queue up with this asshole again? Are you making the game harder for yourself? Aren't you worried that he'll act up again and make you lose? In the face of questions from the fans and audience, Fuyuchi remained calm. He set down the tablet, rotated his wrist, and said lightly with an air of nonchalance, no matter how weird my teammates are, can't I still carry them? Shifting his attention to the hero ban and pick process, Fuyuchi's gaze fell on the somewhat middle school-esque JD called Invincible Dinosaur Warrior Ning. He did indeed have the idea of kicking this person out earlier, but then suddenly, the image of the adorable little magic cat always trailing behind him and protecting him during the last game popped into his head, so he changed his mind. Fine, let's play one more game. Yi Ning continued to choose soft support heroes, this time, she went with Nami to pair with Lucian. Within 4 minutes of the game starting, the top, mid, and jungle lanes had died 3 times. With the bottom lane being constantly targeted by the enemy jungler who frequently ganked, their team quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. By mid-game, as the gap between the two teams grew larger, Chi Lai gave a slight tut and unmuted himself to give commands. With superb awareness and skillful operations, plus Yi Ning's constant protection, Chi Lai managed to land 2 kills on the opposing team, which boosted his gold earnings. In the end, they narrowly won the game. Seeing the word victory on the screen, Yi Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief. She played especially cautiously in this game, partly because she feared harsh criticism from the audience if her performance wasn't good, and partly because the situation was tense. Thankfully, they still managed to win. Upon entering the summary page, Yi Ning hesitated for a second before returning to the lobby instead of re-entering Chi Lai's room. Mainly because her fans probably wouldn't want to see them queue together again, and Chi Lai would certainly not wish to continue playing with her. She knew this much at least. Yi Ning paused her fingertips and did not initiate another game. Instead, she opened various event pages, collected all kinds of rewards for completing tasks, and only then returned to the ranked matches, clicking to search for a new match. Surely, they wouldn't end up queuing together this time, right? As soon as she entered the hero selection interface, Yi Ning glanced at the JDs of her teammates. Perfect, no match. Frankly speaking, playing games with Chi Lai was quite a nerve-wracking experience. Having previously offended him, and now despised and cursed by his fans, performing poorly in the game would only lead everyone to think she was deliberately sabotaging herself. The situation would be even worse. Besides, Chi Lai was well known for being a sharp-tongued person, something Yi Ning had deeply experienced during the previous 2 rounds of gameplay. For instance, comments like, "What kind of holy monk is this?" "Scared to death that the opponent might die, even pushing them away," or "Desperate for the cover spot, huh? Go walking in the canyon and count your steps on WeChat." Silently, Yi Ning listened to him mocking his teammates, while her own operations became increasingly careful and cautious, fearing that he might criticize her next. Fortunately, he didn't, suggesting that her performance was tolerable. Compared to the first 2 rounds, Yi Ning clearly lacked coordination with this round's AD player. This ADC's skills were far inferior to Chi Lai's, and since the jungle player was frequently focused on the bottom lane, the double lane quickly ended up with negative stats. The other 3 lanes collapsed as well. From beginning to end, they were at a disadvantage, and by the 18th minute, the enemy pushed onto their high ground and destroyed the crystal. The black fans in the live stream seized this opportunity and unloaded. Without Chi Lai, you lost, didn't you? Clown. Terrible at gaming, no operations at all. How could you possibly play alongside Chi Lai? The wins in the previous 2 games were entirely due to Chi Lai carrying you. Can't believe how some loser hosts like you even have fans. Did you buy robots? Of course, some audiences and fans who weren't fully aware of the situation still spoke up for her. You won S1, a net slang meaning, in my opinion, can we blame the support this game? The other 3 lanes collapsed completely, and the ADC is terrible. There'd be a miracle to win in such conditions. Cloud gamers, go download the game and try it yourself. The host has done everything they possibly could. Gaming inherently involves both wins and losses. It's odd that some people would completely dismiss others for a loss. The streamer's hands are so good-looking. And his skin is so white. He must be a very obedient and good-looking little one. I've already hit the follow button. When Yi Ning first saw the latest barrage comment, she cleared her throat and shyly responded in a low voice, "Thanks for the compliment from 77 Loves Candy, but I'm not an Omega, I'm Beta pretending to be Alpha." After she finished speaking, the chat started hurling insults like, "Ugly Beta pretending to be Alpha," or, "Not showing your face must mean you're very ugly." Yi Ning diverted her eyes and continued starting the game. She didn't think there was anything wrong with being Beta pretending to be Alpha. On the contrary, she felt quite fortunate about it. Just as in her past life, she was working alone now, and this identity gave her many conveniences. She could blend into the crowd, staying out of the spotlight. Although her excessively delicate features would attract some curious and aroused glances from alphas, most people lost interest once they learned she was Beta pretending to be Alpha. This allowed Yi Ning to avoid dealing with them. As for those comments saying she was hiding her face because she was ugly, well, let them think what they want. Anyway, Yi Ning wasn't used to revealing her looks online and didn't care about others' opinions on her appearance. After another hour of streaming, today having won more than she lost, Yi Ning had gained a few stars, leaving her in a pretty good mood. It was time to end the stream. She said goodnight to the dozens of remaining viewers in the live room before closing it. It had been quite a while since lunchtime. Now that things were quieter, Yi Ning realized how empty her stomach felt. She went to the kitchen, made herself a bowl of noodles, and then quietly ate in the living room. The lights in the living room were dim, likely unchanged for years. Sitting on the couch, Yi Ning felt at a loss for what to do next. She wasn't sleepy either. After spacing out for a bit on the sofa, Yi Ning unplugged her phone that was charging and opened the Black Hat Live app. On the home page recommendation was Chi Lai's live room. He hadn't signed off yet, such dedication. Yi Ning silently watched for a few seconds, her finger flicking as she entered the live room. She thought, since making streams would now be her full-time job, and given how popular Chi Lai was, he must be incredibly talented at this side of the work, there was definitely something to learn. What Yi Ning hadn't expected was that her current account logged in on the Black Hat platform was the same one she used during her own broadcasts, an account certified by the platform for live streamers had special tags when entering other rooms. Her conspicuous JD, Invincible Dinosaur Warrior Ning, was soon noticed by Chi Lai's live room audience. Realizing she hadn't followed Chi Lai yet, Yi Ning hesitated for a moment and clicked to follow him. When the system automatically popped up asking if she wanted to join the fan club, she also sent a small gift and joined the fan club without much thought. What the heck? Look who came, isn't this the actor? Is that guy here again trying to spy on Daddy Chi Lai? What a joke, this time even openly. What's this fan club joining operation? Trying to disgust us on purpose? What, who are you talking about, need clarification. The full drama can be found in the forum's trending post, where a certain streamer has repeatedly tried to use Chi Lai's popularity for attention, even deliberately losing heads in a game 2 days ago. Ew, is this person just seeking attention again? Chapter 5, Encounter. Yening watched in despair as the barrage of comments shifted from praising Chi Lai's operation to a chorus of insults, realizing that he had been caught red-handed. Yi Ning. How did I get seen? He stared at his phone, debating whether to offer an explanation or simply exit the live stream. Just then, with the live stream descending into chaos, the room moderator stepped in to restore order. Dear fan babies, please don't insult others in the live stream. Chi Lai has explicitly said it's not allowed, and everyone has a responsibility to maintain a good environment. Everyone, calm down. If we get banned for insulting him, it'll be a total loss. Don't give him any attention, just focus on the live stream. The moderator temporarily blocked a few people who were being too abusive, and with some fans sending waves of special effect gifts, this trend finally calmed down. Yi Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief and curled back into the sofa with his phone. At that moment, while winning a team fight, Chi Lai took the chance while going back to replenish equipment and glanced at the chat messages. "What's all the fuss about?" he asked, confused. The chat explained the incident briefly in a few words. Fu Yuqi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. As he controlled the hero toward the dragon pit, he commented, "Oh, welcome, invincible dinosaur soldier Ning, to join my fan club." His tone was ambiguous. However, Yi Ning couldn't detect any mockery or malice from his tone. It was just like acknowledging gifts from fans, just a simple response. Yi Ning's eyes curved slightly. This person isn't so bad after all. Hearing Chi Lai say this, some of the fans complained indignantly. Why is he getting welcomed? You never individually welcome those who join the fan club. Darn it, I'll leave and re-enter the group so that Brother Chi can welcome me too. Ah. That guy gets called by Brother Chi but not me. Ugh. The situation in the game wasn't tense, and Chi Lai continued chatting casually with the viewers while playing. You've never welcomed new members before. You've changed, bro. Humph. How could I possibly deal with so many people? Isn't it obvious you're just paying more attention to him? Quickly ban him, Aya. We don't know what nasty stuff this person might have planned. Don't say that. The most likely reason is that he was captivated by my charm and has turned from black to a supporter, isn't it? Watching quietly from afar, Yi Ning thought. Is that so? Chi Lai's live streams were indeed very captivating. His technical skills were top-notch, and various dazzling moves never ceased. Moreover, the things that came out of his mouth always added unexpected fun to the interaction with the viewers and teammates, making the broadcast effect exceptional. Before he knew it, Yi Ning watched until Chi Lai went off air. It was nearing midnight, and after finishing washing up, Yi Ning went to bed. The next day. Perhaps because he went to sleep later than usual last night, Yi Ning surprisingly slept in today, waking up at 10. There weren't many ingredients left in the fridge, so after a simple breakfast, he put on his coat, grabbed the keys, and left home. Yi Ning could be considered a true homebody. His previous main job was video editing. As a moderately famous editor, he received a fixed number of orders each month, with satisfactory income, leading a pleasant life. Moreover, not being socially adept, except for occasional trips out to buy necessities, he basically stayed indoors. This was quite similar to the original host's habits. Seeing the food supplies at home dwindling, he decided to stock up on some. According to his memory, Yi Ning arrived at a mall not far from his house and then headed straight to a large supermarket. The thin youth with delicate features pushed a shopping cart through the aisles of the supermarket, drawing numerous glances. The young man was truly handsome beyond measure, an elegant blend of beauty and purity characterized him naturally. His clear, jewel-like eyes immediately drew favor from anyone who saw them. Had it not been for his lack of glands and pheromones, everyone would have assumed he was a precious omega who had become separated from his group. Sensing the gazes landing on him, Yi Ning unconsciously lowered his eyelids. First, he selected enough vegetables, fruits, and meat to sustain himself for 2 weeks from the fresh produce and raw meat sections, then moved on to the snack aisle. He harbored a little secret, not really a secret, that he particularly enjoyed eating snacks. Back in the orphanage during childhood, there were many children, but resources were limited. Whenever kind-hearted individuals donated snacks, the headmaster would distribute them among the kids. However, he was the slim and timid one. Most of the time, he just quietly followed others without speaking or showing affection. Thus, he rarely got any snacks. Yan Ning could only watch enviously as other children ate, not even daring to ask for a share. He had once hesitantly asked an older brother who showed him kindness if he could taste the flavor of chips. The other just gave him a casual glance, clutched the chips tighter, and said, if Ning Ning wants it, he should go after it himself. For anything you want, you must fight for it yourself. Yan Ning remembered those words. So, he studied hard and worked diligently, striving to become an economically independent adult. Then he bought himself lots and lots of snacks. They were indeed delicious. Yogurt, jelly, cookies, chocolate. As if deciding on some significant matter, Yan Ning earnestly picked his favorite flavors and neatly placed them in his shopping cart. Then came his favorite chips. His gaze swept across the shelves, and Yan Ning locked onto his beloved lime-flavored chips. But, is it reasonable that they are placed so high? Yan Ning was 173 centimeters tall, and he thought he wasn't particularly tall or short among the beta males. Could it be that the average height of people in this world was generally higher? It was possible. Yan Ning recalled seeing several alphas earlier, all were roughly around 190 centimeters tall. Even the omegas beside them were about his height. Yan Ning looked up, frowned slightly, and worriedly eyed the lime-flavored chips not far from him, estimating, if he stood on tiptoe and reached out, he might be able to grab them. Before he could act, he suddenly felt a refreshing scent entering his nostrils, which wasn't the smell of pheromones but strangely pleasant. Then, a long arm came into his view, reaching for the chips he was fixated on and taking them down. Are these what you want? The man handed the chips to Yen Ning, who subconsciously took them and then looked up. His sight met the protruding Adam's apple and sharp, clear jawline of the other, then moved upward to see a face that seemed like a masterpiece carved by heaven itself. His features were well defined with a high nose bridge, thin lips pressed lightly together, and deep eyes holding countless stars within. He had smoky blue hair that surprisingly didn't look out of place but instead matched perfectly with his demeanor. Adding to that were the shining silver ear studs in his ears, giving him an air of arrogant handsomeness. The two were very close, so Yen Ning instinctively stepped back, saying, "Yes, thank you." Only then did he realize the other was an alpha, almost a head taller than him. While Yen Ning was dazed, Fuyuchi was also examining this person in front of him. He was incredibly good-looking, almost more Omega-like than an actual Omega. His skin was as white as snow, and the small face carried a hint of bewilderment now. Those clear eyes gazed at him, so obedient that it stirred a softness in one's heart. But he did seem a bit dull. Suppressing the strange feeling inside, Fuyuchi glanced down and casually said, "No need to thank me. Do you need anything else?" Chapter 6, For You. A deep, pleasant voice sounded again, and Yi Ning inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. He glanced at the potato chips on the shelf, then looked at the boy and honestly replied, "I want another pack." Fuyuchi extended his hand and handed him another pack. "Thanks." Yi Ning's eyes brightened unconsciously as he placed the 2 packs of chips carefully. "No need to thank me." Fuyuchi coolly responded with 2 words. After seeing that he had finished selecting items, Fu turned around and left. His youthful appearance was adorned in a black outdoor jacket, sweatpants, and sneakers, simple attire accentuating his perfect figure and flawless face, drawing much attention. Yi Ning watched the tall and lean silhouette of the boy, savoring the timbre of his voice, still feeling familiar as if he had heard it somewhere before. After some unsuccessful pondering, Yi Ning withdrew his gaze, noticing that the shopping cart was nearly filled with everything he wanted to buy. He proceeded to check out. Taking over 2 large bags of snacks from the cashier, Yi Ning weighed them, feeling a tinge of regret inside. So heavy. It seemed he should reduce the quantity next time he shops. Carrying the stuff out of the supermarket, Yi Ning saw the boy who had helped him pick the chips standing nearby, looking at his phone as if waiting for someone. The person had helped him just now. After some thought, Yi Ning moved one bag to a single hand, pulled out a bottle of yogurt, and walked towards the boy. "Hi." First, Yi Ning politely greeted. Fuyuchi raised his eyes, shifting his focus to the person in front of him. The next second, the other party handed him a bottle of yogurt. "This is for you." The boy who was nearly a head shorter than Fu slightly tilted his head, looking earnestly at him, his fine hair resting on his forehead, and his pale skin looking even more translucent under the warm lighting. Fuyuchi was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he took the yogurt. Relieved, Yi Ning gave him a faint smile, "Thank you for helping me earlier." The refusal stuck in his throat as Fuyuchi smirked lightly, accepting his gratitude. As he was about to say something more, the boy said, "Then I'm off," and turned away. Fuyuchi played with his earlobe, noticing how hard the little guy struggled while holding the 2 big bags of food, as if he might collapse after taking a few steps. Suddenly, an idea came to mind, to walk him home. Just as he started moving, his phone rang. It was Chen Su. "Chi bro, I've arrived." "Where are you?" "I sent my location." "Alright, coming right now." "By the way, is the president of Nan University available today?" "Of course, I have plenty of influence." After hanging up the call, the small boy's figure had already disappeared from sight. Never mind, Fuyuchi thought. Otherwise, the other person might mistake him for someone strange. Looking down at the lime-flavored yogurt in his hand, Fuyuchi smiled softly, tucked it into his pocket, turned around, and stepped forward. Meanwhile, Yi Ning finally returned home. He organized the 2 large bags of groceries, placing vegetables and raw meat in the fridge, and snacks and fruits on the living room table. Great, he could stay home comfortably for the next couple of weeks. Making himself a simple lunch, Yi Ning ate while contemplating that his current live streaming hours were in the evening from 18 to 2200 hours. Therefore, he could use the daytime for doing other things. For instance, resuming his previous career as a video editor. The computer bought by the original host has decent specifications, so there shouldn't be any problems editing videos. It's just that Yi Ning doesn't yet have any achievements in video editing in this world and would have to start slowly. Thinking this, Yi Ning registered an account on a well-known short video app, planning to begin with some movie and anime edits, slowly accumulating popularity. He installed the necessary video editing software on the computer. After experimenting with its functions for a bit, it all felt good, no unfamiliarity. Spending an entire afternoon editing a 5-minute high-octane film clip, Yi Ning uploaded it to his short video homepage. Once engrossed in doing something, it's easy to get absorbed. Yi Ning massaged his eyes which were slightly sore from staring at the screen for too long, and went to grab a snack. After opening a packet of potato chips and eating a couple, realizing it was already past 5 in the afternoon, Yi Ning quickly restrained his indulgent hands. Time to eat. He still had to broadcast after eating. Before starting the live stream, looking at his live streaming app homepage and JD Games, he contemplated for a few seconds about the flamboyant, invincible dragon warrior Ning, and decided to change it. He submitted a name change on the Black Hat live streaming homepage and bought a name change card in the game, changing his name to Mu Ning. This seemed much better, low-key and consistent with his real name. After going live, a few people trickled into the. Seeing his new name, they raised questions. Who is this? When did I follow them? Isn't this profile picture from Invincible Dragon Warrior Ning? When did he change his name? Yo, so now you've changed your nature. Weren't you just bragging earlier about how only such an awesome name matches you? Yi Ning cleared his throat awkwardly, explaining, the previous name didn't suit me. I realized I'm not as invincible as that name suggests, so I changed it. There were still many haters in the chat room who couldn't stand this. TSK. Changing your name doesn't change what you've done before, does it? Think we'll forget those disgusting deeds? And I'll hate you for life since you dare offend our chi dad. You're gonna regret this. Hee, remember, the internet has memory. Yi Ning glanced at their comments and responded gently, yes, the internet does have a memory, and I admit I made mistakes in the past. But life goes on for everyone. The name change isn't to hide anything, it's just because I feel that name wasn't right for me. As he said this, he opened the game. In this round, he was assigned the support role again. Seeing their AD carry pick Draven, Yi Ning chose Thresh, a champ that paired well with the AD. Compared to tanky supports, Yi Ning preferred squishier supports that could better protect the ADC. When playing support, he would usually choose softer supports unless required by the team's composition. Their duo lane faced Lux end in this game. At level 1, Draven eagerly swung his axes toward the enemies, and Yi Ning quickly followed up to protect him. With their coordination, they managed to kill the enemy. However, Draven pressed his advantage too far, rushing under the enemy turret. Just then, Lux learned her first ability and locked him down inside the range of the turret. Struck by the turret, Draven also died. Frowning slightly, noticing his own health was low, Yi Ning retreated to heal in the bushes. Unexpectedly, their AD suddenly spoke over voice chat, is the support dead or something? Why didn't you take the tower hits? Yi Ning stayed silent and kept playing. A little later, the AD activated voice chat again, where's your hook? Saving skills for New Year's Day or what? Ugh, you fight so sluggishly. Seeing Draven charging ahead recklessly again, Yi Ning reluctantly responded over voice, I'm on cooldown, AD. Please don't be so impulsive. His tone remained calm as he tried to communicate normally, but instead of calming down, the other player grew even angrier. Shut up, teaching me how to play. Screw off. While speaking, the AD once again got hit by Lux's Q and ultimate, ignited, and eventually killed BY, knockup, surrendering another head. The AD approached, ready to cast spells, and despite Yi Ning trying to save, it was already too late. It's time to switch tactics. Thinking this, Yi Ning used his flash hook to grab Lux, ignite him, and landed 2 normal attacks. He barely swapped out Lux's head, but immediately after, he was taken down by himself. Chapter 7, Queued again. Asterisk, stupid asterisk, I. If Draven was just complaining earlier, now it had escalated to outright personal attacks. Yi Ning quickly muted him. The audience in the live stream. This Draven is really abstract. Laughed to death, rushing up to eat skills without proper positioning. Why isn't the streamer saying anything? Haven't seen anyone this cowardly. When did you become so nice? You should be raging at him all night. He deserves it, let the streamer also experience what it's like to feel nauseous. Glancing at the chat messages, Yi Ning explained, swearing will get the live stream banned. Just ignore him. And if we argue with him, it would affect the other teammates as well. In the game, Draven continuously clicked on warning signals indicating caution. It meant he wanted Yi Ning to stay away from him. Since Yi Ning didn't like dealing with unreasonable people, he switched lanes to the middle lane. In the following team fights, Draven always charged forward first, seeing a low-health enemy and rushing in without consideration, only to be taken down by the opposing team for the kill. After a few times, the teammates understood who was causing problems and began typing messages to accuse him. I'm really impressed with the AD, so hot-headed, can you fight 5 alone? Draven, stop feeding. Everyone go report this AD, pure performance. Yi Ning, who was the first to suffer from persecution, remained relatively unbothered. He continued to focus on the game and even took time out to soothe the teammates via text. There's still a chance, cheer up. Unfortunately, during the last team fight, they were outnumbered and still lost, allowing the opposing team to push straight to their crystal. Returning to the lobby, Yi Ning used the downtime before the next game to chat with the audience in the chat. Why don't you report Draven? His mouth is foul and he's trash. Ah. I forgot. Streamers, look at me, I'm new here. Your skin is so white, your voice is so good, and you're very gentle, are you an Omega? Hello XNXN strawberry sauce, thank you for the compliment, but I am a beta pretending to be alpha though. Have you become a fervent fan of Chi Lai recently? Is it true or false? Well. I do follow him, join the fan group, occasionally watch his live streams. Like everyone else, I am just an audience member. When Yining first came over, he wasn't accustomed to interacting with the chat, merely playing games mindlessly. Later, he realized that since streaming was his job, he ought to seriously study how to become a qualified streamer. Thus, he searched for relevant information and observed other streams, such as Chi-Li's. He recognized that interacting with the chat was fundamental. In real life, he was not accustomed to conversing with others, always being the one who spoke the least. However, during the live stream, maybe because of the layer of a screen separating them, where no one knows each other's identity or appearance, it gave Yining much more security, making conversations smoother. Starting the second match, he queued with normal teammates. Yining supported the AD carry, securing a significant advantage in the dual lane match. Despite early disadvantages faced by the teammates, they made it back during the Dragon Clash. From there, things went smoothly, eventually leading to victory. Upon the conclusion of another round, Yining released his phone, picked up the yogurt beside him, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Due to his slightly tilted head, his petite Adam's apple and the pale neck were exposed under the camera, creating a graceful and elegant curve that left the viewers momentarily breathless. Even his haters couldn't deny that, looking at it this way, the kid had quite an appealing figure. After drinking, Yining licked a circle of white yogurt off his lips. Of course, as his face wasn't revealed, this action wasn't known to the audience in the live stream. Only after finishing did he proceed to look at the chat. Holy crap, why so white? Looks so tender, I want to take a bite. What drink was that? Was it yogurt? Are you really not an Omega? Well, if you're an O, I guess I might forgive you a little. When will the streamer show his face? I really want to see. Forget it, probably ugly, which is why he doesn't. Brothers, don't be fooled by this scheming beta pretending to be alpha. Perhaps it's heavy beautification that makes him look so white. Correct, remain firmly black my whole life without wavering. Yining. He couldn't figure out why the topic had suddenly focused on himself. That, showing my face is not currently an option. I genuinely don't look too good. Yining felt that he wasn't lying, after all, looks are quite subjective. Given how much everyone disliked him, they would surely think his face ugly beyond measure upon seeing it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the game found teammates for him, redirecting his attention back to the phone. Entering the champion ban pick phase, he once again saw a familiar JD, Blaz. He had queued against Chi-Li once more, and this time their positions were still auxiliary and marksman. I'm speechless, how does the streamer keep queuing into Chi-Li? Why don't I have this kind of luck? Unless the streamer is peeking at Chi-Li's screen. Or sniping games. What are you guys talking about? He just queued into Chi-Li, why so much hostility towards the streamer? The streamer probably just started a new account, it's impossible he's peeping screens. Early season, there are only so many people in the high ranks, meeting him is normal. Must be newly here, you probably don't know how many shady things this streamer has done. Even if he isn't doing it now, before he used to deliberately snipe and act to ruin games. Let's talk about now, why bring up the past? Everyone, stop arguing, seeing the comments get unruly again, Yining stepped in, I will approach every upcoming match seriously. At this moment, a sweet voice with a cute tone came from the team voice chat, wow. It's brother Chi-Li. If I've queued into you, I'll definitely win without lifting a finger. His matched role was mid lane, his JD being Xiaoyu, clearly indicating he was a host on the Chia live streaming platform. Yining remembered that the original owner of this account, Chu Yiwang, his sole friend, also streamed on that platform. However, they hadn't been in contact these last few days. Lost in thought, Xiaoyu continued to talk on voice chat, big brothers, work hard. I just lost one game and don't want to lose again, wah. Then, the jungler asked, is he an Omega? Yes, Xiaoyu confirmed, with a touch of shyness in his tone, but I will do my best not to drag down our big brothers. Hearing it was an Omega, both the jungler and top laner immediately became excited, promising to carry him to victory. Xiaoyu, don't worry, we'll play 4 Protect 1 strategy to ensure your win. Thank you, big brothers. Chi-Li remained non-committal, neither speaking through voice nor responding with text. 4 Protect 1. He had never been one of the 4, and he didn't plan to become one. After the champion ban pick phase ended, Yining was in the first pick position. Seeing Xiaoyu on the 4th floor wanting to swap pick orders, assuming Xiaoyu had a champion he wanted, he complied. Then Xiaoyu instantly locked in Lulu, the enchantress. Lulu is usually an auxiliary champion and rarely seen in mid lane. To confirm, Yining typed, 1st floor, are you playing Lulu mid? Of course not, I only play support, big brother. Yining blinked, then replied, oh, okay. Since you didn't mention changing roles earlier, I assumed you wanted to play mid. Yes no problem, I've swapped mid to you. Chapter 8, Taking the Blame. Yining. It sounded as if he was getting a better deal. But Yining wasn't bad at playing mid either, he had several heroes with high proficiency, so swapping wouldn't be an issue. Thus, he selected Orianna, the Magus Mechanica. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed again, oh no, I forgot to ask Brother Chili which support he wanted. Brother, can I use Lulu? Fu Yuchi typed in reply, anything is fine, I'm not picky about supports. That's good. While waiting for the loading screen, Fu Yuchi skimmed through the rapidly scrolling comments and captured a few bits of information. This Muning is the previous invincible dragon warrior Ning. For real. That means it's another instance of leeching off him. It is indeed, I just checked his live stream. What level, ranked with him so many times. Why can't I rank with Brother Chi? Unbelievable, same actor again. Whatever, he won't dare ruin it, has been criticized enough by everyone already. Fu Yuchi withdrew his gaze, his tone light, if there's nothing else to talk about, you can compliment me more. With that, the comment trends quickly changed. Ah, don't be so shameless, I love it. Praise him. Chi. Lie. The only god. You don't even show your handsome face for us to compliment HMPF. Brother Chi's fifth little finger fur looks exceptionally good today. Once loaded into the game, the 5 players each went to their respective positions to start landing. Less than a minute later, Yi Ning was startled by a scream coming from his headphones. Ah. Xiao Yu panicked, I got hooked. I'm gonna die. Jinx and Lulu were lane matched against Blitzcrank and Caitlyn. Xiao Yu immediately ate a hook, surrounded and beaten by the other two. However, since both sides were still level 1, the other team's 2 heroes just traded skills with little damage dealt. After losing some health, Xiao Yu decisively flashed away, running without looking back. In the next 3 minutes, Xiao Yu was repeatedly hooked and died twice. Fu Yuchi. It was pretty clear what level his support would be this game. So he needed to play cautiously, focusing on development. The duo lane frequently reported the auxiliary being killed, the jungle area was invaded by the opposing jungler, and the top lane was being suppressed under the tower, unable to venture out, only Yi Ning playing mid managed to secure a kill, making things slightly better. Even so, the top, jungle, and support were optimistic. Xiao Yu, the other side is going too far. They keep targeting me. They're so mean. Didn't you say you protect me, Brother Wilder? QAQ. Hearing her sweet voice, the jungler immediately consoled, don't be sad, little fish. I'll come to protect you soon. Once I grow stronger, I'll definitely slaughter them dozens of times to avenge you. The top laner also chimed in, that's right, little fish, once we engage in a team fight, I guarantee they won't touch a single hair on you. Yi Ning didn't understand but respected it and said nothing. After Fu Yuchi entered the game, he basically ignored them ever since. After returning home to replenish his equipment and re-entering the game, Yi Ning noticed that the enemy middle player was about to enter the river. This meant heading to the bottom lane. He immediately clicked to signal the bottom lane. The clear voice from the voice broadcast echoed, enemy Akali missing, enemy Akali missing. But somehow, regardless of Xiao Yu's thinking, she strolled casually into the unscouted river. As a result, she directly met Akali and was taken down with one combo. Although Yi Ning closely followed, he still couldn't save Lulu. However, thanks to their coordination with Fu Yuchi, they managed to secure Akali's kill. Yi Ning returned to the city to recover his status. Right at this moment, Xiao Yu spoke up again through her mic, never expected this time to be killed by my teammate QAQ middle laner, why did you let the enemy Akali come over? Her tone was full of grievance and accusation. Feeling a bit wronged, Yi Ning replied via text, I signaled it. Of course, after finishing typing, he decided against adding, then you yourself walked into the unscouted river. Otherwise, it would deepen the conflict with teammates, making the match even harder to play. But upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Yu became even more upset, so you mean I should take the blame? Humph, you said you protect me before the game started. Stunned speechless, Yi Ning could not find words to respond. Hadn't he said anything about protecting her? Sighing, he chose not to argue anymore, and hence made no response. Seeing Omega's adorable support feeling wronged, the jungler grew restless, and declared decisively, ignore him, he has no awareness at all. Come here, little fish, I'll protect you. At this moment, a light laugh suddenly came over the team mic, and a deep, rich voice said, so you fight like this right from the start after snatching positions? Pretty impressive. Before everyone could process it, he added. Your talent for blaming others is quite impressive too. An awkward silence fell over the team chat. Realizing he was talking about her, Xiao Yu's face stiffened, and her petite, adorable features flashed with panic. How could this be happening? Although her skills were lacking, and this account's rank had been boosted by proxy players, as a rare and precious Omega, it shouldn't matter that she was weak. After all, countless alphas and betas would vie to carry her rank and protect her. She assumed Chi Lai was no different. Even though she had been killed a few times by the opposing side, and although he hadn't spoken up yet, she thought he'd develop a protective urge, slaughtering the enemy en masse to avenge her. But she never expected him to respond with such a sarcastic comment. She felt deeply wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to utter a word through trembling lips. Seeing her reaction, the viewers in the live stream became heartbroken. Pat pat little fish, it's not your fault. Hug hug my treasure, don't cry, Chi Lai is just a big straightforward alpha. Little fish darling, don't be sad. It's not your fault, Chi Lai is just like this in games, he doesn't recognize family when he plays. Maybe he's talking about the mid laner, cheer up now. Yeah, I just checked Black Cat Live, that mid laner is also a streamer who trolled Chi-Lai before. Consoled by her fans, Xiaoyu's mood improved slightly. She knew it wasn't her fault as an adorable Omega. This disadvantage in the game must be the mid laner's problem. He barely supported any other lanes, humph. Meanwhile, in Chi-Lai's livestream chat, the comments were rolling. Treating O's without showing care or respect, typical of you. Ha 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 help, you're too ruthless. Even though I don't like that mid either, that signal was indeed sent out first, the support entered the river without vision. To be honest, I find this support a bit annoying, knows nothing but to act cute and innocent, his skill isn't anywhere near this rank. Needless to say, clearly someone carried him up here, and he surely didn't expect to meet Chi brother so devoid of humanity. That mid laner is way too cowardly, why doesn't he speak up on something like this? Recognizing Chi-Lai's words as indirect defense for him, Yi Ning sighed inwardly again, he really was a good guy. When Yi Ning didn't argue back even after being thrown under the bus, some new arrivals in the livestream, even including some Black Hat fans, felt extremely frustrated at his lack of action. Go attack him already. Are you mute? Why not rebut this? I can't take it anymore, where's that old attitude of yours, fight whoever dares oppose you, crush even those you respect. Laughs, bad guys get their punishment today ha 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 ha. This O seems fake green tea. Thank goodness Chi-Lai understands, unlike those two sheep expressions. Can't stand this little fish, so bad at playing, yet still knows how to blame others. Just taking advantage of her Omega status, arrogantly throwing tantrums, she truly disgraces Omegas. As some of the comments escalated into personal attacks, Yi Ning quickly intervened. Don't insult others. Or I'll ban you. Chapter 9, Living. Who can live longer than you? The situation was still very tense at this moment. Yi Ning stopped paying attention to the chat messages after speaking and devoted herself fully to the game. The bottom lane tower had been taken down by the opponent's Rift Herald. Yi Ning sent a signal saying I'm on my way, going down to clear the line, and she seamlessly switched lanes with Chi-Lai. After hearing what the jungler said, Little Fish quickly followed him around like a shadow, leaving Chi-Lai alone in the mid lane to farm and develop. Come on, Little Fish, take this blue buff. People are coming, hurry up and stand behind me. Afraid of neglecting Little Fish, the jungler surrounded him, asking about his warmth and coldness, and giving him whatever he wanted. Soon, the second Elder Dragon respawned. Yi Ning and Chi-Lai signaled that they were heading toward the dragon pit, ready to join the dragon fight. Yi Ning was the only one with an advantage among several routes, having good equipment. Although Chi-Lai had given up a few rounds earlier as support, he played steadily without dying, and the economic difference between him and the opposing ADC wasn't significant. This round of the dragon fight could be barely managed. However, no one knew why, but Little Fish went back to base when the dragon respawned, leaving their team short by one person. With 4 against 5, they were already at a disadvantage, and if they lost this battle, the economic gap would widen even further. The jungler hastily said, "It's okay, it's just one dragon." He then turned his head away and continued farming the jungle. Yi Ning couldn't help but frown slightly but didn't say anything. Fu Yuqi smirked coldly, showing no courtesy at all, letting everything go, "You're truly generous. Should we give away the high ground and the crystal too?" The jungler stammered for quite some time before quietly squeezing out a few words, "We're short a person." Fu Yuqi glanced at the top laner and jungler who were guarding the auxiliary as bodyguards, almost laughing out loud in anger, "You two really are a pair of misfits." In the next few minutes, they were forced into several group battles by the opposing side. After developing well, Chi-Lai now had great equipment and damage output, but unfortunately, the output space was too small. Moreover, the auxiliary provided no protection for him, and neither did the top laner or the jungler. All their energy was focused on protecting the auxiliary. Even though Yi Ning gave her shield to Chi-Lai several times, it was impossible to protect the AD carry with just one person. He found it absurd how Little Fish not only contributed nothing during the team fights but also only screamed things like, oh no, complaining that he was about to die and needed protection. He used all his skills on himself, including the ultimate skill, never looking at the AD once. The jungler and top laner actually protected an auxiliary, and in the end, they all died while leaving only the auxiliary alive. As someone who plays auxiliary herself, Yi Ning felt extremely uncomfortable seeing him perform this way. Neither protecting key players nor contributing effectively during team fights meant that they essentially fought with one less person, significantly reducing their chances of winning. When Yi Ning saw Little Fish use his second skill on himself and happily follow the hero's voice line shouting, "Run faster," without realizing how tense the situation was, she could no longer contain her frustration. She hadn't noticed it while lining up, but during these team fights, she discovered how off he was. His second and third skills were entirely used on himself, and his ultimate skill was also just for himself. She reminded through the microphone, "Auxiliary, leave your second skill for the AD, which can increase attack speed. Also, pay attention to protecting Jinx during the team fight." Her voice was clear and gentle, not causing any annoyance but instead providing a soothing effect for agitated nerves. At least after Fu Yuqi heard this, some of the irritation in his eyes dissipated. Little Fish, however, didn't see it this way. He thought that the middle laner was blaming him, falsely accusing him, making him immediately feel furious, what do you care? What do you mean? You didn't protect me earlier anyway, and now you're blaming me? If I don't use my skills on myself, I'd be dead. Not expecting such a strong reaction, Yi Ning was momentarily stunned. I'm not blaming you. She hesitated. Live, who can live longer than you? Saying this, Fu Yuqi opened the control panel and clicked on the auxiliary's avatar. Now everyone understood whom he was referring to. Mech pilot, this is where you're wrong, it's naive, Fu Yuqi said slowly, someone who gets hooked so easily during lineups, how can you expect him to give his skills to others? He'll reserve them like family treasures. Chi Lai's mouth was always equally unyielding to anyone in the game. After being criticized bluntly, Little Fish felt extremely upset but had no way to argue back. I. These words were directed at Yi Ning, who first paused, then replied, then what should we do? Fu Yuqi casually said, do what we must. After speaking, he realized his tone might have sounded a bit harsh, so he cleared his throat and tried to mend the situation. In team fights, let them initiate. Afterwards, we'll see if we can't dragon. Mid laner, position yourself further back. Yi Ning obediently replied, alright. This person had a crisp and clear voice, which sounded more comfortable than Little Fish's sweet and cloying tone. The jungler was curious and asked him. Mid laner, are you an Omega? No, I'm not. Oh. Upon hearing this, the jungler suddenly lost interest because soft and fragrant little Omegas were his favorite. In Chi Lai's live stream chat, messages flooded in. LOL, the jungler's tone changed immediately. What kind of loser alpha/B proxy? Have you never seen an Omega before? Hahaha, Chi Lai mocking Little Fish has killed me laughing. Truly impressive as always. Oh my god, just a few days ago this mid laner was openly trolling you. Now you're even defending him. Unbelievable. Let's talk about it objectively. This round, the mid laner didn't troll at all and is actually the only normal teammate. I doubt that will last long. The Baron Nash soon would respawn. From the vision ward in the river, it was clear the opposing team was approaching the Baron, obviously trying to force a Baron fight. Fu Yuqi had just purchased a big-ticket item. Leaving home, he opened the microphone and said, to the Baron. He wasn't the type to often open the mic for instructions unless his side was extremely at a disadvantage. Though his strong desire to win drove him to want victory in every game, he wasn't someone who couldn't accept losses, especially when the teammates this time included these peculiar individuals. Still. Fu Yuqi glanced at Mu Ning beside him, recalling how obedient and good the boy had been just moments ago. Thinking of this one normal teammate, he decided it was necessary to put in extra effort. Chilly brother, Little Fish softened his voice, if you say, Prince please give me your ultimate, I'll give it to you, alright? Having said that, he eagerly awaited Chi Lai's positive response. Reflecting on how he had hardly taken care of the AD earlier and instead followed the jungler, perhaps Chi Lai was jealous or angry about that. Thus, with a slight coup, giving him a way out, surely Chi Lai would console him. After all, this trick had never failed on those arrogant alphas before. However, what he got from Chi Lai was but a cold snort. The man arrogantly and casually remarked, who's your brother? I'm the main daddy in this game. And don't call me that, I don't have a son like you. You keep your skills for the New Year celebration, like they're such a big deal. Little Fish. His face turned pale white, seemingly unable to believe that Chi Lai would speak to him this way. Chapter 10, A Like. For a moment, no one on the team spoke. Yi Ning glanced at the support standing there dumbfounded and thought that her immediate apology and decision not to provoke Chi Lai was absolutely wise. The enemy was already attacking the big dragon quickly, and 1/4 of its health was gone. Yi Ning had prepared the vision. When the enemies were halfway through fighting the dragon, Chi Lai spoke up, go go go. Upon hearing this, the top laner and the jungler rushed forward to fight with the enemies in the dragon pit. Watching the bodyguards leave, Little Fish also blindly followed them, while Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi stayed behind to provide output. The enemies didn't abandon their attack on the dragon. Lulu died soon in the chaos. The jungler didn't last long either, but fortunately, the top laner was quite tanky and absorbed a lot of damage. Due to the harassment, most of the enemies had lost some health, but both Yi Ning and the AD were still in good condition. Just as the big dragon's health reached the critical line, Yi Ning saw the right timing, threw the ball into the dragon pit, used his ultimate to pull 3 people simultaneously, and managed to grab the big dragon. Fu Yuqi's eyebrows twitched slightly as he instinctively praised, nice job. The opponents were almost wiped out. With the buff from the big dragon, the mid lane and ADC duo naturally pursued the enemies without hesitation. Especially Jinx, who ran swiftly and killed people with just a few shots, achieving a quadra kill. Soon they wiped out all the enemies, pushed to the high ground, destroyed the crystal, and secured the victory. With great difficulty, Yi Ning won the game, and involuntarily, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of coming back from a deficit is really great, much better than winning smoothly. On the settlement page, Yi Ning habitually gave likes to everyone. There was no doubt that MVP went to Chi Lai's Jinx. But even his performance wasn't bad, getting an S rating. As he was about to exit, Yi Ning noticed that Chi Lai had also given him a like. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream watched in disbelief as Chi Lai, who never usually gave likes, broke the tradition by giving Mu Ning a like, suspecting that someone might have possessed his body. Ah. 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 Didn't you just give a like to the mid laner? You actually give likes too. Chi Lai remained expressionless, slipped hand. Coincidence you slipped onto the mid lane, huh? Alright, you're starting to be dismissive with us. Talk. What leverage does that guy from the middle lane have over you? But let's say it, the two of you had quite some team spirit, and your cooperation a few times was simply perfect. Fuyuchi was in a pretty good mood, watching the comments roll in while grinning mischievously, ignoring them. He clicked on Find Match and took a sip of yogurt he got from beside him while waiting for the match to start. Lime flavor, which he had never tried before, surprisingly tasted great. Involuntarily, the face of that fair-skinned boy flashed in his mind. Speaking of which, his voice sounded pretty much like the small streamer he encountered earlier. But Fuyuchi felt that the world isn't that small, there are quite a number of people with similar voices, so he quickly brushed the matter off. Chi Lai also doesn't show his face during streams, the camera shows only his hands and the tablet on the cold-toned desk. Although he has never shown his face in live streams, his longtime fans know what he looks like from previous official offline gaming activities. To summarize in a few words, stunningly handsome to the point where both gods and humans would envy. Plus, he's a top alpha with top-notch gaming skills, simply radiating charisma. In comparison, his sharp-tongued remarks become less unbearable, even becoming something people hope to hear. It's no wonder he has millions of fans. His natural act of drinking yogurt didn't escape the keen eyes of his audience. What kind of drink is that? Whoa, I've never seen you drink yogurt before. Shockingly, today, you didn't put a water cup beside you. What a wonderful hand. Heart contented for those who adore hands. Ayayawa. Can you please reveal your face? Reveal it. I've seen your old photos hundreds of times already. Huh, what brand of yogurt is this? How come everyone drinks it, and I saw Mu Ning drink earlier too? Fortunately, after this game, Yi Ning met relatively normal teammates tonight and kept winning the whole night. Close to signing off, he exited the game and chatted idly with the audience in his live stream. Yi Ning picked a few meaningful questions to answer, such as how to play XX support well, under what circumstances to purchase certain equipment, and how to cooperate better with the ADC. He discovered that for unknown reasons, many new audiences entered his live stream tonight and were very friendly towards him. The streamer really played well, so I followed their channel. As a main support player too, I can come to the streamer's live room to learn from now on. What a good sounding voice. The streamer feels like a very fair-skinned and good-looking boy, love it. Why do some trolls keep nitpicking? Clearly, the streamer's skill level is already great. Having gotten used to the recent barrage of mockery, blame, and even insults in the comment section, Yi Ning was warmed by seeing so many friendly comments. A sincere smile curved at the corner of his lips. He read out the names of the fans who had followed him or joined his fan group, thanking them one by one. Thanks for everyone's support. That will be all for tonight's stream, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Ning closed the live room. He stood up to stretch his limbs, which had been sitting for a long time, then lay down on the sofa and spaced out for a moment. Recalling something, he opened a short video app on his phone and found that the video he had previously uploaded had garnered hundreds of likes and numerous comments, all of them positive reviews. 6666, which big god came to create a new account. Followed. Burnt me up, the editing was just too good. Followed, I'm definitely going to become an elder fan. Hey. Are you there? It's been 3 hours, your next video should be ready by now, right? Yi Ning's first video already had quite a lot of views, and his account followers had risen to over 200. Things were developing better than he had imagined, and he felt pretty happy about it. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Resolved to work even harder tomorrow and diligently produce content. Thinking this, Yi Ning happily exited the app and clicked into Black Hat Live. Similarly, he would still use the time before sleeping to study streaming techniques. Having learned from previous mistakes, he became wiser and created a new minor account named Little Yezi so as not to draw attention when entering Chi Lai's live room. This way, no one would know he was the annoying, invincible Tyranno warrior Ning from before. Chi Lai was truly amazing, excelling in all aspects such as gameplay and awareness. Watching him play was pure enjoyment. Gradually absorbed, Yi Ning only snapped back to reality when Chi Lai finished a round and announced he would go offline. Realizing it was already midnight, sleepiness washed over him. He casually sent a small gift to activate his fan light board, then exited the live room. Plugging his phone into charge, he went to the bathroom to wash up, then climbed into his small yet soft bed, falling sound asleep with peace of mind. Chapter 11. And so, every afternoon was spent editing videos and live streaming at night. Even though Yi Ning was alone at home, he would often call his grandmother to chat. He quickly adapted to his current life, and his live streams gradually became smoother. Compared to the first few days after he arrived in this world, the comments in the live stream were much friendlier now. Whenever he pulled off an impressive move while gaming, people would compliment him. Any occasional negative comments would be quickly drowned out by other messages, making it hard for Yi Ning to notice them. Even if he did see one, as long as it wasn't overly abusive or a personal attack, he usually ignored it. After all, they were mostly about the past, him, trying to gain attention through controversial behavior or acting. These things Yi Ning had indeed done. Nowadays, the number of online viewers in Yi Ning's live stream consistently hovered between 300 to 400. During peak times, it could reach 500 or 600. There was no room manager set up in the live stream room. The original owner used to confront any undesirable comments directly, arguing back before muting or blocking the offender. He was known for his fierce debating skills. However, Yi Ning thought it unnecessary. As a small streamer with not many viewers, he could handle it himself. He only needed to block those who posted advertisements. The most important point was, he seemed to not have any die-hard fans yet. Therefore, he didn't know who should be appointed as the room manager. This day, after eating and resting, Yi Ning's WeChat received a message. "Ning brother, want to duo Q tonight?" It was Chu Yi-Wang. Speaking of which, they hadn't been in touch for some time. Yi Ning had a good impression of him because, according to his memories, he was the only friend of the original owner. They first met in university when they shared a dormitory as roommates. Chu Yi-Wang looked dashing and adorable with a lively and cheerful personality, always creating fun like a little sun that warmed everyone around him at all times. He was also an omega, very charming. Only he could tolerate the arrogance and bad temper of the original owner, smiling brightly and coming close again even if faced with coldness. Unlike others who stayed far away, the original owner realized that Chu Yi-Wang truly wanted to be friends with him. Gradually, getting used to his warm yet unobtrusive charm, the original owner let down his guard and started accepting him, attempting to make friends for the first time in years. One evening on their way back to school, Chu Yi-Wang was harassed by an ill-intentioned alpha, but it was the original owner who immediately rushed forward and fought with him to stop the harassment. Since then, Chu Yi-Wang understood that although Yi Ning's temper might be a bit bad, he was truly reliable in times of need. So, they became good friends and remained in contact ever since. One of the reasons the original owner chose to develop in S-City was because Chu Yi-Wang was here too. Yi Ning replied instantly, "Sure." The other person replied immediately, "That's settled. At 6 p.m. tonight, we will conquer everything together and become unbeatable." Yi Ning smiled faintly, almost imagining how enthusiastic Chu Yi-Wang looked right now. Chu Yi-Wang was also a game streamer, just on another platform, Chi Alive. His popularity was much higher than Yi Ning's. Although he didn't have 10 million followers like Chi Lai, he still had several 100,000. Previously, he occasionally played duos with Yi Ning, giving him some extra traffic. Though they agreed earlier, Yi Ning discovered in the evening that there were two large ranking gaps between him and Chu Yi-Wang, they couldn't duo rank. Froggy fun, lemon baby. Chu Yi-Wang's cheerful voice rang out, "Not only did you sneakily climb ranks without telling me, but you also changed your name. That's the ultra-cool name certified by you." Yi Ning glanced at Chu Yi-Wang's JD Unlimited Talent, feeling it was pretty cool as well. Thinking about how he never told him about changing his name, Yi Ning felt slightly apologetic. "I feel the previous name was exaggerated, so I want to stay low profile now." As for the first question, Yi Ning asked him instead, "Isn't it possible that after about a month into the new season, and you're still in master rank because you haven't played for some time?" His tone was genuinely puzzled, without a hint of sarcasm or mockery. Still, Chu Yi-Wang felt as if someone had stabbed his heart, and he was struck speechless for quite some time. "It's possible that I'm an entertainment streamer," Chu Yi-Wang said resentfully. "Oh," Yi Ning caught on, "sorry. In order to compensate for that, you must carry me up the ranks today." "I'll do my best." Although they couldn't duo rank, they could group rank in fives, so Chu Yi-Wang decided to invite people from his own live stream. "Lemon baby, quick, you shake one, I'll shake two. Remember to call a strong guy who can carry us." Yi Ning chuckled, "Alright." In the bright and cozy room, the curly-haired teenager with round, deer-like eyes and a chatterbox mouth said, "Buddies, quickly add me as a friend. You've all seen it, this is a high-end match, Brother Wang will carry you. Whether you can join or not depends on your own judgment." Chat messages. Translation, "Come on, big shot, carry us, noobs back off. Ha 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 ha." As we all know, when water friends from Wang Wang's live stream get on board, it's not him being carried but the other way around. "A month into the new season, how come you're still at master rank?" "Quickly, I've prepared several bowls of rice, just waiting for Wang Wang to start." Pat pat, Wang Wang is the cutest entertainment broadcaster. While teasing Chu Yi-Wang in the chat, all the fans in the live broadcast quickly added him as a friend. On Yi Ning's side, since he started live streaming, he had always been solo queuing and had never played with the audience in his live stream. After some thought, he asked gently, "Is there any viewer who wants to play with us? If you're willing, please add me as a friend, and I'll pull you in." Yi Ning didn't have much hope. He thought that if no one would join, then Chu Yi-Wang could invite another person. However, unexpectedly, many people soon showed up in his friend request list. He scrolled through them and added all the applicants, then randomly pulled one of the viewers into the game room. The player chose the marksman position, with JD, Black-Winged Demon, full of middle school sensibilities. Chu Yi-Wang then invited two more people in, then excitedly announced, "Alright, now our ranking journey begins. When they reached the hero banning and selecting phase, Chu Yi-wang thought of something else. Let's pick a team name. I think. How about Divine Descent Team? So majestic. Yi Ning agreed, responding seriously, good. The other three internally thought. It was the first time playing games with fans, though he wasn't sure if the other party counted as one. Yi Ning was somewhat nervous. To ensure the others' good gaming experience, after some consideration, he spoke up actively. Blackwing Demon, do you have any preference for which support I should use to cooperate with you? Damn. The clear and pleasant voice of the young man traveled through the headphones, making Blackwing Demon feel a shiver in his ears, causing him to mutter unconsciously. He rubbed his earlobe, reminding himself mentally, no matter what, don't be fooled by this guy's current guise of purity. Chapter 12, Opponent. Indeed, the Blackwing Demon was none other than the Black Fan lurking in the live stream room. Not long ago, during one of his ranking matches, he ended up with an opponent named Ning, who played as an invincible savage dragon warrior. Initially, he thought Ning had great skills and was a commendable rival. However, after gaining the upper hand, Ning continuously taunted him with emotes and text messages, which ignited a fiery frustration within him. Upon learning that Ning was a small streamer, the Blackwing Demon managed to find Yi Ning's live stream room. As he expected, this person had a volatile temper, a deplorable character, and did all sorts of terrible things, daydreaming about fame to the point where they would do anything for it. Worst of all, this person even dared to deceive Chi Lai, his favorite grandmaster. The Blackwing Demon despised those who intentionally disrupted game balance, and to think Ning disgraced Chi Lai. From then on, the Blackwing Demon turned from being neutral to completely against Yi Ning, occasionally visiting the live stream just to hurl insults and relieve their pent-up disgust. Later, when Yi Ning apologized after a mishap and put on an act of reforming himself and turning over a new leaf, the Blackwing Demon remained skeptical. He believed this was nothing more than a dog reverting to its old habits and that Yi Ning was probably planning something sinister, waiting to unleash a grand scheme later. Unfortunately, after observing for several days, he not only failed to discover any suspicious moves but also became increasingly annoyed by Yi Ning's multiple, cowardly, actions now. How could this be? He was a legitimate Black Fan. Determined to take action, the Blackwing Demon quickly logged in and added Yi Ning as a friend when he saw Yi Ning looking for people to play with in the live stream room. Humph, he thought inwardly, I will definitely make you experience the taste of your own deceit. In the blink of an eye, before realizing what he had said, the Blackwing Demon had already responded to Yi Ning through voice chat, saying, no particular hero, we can play anything. He regretted it instantly. Damn, I should have mentioned an unfamiliar hero of his to throw him off, but my mouth got ahead of me. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that the real show would begin once inside the game. Alright. They both selected their heroes and entered the match. Yi Ning chose Sona, commonly known as the Milk Mama, while the Blackwing Demon selected Kaisa. They faced off against Twitch and Lux on the enemy side. Given the high early game damage and strong lane presence of the opposing duo, Yi Ning planned to let them push the line while he stayed under the tower to farm creeps, stabilizing through the developmental phase. The Blackwing Demon, however, had a mischievous plan in mind. He accidentally positioned poorly and took Lux's snare, leading to getting focused down by both enemies. While Yi Ning moved forward to heal and protect him, the Blackwing Demon panicked, missing opportunities to counterattack and aimlessly walking around, thus handing over the first blood to the enemy Twitch. Pretending to maintain the charade, the Blackwing Demon feigned responsibility, saying, mine. Blinking, Yi Ning calmly replied despite recognizing the fault, not at all, I didn't coordinate well with you. Choked, the Blackwing Demon felt an odd pang of guilt rising in his heart. After berating himself inwardly, he reaffirmed his determination to make Mu Ning lose his cool, expose his true nature, and lash out. But later, no matter how many times he staged deliberate mistakes, Mu Ning always remained gentle and composed, offering soothing words like, it's okay, it's not your fault, or, no worries, I'll look out for you next time. And Mu Ning truly kept his word, following every move the Blackwing Demon made and healing him constantly, acting as a vigilant little bodyguard. Once, without hesitation, Mu Ning even flashed to shield the Blackwing Demon from the opposing Twitch's ultimate attack. Goodness gracious. Having played this game for so long, from PC to mobile versions, he'd never encountered such an angelic support player. Why, oh why, did it have to be Mu Ning, the very person he had sworn to hate forever? Although the Blackwing Demon knew his performance wasn't perfect, fortunately, there was another, Feng Chu, who provided various clumsy plays as the mid laner, drawing most of the team's attention. Wow, if my ultimate doesn't miss, it'll surely hit. Doctor. Brother Ning, quick, give me some heals. Chu Yi-wang shouted in the team chat, though they were slightly at a disadvantage in this match, thanks to his antics, the team atmosphere didn't remain too low-spirited. The jungler and top laner on their team indeed performed admirably, and the late-game healing power of the Milk Mama proved astonishing, capable of fully restoring health with 2 simple casts. As a result, the Blackwing Demon eventually decided to play honestly, and they won the match smoothly. After winning 3 consecutive games, something unexpected happened in the 4th round. They ended up facing Chi Lai again, who was also carrying 4 friends in a 5-man queue. While loading into the game, staring at the familiar JD _JNG mark on the opposing ADC, Yi Ning paused momentarily as well. Chui Wang burst out in shock, holy beans, we could clash like this. He calmed down immediately in the next second, never mind, our descending deities team will slay whoever gets in our way. They met Qi Lai again, and this time also as opponents. Yi Ning wasn't very nervous or scared inside, on the contrary, he was quite looking forward to playing against a skilled player. Black-winged demon's heart shook violently, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. One day, he would, actually be landing against his idol Qi Lai with this annoying Mu Ning. After the initial shock wore off, an inexplicable sense of excitement and anticipation arose. As an alpha, that damn competitive desire was instantly sparked. If he performed well this game and helped Mu Ning win against Qi Lai, wouldn't Mu Ning fall for him? Phew, why should he make a move on that little chicken Mu Ning? The one who should be charmed was some cute, soft Omega. Exactly. With 3 streamers in both teams, surely there were many little Omegas watching their live streams. He must show off. So, Black-winged Demon brought out his signature ADC Varus, ranked 7th nationwide. Yi Ning chose Lulu, the pixie sorceress. As the game started, all players took their positions. Qi Lai recognized Yi Ning as well. The first thing he thought of was his clear voice. Secondly, his temper seemed much better now. Lastly, his performance was pretty good. The first time he paid attention to this guy was when Yi Ning suddenly kept feeding the opponent for no reason, trolling with emotes, acting like a clown desperately trying to draw attention. From the fans' mouths, he learned that this person was a small streamer who used to constantly try to leech off others' fame. Every live title would include Qi Lai and slander, making up lies such as single-killing Qi Lai multiple times, causing Qi Lai to cry his eyes out. Having come across many small streamers like Fu Yuqi who frequently challenged others without reason, he didn't want to bother dealing with them. Later twice, when they queued together, he noticed that Yi Ning had become an entirely different person. No, he reflected, apart from that accidental match, he hadn't interacted much with him either, just learning about him through the fans. In any case, he was completely different from what the fans described. Instead of being irritable, prone to anger, or rude and full of abuse, on the contrary, he came across as gentle and too easygoing. He sincerely apologized for his previous mistakes. During support rounds, he followed carefully, protecting himself thoroughly. He didn't get angry even if someone stole his position. Which version of him was the real one? Chapter 13, Friend Request. Yi Ning didn't know that his performance had aroused Qi Lai's intense curiosity. He was now carefully setting up vision in the bushes and concentrating on landing. Qi Lai picked Ezreal this game, paired with Nami as support. Yi Ning knew he was strong, so he had to play even more cautiously. However, from a few personal experiences during the match and watching his live streams for days, Yi Ning could roughly analyze his playing style. Very aggressive, never missing any chance to operate, even when at a disadvantage, still finding perfect opportunities to counterattack. His strategy was aggressive but not reckless, based on an accurate understanding of the situation along with sufficient skill and confidence. Yi Ning carefully positioned himself and used his first skill, Radiant Spear, to harass their health points. The two ADCs focused on last-hitting minions while also looking for chances to trade blows. Black-winged Demon momentarily lost focus, getting stunned by Nami's first skill bubble combo. Ezreal followed up with WQ combo, taking away nearly half of his HP. Fortunately, Yi Ning timely gave the AD a shield and transformed Qi Lai into a sheep with W, hindering his follow-up damage, protecting Varus. Both parties retreated under the tower, returning home to recover their status and buy equipment. For minutes past, the duo in the bottom lane fought back and forth, evenly matched. It was obvious that among both duos, there was a more outstanding individual each time. Qi Lai always managed to find opportunities to use E and deal damage, attempting to secure kills. While every time, Yi Ning managed to protect their AD. Nami struggled to keep up with Qi Lai's mindset, and Varus frequently made small positional mistakes. As they say, the auxiliary determines the ADC's ceiling. It makes a lot of sense. In Qi Lai's live streaming room, chat messages appeared. My goodness, the enemy Lulu is played really well. Why can she always predict your E position and respond with W? Ha ha ha. It feels like the bottom lane is purely a competition between you and Lulu. Is Nami one of the passengers in your stream? She's so passive. If only Lulu were on your side, she would tear the enemy apart within a few minutes. Well, it hasn't been long yet, you all have already forgotten who Mu Ning is? How come everyone is praising him? Let's discuss things objectively. He plays exceptionally well. Fu Yuqi had low expectations for passenger teammates since he originally planned to carry alone and lead them to victory. So even though Nami missed a few chances to sync with his operations, he didn't say anything. Tisk. Once again, Lulu's flash ultimate saved Varus at the brink of death. Fu Yuqi couldn't help but make a slight sound, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. How hard is it to kill someone in this round? Looking at the little dwarf in the game wearing a wizard's hat, waving his wand around everywhere, he snorted in his mind. He must ensure killing Varus 7 or 8 times later. No way could you protect him throughout the whole game without him dying once. He unmuted and instructed, focus fire on their AD during the team fight. On the other hand, Black-winged Demon's heart was pounding after being rescued from near death multiple times under Yi Ning's protection. Probably due to the first confrontation with God Chi Lai, nervousness crept in, causing several minor errors earlier. But Lulu protected him every single time. Simultaneously, the young boy kept reminding him, be careful of his ultimate, I'm ignited, I'm almost out of mana, don't worry, I'll watch over you. For some reason, his heart beat faster uncontrollably. Blackwing Demon took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and resolved, this round has to win. Dragon Pit fights, Rift Herald battles. Both sides took some resources, exchanged a few kills, and the economy remained balanced. Yi Ning still adhered to his principle when playing as a support, as long as their ADC isn't too behind in terms of development, he stayed right behind him. Wherever the opponent went, he went there too, ensuring no ambushes on the AD. During team fights, he paid extra attention to Chi Lai, keeping his eyes tightly on Chi Lai's position, instantly transforming him into a sheep once he came in. There were several instances where Chi Lai finally found good output environment, only to be interrupted by Lulu's control skills. Fu Yuchi. Tongue touching the roof of his mouth, he unmuted and said, who's going to take care of Lulu? Seeing Chi Lai unusually troubled, the audience in the live room got excited. Ha 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 ha. Is this really your day? Died laughing, every time you want to play your operation, you're taught manners by the opposing Lulu's crowd control. Somehow it's amusing to see you embarrassed ha ha ha. Your teammates are truly lacking here, but the opponents do have a couple of weak ones. I bet against on the previous round, will we get a seaside villa in this one, guys? I just went to Muning's live room and he said we should focus on your position, let the team control you and burst you quickly. After sneaking a glance at the chat messages, Fu Yuchi couldn't help but smile. Good, last game they were perfectly coordinated as a two-man squad, now they're already thinking about how to take someone down. Back at base to buy items, approaching the river area, Virus made a mistake by scouting into the bush without vision. Just when Chi Lai was nearby, stepping forward with a set of moves. His teammates also instantly came up to control Virus, helping Chi Lai get the kill. Fu Yuchi smirked slightly, and for some inexplicable reason, clicked on the top right corner to open the chat box. Selecting, everyone, he typed in the text and sent it. Virus. Still needs practice. Even though his words were often sharp, Fu Yuchi rarely engaged in such immature provocation unless provoked first. It was just that the voice-clear boy from memory who originally followed closely behind him protecting him, was now figuring out ways to take him down because of the ad that kept making mistakes. For some reason, this made his heart feel uneasy. Blackwing Demon knew his problems were significant this round, constantly making errors, getting opportunities seized by Chi Lai. If it weren't for Muning's protection, his performance would probably be embarrassing. Suddenly seeing Chi Lai's message displayed publicly for everyone to see, he felt little joy over being interacted with by his idol. Instead, regret, shame, anger, all sorts of emotions intertwined inside him, messing up his mentality even more. With his mentality collapsed, he got hasty easily, leading to more mistakes, getting killed multiple times by Chi Lai. When one member fell behind, Yi Ning's side obviously could not seize any resources, the gap between the two sides gradually widened. In a team fight, Lulu with a sliver of health and no flash was blocked in a corner by Ezreal, moving around but unable to escape. Fu Yuchi didn't immediately kill him, instead maneuvering his champion to jump a few times in front of him, continuously showing several cute emoticons. After teasing until the opponent gave up struggling and stood still, he finally used a Q skill to take the kill. This is just a small punishment for controlling me at key moments earlier, thought Fu Yuchi. The trapped in the corner Yi Ning. At this moment, the audience in Chi Lai's live stream were equally astonished. What are you doing? Teasing the enemy? Ha 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 ha, revenge mode activated. You're asking for trouble. Oh well, that Virus just handed out another opportunity, what a waste of such an amazing support. Your trolling made Lulu give up completely huh? Chapter 14, Duo Q. The big dragon is gone, and so is one of the high grounds. Chu Yuan sighed lightly, could it be that our heavenly god team is about to suffer a Waterloo? But the opponent is Chi Lai, a top player, so it's understandable. Chat messages. Ha 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 ha, Wang Bao, why don't you find your own reasons? Mid laner, stop feeding. Manual dog head. No worries, Wang Bao, compared to AD, you performed better in this round. Not hiding from you, Wang, I counted earlier. Since the start of the game, your ultimate has hit 4 times. You guys forget. The host is famously known as the Prince of Mist Ultimates. Watching with their own eyes as opponents with the big dragon buff go for the ancient dragon while they still have to clear waves at the high ground short-staffed. Yi Ning felt that a comeback would be very hard, his spirit was somewhat broken. But games inherently come with wins and losses, losing this match was normal. It's just that the opponent is Chi Lai. For some unknown reason, he really wanted to win this round. At this moment, visible on the all-chat channel, Chi Lai typed again. But this time, it wasn't aimed at the Blackwing Demon. Support, want to play next game together? Yi Ning was quite surprised, wide-eyed. Froggy fun, he hadn't even spoken when Chu Yuan already excitedly piped up, quick, Ning Bao, Chi Lai's calling you. Right before Chu Yuan was going to further prod Yi Ning to agree, in the next second he saw Yi Ning honestly typing out a response. Sorry, but I'm in a 5-man queue. Chu Yuan nearly spit out blood. This is Chi Lai. He very much wanted to rush over to Yi Ning, shake this friend who seemed to become dazed for some reason, and get rid of the water inside his brain. Isn't this a golden opportunity to quickly accept? Why refuse politely? After all, before Yi Ning had painstakingly thought about how to increase his popularity, to the point of offending Chi Lai, now agreeing to duo queue with him, wouldn't the heat naturally rise? Could it be that he's been scared by his fans scolding? Chu Yuan suspected this, but at the same time thought it wasn't too likely either. After all, he knows well that Yi Ning has a very strong psychology. Speaking of which, since that incident where he offended Chi Lai, Yi Ning seems a little different from before. Chu Yuan realized belatedly, thinking back, in the past when they queued together, although both were already quite familiar with each other, Chu Yuan's poor performance was always met with Yi Ning's relentless ridicule. However, today he hasn't criticized once. Is Ning Bao suddenly gaining wisdom about life, or has he grown up all of a sudden? While Chu Yuan was musing randomly, Yi Ning's thoughts were actually pretty simple. He did indeed agree to play together with Chu Yuan today. Leaving him behind to play with someone else would be impolite. Upon seeing his reply, Fuyuji paused slightly at his fingertips but continued typing without showing any change in expression. Then, you can consider changing to an AD role. I can carry matches easily. Which means, boot Veil and invite me. The ancient dragon fight was finished. With both dragon buffs, Chi Lai and his team returned to the city to replenish their state and equipment, then pushed the mid-lane wave forward. The final team battle is about to happen soon. Yi Ning didn't respond for now and concentrated on controlling the game carefully. Unfortunately, they could not possibly overcome Chi Lai et al. Who possessed dual dragon buffs, thus getting crushed and having their nexus demolished in one go. Yi Ning returned to the room, just intending to say something when Chu Yuan started talking first. Alright, Ning Bao, you can take leave from your heavenly duties, go ahead and play with Chi Lai God, see ya. After saying this, he kicked him out of the room with decisiveness. Yi Ning. After kicking Yi Ning, Chu Yuan unburdened himself in the live stream chat room. Come on, buddies, we need one more. Oh, why did the AD also leave? Seeing that Yi Ning was no longer there, the Black-Winged Demon left the room, dumbly staring at the game interface on his mobile phone screen. After a long while, he quit the game, opened Black Meow live stream, and entered Mu Ning's live streaming room. As Yi Ning attempted to join Chu Yuan's team and was rejected, at this point, he noticed Bla Jing sending him a friend request. Chat messages. Ah. Really? What? What for? Amazing. He added you as a friend proactively. So envious I am, sniff. Whoa, he managed to secure a spot in his friends list. His gameplay is average though. Ha 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 ha, it's because the streamer plays really well. Why are some people jealous? LOL. Yi Ning tapped once on his fingers to confirm, receiving a game invitation right afterward. Once entering the room, Chi Lai's distinguishable deep voice came out, not in a 5-man queue. Yi Ning blinked, still somewhat confused. I got kicked. In response to the unexpected reply, Fuyushi chuckled lowly, shall I start? Alright. Entering the champion ban/pick phase, Fuyushi randomly banned a champion and turned to check the live chat comments. Good grief, it's been centuries since you actively added someone as a friend. What on earth are you doing? Did you forget how this person treated you before? Has he cast some kind of spell over you? So many people wanted to add you but you didn't agree. Geez, I want that friend slot too. With just one tap of his finger, Fuyushi selected his champion. Seeing their huge reaction, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What? It's not easy to find a suitable support player, so don't scare him off. Just as Yi Ning was about to select his champion, a teammate suddenly typed a message, pick a tanky support. He took a look, the team wasn't actually short on tanks. So, he decided to ask Chi Lai's opinion. Do you prefer a tanky support or a squishier one? Fuyushi let slip without thinking, either works, as long as it lets me play comfortably. Live chat. Huh. Wah. What? What on earth are you talking about? What do you want me to do? Affection between alphas is unacceptable. You're a top alpha. Stunning. The host brazenly engages in inappropriate behavior in the live stream. Yo, tch. Not at all, you old perverts have had enough. Muting the mic in the group queue, Fuyushi adjusted the stray hairs from his forehead, utterly speechless. I suggest you exit my live stream right now, open up the map, search for the nearest supermarket, hail a cab, then buy some stain remover. He turned things around on them. My green, pure, and positive energy-filled live stream would never make you dirty-minded like this. Reflect on yourselves promptly. After speaking rashly, Fuyushi thought Yi Ning probably wouldn't misunderstand him. However, considering that he was also streaming, there was a chance some viewers might mislead. Thus, after a light cough, he unmuted himself to explain, letting me enjoy the game. No hidden meaning whatsoever. Upon hearing Chi Lai's words, Yi Ning didn't think much into it and decided to pick a soft support despite needing a hard one. He'd already selected his champion. Okay. Since he hadn't been paying attention to the live chat earlier, he was taken by surprise when Chi Lai made an explanation at this moment, prompting him to instinctively respond before checking the chat. Who would have thought Chi-Lai was like this? Ask him what kind of enjoyment he has in mind. Ha 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 ha, you were teased again. What lewd language was that? Yikes. Can we talk about that? Is it even appropriate to watch? Embarrassed.jpg. He. Yi Ning. He felt the audience members had overly vivid imaginations, for Chi-Lai was clearly an upright and serious person. Hence, with utmost seriousness, Yi Ning cleared Chi-Lai's name. You guys are overthinking it, he surely didn't mean that way. Chapter 15, Dream. The audience in the live streaming room were all moving at high speed, but Yi Ning was still earnestly persuading them, you must not misunderstand him. This would cause trouble for him. After talking for a long time and seeing that this group of rebellious audiences completely ignored him, he helplessly closed his mouth and shifted his attention back to the game. He was familiar with Chili's playing style, had proficient operation skills and comprehensive game awareness, reacted quickly, could well follow Chili's thoughts, and cooperate with others. In less than a minute of online play, Chili had already taken down the opponent's shooting auxiliary person head. After clearing a wave of troops, he returned to the city to replenish his state, and incidentally showed an expression of liking. This round, the bottom route went very smoothly. Fu Yuchi got so many kills that he got tired of it. Afterward, the same situation followed. The two players' cooperation in each round could always blow up the bottom route. Fu Yuchi's AD carried out the kills, and in the later stages, the opponent simply couldn't handle it. Plus, there was Yi Ning beside him, like a bodyguard following him all the time, which made it impossible for them to kill no matter how they tried. Each round could achieve 10 to 20 kills. Fu Yuchi thought, playing with this little streamer was indeed very comfortable. A small move, he could guess what he wanted to do, and he could keep up with the protection during team fights. Their compatibility was almost 100%. Before they knew it, it had passed Yi Ning's usual off-air time. As drowsiness came on, he said, after this game, I'll go offline first. The two were in a group chat, occasionally exchanging ideas. Okay, Fu Yuchi asked, are you going to end your broadcast? They fought the dragon, returned home to replenish their state, and Fu Yuchi suddenly had a casual chat mood. Are you going to sleep? Pretty healthy, young people. Yi Ning answered seriously, not yet, usually I finish broadcasting at 10 o'clock. Oh, Fu Yuchi's voice was lazy, it's just that you don't want to play with me anymore. It's not. Hearing him say that, Yi Ning thought he misunderstood, and he became so flustered that his skills were even released wrongly. Just feeling a bit tired, the state of playing games may not be good. Not because I don't want to play with you, you're really good. The boy was anxious and explained earnestly, and the final compliment made Fu Yuchi feel satisfied deep inside. It was originally just a random comment, never expected this little streamer to be so unable to take a joke. Fu Yuchi raised the corners of his mouth, understood, I am indeed good. Then, seemingly unintentionally, he asked, if not sleeping, then what are you doing after you go offline? Just watch the broadcasts. A glint in his eyes, Fu Yuchi dug a hole for him, whose broadcasts? Fortunately, Yi Ning realized it and didn't jump down. He hesitated and said, just randomly check. I thought you would watch my broadcasts, Fu Yuchi said, his tone sounding a bit hurt, remember before, you even added my fan group. Ah, so he still remembered. Yi Ning's bright pupils shrank slightly. It seemed a bit embarrassing, he softly said, I will watch. Fu Yuchi was satisfied, and the upward arc at the corner of his mouth was greater. Thank you for paying attention. The interaction between the two was noticed by the audience in the live streaming room. What is Chili performing again? Yo, why are you forcing to ask whose broadcast to watch? Stinking Chili. The support is so cool, is he also live streaming? Am I dreaming? Why are the black fans and the main characters so harmonious now? Hey, you were once tricked by him before. Play with him. What do you see in him? Okay, although his operations are indeed impressive. The two big words, victory, appeared in the center of the screen. Yi Ning returned to the room, thinking about giving Chili a greeting before exiting. Thus, he turned on the microphone, I'll go offline first, bye. Go ahead. After thinking for a moment, Yi Ning added, thank you. Fu Yuchi, what for? Thank you for helping me increase my score. His tone was light and sticky, mixed with a bit of joy and sincerity. Fu Yuchi's throat moved slightly, feeling a tingling sensation in his chest. It's because you played well, he touched his earlobe, good night. Good night. Yi Ning exited the room and felt once again that Chili was truly a very good person. It was already close to 11 o'clock. Today, there were more than 200 or 300 extra people in the live streaming room, which was probably due to double playing with Chili. Many viewers found their way here. Impressive, clicked follow. With a support like you, I think I can do it too. Why are there so many people today? Finally left, don't touch Chili. Chili being handsome and kind doesn't mean you can constantly sponge off him. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Ha. As expected, a bunch of sour chickens who can't play with Chili have come to the live streaming room to criticize you. What happened? It wasn't Chili who actively wanted to duo queue with the streamer. These few rounds were very enjoyable to watch. Ignore those mindless haters, support the streamer. Support? Do you even know what he has done and still support him? That's so funny. The chat messages scrolled by quickly. Yi Ning couldn't respond to each one individually. He thanked the audiences who had clicked follow and sent small gifts, then said goodnight before ending the broadcast. Today, he went off air a little late. After finishing his nighttime routine, Yi Ning lay on the bed, habitually opening the Hangyow Live app, only to find that Chili had already gone offline. It's not yet his usual time to go off air. Did he finish early? Placing his phone on the bedside table, Yi Ning closed his eyes and let his thoughts wander. Compared to the previous life when he almost cut off all social connections and stayed at home, Yi Ning was now fully accustomed to his current life, and quite liked it. He had his grandmother, and also Chu Yi-Wang, an honest friend. Although he offended Chili earlier, the other party surprisingly turned out to be approachable, no longer blaming him, but instead actively inviting him to play games. During the live broadcasts, he could also chat with viewers from all over. But still, up to this point, Yi Ning had a slight sense of unreality and insecurity. Could he truly own all of this? Where did the original owner go? Would he come back? Would there come a day when he wakes up and finds that all of this no longer belongs to him? With these thoughts in mind, he dozed off. In his dream, he saw someone who looked exactly like him. He was curled up on the sofa watching a show. Yi Ning looked around and realized that this layout was exactly his own home, the home before he crossed over. Standing a few meters away from the person, he unconsciously took a step forward. Upon seeing him, the person on the sofa didn't seem surprised, patting the space beside him. Sit. Yi Ning slowly sat down, just about to ask something. As if knowing what he would ask, the person said, I am you, you are me. Have you heard of parallel worlds? The person smiled, stretching lazily. You're already dead in this world. I also met with an accident in that world. There's no way to switch back. I quite like it here, and you've got so much savings. Yi Ning lowered his gaze, understanding his meaning. Take good care of the people around you. The person stood up, extending a hand towards Yi Ning. Let's both live well. Yi Ning stood up, shaking his hand. I will. Chapter 16, Giving Gifts. The next morning, when Yi Ning woke up, the sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his shoulder, bringing boundless warmth. Sitting up, he grasped Xinguang in his hand, his mind crystal clear. He would live well. Yi Ning's fan base for his video editing account had already grown to over 30,000. Every day, a large number of people urged him to update. Private messages began asking if he took orders. Yi Ning carefully selected 2 orders to take on and planned to complete them during his free time today. In the afternoon, he made a video call to his grandmother. The kind and amiable face of his grandmother appeared on the phone screen, her face lighting up even more at the sight of him, calling out cheerfully, Ning Ning. Yi Ning's heart warmed as he smiled in response, Grandma. They chatted for a while. Grandma persistently asked Yi Ning how he was doing recently, if he needed money, and whether he was sick. She feared that he might suffer even the slightest injustice. Yi Ning patiently answered her questions while also caring about her recent physical condition and living status. After receiving a positive reply, he became a little relieved but still decided secretly to find time to go back and see the elderly woman. In the evening, Yi Ning started broadcasting on time. Soon, a large number of viewers flooded into the live room. Many people sent small gifts to renew their fan-like badges. Yi Ning thanked everyone one by one. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your gifts. While saying this, he started a game session. Before officially entering the game, he divided his attention to chat casually with the chat messages. What runes should a cat bring? Everyone can check mine, I'm used to bringing these few. Why don't you play hard support? Occasionally, I do. How old is the streamer? I graduated from university less than a year ago. You have such a nice voice. Thank you. Why aren't you queuing with Chi Lai today? Because I don't queue with him every day. Chi Lai isn't broadcasting today, so I came to watch you here. Okay, welcome you. After 2 games, the randomly matched AD carry did not always cooperate well with him, plus someone else on another lane crashed. Thus, they lost the second game. Just as he was preparing to start the next round, Yi Ning noticed that a viewer suddenly sent a romantic fireworks gift worth 200 yuan. As a minor live streamer, it wasn't often that someone would give him a high-value gift. Yi Ning expressed gratitude upon seeing it. Thank you. Blackwing Demon for sending the romantic fireworks, thank you. This JD name sounded very familiar to him, and he quickly remembered. Are you the audience member I played with yesterday? Thanks, sorry to trouble you. Blackwing Demon, on the other side, blankly stared at the corner of the stream window showing just part of the boy's body, who was wearing a simple white short today, exposing an arm that looked translucently white. Not until the boy's voice of gratitude came through his phone did he snap out of it. He typed and sent a message in the chat. You're welcome. Can I jump in today? If it were himself a few days ago, and someone told him that he would give Mu Ning a gift, he would absolutely think that person crazy. But now, indeed, it was voluntarily given by him. Upon reflection, people do make mistakes sometimes. He also has moments where his mentality breaks down while playing games, not wanting to continue anymore. Perhaps Mu Ning had those moments too before. Now, the person plays well, and has such a good temperament. On the contrary, it was inappropriate for him to hold on to the grudges from before and kept badmouthing him all the time. Especially since Mu Ning seems so easy to bully. Blackwing Demon felt increasingly that what he did previously, yelling at him frequently in his live room, and intentionally messing up yesterday, was way over the top. If today he still wanted to play together, he would definitely take him to victory. Seeing him say this, Yi Ning felt a bit surprised. Was this the legendary Big Boss gifting items for the ride? Feeling that his skills were recognized, he was quite happy. Thus, he said lightly, "Of course, shall I add you?" Blackwing Demon. "Sure, wait a moment. I'll log in right away." To prove his level as the 7th best in the national server, Blackwing Demon chose Vayne again for this round. Their opponents weren't monsters like Chi Lai, so this round went smoothly for their duo. They flew the entire team within 15 minutes, successfully pushing the high ground and claiming victory. After consecutively playing 3 rounds, they won all of them. It would be great if this support could keep playing with him. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Blackwing Demon's mind. It didn't seem entirely impossible. He thought that he could ask Mu Ning later if he wanted to duo queue together afterward. After all, when it came to solo queuing, the teammates you got were unpredictable, like the unreasonable Draven from before. Perhaps Mu Ning also hoped for a steady and skilled ADC as his fixed teammate. Blackwing Demon felt confident that his level surpassed 99.9% of the people in the live room. He was undoubtedly Mu Ning's top choice. Yi Ning was unaware of his thoughts, focusing carefully on protecting the ADC. Suddenly, he noticed the chat becoming unusually chaotic, with the scrolling speed clearly accelerating. What? Who did I just see? Who's here? Not just me seeing this, right? Phew, so I'm not mistaken, it's Chi Lai coming. What? Yesterday he found someone to duo queue, and today he's watching streams. What's going on? Are there some hidden affairs between the two of you? And he has the audacity to show up openly. Chi Lai. Go live now. Stop slacking off. It turned out Chi Lai had arrived. Before Yi Ning could say anything, an extravagant gift effect appeared on screen. It was Chi Lai who had sent a cat tree gift worth 500 yuan. Thank you for the gift, Chi Lai, he stammered slightly in surprise. No need to send such an expensive gift. The audience in the live room were even more astonished. When did your relationship get so good? This is rare, Chi Lai entering another streamer's room and giving gifts, frogging fun. Boss Chi Lai seems confused himself. Generous, it seems Chi Lai really appreciates the streamer's skills. Not streaming yourself but coming to others' live rooms to send gifts. You're a terrible king. Could it be that you also want to hop on board? On the other side of the screen, Fu Yuchi, inspired by a whim, was gifting the present while staring at the screen. His gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the small window at the bottom left. So thin, yet so pale. He looked quite young. Fu Yuchi recognized the marksman JD from yesterday, the one always having issues, Vayne. From the chat, he learned that this person had brushed the gift to join. Fu Yuchi tapped his fingers again, sending another gift. At the same time, he posted a message in the chat. Can I hop on board? After sending the gift, his message displayed with color enhancements, making it highly noticeable. Yi Ning spotted it immediately. At any time, Yi Ning responded promptly, somewhat overwhelmed, you don't have to send a gift. Thank you, Master Chi Lai, for your generous gift. Can I pull you in next game? Fu Yuchi. Okay. Considering he was still duoing, Yi Ning explained the situation via group voice chat to Blackwing Demon and received an affirmative response. After this game ended, he pulled Chi Lai into the room and asked, would triple queuing work? This is the audience member who has been duos with me the whole time. Sure. Fu Yuchi paused briefly, but bro, can you play AD carry? If not, I'll change positions, I'm versatile. Their preferred roles overlapped, both were marksmen. Before Blackwing Demon could reply, Fu Yuchi added confidently, or do you only play this position? Then I'll switch, I can do everything. Arrogant words, spoken so naturally that no one would question them. After all, those who'd watched his stream knew how true they were. Chapter 17, Add AV. After finishing speaking, Fu Yuchi changed his position to the mid lane. The Blackwing Demon who was about to say something forced himself to hold back. Okay. Seeing that they were all ready, Yi Ning clicked on finding a match and entered the game. Blackwing Demon chose the Explorer Ezreal. Yi Ning's first choice was locked on Lux, and Fu Yuchi took the Shadow Assassin Akali. Chat messages. Taking easy. Yesterday, this guy called Blackwing Demon met with Chi Lai, and Chi Lai played easy. Yes, that time he got beat up badly. Good. Chi Lai is taking Akali now, we can watch him show off his moves. I feel like the Blackwing Demon is trying to prove something. I remember this guy Blackwing Demon used to always bash the streamer in his live room. Now why is he sending gifts and hopping on the stream? Did I miss something? Let's guess who Lux will hang on during the next team fight, ha 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 ha. Darn it, never thought there would come a day when I'd have to enter a hater's live room to watch my own streamer. Haha, don't talk nonsense. Muning has already turned from hater to fan. Look how well they get along. Fuyuchi had depleted the opposing Yasuo's bloodline, so he went to replenish fruit under the tower. While killing minions, Fuyuchi said, when I hit level 5, I'll go for a gank at the bottom lane. Muning, remember to watch my signals. Yi Ning, alright. Initiating the conversation, Fuyuchi then chatted idly with Yi Ning. Do you stream every day? Don't you take a break for 1 or 2 days each week? Yi Ning really hadn't thought about this issue, well, temporarily no breaks recently. I stream every day. Good diligence, good devotion. It's not that, just, anyway, I have nothing else to do during this time every day. That's true, perhaps you could be lazy once in a while and go out to play. Remembering that the chat mentioned Qilai didn't stream today, Yi Ning curiously asked, so is the reason you didn't stream today related to that? Fuyuchi laughed lightly, not really, I had some things tonight, just finished handling them. Oh. The two were chatting enthusiastically, completely ignoring their third Q teammate who remained silent throughout. If given a chance before, Blackwing Demon would absolutely be ecstatic to game with the grand god Qilai. But now, the anticipated joy wasn't much. Instead, his heart was filled with the frustration and resentment of being suppressed, as well as being unintentionally ignored by Muning. Blackwing Demon knew it had nothing to do with Muning, because he had never initiated any speech. However, seeing the two talking so harmoniously, he realized no matter what, he couldn't interject. Looking at the performance comparison between himself 121 and Qilai 402, he felt more disheartened. The middle lane is gone. While saying this, Fuyuchi signaled instantly after discovering the disappearance of the enemy middle lane. Blackwing Demon was just about to kill the remaining AD, but upon hearing it, he did not retreat but pushed forward, jumped over the tower and killed the opponent. However, his own state wasn't good either, getting killed by Yasuo who rushed in immediately. It ended up being a 1-for-1 exchange. Here, Fuyuchi's W skill Shadow Clone arrived quickly, and he unconsciously called out, "Kitty." Yi Ning understood and promptly jumped onto him. Fuyuchi firstly Ryo combo to exceed the tower range and kill the support hero, then exited the tower with his W skill to deal with Yasuo. Coincidentally, Yi Ning's ultimate ability cooldown was complete, releasing a massive control skill over Yasuo. Fuyuchi quickly collected another head. Eng. He returned to the city with Yi Ning, saying casually, "Why don't you follow me instead, we'll be able to fight 4 together." Yi Ning hesitated a little, considering the audience who rode on board, disregarding him might not be ideal. However, before he could answer, Blackwing Demon spoke first, "You go with him, I'll farm." Qilai is currently leading in economy among all players with superior equipment. As an assassin, coupled with a kitty, taking down the squishy heroes from the opposite side is an easy job. Yi Ning knew this was the best decision, so she replied, "Alright, then take care." The subsequent team fights were nothing short of Qilai's personal showtime, grabbing the opposing carry's head within the crowd and still managing to escape cleanly. Together with the cat, they fooled the opposition, using the W skill Shadow Clones to the maximum extent, making it impossible for anyone to predict where he would appear next. Forcing the opponent's 4 people to activate their guardian angel. A series of peak operations later, Qilai's health almost bottomed out. Just as the ignite hanging overhead was about to burn away his last drop of blood, Yi Ning swiftly dismounted and casted a shield. Then she jumped back on him, activated the healing E skill to restore some health for him. Following a series of battles, the team's energy was depleted. Looking at the impending ignite spell burning away Qilai's last bit of health, Yi Ning quickly dismounted and gave him a shield. She then jumped back on and activated her E skill to heal Qilai. Fuyuchi blurted out with a touch of sarcasm, "Good healing." Yi Ning slightly pursed her lips and remained silent. It was the Blackwing Demon and the live stream audience who were taken aback. "I suspect you're flirting." What audacious words. You'd better mean, good healing. The main person isn't clarifying. Then I will start spreading rumors. Haha, Qilai gets tongue-tied when excited. Calm down, calm down. If you can't understand what we're talking about, here's a doghead.jpg. Let me just say that the operation just now was cool. Are they not surrendering yet? There's no more game to be played. Just came in, is Jax Qilai? Yes, you haven't seen it wrong, he's come to play with the streamer again. The game ended with Qilai securing a victory for his team with an impressive 17-2-6 KDA. The 3 returned to the room. Yi Ning was about to start another game when she noticed that Blackwing Demon had cancelled his ready status. "I've got something to do. I'll log off first. You guys play." He said this without waiting for a response and then left the room. Yi Ning didn't quite understand. He left so quickly, there must have been some urgent matter. Seeing him leave, Fuyuchi felt a sudden surge of inexplicable cheerfulness, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Even he couldn't figure out why he suddenly felt so elated. He switched back to his marksman preference and said, "Shall we continue?" "Sure." Yi Ning agreed, clicking on finding another match. They kept playing until Yi Ning ended her broadcast. Although they didn't win every game, it was after all a 5-person team game and sometimes it was impossible to carry incapable teammates. Most games were won with significant advantages from the bottom lane. On a luxurious soft sofa, Fuyuchi lazily leaned back holding a tablet. On the wall-mounted TV, Yining's live stream was silently mirrored. Just as Yining was about to bid farewell to Qi Lai, the chat was urging her to ask if Qi Lai would be streaming tomorrow. There were many of Qi Lai's fans currently watching the live stream, and tonight's high popularity was undoubtedly owed greatly to them. Yining thought asking for the fans would be appropriate. So she asked, Qi Lai, will you stream tomorrow night? Well. Fuyuchi knew right away that it was his group of fans who made the young streamer ask, so he deliberately stalled, leaving them hanging. That depends on whether I can accomplish a certain thing. Okay. Having heard that, Yining stopped questioning further. So I'll end my stream then. Bye-bye. Rest early. Good night. As Fuyuchi spoke, he exited the team chat room. He turned on the sound of the television, listening to the boy thanking his fans one by one with a clean and pleasant voice. After about 4 or 5 minutes of thanks, the broadcast concluded. Seeing the other party still online in the game, Fuyuchi sent him a private message, thanks for carrying me, could I add you on V? Chapter 18, Exclusive Support. When Yining received the message, she was completely unaware that the other person was joking and clumsily replied, no way, you're really good. And thanks for your gift. Feel free to add me, my WeChat ID is XXXXXX. After receiving Qi Lai's okay, Yining sent an emoji and exited the game. Soon, a friend request came through on WeChat. A simple black avatar, WeChat name, blseries, Yining quickly confirmed this was Qi Lai. So, she changed the note and accepted the addition. As she was pondering whether to send a message first, the other side sent an evening greetings emoji package over first. So, she replied with 3 words, good evening. Qi Lai replied, go to sleep then, good night. Yining also replied with good night. The minds of the two who had said good night twice tonight were different. Fuyuchi thought about how best to tell Mu Ning about that matter tomorrow. Would he agree? Should I add some more perks? Thinking about it, his heart felt more nervous than when discussing projects worth tens of millions before. Yining was surprised, as she thought Qi Lai might have something to say to her. But after only playing games together, politely adding each other on WeChat made sense. The next day, after getting up, Yining simply prepared a breakfast. While sitting at the dining table, her phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. She opened it to see that Qi Lai had messaged her. Good morning. Yining took a sip of soy milk with one hand and typed a reply with the other, morning. Just as the message was sent out, the other party's status changed to typing. Blinking her eyes, Yining intuitively felt Qi Lai must have something to say to her. But after waiting for quite a while, the other side still hadn't sent the message. Furrowing her brows in confusion, Yining refocused on eating breakfast. Not until the message notification sounded did she turn her attention to it and saw that Qi Lai had only sent a few words, I want to ask you something. Curious, Yining replied, sure, what is it? Qi Lai, do you always solo queue during your live streams? Yining, yes, occasionally in the past 2 days, viewers joined me for queues. Viewers? Seeing his answer, Fuyuchi remembered yesterday's AD from their 3-man squad. Given his level, Mu Ning wouldn't take any interest. He coughed lightly, subtly promoting himself. Do you want to duo queue with an ADC who's been ranked national top 1, has multiple heroes within the top 10 national ranks, has a great mindset, never blames teammates unfairly, can carry games easily, and is a gentlemanly alpha type with 8-pack abs, is 187 centimeters tall, and slightly handsome. Upon receiving the message, Yining. What does this mean? Just as she was thinking how to respond, she saw that Qi Lai had retracted the message. After thinking for a few seconds, Fuyuchi thought that sending it like that was too frivolous. Would Mu Ning be scared off? So, he retracted that message and wanted to reorganize his words. After thinking about it, since typing couldn't clarify things, he just dialed a voice call. Startled by the sudden ringing sound, upon seeing it was Qi Lai, Yining swallowed the egg in her mouth and clicked to accept the call. Hello. The young man's clean voice carried a slight hoarseness, causing Fuyuchi to pause momentarily before shouting, Mu Ning. Yining softly, ed once. That. I said I had something to ask you. Yining, go ahead, I'm listening. How about we duo queue during the live streams from now on? You see, I used to solo queue as well. I've been looking for a support player to play with, but haven't found anyone suitable. After playing with you, I feel like our coordination is pretty good. So I want to ask you if you'd like to duo queue with me going forward. Pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, I won't freeload either. If you're okay with it, think of it as me hiring you, and I'll pay you 5 million yuan monthly. Terms can be renegotiated if not satisfactory. Absolutely no rip-offs, we'll sign a contract, a proper one that's legally recognized. After finishing, finally, Fuyuchi lowly persuaded her, how about it, consider it. Hold on, let me process this. Yining was a little confused. You mean, we should play games together during our live streams from now on? Yes, we'll unify our live streaming times. Whenever you're available, I'll accommodate you too. Yi Ning asked curiously, then why do you still need to pay me? Being able to duo queue with a big streamer, isn't this a win-win situation for him or her? Yi Ning didn't expect him to ask this, so Fu Yuqi was slightly taken aback and immediately explained, of course I need to pay you. It's me who approached you, taking up your time. Moreover, if you agree, you will be my exclusive support. You can't leave me and play with others. Yi Ning asked again, but won't that make you at a disadvantage? No, it won't, Fu Yuqi replied casually, half-jokingly, a good support player means I can operate more smoothly, the audience loves watching us play, which also boosts our popularity. It definitely wouldn't hurt him. Even though Fu Yuqi earned quite a sum from monthly live streaming, about 3 or 40,000 RMB for regular people, it only constituted a small portion of his income. As the second son of the Fu family, he grew up with luxury, always having everything he wanted. Even if he did nothing, he could live a comfortable life forever. During university, his family had pushed him to work in the company, but he showed no interest in the family business and only wanted to mess around with games. Anyway, his brother handled the company, so Fu Yuqi started his own business. The Heimiao live streaming platform is one of the industries under his company. He was not without talent. Within just 2 years, Heimiao became one of the leading live streaming platforms domestically. After putting the company on track, he handed over most of the business management to others and instead stayed at home doing live streams and gaming, living a very comfortable life. So making money wasn't his goal, what mattered was enjoying himself while playing. For Yi Ning, what Qi Lai said was indeed tempting. As a small streamer, her monthly income was basically fixed at around 4 to 5,000 RMB. Even if she got more editing orders later, she might not earn 50,000 in a month. If she became Qi Lai's exclusive support, she would have nothing to lose. She still streamed every night, and due to him, she could increase her live stream viewership, easily earning 50,000. If she earned more money, she could take her grandmother to surgery sooner. Thinking about this, Yi Ning gave way and asked, then what exactly do I need to do? Can I see the contract? Hearing his response, Fu Yuqi sighed in relief and said, the contract hasn't been made yet, let's first discuss the specific contents. Subsequently, they agreed upon the basic details of the contract. The live streaming hours would follow Qi Lai's previous schedule, from 8 p.m. to midnight, occasionally working overtime depending on the situation. Streaming would happen from Monday to Saturday, with Sunday off. Yi Ning could take leaves if necessary, within reason. During the duo queue period, both would generally stick to their respective roles, shooter and support, but were free to choose heroes at will. If an uni-deal matchup occurred, the positions played remained flexible. Fu Yuqi would pay Yi Ning 50,000 RMB monthly, with the possibility of increasing it as needed. Holidays would come with gifts and red envelopes, cash rewards. Any game skins would be covered by Fu Yuqi, he would buy Yi Ning any new skin that came out. In short, Fu Yuqi granted Yi Ning as much freedom as possible. Chapter 19, Broadcast Together. After listening to Qi Lai's explanation, Yi Ning felt even more that the other side was making a loss. With such a high monthly salary, many benefits, and easy work content, it was practically a perfect job. Qi Lai really lived up to being a big streamer, so generous. "Okay, that's all for now," Qi Lai said, "I'll add more if I think of anything else. I'll draft the contract in the next few days." "Alright." Yi Ning responded obediently. After some thought, he added, "If you regret it, you can always let me know." Even though Qi Lai had previously felt that they matched well as an auxiliary team, what if later on, things didn't seem right anymore? Yi Ning believed that since he was reaping such a big benefit, Qi Lai should have the opportunity to change his mind. Fu Yuqi smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, "That's impossible." "Are you streaming tonight?" he suddenly asked, and Yi Ning truthfully replied, "Yes." "That's good. Starting from tonight, we'll broadcast together." Yi Ning didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but he still agreed gently, "Alright." Upon hearing his reply, Fu Yuqi's mood brightened as he slightly curled his lips upward. At 8 o'clock in the evening, both of them went live simultaneously. Yi Ning's broadcast today was 2 hours later than usual. The audience who entered the live stream room started asking, "Where were you? You're late. You're 2 hours late already. I thought you weren't going to stream. Does the streamer have a fan group? It's hard to receive notifications about streaming times." "Oh no, Qi Lai has just gone live in the neighboring channel too." Yi Ning first apologized to the audience, "I'm sorry. I didn't announce it beforehand, making you wait. My streaming time will need to be adjusted from now on, broadcasting from 8 p.m. until midnight." His clear and soothing voice quickly calmed the audience's complaints, leaving little room for blame. He continued explaining, revealing a shocking piece of news that would stun all the viewers in the live stream room, because from now on, I'll be duo queuing with Qi Lai for the broadcasts, our streaming times need to be synchronized. What? What? Did I hear that right? Are you going to be duo queuing with Qi Lai from now on? I swear, is this true or false? I don't believe it. How could someone like him possibly agree to duo queue with a small streamer like you? Yes, it's real. I just came from Qi Lai's live stream, it's legit, bros. Meanwhile, in Qi Lai's live stream room. Within less than a minute of going live, the number of people in the room surged rapidly, the chat messages rolled by quickly, and fans continuously sent fan lights and gifts. Fuyuchi selectively responded to a few messages and then slowly opened his mouth. Today I have 3 pieces of good news to tell you. A short pause followed, building anticipation. What good news? I knew you were in a great mood today, answering the chat unusually often. What could be your good news? Did you win the lottery? Wait, did you start dating someone? No, that can't be, it's too cruel. Did your wife give birth? Or 3. No way. Wait. Chi-Lai's wife had triplets. Pass it on, the triplets topped the national server ranking. As their guesses became increasingly ridiculous, Fuyuchi quickly interrupted, alright. Now I understand, all sorts of nonsense, dirt, about me are fabricated by all of you. Listen carefully, here are the 3 pieces of good news. The first one, watching my streams will be even more entertaining. The second one, I'll feel more comfortable while playing games. The third one, I found a very powerful auxiliary partner, and we will duo queue together permanently. Who? Which godlike player caught your attention? I'm thinking. Is this 1 event or 3 events? Are you fooling us? What? He actually managed to find someone. Before, wasn't it either that others were trash, or that there was no coordination between you and them, or that their personalities didn't match yours? Even professionals might not pass your standards. Tell us quickly. Who is it? Just tell us already, husband. Fuyuchi logged into the game without explicitly answering the questions from the chat messages. As for who, everyone who has watched my stream in the past few days should know. I have a bold guess. It couldn't possibly be that person, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But when I think about it, it does seem quite possible. Who exactly is it? Why are you all talking in riddles? That small streamer, what was his name? Mu Ning. The one who queued with you yesterday. That's Mu Ning then. What muddled streamer? I've never heard of him. People above, so you haven't been watching Chi-Lai's streams recently? Many fans had guessed correctly, Fuyuchi hadn't intended to keep it a secret either. Once in the game, he pulled the online Mu Ning into the room. It's him, Fuyuchi said with a pleasant mood. In future, when you make your predictions, go all out on the right, and we'll get a seaside villa. The option on the right meant winning and securing MVP. What this implied was clear enough. Chi-Lai. Yi-Ning tentatively called out his name upon being pulled into the room and added, I'm ready. Alright, let me start. They quickly found a match and entered the hero band/pick page. Fuyuchi inexplicably wanted to hear Mu Ning's voice and couldn't help but casually ask, by the way, how old are you this year? Yi-Ning chose a soft support hero and replied, 22 years old. Oh, that makes me 1 year older than you, Fuyuchi said, so I should be called, Gu, older brother. He swiftly added, not that I'm looking to take advantage or anything, it's fine if you don't call me that. Chat messages. Oh, so you're 23 then. Younger brother, slippery, sister kissy. Humph, before we asked you and you refused to answer, now for making him call you, bro, you just exposed yourself. Didn't you say you were just full 18? And you say you don't want to take advantage, I think you clearly want him to call you brother, ha ha ha. Last sentence, disgusting ha. Brother I called you, come play double Q with me. Hearing this, Yi-Ning thought for 2 seconds and opted for an appropriately respectful term, Chi-Gu. With a hint of careful probing. His gentle and sweet voice, like warm and fragrant mist, seeped through the headphones into his body, permeating his chest cavity until it reached his heart. An involuntary tingling sensation ran through him, prompting Fuyuchi to instinctively lift a hand and rub his earlobe, responding with a breathy, After acknowledging, Chi-Lai fell silent, and Yi-Ning stopped saying anything further, temporarily muting the team chat as well as the chat in the live stream room. You and Chi-Lai are playing together? Yes, from now on during evening broadcasts, I'll queue with Chi-Gu. What did I miss? When did you decide this? Just today, we discussed it. Damn, why did he choose you? I don't know either, maybe because we cooperate well. Why do you love to play soft support heroes so much? Is it something Chi-Lai requires? Not really, I just tend to enjoy playing heroes with strong protective abilities. Can we jump in and queue with you guys? You can go ask Chi-Gu at his live stream, I'll follow his lead. Chapter 20, I'll help you fight. Yi-Ning hadn't spoken for a long time, and hearing no sound from him, Fuyuchi's heart became uneasy again. Before entering the loading page, he asked, which skin do you want to see me use? Chi-Lai suddenly spoke through the mic, and in the team, only he himself was present. Upon hearing this, Yi-Ning was surprised, me? Yi-Ning rarely played AD heroes and didn't have any particular preference for the Jinx skin selected by Chi-Lai for this game, so she replied, anyone is fine. Chi-Lai chose Star Guardian, which was part of the same series as the Lulu skin Yi-Ning used in this round. The viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion. Man, you've changed, you didn't even ask us. Alright. A man who has changed his mind can be so merciless. Choose Apex Kitty. Brother, I've shouted my throat raw. Do you deliberately choose the same series as support? Why bother asking about the skin? Is he your support or wife? In response to fans' accusations, Fuyuchi paid no attention. After both entered the game, they bought initial equipment and walked online. This game had Xa and Lo as their lane opponents. At this moment, the opposing Lo suddenly sent a message visible to everyone. What luck, facing off against Chi Lai. Elder brother, go easy on me. Chi Lai was already well known, and it was very common for people to recognize him. He was long accustomed to such occurrences. Thus, he indifferently responded with a 1. Yining didn't say anything, carefully controlling her movements to dodge Lo's W skill, while accurately timing the release of her first skill Bright Spear to drain their health. During Chi Lai's last hitting process, he was hit once by the opponent's low Q skill. Seeing that his skill had hit, Lo lost control and rushed in to attack. Seeing the fight starting, the adjacent Xa hurriedly came over and began using her skills together. But still, they were a step too late. Additionally, both he and Lo weren't attacking the same target, one was attacking Jinx, the other looking at Lulu. Therefore, Lo was focused on and killed by Yining and Chi Lai. Without support, Xa saw his own HP drop dangerously low and decisively used Flash to run away. Unfortunately, he had been ignited by Lulu earlier, and Jinx promptly followed up with her Flash to hit him again. Thus, both kills were credited to Chi Lai. Both were now left with about half a health bar. After clearing the line together, they tacitly agreed to return. Their ADC support coordination wasn't great, and soon, they were pushed back under their tower by Lulu and Jinx. Yining was familiar with Chi Lai's playstyle, and Fuyuchi also knew that Yining could keep up and work well with him. Therefore, these two actually didn't need much verbal communication. However, Fuyuchi wanted to hear someone talk, so he made small talk. The weather here today is pretty good, just a bit cold. Yining looked out the window, seeming to hear the sharp wind outside. It's quite cold here too. Did you drink water? Fuyuchi dodged Xa's reverse hook and realized how random his comments had been. No, I mean. Are you dressed warmly enough? Yining thought he sounded a little odd but didn't dwell on it. I'm indoors, it's warm enough. Oh, same here. Nearby in the river, Yining placed vision. Seeing the enemy jungler coming to gank, Chi Lai still moved forward, seemingly preparing to dive the tower. Unable to resist raising her voice to warn him, Chi Gu. She reminded him, the jungler is coming. Hearing Yining's call, Fuyuchi's tense heart relaxed. By the time he came back to his senses, the jungler was almost in his face, so he quickly twisted his position to avoid Blind Monk's Q skill and set up traps in his direction. Ahem, he had just been deep in thought wondering what topic to bring up next when he wandered off a bit. Not a big issue though. Seeing the jungler come to assist, the opposing Xalo duo finally came out from under their defense tower. However, Blind Monk was caught by the trap, so Chi Lai stepped back several paces to open distance, applied the W skill along with auto attacks to deal damage. Seeing their health bars approaching empty, he unleashed an ultimate, claiming the first kill against Blind Monk. The arriving Lo activated his ultimate wanting to approach and lift Chi Lai while mesmerizing him. Yining seized the moment and gave Chi Lai her ultimate, throwing the person off. Jinx claimed a kill boosting her passive, increasing her movement speed and attack speed. Yining gave all her remaining abilities to him. Xa and Lo were unable to withstand it and were soon dispatched. Chi Lai achieved a triple kill. In this game, their teammates were all very skilled, almost every route held an advantage, giving them overwhelming momentum. They pushed into the high ground within less than 15 minutes. At this moment, Lo started speaking again in the channel visible to all players. Lulu, I really envy you. You get to queue up with an ADC as invincible as Chi Lai. I didn't mean anything else, but you're just not good at playing. If we swap teams, your base would have been pushed by now. It's great to win effortlessly. Yining, who was seriously playing the game but got strangely ridiculed. She slightly frowned, but she didn't want to pay attention. On the contrary, Chi Lai reacted more than her. Seeing such explosive comments, he almost burst out laughing at Lo's big talk. Fuyuchi smirked and said, this guy must have had at least 3 bottles of alcohol. He's drunk. If it were really like he said, our huge advantage could be directly turned into a disadvantage by him. Finally, he consoled Yining, don't listen to his nonsense. This is a typical case of not being self-aware. We'll teach him some lessons when we kill him a few times. Chi Lai's unexpected defense made Yining quite touched, and he slightly curled his lips. It doesn't matter. I don't care about him. Ignore. Fuyuchi frowned, that's unacceptable. Thinking of this person's currently obedient personality, his reaction wasn't surprising. But since that's the case, I'll help you fight. Before Yining could refuse, Fuyuchi started typing messages. He first sent a question mark. You'd better not, with your skills, I can imagine how nervous Xa would be. I admire your thick face so much that even our top laner couldn't match you. Give me some of your confidence, and I'd dare to go 1 against 5 casually. Although it might seem a bit unkind, seeing the words Chi Lai typed, Yining couldn't help but smile secretly. Good way of putting things. Recently, Chi Lai's treatment towards him could almost be described as gentle, neither sarcastic nor hostile, and Yi Ning almost forgot about his sharp-tongued nature. The XA, having his skill openly criticized by his own support, had already reached his limit. Seeing Chi Lai's message, he also typed a reply in agreement. Hilarious, still boasting with 071. Lulu is definitely far better than you. Never had Lo expected Chi Lai to react like this. The other side of the screen, all color drained from Lo's face. He never thought Chi Lai would speak up for Lulu. As long as it didn't mock him, wasn't Chi Lai always indifferent to others? Who exactly is this support? Does he know Chi Lai? But Chi Lai has always solo queued. Lo was extremely flustered and deeply regretted opening his mouth with sarcastic remarks toward the opposing support earlier due to his impulse. Chapter 21, Let's Meet Up. After being scolded by Chi Lai and his teammates, Luo completely dared not to speak anymore. Chi Lai's live streaming room, which witnessed the entire process. Ha 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 ha, you're truly something else. Yuri still you, Chi dad. Every word is impactful. Ha 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 ha, too good, I need a screenshot of Chi Lai's mouth. If I could be as eloquent as you, I wouldn't be so at a loss when getting criticized while gaming, woo woo woo. Is this, defending the support? He seems pretty decent. I've never seen you speak for your teammates before. This is different. Chi Lai said it himself, Mu Ning is his exclusive support. Furious hair-raising anger for the support. Feels kind of addictive, is this okay to say? Laugh to death. How dare Luo claim he can play better than Lulu? Anyone with eyes can tell which side has the better support. W didn't land many kills yet still had the audacity to talk. Next, just as Chi Lai had said, all he did was hunt down Luo. Every time they met, he would kill him once. Just before the match ended and they pushed down the crystal, even when Luo stopped struggling in the fountain, Chi Lai continued throwing skills at him without mercy. In the end, Luo's battle record was pitiful beyond measure. It was probable that the system would deem him game. Yi Ning knew that Chi Lai was doing this to help him vent. Moved, he said, thanks, brother Chi. Fu Yuqi felt an ache in his chest, instantly feeling that he hadn't been forceful enough earlier. Tonight, the two of them had played very smoothly, every time on the lower path they had created enormous advantages. Not one match was lost. As the time to go off stream neared, the audience in the live room became enthralled and begged them to continue. One more round, the matches are so captivating right now. What you found in this support player is really something. If my games were as enjoyable as watching yours. Where did you find such a support player? I want one too. Don't go off air, more games, please. +1+1, let's have another match. Fuyuchi cast a glance at the barrage of messages but paid no attention to them. His little support usually went off air by 10, having changed their schedule, he wondered if he was tired now or not. He needed to rest well. After bidding goodnight to his fans, he decisively shut down the stream. On the other hand, Yi Ning consoled the restless audience with a gentle voice. Today we'll end here, everyone good night. It's late already. Go to sleep early and rest well. You want to keep watching? No problem, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going off air now, see you later, good night. Finally, the broadcast ended. Yi Ning silently exhaled a breath in relief inside his mind. Due to being duo queuing with Chi Lai the whole time tonight, the number of viewers in the live room was much higher than usual, reaching over 1,000 people online at its peak. So, initially, he was somewhat nervous. However, Chi Lai continuously chatted with him about easygoing everyday topics, easing his nerves, and never put any pressure on him during gameplay. Playing games with Chi Lai was very relaxing and fun. Yi Ning came to such a conclusion. After turning off the broadcast, upon realizing Chi Lai hadn't disbanded the game room yet, just as Yi Ning was about to unmute himself to bid farewell and log off, the other party spoke first. By the way, once the contract is drafted, I'll mail it to you for signing. Which city are you from? Yi Ning answered, I currently live in S City. Small world, Chi Lai said, me too. If that's the case, how about we meet up sometime? While Fu Yuqi was speaking, his hands unconsciously tightened on the tablet, his heart rate inexplicably quickening slightly. Within the short span of waiting for Mu Ning's response, it felt endlessly long to him. Yi Ning, without giving it much thought, readily agreed, sure, let me know the time and place, I'm fine with either. Signing a contract should indeed be done more ceremoniously. Hearing his response, Fu Yuqi suddenly felt a burst of joy inside, his lips curling upward, great. Good night, get some rest. Good night. Chu Yi Wang felt that there must be something wrong with his account. After playing all night, not only did his rank fail to rise, but he even dropped a few stars. As a technical streamer among entertainment hosts, this was absolutely abnormal. Today is probably my unlucky day. Chu Yi Wang said solemnly to the audience in his live room, I've just calculated with finger pinching. This day is indeed unsuitable for gaming. As he was saying this, he jumped directly to the death screen after dodging into the grass to recover with low health. Chu Yi Wang. He had just opened the shop to check out some equipment when, without even having time to react, he was blasted to death by the opposing Jinx's ultimate, super ultimate death missile. For a while, he couldn't utter a word. The barrage in his live room was filled with joy. Ha 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 ha. Max entertainment effect. I'm dying laughing ha 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 ha. Thanks for Jinx's rocket sent by the bro, 666. Ha 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 ha, thank the boss for the big rocket, the boss is generous. Wong, if it doesn't work, let's find someone to queue together. Chu Wong's eyes hurt from all the ha-has on screen, making him feel worse, and his embarrassment turned into anger. How dare she ambush me when I'm not ready? Despicable Jinx. He took a sip of water and felt it was time to show his true skills. After respawning, he stared at the screen intently. Watch carefully, I am about to get serious. The next moment will be my highlight. As the team fight was about to begin, he maneuvered the hero he used this round, Ari, nine-tailed fox, walking forward. Suddenly, an enemy walked out from the grass on the right side. Chu Wong lit up and thought, it's now or never. He immediately unleashed his ultimate and charged toward the opponent, intending to charm the enemy with his third skill, then deal a set of damage, preferably finishing them off instantly. Ideally speaking, it should have been perfect, but the reality was that. As soon as he rushed over, he got stunned by Lux's Q and could not move at all. Then the opponent followed up with E, the ultimate combination plus ignite, taking him down instantly. It was indeed an instant kill, only the one being killed was him. Chu Wong. The barrage continued. Ha 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 ha. Wong marches boldly onto his death after getting hit by a Q. How do you manage to perfectly land into the enemy's skills every time? Save me, this round is literally Wong's compilation of deaths. Thanks to the host, I ate 2 more bowls of rice today. Played well, please don't play again. In a quiet, dimly lit study room, a laptop occasionally played game sound effects along with a young man's cries of frustration. In front of the screen sat a neatly dressed man, upright and composed, his stern face looking even more handsome under the glow of the screen, with smooth features. His face was emotionless. It would be hard to believe that at this moment, he was watching a gaming stream. And that streamer was none other than Chu Wong. Killed again in a bizarre way, Nanny Chen looked at the troubled face of the youth in the bottom left corner of the screen and couldn't help himself anymore. His distinct fingers typed on the keyboard, sending a barrage message. Yuri 2 week. Chapter 22, let's meet up. Ironically, his brief comment was accurately caught by Chu Wong among a sea of scrolling comments. These 4 short words deeply pierced his eyes and heart. His eyes instantly widened as he positioned the mouse on that comment and angrily asked, where am I lacking? This viewer called E, so it turns out, you haven't joined the fan club yet, you've just started watching my live stream recently. Let me tell you something. Once you watch for a few more days, you'll soon understand my awesome, dazzling operations. Nanny Chen still has a hard mouth. He stopped sending more comments, leaned back in his seat, and wanted to see what other ridiculous operations this young broadcaster would come up with. As he watched, he saw him sign off. Signing off. See you tomorrow, buddies. Guaranteed chaos killing tomorrow. The handsome and cute youth in the screen rubbed his naturally curly hair, took the threat seriously as he pursed his lips. The comments were still lively. Ha 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 ha, shamefully signing off. Baby, if it doesn't work out, find a strong leg to cling to. This record, I'm feeling a bit sorry for you. You won S1, in the final match Wong was just emptying several times, dodging counterattacks. No wonder Chia Gaming Area is considered the first awkward moment broadcaster. 66,666. The game screen and the face of the youth disappeared, leaving only the message, this live room has been closed. Nanny Chen glanced at the time, it had already passed midnight. He controlled the mouse, clicked gently with his fingertip, and followed Chu Wong. Not very interesting, but he wanted to see how many more upside-down awkward moments this person could perform. After queuing up with Yi Ning for 2 or 3 days with Chi Lai, Yi Ning had completely adapted to the current live streaming schedule and state. Sunday was originally the scheduled rest day, so there was no need for live streaming. Just in case, Yi Ning had recently accepted quite a few video editing orders and finished yesterday. The workload was excessive, so Yi Ning decided to take a good break today. Thus, he ordered a fragrant takeout meal as a reward for himself. After eating, he nestled on the couch scrolling through his phone. When he accessed Black Cat live stream, a piece of information was suddenly pushed to the homepage. Words like, Chi Lai, video editing contest, appeared before Yi Ning, sparking his interest immediately. He looked in and found that it was a video editing contest concerning Chi Lai's game content. He didn't know whether Chi Lai himself organized it or if it was independently organized by fans, but the top winners would actually have generous cash prizes. The requirements were very simple, use Chi Lai's live streaming footage to cut a video clip between 3 to 5 minutes. Submission deadline was next Sunday, and both fans and passers-by were welcome to participate. If a fan won, they'd receive additional small gifts. Yi Ning's eyes brightened slightly, this fit perfectly into his expertise. Thus, he went straight into Chi Lai's designated video account and began watching past live streams of Chi Lai. Once he began, he ended up continuously watching for 2 or 3 hours. Chi Lai was truly impressive, full of amazing operations, providing an abundance of footage he could edit. It was difficult to choose. With only 5 minutes allowed, it was hardly enough for such great edits. After selecting and downloading some live streaming materials, during the following time, Yi Ning was entirely absorbed in editing videos, losing track of time. When he felt hungry and stopped to check the time, it was already evening, time for dinner. Luckily, the video editing was almost done, just missing a concluding part. He rubbed his eyes, saved, and then closed the computer. That night, the two continued their duo-rank live streaming gameplay. During the team battle, the opposing Titan released a deep-sea impact ultimate move, about to knock up and control Chi Lai's female officer. Seeing this, Yi Ning swiftly provided him with Veil of Discord, blocking the attack. The ADC wasn't initiated. Chi Lai pulled distance with 1E skill and stayed behind teammates outputting damage. With Yi Ning's support from the cat skills, damage maxed out, and with the assistance of teammates, they quickly wiped out the enemy team. 666, 6666. Awesome. Awesome. Satisfying. Having a cat feels so good. The assistant reacts so fast. Great teamwork. I heard the assistant is duo ranking with Chi Lai. Is he also live streaming? What's his name? Chi Lai caught the last comment, and before the fans could respond, he replied first, the assistant is also broadcasting on Black Hat live streaming, his name is Mu Ning. Everyone can search and follow him. After duo rank playing for a few days, he had lost count of how many times he promoted Mu Ning to bring audiences in his own live room. Awesome auxiliary. With such auxiliary, I could also rank up easily. How does he stick to you like glue? Where did you find such a support? The support's voice sounds kind of cute, it's the type I like, I've subscribed. Feels like an extremely gentle boy. Fuchi had seen countless compliments from fans towards others, but normally they didn't leave much impression on him. However, now seeing so many compliments from Mu Ning made him feel incredibly satisfied. But, he thought smugly to himself, I found him earlier than all of you. And now, he's my support. Yanang was caught off guard by the continuous waves of new viewers entering his live room and could only hastily greet them and express his gratitude. There were several moments recently when his popularity surged during his broadcasts. And Yanang also learned from the comments that these were all due to Chi Lai's reasons. What a great boss. After finishing the live stream, thinking that both parties had reviewed the contract draft, Fuchi believed it was time to meet in person. So he asked Yanang, are you free tomorrow? Yanang stayed at home every day, either editing videos or streaming live, naturally having no other appointments. Yes. Then let's meet tomorrow, to sign the contract. Alright, Yanang said, when shall we meet? Can 1 o'clock in the afternoon work? I'll send you the location later. Yanang had no objections, alright. Thus, the meeting for the next day was arranged. The next morning, Yanang woke up as usual, ate breakfast, then sat in front of the computer to mess with videos. Chirel sent him the meeting place quite early, which appeared to be a cafe located in the city center. The photos showed that the environment was very nice. Seeing that the time was about right, Yanang closed the computer, changed into a more decent outfit after checking his reflection in the mirror, grabbed the keys, and left the house. It would take around half an hour by subway, better to leave a little early. First time meeting the boss, absolutely can't be late and leave a bad impression. Compared to Yanang, Fuchi wasn't so calm and composed. Unlike his daily routine, he woke up quite early today. Last night, he dreamt of meeting with Mu Ning repeatedly. Every time he saw that delicate, quiet back turned away from him, before he could see the face clearly, the dream ended. He got up early in the morning after using the restroom and found himself unable to fall back asleep. Recalling those incomplete dreams, he seemed to still feel the disappointment and regret from them in his dreams. However, thinking that he would meet soon, Fuchia's mood brightened again. Chapter 23, Meeting. When the sky just started to lighten, Fuyuchi put on his sportswear and went out for a run. After coming back, he took a shower. He stood in front of the bathroom mirror, scrutinizing himself carefully. He looked left and right, feeling satisfied that his looks hadn't declined. Then he thought of something and ruffled his blue hair. Was this head of blue hair too flashy? Although it still looked pretty cool and handsome with this face, would Mu Ning not like it? With furrowed brows, Fuyuchi hesitated for a while and decided to leave it as it was. Anyway, there wasn't enough time now to dye it back to black. Later, he returned to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and picked clothes. He changed into several outfits one after another, even trying a suit. Soon they were all rejected by him. Too old-fashioned, too pretentious, too short. He silently complained to himself inside, acting like it was an online romance turning into a real-life meeting, which made him quite nervous. Ultimately, he decided to stick to his style and chose a set of casual wear he wore daily. Yi Ning arrived at the cafe half an hour early. The retro decoration harmonized perfectly with the quiet atmosphere inside. Walking in, the air was filled with the smell of freshly ground coffee, interwoven and entangled with occasional soft background music. Yi Ning sat down at a bright spot. There was still half an hour before the agreed-upon time, so he decided to wait. Not long after sitting down, he received a WeChat message from Chire saying that he was almost there and asking where Yi Ning was. It seemed that Chire also left home earlier. Yi Ning replied with his table number and looked up to see a man walking toward him. The man was wearing a suit, with a scholarly appearance and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose bridge. He didn't look very old. "Hi, are you alone?" The man smiled politely and asked Yi Ning. Since no one else was around, Yi Ning confirmed the man was talking to him, and he replied while raising his eyes, "No, I'm waiting for someone." In that case, the man's tone revealed regret, but he didn't move away. "Would you mind if I chat with you before that?" "Of course not." Yi Ning exclaimed in horror internally. Such a situation was terrifying for someone like him who was a tren, someone who avoids social interactions. Still, he pursed his lips awkwardly and politely refused. "Sorry, I won't be available. My friend will be here soon." "Is that so?" Though rejected, the man didn't look too disheartened, maintaining his smile as he handed Yi Ning a business card. "That's a pity. Here, take this. Don't worry, I just want to get to know you and make friends." "Aha." Yi Ning accepted it, hoping the man would leave quickly. Thankfully, the man walked away after handing over the card. What Fu Yuqi saw when he entered the cafe was exactly this scene. A seemingly ill-intentioned man was bending down and handing something to the boy sitting in the seat. Fu Yuqi intuitively felt that the boy was mooning. Fortunately, it seemed the man had been rejected and turned to leave. Fu Yuqi glanced at the table number. Sure enough, the location of the boy matched exactly the table number Muning told him. Just like in his dreams, the figure of the boy appeared slim and delicate from behind, but this time, Fu Yuqi could walk over and meet him. In the few short steps, he felt his heart rate quicken significantly. Muning. As he got closer, Fu Yuqi tentatively opened his mouth, and Yi Ning turned around at the same moment as he heard the footsteps. Their eyes met. The sound transmitted through headphones in the past now rang clearly in the tranquil cafe. Seeing his face, Yi Ning's pupils constricted slightly. He had seen this person before. That striking face and the smog blue hair color made Yi Ning instantly recognize him. Fu Yuqi was equally surprised. He remembered the person in front of him as well. Not long ago, at some mall, they had met. Regaining his composure, Yi Ning also called him Chige. "Aha," Fu Yuqi sat opposite him. "What a coincidence, we've met." "Yes, I remember," Yi Ning said with a slight curve to his eyes. The handsome youth smiled brilliantly, his eyes gleaming brightly, causing Fu Yuqi to momentarily daze. "Then let's formally introduce ourselves." He extended his hand. "I'm Fu Yuqi. My name is Yi Ning." Yi Ning shook his hand in return. His hand was white and small, enveloped in the larger hand of the other. Cool and soft to the touch, Fu Yuqi felt as though he'd been electrocuted, a tingling sensation spreading from their point of contact to his chest. As Yi Ning retracted his hand, his gaze fell upon the empty table in front of Fu Yuqi, and he added, "Chige, since I didn't know what you'd like to drink, I didn't order for you." It's fine." Fu Yuqi scanned the code and casually ordered a cup of coffee. Then his eyes landed on the business card on Yi Ning's table, seemingly by accident. "What's this?" Yi Ning blinked. "A person gave it to me just now." "Let me see." Fu Yuqi took the business card, glanced at it, and said without changing expression, "It's just a salesperson's card. Throw it away." "All right." Yi Ning had never intended to contact that person anyway, so he quickly agreed. Then Fu Yuqi, with his fingertips holding the business card, casually threw it into the trash can under the table. The music playing in the cafe was soothing, creating a serene atmosphere. Fu Yuqi then took out the contract and started signing. Yi Ning had already gone through the content online and had reached an agreement with the other party. After a quick look over, he signed his name swiftly. The characters, Yi Ning, were neatly written, forming a stark contrast with the flamboyant signature of Fu Yuqi above it. "So this is the you," Yi Ning thought. "Do you have time? Let's grab dinner together later." He added, "It's on the boss." After speaking, his eyes stared intently at Yi Ning as if Fu Yuqi would immediately look dejected should he be rejected, resembling a large sad wolfhound. Yi Ning brushed off the odd thoughts in his head and smiled faintly, "Sure." Fu Yuqi struggled hard to suppress the rising corners of his mouth, trying not to make his satisfaction too obvious. Since it was still early for dinner, it was impossible for them to sit in the cafe all afternoon. So Fu Yuqi asked, "Do you have any place you want to go?" Yi Ning shook his head. "I don't go out often." "Ah, a homebody." Thinking about this, Fu Yuqi seemingly asked unintentionally, "Don't you go on dates with your partner?" Yi Ning paused. "I don't have a partner." Considering someone like him who stays at home all day, almost without social life, and playing, finding a partner would be strange. However, Yi Ning also had no intention of dating and preferred the simplicity and ease of being alone. "Same here, neither do I." His deep, slightly hoarse voice carried a hint of laughter, resonating in one's heart. Before Yi Ning could respond, he added, "You're so good-looking. I thought you already had someone." Being complimented so straightforwardly and sincerely made Yi Ning feel shy. He smiled, cheeks heating up. In a soft voice, he said, "Thank you, you look good too." This wasn't mutual flattery, he genuinely believed that Fu Yuqi, tall and handsome, was far more popular than himself. And being a top-tier alpha, there must be many people pursuing him. Chapter 24, Watching a Movie. The person in front of him blushed shyly, lowering his head so Fu Yuchi could only see his hair swirl and his pale cheeks. So cute. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, lifting his cup to take a sip of coffee to hide the slight smile at the corner of his lips. Though unsweetened, he still found the coffee quite sweet. After much deliberation, the two decided to watch a newly released science fiction movie. It was the weekend, so the cinema was quite crowded, most of them being young couples on dates, paired up. Thinking about his previous experiences, Fu Yuchi wore a baseball cap and a mask. Although he generally didn't show his face during live streams, his fans had scrutinized the photos of him from events over and over again, committing his looks to memory. It was still manageable in less crowded places, but before when he was out in crowded areas, he had been recognized by fans who surrounded him for autographs and selfies. The scene was grand enough to rival meeting a celebrity, with so many people that it caused a crowd for hundreds of meters around, shocking the unprepared security guards and almost costing them their jobs. Wearing his equipment, noticing Yi Ning's puzzled expression, Fu Yuchi explained, "I'm naturally introverted, I can't handle crowds." Yi Ning. That's not the reason. However, he could guess the cause, nodding solemnly, "I understand. Chi-gu is too famous and would be easily recognized." Fu Yuchi chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. At the cinema entrance, after fetching the tickets, there was some time before the movie started, so the two sat outside waiting on the chairs. A boy with an almost surreal fair complexion and refined features, along with a man who, even wearing a mask and a hat, clearly looked like a high-quality handsome man, attracted countless gazes no matter what. Even whispers could be heard from several people sitting behind them to the right. "That alpha is really handsome. Even though he's wearing a mask, his demeanor is just incredible. He seems pretty tall. I want to ask for his contact information." "Just go for it. What's the relationship between him and the beta sitting next to him? He's also quite good-looking. Are they a couple? But such a high-quality alpha shouldn't choose a beta substitute, right?" Yi Ning wasn't used to being stared at directly or subtly by so many people, so he discreetly shifted slightly, turning his back to the crowd. With just a glance, Fu Yuchi silenced those people behind Yi Ning whose murmurs grew louder. When he became serious, his deep eyes appeared even more intimidating. Without releasing pheromones, the aura of a top-tier alpha was enough to make people stop talking easily. Noticing Yi Ning's discomfort, he pulled a new mask out of his pocket and handed it to Yi Ning. "Here." As his gaze returned to Yi Ning, all the coldness in Fu Yuchi's eyes disappeared instantly. Yi Ning reached out to take it and smiled at him, "Thank you, Chi-gu." Seeing Yi Ning put on a mask of the same style as his, Fu Yuchi had a hint of amusement in his eyes. No way, being good-looking does bring its own troubles. As the movie was about to start, Fu Yuchi went to the counter and bought a double package deal, then came back carrying popcorn and 2 cups of cola. Seeing how difficult it was for him, Yi Ning quickly stepped forward to take one of the colas offered. The movie was captivating, with breathtaking scenes one after another. Fu Yuchi inadvertently turned his head and saw Yi Ning's small, pale face, serene under the glow of the screen. To the point where he suddenly found the movie itself not as captivating anymore. Before Yi Ning noticed, he hastily redirected his gaze, staring absent-mindedly at the big screen. When Yi Ning was fully immersed in watching, he stopped eating popcorn altogether. So Fu Yuchi grabbed a handful, extending it toward Yi Ning. Lowering his gaze, Yi Ning raised his hand to accept it and turned to smile at him, softly saying, "Thank you." The sound effects of the movie completely drowned out his voice, yet Yi Ning's gentle and clear smile left a deep impression on Fu Yuchi. He turned his head but couldn't focus on the movie anymore. After the movie ended, Yi Ning was still lost in thought. Reflecting, it had been a long time since he'd last watched a movie in the cinema. That immersive feeling of being present, experienced once in a while, was indeed a treat. Feeling the pleasant mood beside him, Fu Yuchi felt even better. He asked, "Was it enjoyable?" Yi Ning nodded, "Yes, it was." Then. His low, husky voice carried a trace of enticement, "We'll make another appointment later." Yi Ning naively nodded. After pulling it off, Fu Yuchi turned his head trying hard not to laugh. "Let's go have dinner." After dinner, it was nearly 6 in the evening. Yi Ning glanced at the time, this was the longest he'd been out recently. It was about time, and he should head back, right? Just as he was preparing to bid Fu Yuchi farewell, he heard the other propose, "How about we take a walk around a nearby park to digest our food?" Yi Ning hesitated, ready to refuse for the first time today, "But it's getting late, and I still have a live stream later." "It's fine. I'll drive you home shortly, and we'll make sure you're on time." Before Yi Ning could protest that it would be too much trouble, Fu Yuchi added, "I invited you out anyway, and I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go home by yourself." Yi Ning. As if he were some kid. However, hearing the determined tone in Fu Yuchi's voice, Yi Ning nodded in agreement. With autumn setting in, a cool evening breeze swept past, causing Yi Ning to involuntarily shiver. He tucked his hands into the pockets of his jacket and walked side by side with Fu Yuchi along the lakeside path. The sun was about to set, and great swathes of pink clouds had dyed the sky red, creating a splendid sight. The dry yellow leaves danced with the wind before swirling onto the mirror-like lake surface, sending ripples across its expanse. Witnessing such scenery made it easy for one's mind to become calm. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a jogger ahead focused intently on their feet, approaching closer to Yi Ning. Fu Yuqi extended his hand to grasp Yi Ning's arm, gently pulling him closer. Watch out. In the next second, Yi Ning felt someone dart past quickly. Looking up at Fu Yuqi, the latter also happened to glance down at him at the same moment. As if burned slightly, Yi Ning diverted his gaze and muttered, "Thanks, Chi Gu." "No problem." Walking for a while longer, Fu Yuqi sensed something and halted, addressing the youth beside him who had lowered his head. "I'll get something. Wait here for me." Yi Ning nodded. "Okay." There happened to be a bench there, so he sat down, idly staring at the lake surface while waiting for Fu Yuqi. His ears suddenly caught an intermittent faint cry. Very soft, very weak, almost like some kind of small animal. Yi Ning's eyes flickered, holding his breath to listen more intently until he confirmed that he had truly heard the sound. Meow, meow, meow. Could it be a cat? Standing up, he followed the sound step by step, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. The closer he got to the lake, the more uneasy Yi Ning became. Had it fallen in? He hurriedly approached and leaned forward to peer at the lake's surface. No sign of anything in the water. Listening again, the sound grew clearer. He turned and spotted the source. Under the bridge, on a platform, there lay a little kitten, seemingly not yet a month old. Chapter 25, The Kitten. Yi Ning leaned forward once again to observe the surroundings, making sure that only one kitten was under the bridge. He had no idea how it got down there. The pure white kitten was as small as a palm, curled up on the edge, continuously meowing while staring at the water's surface. A closer look revealed its body trembling slightly. Whether from the cold, fear, or hunger, no one could tell. How pitiful. Yi Ning furrowed his eyebrows slightly and tried mimicking a cat's meow. The little kitten immediately looked over and started calling out even more enthusiastically. We need to rescue this kitten, Yi Ning thought. After surveying the structure of the bridge, an idea formed in his mind. Climb over this stone railing, stand on the edge that sticks out, then hold on to the railing with one hand while reaching for the kitten with the other. I should be able to save the kitten this way. After careful consideration, he felt that the plan had a high chance of success. With both hands gripping the railing tightly, Yi Ning kicked off hard, propelling himself upwards. Just as he was about to cross over, suddenly, a force tugged him from behind. Feeling someone grab the back of his collar and pull backward, Yi Ning lost balance, tipping backward. His pupils dilated, but before he could let out a startled cry, he found himself falling into a warm, strong embrace. One arm grabbed the back of his collar while another held his waist, pulling him close. What are you doing? Why were you trying to jump into the lake just now? The man's voice sounded right next to his ear, tinged with fear. It's too dangerous. A faint cold fragrance lingered around his nose, confirming almost instantly that it was Fu Yuqi. Turning his head, Yi Ning saw Fu Yuqi's face incredibly close, flawless from every angle, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fu Yuqi frowned as he looked at him disapprovingly. For some reason, Yi Ning felt inexplicably guilty. He averted his gaze and explained softly, there's a trapped kitten under the bridge. I wanted to go rescue it. Upon hearing his explanation, Fu Yuqi paused for a moment. Only then did he notice the faint mewing coming from below. Glancing downward, he spotted the little white kitten crouching there. Still holding on to Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi didn't release him, much to Yi Ning's embarrassment. After steadying himself, Yi Ning stepped away from the embrace. With the person in his arms gone, Fu Yuqi dropped his hands unconsciously, his fingers lightly brushing the lingering sensation left on them. Could any male teenager have such a slim and soft waist, and yet be so light? Was he possibly malnourished? Fu Yuqi reassessed internally. As the boss, he needed to take better care of Yi Ning's physical and mental health later. Staring at Yi Ning for a while, Fu Yuqi asked curiously, what's wrong, Chi? He was still preoccupied with rescuing the kitten, growing anxious. Recalling the task at hand, Fu Yuqi handed something to Yi Ning, saying, stay here, I'll go fetch it. Accepting the item, Yi Ning looked down and saw 2 cups of steaming hot milk tea. They had just been made, still scorching. Holding them warmed his hands quickly, dispersing the chill. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Fu Yuqi swiftly swung over. Judging by the distance, Fu Yuqi felt it wouldn't be a problem. After all, he was 187 centimeters tall. Stretching out his long arm, he prepared to pick up the kitten. Suddenly, he felt a hand grabbing onto his arm tightly. Hold on, Chi, Yi Ning said anxiously and worriedly. Fu Yuqi almost slipped and fell into the lake. Suppressing the inexplicable excitement inside, he responded calmly with a That kitten seemed clueless. Despite the extended, big hand, it remained unmoved, simply meowing helplessly. Without much effort, Fu Yuqi managed to catch the kitten. In his grip, the kitten cried louder and weakly bared its teeth, giving a toothless hiss. Not until Fu Yuqi stepped safely back did Yi Ning release his hold. He approached Fu Yuqi, peering at the shivering little kitten cradled in Fu Yuqi's large hands. Holding the tiny, helpless thing, the tall youth felt perplexed. The texture, strangely reminiscent of when he embraced someone earlier. Recognizing Fu Yuqi's uncertainty, Yining took the kitten into his own arms, allowing Fu Yuqi to reclaim his milk tea and letting him free up his hands to pet and soothe the trembling little cat. Looking around, Yining confirmed that no other cats were nearby. It was unclear whether the kitten had been abandoned by its mother or lost. But leaving such a young kitten here would surely mean its demise if left alone. The two locked eyes. Yining blinked and said, "I want to take it to the pet hospital for a checkup." Under such a clear-eyed gaze, Fu Yuqi couldn't possibly refuse. "All right, let's go together." Thus, Fu Yuqi drove Yining to the nearest pet hospital. Sitting properly in the passenger seat, Yining gently stroked the little kitten on his lap, which had stopped trembling. He sipped at his hot milk tea slowly. Fu Yuqi's peripheral vision never left him for a moment. When they reached the hospital, they arranged for a full health checkup package for the kitten. While waiting, Yining noticed it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. "Chi-gu, thank you for driving me here." Yining continued, "If you don't mind, you could go back first. I'll make my way home later. Also, can I ask for leave tonight?" By the time they returned home after the kitten's checkup, it would definitely be past 8 o'clock, the scheduled live streaming time. Hearing this, Fu Yuqi responded, "Of course you can." Then he added with a shift in tone, "Actually, I plan to slack off today and skip streaming. I can make up the hours by working overtime another day." With that assurance, Yining relaxed. Good. The test results showed the kitten was 3 weeks old, perfectly healthy. Its snow-white fur was paired with deep blue eyes, full of vitality, giving a glimpse of how beautiful it would grow up to be. It kept meowing, probably from hunger. The doctor fed it some goat's milk, and soon after eating its fill, the kitten curled up in Yining's arms and fell asleep. Gazing at the fluffy bundle in his arms, Yining's heart melted, his eyes softening. Seeing this, Fu Yuqi involuntarily lowered his voice, "What do you plan to do with this kitten?" As expected, Yining gave the predictable answer, "I want to keep it." He currently lived alone, often feeling lonely at home. He had previously entertained the idea of getting a pet and even specifically researched how to care for cats well. But it remained just an idea until now, never put into action. Today's sudden appearance of the kitten might just be fate. Seeing how Yining answered without hesitation, Fu Yuqi felt a suspicion arise. "You live alone?" Yining nodded, "Yeah." "Why? Was it because he left home to pursue his dreams? Or like himself, did he choose leisure and freedom, moving out to live on his own? Or, had he lost his family?" Though curious, Fu Yuqi didn't ask right then. He worried the other might feel offended. To think, although he'd learned some things about Yining during their gaming chats, that seemed to only scratch the surface. He wanted to learn more. There would be another opportunity to ask later, they had plenty of time ahead. Fu Yuqi intended to spend much more time together with Yining. Thinking about this, Fu Yuqi couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Chapter 26, Good Night. After bringing the kitten home, the two of them briefly visited a pet shop to select some pet supplies. Then Yining provided the home address, and Fu Yuqi drove them back, one person and one cat. The little kitten was asleep, curled up on Yining's lap. Yining lowered his head to watch it, gently stroking the kitten's soft back with his hand. The light inside the car illuminated his face, making him look warm and radiant. Fu Yuqi turned away his gaze, staring straight ahead without speaking. When they arrived at the address Yining had given earlier, Fu Yuqi realized that it was an old residential community. The house looked quite old. Late at night, there weren't many people outside. By the side of the street stood a dim lamppost. A gentle evening breeze carried a peculiar sense of gloom. Yining held the kitten as he got out of the car, hesitating whether or not to invite Fu Yuqi into the house for a bit. Considering the poor environment here, Fu Yuqi seemed like someone with good living conditions. Would he be uncomfortable? While pondering this, Fu Yuqi had already gotten out of the car. "Is this the unit?" Asking, he saw the boy nodding dumbly in response and continued, "Let's go, I'll help you take things upstairs." Saying so, he moved toward the back of the car, opened the trunk to fetch the items. Yining quickly followed over too. After having gathered all the stuff, Fu Yuqi caught a glimpse of hesitation in Yining's eyes, guessing what he was concerned about, thus smilingly asked, "What is it? You don't want me to come into your home?" Not, Yining's head was shaking almost like a rattle drum as he hurriedly explained, "It's just that my place is a bit small." Fu Yuqi arched his elegant brows, "So small that there isn't enough room for 2 people. Staring blankly, Yining answered, "We can fit." Then lead the way," replied Fu Yuqi. As he spoke, he noticed Yining's gaze shifting to the large pile of items in his hand, seeming somewhat embarrassed. He chuckled inwardly, lifting his hand effortlessly to adjust the load, saying, "I am a fully grown alpha." This amount of weight was nothing to him. Only then did Yining nod, turning around to walk ahead. There were no elevators in the residential complex, they could only use the stairs. The lights in the stairwell were even dimmer than the lampposts outside. Fortunately, Yining's floor wasn't too high, just the 3rd floor, and they reached it soon. Yining carefully held the kitten with one hand, pulling the key out from the pocket of his clothes to unlock the door with the other. Behind him, Fu Yuqi inconspicuously frowned. Judging from this place, one could tell that the security here wasn't ideal, nor was the environment very pleasant. With such a small door at Yi Ning's home, what if it attracted a thief with ill intent? While contemplating, Yi Ning had already opened the door and reached in to turn on the light. Stepping aside, Fu Yuqi took a quick peek and noted the apartment was indeed rather small. "Come in, Brother Qi," Yi Ning invited him in, "you can put the things down anywhere." "All right." Entering the room, Fu Yuqi took a closer look at where Yi Ning lived. Although it wasn't big, it was meticulously maintained by its owner. Light-colored decor and layout with every single object arranged neatly, creating an instantly soothing atmosphere upon sight. The overall ambience of the house felt cozy, perfectly matching Yi Ning's calm and composed disposition. Fu Yuqi placed the items down and sat on the white sofa following Yi Ning's indication. Subsequently, the latter handed over the kitten in his arms to him. "Brother Qi, can you keep an eye on it for a moment?" Before Fu Yuqi could respond, Yi Ning rushed off into the kitchen. Fu Yuqi watched his hurried back, then glanced down at the similarly bewildered kitten, chuckling softly. After entering the kitchen to wash his hands, thinking of something, Yi Ning poked his head out from the doorway and asked Fu Yuqi, "Brother Qi, what would you like to drink?" "There are milk, yogurt, and water." Since he didn't normally drink tea or drinks, he hadn't prepared any. Now it seemed he was failing to entertain his guest properly. "Yogurt," Fu Yuqi responded after a brief consideration, strangely recalling their first meeting scene and added, "Do you have lime flavor?" "Yes." Eyes curved into a smile, Yi Ning nodded, which just happened to be his favorite taste, and he had stocked plenty of it at home. He took out 2 cans of lime-flavored yogurt and a plate of fruit from the refrigerator. After setting them down on the coffee table in the living room, he dashed off again to get 2 bags of chips and cookies from the storage cabinet. Placing everything in front of Fu Yuqi, he gazed at him with a pair of crystal-clear eyes. "Brother Qi, please eat." Besides these, there wasn't much else tasty food at home, and Yi Ning truly couldn't think of anything else to offer to entertain him. Similar to a small animal fond of hoarding, now he generously revealed all of his private stash, dumping it in front of Fu Yuqi. Fu Yuqi glanced at the pile of snacks in front of him and silently took note of Yi Ning's preferences. Meeting Yi Ning's bright, expectant eyes, his heart softened a little, and he nodded, "All right." However, they didn't eat much before starting to set up the kitten's home. Because it was chosen on short notice, the cage wasn't very large, but it was enough for a 3-week-old kitten. Crouching down, Fu Yuqi began assembling the cage without even looking at the instructions. Each part was accurately installed in its proper position, showcasing his remarkable skill. Thus, Yi Ning squatted beside him, passing small parts as needed. In no time, Fu Yuqi had quickly assembled the cage. After placing the cushion inside, Yi Ning carefully put the little kitten into its new home. The kitten meowed at first, then curiously looked around after entering its home. After observing for a while, it quieted down, finding a comfortable spot to curl up and continue sleeping. Seeing that the kitten wasn't rejecting its new environment, Yi Ning sighed with slight relief in his heart. Fu Yuqi pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 9:30. It was quite late already, it wouldn't be polite to stay any longer. So he stood up, stretched his wrist, "I'll leave now." "You should rest early too." Yi Ning also stood up, realizing how truly late it was. Today, Fu Yuqi had helped him a great deal. If not for him, Yi Ning might not have been able to bring the kitten home at all. But considering the living conditions in his own home, there was no way to let Fu Yuqi spend the night. Thus, Yi Ning looked at him apologetically, "All right, I'll see you out." Following him to the door, just as he was about to step out, Fu Yuqi stopped him. "Wait, just see me off here." Yi Ning said, "I'll go down with you." Fu Yuqi raised an eyebrow, "And should I come back up to send you again?" "I'll return only when you allow me to go downstairs by myself." On such a dark night, with the dim lights in the stairwell hiding potential dangers, Fu Yuqi couldn't help but worry every time he imagined the boy walking alone in the dark corridor. He couldn't help but try to avoid going out at night from now on. Yi Ning didn't understand how the conversation had shifted to avoiding going out at night, but still responded seriously upon hearing this, "I rarely go out anyway, so usually, I won't leave at night if nothing urgent comes up." "Good. I'm leaving now, close the door." Fu Yuqi finally nodded in satisfaction, "Good night." Although the two had been saying good night to each other every evening after their live streams, this was the first time they said it face to face. Leaning against the doorframe, Yi Ning tilted his head slightly to look at the handsome man, suddenly feeling his heart beating a bit faster. As he watched Fu Yuqi's figure disappear from his view, he closed the door and returned to the house. Chapter 27, Choose One. The light was still on, but he had no idea what the other person was doing. He stared for a few minutes before starting his car and driving away. After Fu Yuqi left, Yi Ning returned home and began organizing the pet supplies he had just bought. He washed and dried the dishes and cat litter box before putting them away. However, such a small kitten couldn't eat cat food yet, it could only be fed milk artificially. The little kitten was now sleeping, and he had already been fed goat's milk at the hospital. He wasn't sure if it would get hungry during the night. Thus, after Yi Ning washed up, he moved the cage with the kitten into his room so that when the kitten woke up meowing from hunger, he would hear and feed it. Glancing back at the soundly sleeping kitten, Yi Ning lay down and opened his phone. It had been half an hour since Fu Yuqi left his house, and he wondered if Fu had made it home yet. As he thought, he received a WeChat message. It was from Fu Yuchi, "I'm home, go to sleep early." When sending him off, Yi Ning had reminded him to drive carefully and asked him to send a message once he got home. Yi Ning also replied, "Okay, you too," then turned over while holding his phone. Recalling the scenes of their meeting today, he felt joyful. Fu Yuchi was considerate and generous, always taking care of him, even helping him save the kitten. How lucky he was to have such a good boss. Suddenly, Yi Ning felt some itching at the back of his neck, and it seemed to be heating up. He furrowed his brows in confusion, reaching out to touch it. The coolness of his fingertips temporarily suppressed the sudden heat. Just like before, the back of his neck was flat. This was normal, after all, he was a beta, not an omega or alpha with glands and pheromones. But why did he feel this warmth and itch now? Yi Ning wrinkled his nose, unable to figure it out. Come to think of it, he remembered one thing: when Fu Yuchi grabbed the collar of his shirt earlier, his hand had touched the back of his neck. He withdrew his hand, and the heat and itching slowly subsided. Drowsiness hit him, and Yi Ning drowsily thought, there should be nothing wrong, maybe it was just a mosquito bite. The next morning, Yi Ning got up early. He first fed the baby kitten and settled it down, then went to prepare breakfast. Probably because he ate more than usual yesterday, since the restaurant Fu Yuchi took him to was truly delicious, he didn't have much appetite this morning. A fried egg plus a glass of milk resolved his breakfast. After eating, he turned on his computer, planning to start work for the day. He noticed that he had received an email from Chi Lai's assistant, congratulating him for making the finals in the video editing competition. The rankings would be announced within 3 days, and he was asked to check his email at that time. It was about the video editing contest he participated in related to Chi Lai. After finishing his edit, Yi Ning had sent the work to the designated email, never expecting it to be selected. Yi Ning was very pleased, and this added motivation for him to create more videos. Since they had missed the broadcast last night, the two naturally needed to go live on time tonight. As soon as the live stream started, many people flooded Chi Lai's live room, and the screen was filled with rebuke messages. What were you doing last night? Sending a quick dynamic doesn't count. Men. Overtime, overtime, overtime. I'm going to protest. Cheer me up quickly. Without your stream, how am I supposed to fall asleep? Last night I didn't sleep a wink, my husband. Your excuse wasn't granted, how dare you miss the session? Yesternight's support stream wasn't on either, are the two of you in a hotel room? Fu Yuchi scanned through a certain comment with his eyes, inwardly thinking something dirty, but on the surface, he slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Alright, he helplessly spoke to comfort the unruly fans, overtime tonight. What did you do last night? Saved a cute little life. As he spoke, he saw Yi Ning come online and simply tapped a button to pull him into the room. Ignoring the fans clamoring for details, he turned on his microphone to talk to Yi Ning. Am I starting the game? Good. Entering the hero ban/pick phase, Fu Yuchi went downstairs and handed the chance to ban heroes to his teammates. He suddenly asked, Xiaoling, what kind of hero do you want to see? The voice, rich and magnetic, came through the headphones, calling him by such an intimate name, startling Yi Ning almost to the point of banning the wrong hero. Stammering, he asked, and me? Fu Yuchi's tone remained unchanged. This round will be according to your choice. Yi Ning hesitated. When playing games, he had never cared what heroes others picked, and in cases of an unreasonable lineup, he would only try his best to cooperate by himself. He would not interfere with Chi Lai's choice either. But this time, it was Chi Lai who brought it up. Guessing Yi Ning's dilemma, Fu Yuchi added, it's fine, just say a random one if you want. Then. VN. Good. Chi Lai's actions greatly shocked the audience in the live stream room. What? What did you call him? Did I hear wrong? Xiao Ning. Dude, don't you feel that there is something ambiguous between the two of you, with Chi brother and Xiao Ning? Choosing heroes was our privilege. Man, you have changed your heart. Yeah, before you let the fans choose the heroes. Seeing the barrage comments, Fu Yuchi remained unperturbed. You've chosen so many times, so what's wrong with letting me choose once? A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Besides, Xiao Ning has followed me and joined the fan club, so how can he not be counted as a fan? After a bit of reasoning, he happily adjusted the runes while waiting to enter the game. In this round, Yi Ning chose Lulu, the fairy witch, to cooperate with him. The combination of the two had relatively weak early game lanes. They would have a better chance against the enemy Lulu and after reaching level 5 with their ultimate skills. However, they didn't intend to play conservatively because their style was always rather aggressive. Just at the start of the game, the opposing team also wanted to engage. They rushed into attack. Seeing that Lulu's HP was already halved, Lux and concentrated their fire on Yi Ning. Yi Ning put Ignite on, dodged her skills, and when the timing was right, used Flash to pull away from her and cast his first skill, Spear of Light, to slow down and drain her health. With Lulu's health almost depleted, used Flash to chase after and attempt to kill, but Yi Ning managed to evade. The enemy support Lux was too slow to catch up, and could only see Lulu everywhere. As a result, she was killed by VN. Fu Yuchi took the first blood. At this moment, Lux realized it too late and used Flash to save her own AD carry, but it was a step too late. Lulu, under the tower, ate a fruit to recover some health points and helped VN secure Lux's kill. Under perfect cooperation and meticulous play details, the two successfully secured double kills. After returning to the city for status restoration, Fu Yuchi sighed lightly. Look at the champion our support picked, absolutely powerful. Chapter 28, Dog Couple. The audience expressed their opinions. Try switching to another player. Is VN really that strong? It becomes a bit unstoppable later, but it can be suppressed by most AD heroes early on, right? Streamer, don't mislead your audience. Alright, you've praised your support again. We get it, your support is the strongest. Fu Yuchi stopped paying attention to the chat messages and focused on the game. He had died twice in the early game, causing the opponents to become more cautious, staying under their towers just to farm. The enemy jungler ganked twice, but fortunately, our side's jungler provided timely support, and we won the 3v3 battle. After securing the first dragon, the two of them proceeded to dismantle the first tower. Fu Yuchi's gold lead over the opposing AD was nearly 2,000. The rest of the team was also playing well this round, giving them an overwhelming advantage. As victory was almost within sight, the jungler suddenly spoke into his microphone with excitement. Brother Chili. I'm your fan, I was very excited to queue up with you, you're truly amazing. It's very common to encounter fans while gaming. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchi switched to the full team mic and replied, you're also playing well. I watch your streams every day. This is the first time I've queued up with you. Fu Yuchi used his ultimate skill to pin the opponent against the wall, killed him with a few basic attacks, then responded as he had some free time. Are you an old fan? No wonder you're playing so well, having learned the essence. The jungler chuckled nervously, I have indeed learned a lot, but I'm still not as good as you, brother. Satisfied, Fu Yuchi nodded, then asked, our support is also very skilled, have you watched his stream? Seizing every opportunity to help Yi Ning gain followers, also on Black Cat Live, search for meaning to watch. Then he glanced at the chat, new viewers from my live stream should give support some attention too. Seeing Fu Yuchi bringing up Yi Ning again and helping to attract the audience, Yi Ning felt surprised. Considering Fu Yuchi was talking to his fan, he didn't interrupt. Instead, he sent a cute emoji to Fu Yuchi in-game. Upon seeing this, Fu Yuchi stood still and continuously sent him the great emoji. At this point, they were pushing on to the enemy high ground, with all three routes almost completely dismantled. Seeing them sending each other emojis as if no one else existed, the enemy AD thought this behavior was mocking them and became angry. He typed in the visible channel. Too far, dog couple. Yi Ning had no idea that the comment referred to himself and Chi Lai. Thinking there might be another couple on his team, he scanned and continued to dismantle the tower. Until Chi Lai sent in the public chat, and got the following reply. If you love to flaunt so much, why don't you rent a room with your support instead of playing games? Yi Ning. What is he saying? Even Fu Yuchi twitched his lips upon reading this, feeling quite exasperated. With the opponent now cursing, he naturally wouldn't put up with it. I see, that's why you play worse than bots. Not only do I play the game, I fire cannons, specially targeting morons like you. Before he could finish venting his frustration, his teammates had already pushed down the enemy Nexus crystal, leaving no time for typing. Back in the room, Yi Ning nibbled his lips, thinking Fu Yuchi was probably still upset about what that person said earlier about their relationship. He comforted him, he's talking nonsense. Yeah, Fu Yuchi said, I don't need to rent a room, I have my own house. Yi Ning. Was that the point? He was still confused when Fu Yuchi added, let's not talk about him anymore, next match, next match. Then click to find the next match. By this point, the audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. This Xia's character sure knows how to act, dared to spread rumors about brother Chi Lai ha ha ha. He thought you guys showing off emotions at the high ground earlier were acts of mockery plus showing affection. Not to mention, your support has been glued to you the whole time, how are they not a couple? Dude, don't fall in love with him, he's just an ordinary B substitute for alpha males. No, top-tier alphas like brother Chi Lai should be paired with world-class sweet omegas. Enough, some of the comments here are overreacting, let the streamer date whoever they want. They probably don't even know each other offline, stop speculating. That's true, they likely don't even live in the same place. But, to be fair, I think they make a great pairing. Girlfriend, indulging in everything will only hurt you. Not knowing each other offline. That's impossible. They just met yesterday. Having seen the chat messages, Fu Yuchi did not respond, letting them guess slowly. Compared to the heated discussion in Fu Yuchi's live streaming room, the audience in Yi Ning's live streaming room became much calmer. Idiot, the opposing Xias was calling you and Chili dog couple. Ha 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 ha, the opposing Xias thought your double lane was a couple. When should you get the Banshee's Veil? I see you often buy it. You react so quickly, always giving Chili ultimates in time. Streamer, check out your build. Awesome, subscribed. Although many viewers came to know him and clicked the subscription button after watching Chili's live stream, they found that this streamer is really good after watching for some time. Good operation, good awareness, and an even better temper. He will reply to the chat messages with a gentle voice, sincerely welcoming and thanking his fans. He never gets mad at unreasonable negative comments but rather reflects whether he played poorly. In a short time, Yi Ning had already gained several 10,000 more followers. Finding a match and entering the game, this round Chili was not assigned as an AD, but filled in the mid lane instead. He typed, "Do you want to swap positions? I'm duo queuing with my support." The person refused outright, "No." Fu Yuqi didn't force it and chose a mid lane hero. Although it was regrettable that he couldn't go down with Yi Ning this round, he wouldn't take someone else's position. Yi Ning, on first pick, directly locked down Thresh as the opponent did not ban it. Who knew, the next second, the AD opened his microphone to accuse, "Wouldn't the support ask me what I need? Another cat feeder here." Yi Ning was responding to the chat messages when he heard the AD speaking via mic and wasn't sure how to respond. It was Fu Yuqi who swiftly retaliated, "What business of yours if others choose something different? Can you even play well yourself?" Yi Ning then also responded via microphone, "Yes, mind your own business and focus on playing your role." But because of his clear and soft voice, it ended up sounding like a scolding or grievance. Instinctively, Fu Yuqi reached up and rubbed his earlobe, thinking that Yi Ning wasn't suited for arguments. However, there's no worry, he would help him retort whenever they encountered those short-sighted ones later. The AD who criticized Yi Ning fell silent after opening the microphone, loading into the game. After teammates bought their respective equipment, they each walked to their corresponding lanes. Because of what happened earlier, Yi Ning felt that this round he and the AD wouldn't cooperate well, since the latter didn't like this support. However, he didn't expect that their cooperation was not only bad, it was absolutely disastrous. Chapter 29, Just Follow Him. The two teams at level 2 clashed with each other. Yi Ning had already put Ignite and Weaken on the enemy's AD Ezreal, but their own AD Jean chased after the enemy support Karma who used Flash to escape. As a result, Jean was hit by Karma's counter Q spell, losing more than half of his health down to critical. At this moment, Ezreal just leveled up to 3 after killing a minion and used E to dash and Q to hit Jean, securing the first blood. Yi Ning slightly furrowed his eyebrows, his second skill was on cooldown earlier and could not be used in time, nor did he expect Jean to use Flash and chase Karma. There was no way for him to keep up. He attacked Ezreal twice more, then operated the first skill missile fishing to strike Ezreal, adding the damage from nearby minions. Barely managing to exchange kills with the AD. He then recalled back under the tower. At this point, the AD began complaining again, "Didn't I say it? Choosing a cat will harm the team." Yi Ning calmly pointed out his problem, "You should have fought the AD just now, why chase the support? And you're also too slow." When they started fighting, Fu Yuqi adjusted the camera angle to pay attention to the battle situation and saw Jin's weak performance. He didn't expect this person to still dare to blame others. He unmuted and let out a cold laugh, "Just your operation earlier, anyone with a brain wouldn't do that. And yet you have the nerve to bark like a dog." Fu Yuqi turned off the microphone, clicked a few times, and said to the fans in the live broadcast room, "Take a look at this boar. We might not get a cat even if we play 7 games. He can't handle fine kibble. Man, I really hate those ADs who love to order people around. If I were the support, I'd swear at him hard. Ah. So infuriating. Ha 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 ha, can't handle fine kibble, only you can. Doghead.jpg. Isn't the cat strong? What is this AD dissing about? Just attacking Ezreal earlier wouldn't have gotten you killed, yet you insisted on chasing someone. Is this Jean actually at this rank? In the next few minutes, Yi Ning helplessly watched the AD make continuous mistakes, getting caught and killed by the enemy, with no way to save him. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit his own errors and instead blamed the support for being ineffective. In recent times, Yi Ning has been playing ranked matches and cooperating in the bottom lane with Chi Lai. It has been enjoyable without encountering such an inept and troublesome AD. Annoyed by his noise, Yi Ning simply blocked his voice communication. At first, for every sentence the AD said, Fu Yuqi could fire back 3 scathing responses. From the chat, it was revealed that Yi Ning had blocked the other's voice, and if Fu Yuqi opened the mic to argue with the bad player, Yi Ning would hear it as well, since they were in the same team. To avoid bothering Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi also blocked the other side. Before doing so, he left a sarcastic comment, "Alright, step back, you trash player. Don't annoy your daddy." By 5 minutes into the game, the bot lane was bleeding heavily. However, the mid laner was developing exceptionally well, solo killing the opponent 3 times, and also helping secure the Rift Herald with the jungler. After taking down the mid tower of the opponents, Fu Yuqi shifted his focus to gank the bot lane. He gave a signal, "Xiaoling, I'm coming over." Upon seeing him approach, Yi Ning moved forward, deliberately baiting. The opposing duo lane thought he made a mistake and rushed in to attack. Fu Yuqi, controlling the champion chosen for this round, Swift Blade Yasuo, glided along the creep line onto the battlefield. With EQ and ULT, the whirlwind slash, he knocked both enemies up in the air and instantly killed Karma. Simultaneously, Yi Ning leaped onto Yasuo the moment he arrived, increasing his movement speed and attack speed, using her ultimate to control Ezreal, thus assisting Yasuo in achieving a double kill. This smooth cooperation finally relaxed Yi Ning's consistently furrowed brow. Chi-gu, he spoke lightly, I'll follow you. Fuyuchi was naturally happy, yeah, my development in this round is great. We can easily fight 3-on-2. Then, the showtime belonged to Yasuo and Cat. There were two figures gracefully weaving between the creeps and the crowd, almost creating shadows with their constant dashing. For the first time, Yi-Ning deeply experienced the joy of Yasuo as she was carried along by Fuyuchi, darting here and there. Hurry up and tell Chi-Lai to stop, I'm getting dizzy. These guys are riding a roller coaster over here. This must have consumed at least 2 pounds of Dove chocolate, so smooth. Frog fun, Chi-Lai's hand speed is amazing. Woof woof woof, I want to ride the roller coaster too. Dazzled by success, Fuyuchi dashed along the creep wave all the way to the enemy's high ground. Just then, several of the enemy players respawned and unleashed skills towards him. Even with the wind wall and the truth veil provided by Yi-Ning, he couldn't withstand the flood of enemy controllers plus the 2 hits from the defense towers. Fuyuchi was quickly focused down by the enemy team. The cat hanging on him followed suit and perished shortly after. Fuyuchi lightly coughed, I messed up. It's fine, it's fine. Just as the respawn countdown was going on, Yi-Ning picked up the cup beside her and drank some water to moisten her throat. The ad who had been neglected by the support finally seized the opportunity. He typed into mock. What are you messing around for? If you don't want to win, just surrender. Fuyuchi quickly retaliated. What's with all the yelling? If you don't want to play, go AFK. The bots would be more useful than you. 161. Just then, Jean was hiding behind the jungler and top laner and fired his ultimate, shooting at people. Bang, 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 bang. All 4 bullets missed. Fuyuchi let out a sneer and typed, are you a monk? Practicing the 4 noble truths. In the ensuing 3 vs 5 team fight, their side was completely annihilated. Their opponents, though also having lost much of their health, wanted to rush and start the Elder Dragon. Yasuo and Kitty respawned and rushed to the dragon pit. Using EQ first to take down 1 enemy instantly, he used E again to knock 2 enemies up while activating his ultimate, and landed QA to kill 2 more. The remaining 2 enemies with low health naturally couldn't escape either, they were killed by Yasuo with Kitty to secure a pentakill. In passing, Fuyuchi killed the Elder Dragon whose health was nearly depleted, then rode with Yi-Ning up to the enemy high ground, finishing off the Nexus crystal in one fell swoop. The live stream chat was filled with praises. That was so cool. Dear, you look so handsome playing mid lane. Completely changed my view on Sorrowful too. Hahaha, died laughing, what nonsense about being a monk. Got it, The AD is really useless. Good thing the support managed not to curse earlier. The supports don't curse anymore, huh? TSK, good boys these days. In the next game, fortunately Fuyuchi didn't get assigned to another role, and walked the bottom lane together with Yi-Ning. The opposing jungler came to gank the bottom lane right at level 1, ignoring jungle monsters altogether. Over the next few minutes, he visited the bottom lane frequently, almost disregarding the other lane's existence. By level 5, the enemy mid laner Galio, and the jungler Pantheon both flew down to attempt a tower dive ambush with 4 players targeting 2. Fuyuchi barely exchanged a kill, but both of them ended up sacrificed. He sighed lightly, not even Lord Heaven could stand such relentless ganking. All done, this game we're targeted. They definitely recognize you. They keep coming to gank. Wow, 4 times within 6 minutes. This jungler has eyes only for you 2 bottom laners. We're gonna lose this game. I bet on losing, am I getting rich now? Ha 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 ha. Due to constant ganks early in the game, Fuyuchi wasn't developing well, and minutes passed without his first big item appearing. At this moment, their own jungler suddenly spoke through the mic, support, follow me, don't bother with the ad, he's useless. Yi-Ning ignored it and continued faithfully protecting Fuyuchi. The jungler thought he hadn't heard and repeated it again. Yi-Ning replied by typing. You do your thing. I'll just follow the ad. Chapter 30, Naming. Fuyuchi glanced at Yi-Ning's reply, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. After controlling his hero to finish fighting the river crab, he said, let me develop a bit more, then I can do anything. Alright. Because she fully understood Fuyuchi's skill level, Yi-Ning knew he wasn't exaggerating. While granting Fuyuchi skills, she responded to the live chat. Only follow AD. Then why did you stick with mid lane in the last game? Because mid lane is Chi-Gu. Oh, so it's not that you only follow AD but rather that you only follow Chili, huh? Doge.jpg. You could say that. Hahaha, I thought Chili was already quite double standard, and it turns out you are too. How does that make it double standards? Treating him so well. Speak up. What's your relationship with him? He's my boss. He spoke seriously, feeling this answer had no issues. He didn't expect some fans who loved stirring trouble would immediately go to Chili's live stream and spam the chat. Mu Ning said you're his boss. I heard you're Mu Ning's boss. What kind of deal do you have between yourselves? What's going on? Is he just someone you hired for companionship? Fuyuchi noticed the word Mu Ning in the chat and his eyes glimmered faintly. What did he say? He said because you're the boss he follows you. Someone asked why he only sticks with you, and he said it's because you're his boss. I almost died laughing when the support showed you such favor. I thought the two of you were dating. What kind of boss are you to him? Upon receiving an explanation, Fuyuchi let out a soft sigh inwardly. How honest. It was true that he was indeed the other one's boss, but as soon as Yi-Ning said it aloud, Fuyuchi suddenly felt displeased about it. So, he opened the group chat and said, according to what they're saying, you said you've always stuck with me because I'm your boss. The deep and melodious male voice now carried a hint of melancholy. Is that all? Not entirely. Yi-Ning instinctively started explaining, her tone serious, because you're really skilled. If we're in a disadvantage, the only way we can win is if you develop properly. So I must always protect you, ensuring your development. Her crisp finishing note rang out, and upon hearing his answer, Fuyuchi satisfiedly curled his lips upward. He temporarily turned off the in-game mic and proudly told the audience, did you hear that? The main reason is still that I'm very good at gaming. Your uncle loves you like a father. Ah, look how smug you're being. Don't you think the two of you are getting overly intimate? I sigh. You've hired yourself a bodyguard, huh? Where'd you find such a support? I envy you. Next, Fuyuchi lived up to everyone's expectations. In coordination with Yi-Ning, they secured several eliminations against the opponents, boosting their economy and equipment to take shape. With the help of teammates, they won 2 team fights, hitting back hard at the earlier perception that ADs are useless, already broken. Unfortunately, in the later stages of the match, the opposing jungler managed to steal their dragon during a fight, causing them to lose the team fight and subsequently allowing the enemy to push their high ground in crystal. Though they lost this round, games having both wins and losses are normal. Unless under special circumstances, Fuyuchi doesn't have a habit of replaying every detail after a game, so they quickly started another match. At this point, he noticed some people in the live stream were arguing over something, unrelated to whether they won or lost. They were discussing just how familiar he and Yi-Ning really were. Huh, cold and edgy AD versus gentle and obedient little support, my respect first. The support is truly so well behaved, always trailing behind you. Me too, after watching the streams for several days, I'd say these two are pretty couple. Why? Where did all these CP fans come from? Watching a gaming stream, and you're already shipping couples, absurd. I don't know what there is to ship, Chili alone stands above the crowd. What unknown host even tries to compete? We've already established Chili is the boss. Boss. So employees showing slight friendliness equals climbing ranks, right? As everyone knows, Chili is the top alpha, how could an average beta represent alpha? This Mu-Ning hasn't even shown his face, who knows what ghostly figure hides beneath, whereas Chili is undoubtedly the great handsome man. Some people just stop trying to force fits. If you love shipping, go watch idol dramas. Exactly, these two don't even know each other offline. After taking a general glance, Fuyuchi furrowed his brows. Room admins, get to work. His tone carried a hint of coldness. Anyone belittling others or launching personal attacks will be kicked out without hesitation. Though he and Yi-Ning weren't the type of relationship CP fans might imagine, that didn't mean he was some humorless, closed-minded streamer who couldn't take a joke. People telling small jokes to liven up the atmosphere in a live stream was pretty normal. But why did some fans insist on thinking that he and Yi-Ning were unfamiliar with each other, especially claiming they had never met offline? They had actually seen each other twice already. And even spent a whole day together. They'd enjoyed afternoon tea, dinner, watched a movie, and even rescued a little kitten. Not to mention they had been duo queuing online for days. Still think they're not familiar? With that thought, Fuyuchi turned on the group mic and seemingly asked casually, how's the little kitten? Behaving itself? Yesterday, he had moved the cage into his room. Right now, the little kitten was curled up sleeping in its nest. Yi-Ning turned around to take a glance, answering truthfully, it's been good. I fed it goat milk before starting the broadcast. It's still asleep. Kittens this small apparently loved sleeping. Fuyuchi said unexpectedly, I'll go see it another day. That would be nice. Huh? What little kitten? Whose cat is it? Yours or his? Tell us more details. What? You've already met Mu-Ning. What's going on? Just how much have you been keeping from us? What exactly is your relationship? Speak up. Speak up. The barrage raged fiercely as Fuyuchi watched until he'd had enough of the audience's curiosity driving them nuts. Then he put on an air of having been questioned helplessly before slowly opening his mouth, the little kitten. Well, yesterday when I was out walking with little Ning, we saw it trapped under the bridge, so we saved it. I already mentioned during my broadcast yesterday that we saved a little life. In just a few words, he slapped in the face those who claimed earlier that he and Yi-Ning hadn't met offline. Wait, you two really were together yesterday? Damn you for lying. Ha 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 ha, who among you just now claimed Fuyuchi and Mu-Ning haven't met offline? Come out and take your scolding. Got it, so that's why you both ghosted your broadcasts. What? You even went out for a walk. Just how long have you known each other? How did it develop to strolling together? Fuyuchi stopped answering the comments. Instead, he suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Ning, "Little Ning, have you named that little kitten yet?" Yi Ning was taken aback, "Not yet." "Well, let's come up with a name together then." Fu Yuqi brightened at the prospect, "Round up the numbers, you're its father, I'm its dad. Naming it together makes perfect sense." He made his first suggestion, "How about Lao Chiao? We found it under a bridge." Yi Ning. She looked back at the all-white, dazzlingly blue-eyed beautiful kitten and thought it wasn't quite right. Chapter 31. "Maybe, give it another thought." Yi Ning suggested hesitantly, "She is a girl." "That's true." Fu Yuqi paused for a moment and agreed that the name Lao Chiao was indeed not suitable for the female kitten. "Next to us is a lake. How about Huzi?" Before Yi Ning could respond, he negated his own idea, "Still not quite right for a girl. How about Xiaobai, Lanyan, or Thmauchio?" He believed he had racked his brain over this, yet the results were still less than satisfactory. Even the fans couldn't bear to listen any longer. "Great names, please don't pick next time. What did that little cat do to offend you? Are you perhaps a naming genius? Are you sure this is a blue-eyed white cat? Listen yourself if these sound good. If you're not talented at this, just stop bro." Seeing the comments subtly disapproving, Fu Yuqi clicked his tongue lightly, "You guys don't appreciate it enough." Changing his usually aloof demeanor toward the audience, he gently asked Yi Ning, "Little Ning, what do you think? What kind of name?" After pondering for a moment, Yi Ning said, "Its fur is as white as snow. How about calling her Shuegao?" "Nice," Fu Yuqi smirked. "I'll follow your suggestion. She'll be called Shuegao." And so, the kitten's name was finalized. On this day, Yi Ning received a message in his email sent by Fu Yuqi's assistant regarding the video editing competition. He actually won first prize. Yi Ning expected some form of reward, after all, he had plenty of experience in video editing. Not to mention, he invested a great deal of effort into making that video, putting hard work into aspects like creativity, transitions, smoothness, and background music selection. However, the final result still exceeded his expectations. That very day, 40,000 yuan of prize money was transferred into his account. And the high-quality video was also released on Fu Yuqi's main page, attracting a large number of viewers, with the views increasing rapidly. Within less than a day, it reached nearly 1 million plays. Everyone praised it highly, saying it lived up to the standards of being a Chi Lai fan who can produce such quality videos. In the video caption, Chi Lai mentioned the creator. But since Yi Ning submitted it using a minor account named Xiaoyizi, no one realized it was him. Initially, Yi Ning thought this matter would end there. Suddenly, Chi Lai's assistant approached him. "Sun He, Big Xiaoyizi, hello. I am Sun He, Chi Lai's assistant. Because of your outstanding performance in the video editing competition, our side intends to collaborate with you, hoping that you can provide us with edited videos related to Chi Lai's gaming content during corresponding time periods for our publication. Of course, we will offer appropriate remuneration, and the amount can be negotiated." Yi Ning was somewhat surprised, carefully read it twice, and understood its meaning. In other words, they would pay him to edit videos, like an employer. Yi Ning pondered for 2 seconds and asked, "Hello, how often do you need one? Are there specific requirements?" "Sun He, providing one every 2 weeks would be fine. There aren't any particular requirements, you can freely express yourself. Does Big Xiaoyizi have a price range in mind?" Only providing one every 2 weeks and having the freedom to create posed no difficulty for Yi Ning. Without much hesitation, he agreed. "Xiaoyizi, sure. No need for payment. I can offer it for free." Hearing this, Sun He was somewhat taken aback but insisted on letting Yi Ning quote a price. However, Yi Ning's stance was firm, "Really no need. It won't take much time, and it's not difficult for me." After a brief thought, he added, "Moreover, I'm Chi Lai's fan, and I'd be glad to help him." Mr. Fu was a kind and generous person who already paid him a high salary. Yi Ning felt that returning a little through this way would be good. Sun He persuaded him for a couple more times, but Yi Ning politely declined, and Sun He finally gave up, expressing gratitude. They reached an agreement, finalizing the matter. Life went on as usual. Every day, he edited videos, streamed online, and occasionally called his grandmother to inquire about her recent living conditions. Grandma looked well taken care of, with rosy cheeks, probably due to Yi Ning consistently sending her money while reminding her to go for medical checkups. The elderly woman agreed, but Yi Ning couldn't confirm whether she had actually gone to the hospital. Still worried, he decided to ask for leave from Chi Lai soon and return to his hometown to visit his grandmother. He hadn't personally seen his grandmother before. Under Yi Ning's meticulous care, the kitten became livelier and no longer resisted Yi Ning's presence. Recalling the day it first arrived, the kitten would tremble in fear at Yi Ning's touch. Now, it was bold enough to use its tiny paws to reach out for milk. Yi Ning worried it might get bored being alone in the cage, so he mostly let the kitten out during the day to keep it company. Cradling the kitten in his hands, the soft sensation of fur brushing against his palm made him feel tender. In just a few days, the kitten seemed to have become plumper. Still, it remained too frail and needed more care to grow strong. Smiling warmly, Yi Ning called the kitten Shuegao. That evening, Fu Yuqi informed Yi Ning that he had plans and wouldn't be broadcasting, granting them both a day off. Yi Ning agreed but thought about streaming anyway because last time when he didn't broadcast after rescuing Shuegao, the audience a bit. Subsequently, strange rumors about Qi Lai and himself started circulating. At the time, he was genuinely concerned that Qi Lai would get upset, trying hard to placate some teasing viewers, only to be countered by their comment, Qi Lai says more things like this in his own streams and never denies them. He quickly understood. Right, the best way to deny is simply not paying attention. Qi Lai is an experienced major streamer when dealing with such issues. Following his lead works perfectly. Thus, Yi Ning also ignored the odd questions from the audience such as, did you go on a date with Qi Lai, or, how far have you progressed, among others. So, to avoid unnecessary assumptions and misunderstandings, Yi Ning decided to stream tonight as well. Anyway, he had nothing else to do in the evening, and chatting with the viewers while playing games was something he really enjoyed. On the other side, Fu Yuqi, who received Yi Ning's brief reply, okay, stared at his phone screen for a long time with one hand lifted. That's it. Just a simple okay. Why didn't he ask what Fu Yuqi planned to do? If Yi Ning expressed any intention to play, Fu Yuqi could easily push aside his schedule to start streaming. After all, which mattered more, the stubborn older men, or Yi Ning? Ahem, or the game? Fu Yuqi looked gloomy, with drooping eyes and even a trace of dissatisfaction showing on his usually cool and handsome face. After waiting another 5 minutes and seeing no further inquiries from Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi opened the chat box and sent a message. Check on Shuegao. As Fu Yuqi's message arrived, Yi Ning was sitting on the sofa cuddling Shuegao. His finger was gently embraced by the kitten, whose teeth hadn't fully grown in yet, rubbing softly. Worried about hurting her, Yi Ning carefully pulled back his finger and began lightly stroking her soft back with his palm instead. Then, he took out the camera, aimed the lens at the kitten, filmed a short video of around 15 seconds, and sent it over to Fu Yuqi. Shuegao is very obedient. Chapter 32 Mine. In the video, a palm-sized kitten was curled up on the young man's thigh. Its tiny paws were clinging to the clothes and occasionally emitting a coquettish meow sound. The youth extended one hand, gently stroking the kitten's back with great patience to soothe it. Yi Ning's hand shape looked exceptionally beautiful, with his pale skin contrasting beautifully with the white fur of the little cat, creating a truly pleasing image. This short video of merely several seconds, Fu Yuqi had replayed it many times by dragging the progress bar. He clicked on the bottom right corner to save the video, then returned to the chat window. So white. 2 words with ambiguous meaning. Upon receiving the message, Yi Ning didn't think much of it and replied, yeah, Snowcone's fur is really white and smooth. You're as white as the cat. Fu Yuqi silently said in his heart. Of course, he concealed his thoughts very well and didn't let Yi Ning know, switching the topic instead, tonight I'll have dinner with some friends, I've heard that the restaurant is quite good. I'll treat you another day. After sending the message, Fu Yuqi felt more and more satisfied with his plan. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days since their last meeting. As gaming partners, how could there not be more interactions? Meeting face to face would make conversations easier. It's better to take action now rather than delay, why not tomorrow? Just as he was about to ask if Yi Ning was free tomorrow, Yi Ning replied, can't. Fu Yuqi's pupils shrank immediately. These 2 short words hit him like a bucket of cold water, soaking him to the bone. Painful, too painful. But soon enough, Yi Ning sent another message, next time, it should be my turn to treat you. So this, no, referred to this. Fu Yuqi's fallen heart was restored to its rightful place. He thought about it and stopped obsessing over who would treat whom. Then it settled. When will you be free recently? Whenever is fine for me. Fu Yuqi smiled satisfactorily at the corner of his mouth. Next time, Yi Ning will treat him, then the time after next, it will be his turn again. Such a cycle would mean they can keep meeting often. Fu Yuqi thought himself to be a genius. That evening, Yi Ning started his stream on time. Many viewers who waited for the broadcast promptly rushed into the live room. Yi Ning greeted everyone as usual, paused for a moment, and mentioned, Brother Qi has something to do tonight, so I'll solo queue first. Saw his leave note. Thought you weren't going to stream either. Oh, you two won't go for a walk today? Dang, he ghosted again. What? Where did he go? He abandoned you and ran off, what a cruel guy. Why didn't he bring you? Even left his wife alone streaming. Yi Ning, who thought this time the audience wouldn't misunderstand his relationship with Brother Qi, sighed inwardly. He took a deep breath, ignoring the strange comments and started the game, solo queuing might not be smooth tonight. His words proved prophetic, in the first match, all 3 lanes blew up, and they were completely crushed by the opposing team. The ADC made numerous mistakes, either poor positioning or missed skills. No matter how hard Yi Ning tried, he couldn't save him. After dying 4 times, the ADC typed, "Too laggy internet." No one knew whether this was true or false. The game was extremely difficult, and before 12 minutes were up, one side of the high ground was already breached. Lately, Yi Ning had become accustomed to playing alongside Brother Qi, a top-tier ADC player. Suddenly getting paired with such an abstract ADC made the gameplay extremely unpleasant. Yet, he just slightly frowned without saying anything. Seeing how this player couldn't be relied upon, he turned to protecting others. The audience reacted far more emotionally. Is this guy playing with his feet? Unbearable, is this really the skill level of players in this segment? Too bad. Host, scold him over the mic. How could you let someone like this get away with it? Forget it, I'm a longtime fan. The host hasn't cursed in a while, the once fierce version of him no longer exists. Right now, we all wish Chi would lend you his vocal cords. Yi Ning bit his lips lightly, maybe his internet is lagging. You actually believe that nonsense? I'd believe he's Qin Shi Huang before I'd buy that. Stubbornness personified. What's going on here? His operation skills are way off the mark. Sigh, looks like you're only enjoying games when playing with Brother Chi. Glancing at the latest comment, Yi Ning agreed quietly, nodding unconsciously, indeed, it's more comfortable playing with Brother Chi. How comfortable exactly? Ah. Can this even be discussed openly? Understood. Only Brother Chi can make you feel this comfortable. Ha 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 ha, is it that intense? Hee hee hee. The tone has suddenly changed. Brothers and sisters, watch out for your underwear. Wow, what happened? I just came in and got tripped by everyone's underwear. Yi Ning didn't understand what they meant at all. She didn't even associate her words with anything related to that aspect, thinking there was nothing wrong with what she said. Seeing the situation, she looked puzzled and asked, what's going on? What are you all talking about? It's not your fault, keep playing. This is an adults-only topic. Don't worry, we're talking about Chi. That's right, Brother Chi, the scoundrel, left you behind tonight. All because of Chi. Just as the chat was buzzing about Chi, he himself entered the live stream room. As soon as he arrived, his prominent name and the special flashy emblem of a top streamer were quickly spotted by the audience. Of course, he had no intention of hiding. Upon entering, he sent a high-profile gift very conspicuously. A gaudy visual effect appeared in the live stream room. Meanwhile, in the game, Yi Ning's team had their crystal destroyed by the enemy, and the voiceover announced, defeated. Subsequently, she noticed the gift from Fu Yu Chi and said with surprise in her voice, thank you, Brother Chi, for the gift. But hadn't Brother Chi gone to a gathering? Why did he suddenly show up in her live room? On the other hand, after realizing that Yi Ning was streaming, Fu Yu Chi entered the live room. Immediately, his screen was filled with his own name in the chat messages. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit strange. Then he sent a message, what's wrong with me? He was asking the viewers. Quickly, various explanations poured in. You dare come back here, you scumbag who abandoned your wife. You didn't make Mu Ning comfortable today. It's all your fault, the streamer played so uncomfortably this round. Where did you go? How could you leave your support behind, you bastard? Yo, today, you didn't even take a stroll with your support. Without you, what kind of AD players does your support follow? Poor kid. Fu Yu Chi. At first, he didn't feel anything, but once the chat started mentioning it, Fu Yu Chi recalled how Yi Ning quietly endured frustration in-game earlier, and instantly felt like he was such an idiot. Eat, why does this stupid meal have to be tonight? Letting his support suffer such great injustice. At this moment, Yi Ning also noticed the interaction between Fu Yu Chi and the viewers, and hurriedly explained, no, it's not Brother Chi's fault. It's a team game, mismatches with teammates happen all the time. You, don't use random nicknames like that. Seeing those terms like wife and dog man, Yi Ning became incredibly uncomfortable. Based on the chat description, Yi Ning clearly played a very tough game previously but now remained calm while defending both herself and her teammates. Fu Yu Chi instantly felt even guiltier. Thus, the viewers noticed that Chi, who always had a rebellious streak and loved opposing them, actually agreed and sent the following message. Mine. Chapter 33, Room Manager. The audience was shocked. What am I seeing? I've barely ever heard you say these two words in the game. Ha 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 ha, you actually admitted it. It's your fault. Now, immediately. Why aren't you live yet? Save your little support. Do you still want a wife? If not, I'll take her. +1, a wife with fair skin and a good voice, hee hee hee. Me too. I wanted to say this long ago. The host is an awesome wife type. Ningbao. Can you accept a love triangle involving a beta? Also, what are the host standards for a partner? Is she more inclined towards betas, alphas, or omegas? Kick Chi Lai and be with me instead, baby. He's got those annoying fans who keep dragging you down. Yi Ning entered the next game, currently banning and picking heroes, unaware of how quickly the topic had changed. Fu Yu Chi, however, read each barrage comment entering his eyes. How dare they? This unruly group teasing others behind the screen so recklessly. Letting Yi Ning be their wife, what utter nonsense. Each one shouting so easily, while they haven't even said anything themselves yet. No, what he meant was, Yi Ning was such a gentle and pure person, and couldn't continue being taken advantage of by these audiences who don't wear pants on the internet. Especially some filthy remarks shouldn't appear in such a green streaming room. Perhaps Fu Yu Chi's expression while staring at the phone was too menacing. Chen Su beside him looked astonished. Old Fu, what's wrong? Did the phone offend you? Fu Yuchi glanced at him and ignored him. Chen Su scratched his head. What are you looking at exactly? Why are your expressions changing so rapidly? Is it that entertaining? You've been staring from just now, laughing sometimes, getting mad sometimes. Saying this, Chen Su leaned in to try and see what was on Fu Yuchi's phone screen, but was slapped back by Fu Yuchi. Eat your food. Then, realizing something, he gave Chen Su a disdainful look. Why don't you find a date already? Why do you keep inviting us out? And at night, don't you know I have a stream? He passed the blame off confidently, leaving Chen Su stunned. You. When did you become so dedicated to work? Weren't you always trying to skip streams for your fans before? Besides, we meet once a month. It's clearly our brotherhood's unspoken understanding. Right, brother Nan? Chen Su brought up Nanny Chen, hoping to pull him into his camp. Unexpectedly, the usually meticulous and orderly President Nan was also engrossed in his phone at this moment. It was a marvel, except when receiving important calls, Chen Su had never seen Nanny Chen check his phone during meals before. Hearing his question, Nanny Chen only briefly glanced at him with no response. Chen Su sulkily stuffed a piece of meat in his mouth, chewing dispiritedly. Wait. Realizing the essence of Fu Yuchi's sentence, he suddenly grasped the key point. What do you mean about finding someone, old Fu? Does that mean you're dating someone? You're actually in a relationship? Shouted deafeningly by Chen Su, Fu Yuchi moved his chair away. Dating hell. As a top-tier alpha born in the Fu family, naturally, throughout Fu Yuchi's life, he encountered many high-quality omegas. Coupled with his significant family background and that flawless handsome face, he had been admired by numerous omegas, betas, and even alphas since childhood. Unfortunately, this man seemed to be missing the love nerve in his brain, rejecting people outright without leaving them any hope. On the contrary, he developed a particular passion for games from a young age, tinkering with them all day. Therefore, Chen Su often teased, it seems old Fu will spend his whole life with games. Upon hearing Fu Yuchi's response, both Chen Su and Yining greatly exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, as himself was the most likely among the three to find a partner first. If either of these two got ahead, where would his dignity be? Fu Yuchi naturally didn't know about Chen Su's internal deliberation. His attention was fully focused on the screen of his mobile phone at this moment. Yining's live stream didn't have a room manager, and her personality was soft-hearted, showing high tolerance towards barrages. She rarely banned anyone casually. Even if annoyed by various flirtatious comments, she could only raise her voice without much intimidation, giving warnings that were rather ineffective. It was like her, Gao Benti Gao, who hadn't even grown teeth yet, just waving tiny paws around arrogantly. Now that Yining was so likable, her popularity kept growing, and so did the number of fans. But inevitably, some ill-intentioned people or haters who couldn't stand to see others doing well would sneak in. Therefore, there should be some appropriate management for the live broadcast room. Just right, Fu Yuchi had plenty of experience. So, under the pseudonym Chi Lai, which he used as a famous substitute host on Hey Meow live streaming platform, Fu Yuchi sent a barrage comment in Yining's live stream. Are there any requirements to be a room manager? I want to apply. These two barrages with special text frames stood out conspicuously in the live stream room. Yining caught sight of them immediately after selecting the heroes and shifting her attention to the comments. She was startled. Room manager. Is it the room manager for my live stream? Fu Yuchi admitted swiftly. Yes, I want to be your live stream's room manager. Yining didn't hesitate at all and said, there aren't any specific requirements. Chie Gu, wait a moment, let me check how to do it. After saying this, Fu Yuchi saw the young man whose figure was only half visible in the small screen at the lower left corner lean forward slightly, seemingly messing around with the computer. Her slender neck was magnified under the camera lens, so white that it dazzled the eyes. Since Yining hadn't set up a room manager before, fortunately, the operation wasn't difficult. After fumbling for a few seconds, she successfully made Chi Lai the first, and currently the only, room manager in the live stream. In response, many comments appeared. No requirements? Then I want to be one too. Pick me, I want to be a room manager too. She appointed him as room manager so easily. Nuts, what's the basis, has he joined the fan club? His level isn't even higher than mine. Wow, your hubby says one word and you just appoint him. Not that, the key is why are you, Chi Lai, working as a room manager? Don't you two broadcast together usually? +1, you, don't think you're scheming against us here. A big host with millions of fans runs off to become someone else's room manager, what's going on? Seeing so many viewers clamoring to be the room manager, Yining felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. She hurriedly reassured everyone, there aren't many people in my live stream room, so no need to bother everyone. As for the room manager, Chie Gu will suffice for now. He, also has more management experience. Looking at the protests from some sour lemons in the barrages, Fu Yuchi, who had just been appointed as the room manager, quickly acted with a self-important attitude. What's wrong with letting my support be the room manager? No problem. Anyone opposes again will receive a 10-minute mute package. Be warned. He then followed it with a cheeky emoticon. His brazen audacity utterly astounded the viewers in the live stream room, including not a few of his own fans. Leaving Yi Ning speechless, who had originally thought Chi Lai wouldn't randomly ban or mute anyone. Well, apparently it was possible after all. Chapter 34, Favoritism. Heavens above and earth beneath. Is this how humans speak? Ning Bao. Did you see that? Uninstall his moderator rights immediately. Goodness, just appointed a moderator and already making trouble. You little scamp. Ning Bao. My love. Do I still have your attention or not? Uninstallation was absolutely impossible. In order to prevent her obvious favoritism from being too conspicuous, Yi Ning silently ignored the protesting comments and focused all her attention on the game. Ignoring us now. Making you uninstall a moderator and now you're ignoring us, wailing. All along, it seems I trusted in vain. Ning Bao, don't let Chi Lai corrupt you. Gross couple. I can't believe you two don't have something going on. After this wave of discussion passed, Yi Ning apologized softly. I was just playing the game earlier and didn't pay attention to the comments. Sorry. There was an undertone of trying to cover up something. However, considering how obedient and adorable he usually is, the audience decided to forgive him and let him slide through this one. Fu Yuqi had put on a pair of headphones and placed his phone on the table. While paying attention to the live stream situation, he ate dinner. With a casual tap, he sent out 2 rather expensive special effect gifts, taking the top spot on the donor list. He noticed that Yi Ning was using his commonly used mobile phone to live stream his gaming. Ordinarily, LM mobile game streamers would use tablets for play, as they provided a larger screen, offering a better experience for viewers. Fu Yuqi guessed that Yi Ning might be accustomed to using a mobile phone, or there could be another possibility. His living conditions were fairly frugal, so he didn't purchase a tablet. When he thought about the youth living alone in a cramped apartment, working hard daily with live streaming, striving to support himself with earnings, having no family by his side to listen when he's aggrieved, even eating sparingly every day. Fu Yuqi wasn't fully aware of Yi Ning's circumstances, but based on currently obtained information, it appeared Yi Ning's life wasn't easy. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't choose to live in rundown old neighborhoods with poor public security and small houses. Hence, the second probability seemed more plausible. Thinking along these lines, Fu Yuqi felt a twinge in his heart and immediately ordered the same model of tablet as his own, sending it to Yi Ning. He had secretly noted down the address last time when he took someone home, and both had exchanged contact information. If mentioned beforehand, Yi Ning likely wouldn't accept, so he chose to act first before discussing it later. Re-entering the live room, it was just when Yi Ning had finished a round and lost again. The disappointment in the young man's voice was evident. We almost pulled off a comeback in this match, but that last team fight just wasn't executed well. Viewers' bullet comments comforted him. After all, Yi Ning as a support had done all he could do. Fu Yuqi posted a comment. No problem at all. Brother Chi will help you reclaim victory tomorrow evening. Seeing this prominent comment, the unconscious frown on Yi Ning's brow smoothed out, his tone clear and bright. Alright. Actually, he didn't focus much on winning or losing, he simply found it regrettable about the previous game. But Fu Yuqi's comforting words indeed touched him deeply. Such unwavering support and promises easily warmed Yi Ning's heart. Finishing his meal, Fu Yuqi temporarily exited the live room, planning to watch more when he returned home. Chen Su saw his cheerful mood and asked, Old Fu, what exactly are you watching? Surely it's not a romantic drama. Finally willing to disclose, Fu Yuqi replied, a live stream. What kind of live stream? A game live stream. Why so many questions? Eat quickly, then I'm leaving. You yourself are also a game streamer. Why bother watching? Chen Su was puzzled and baffled. Who are you watching? Could their skills surpass yours? Curious, Chen Su peeked over Nanny Chen's shoulder next to him and spotted the same game streaming interface on his phone. Big brother Nan, you're watching too. This revelation shocked him beyond measure. Which new streamer has such great charm to mesmerize even you? Nanny Chen maintained his poker face. Don't make random assumptions. By chance, one evening he had wandered into a rookie streamer's live room, spent some time viewing, and accidentally clicked follow after the stream ended. Since then, during idle moments, he would often go in to check out. Boundless talent, classmate's actual gaming prowess isn't endless as claimed, but his comedic potential certainly runs deep. A myriad of unexpected scenarios unfold constantly, frequently leading to bizarre plays unimaginable by others. Regardless of technical skill, his operations and broadcasting atmosphere are quite engaging. Nanny Chen would often get lost in watching until the streamer went offline. In the past, he only watched skilled streamers, either their ranks were among the top of the national server, or they excelled in playing certain heroes. Watching Boundless Talent, who was both bad and playful, was a first for him. Surprisingly, it turned out to be unexpectedly enjoyable and amusing. As some viewers had said, it made for good company during meals. Of course, Nanny Chen wasn't stingy, occasionally sending lavish gifts like airships and rockets. After receiving so many gifts, Chu Yi Wang, touched by this kindness, extended an invitation. Thank you, big brother. Would you like to join me in a match? He promised confidently, I guarantee your ranking will rise as effortlessly as drinking water. The bullet comments were all trying to dissuade him. Boss, run fast. Run. Boss, flee. It's a cursed car. Wang Bao, don't bite the hand that feeds you. The last boss who joined played 2 rounds and left, didn't enter the live room for 3 whole days. Did you forget? Are you sure it's you bringing him up instead of the boss carrying you? Although the boss once said you're bad, the boss doesn't deserve death, Wang Bao. To everyone's surprise, Nanny Chen surprisingly agreed amidst the torrent of warnings. Alright. He thought his gaming skills were decent and relished challenges, thus, he wanted to see just how difficult it would be with this small streamer, as the viewers claimed. However, reality was a harsh teacher, midfielded directly to a double loss. Nanny Chen couldn't fathom how someone could so easily disrupt his jungle rhythm and die in all sorts of ways. That night, they played 8 games in total, winning 2 and losing 6. Seems like our luck isn't great today. Chu Yi-Wang's tone lost much of its earlier confidence, sounding somewhat nervous. Big brother, I promise I'll carry you tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Are you sure the boss is coming back tomorrow? Ha ha ha. It's over, the boss is going to run away. We all tried to warn the boss but the boss wouldn't listen. True, so it's not entirely Wang's fault. Shockingly, the boss actually lasted through 8 rounds. The boss's jungle game is still amazing, getting MVP every round. On screen, the boy at the lower left corner seemed a bit awkward, his mouth hanging low. After being teased too often by the studio audience, he pitifully clasped his hands together in apology. Alright, my state was bad today and I held Big Brother back. But I think Big Brother has such an incredibly vast heart, surely you won't mind this trivial matter, right? You'll come watch my broadcast tomorrow, correct? Uncertain if Nanny Chen could see, he intentionally blinked his clear yet naive eyes several times straight at the camera. Nanny Chen, expressionless on his face, faintly smiled at the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He didn't run away frightened after tonight's game as the audience had speculated. Instead, he concisely declared. Yeah, we'll keep playing tomorrow. Chapter 35. Although he suffered a miserable loss that night, Nanny Chen wasn't angry. On the contrary, after the whole night of gaming, he felt a mix of helplessness and lightheartedness. In competitive games, he originally thought winning was the most important thing, but this little streamer seemed to have some kind of magic. Even though he lost, no one could hold it against him. Perhaps it was because he brought a lot of joy to people. When Nanny Chen said this, not only were the viewers shocked, but Chu Yiwen himself was also astonished. After streaming for so long, he finally had a big brother who didn't mind his playing and was willing to play with him again. Chu Yiwen immediately grinned widely. Good. After that, when Nanny Chen was off work and had time at night, he would play with him. One focused on mid lane while the other played jungle. From having no coordination and just smashing keys randomly, to gradually understanding this little streamer's versatile playstyle and learning to coordinate with him, all the hardships were known only to Nanny Chen. Now, he could finally manage to carry this little streamer passively. That day, since Nanny Chen had something else to do and couldn't play with him, Chu Yiwen pouted for a while before starting a solo queue. As expected, Nanny Chen watched as Chu Yiwen lost game after game. The boy in the small screen looked angry, his face crinkled into a scowl, muttering, "This jungler isn't up to par, EE is much better." Nanny Chen casually sent another gift. Seeing that Fu Yuqi and Chen Su were almost finished eating, he exited the live stream room and turned off the screen. Finally, the two good friends managed to shift their gaze from their phones, Chen Su feeling relieved, thinking that he was still the most important one in the end. A smile reappeared on his face. "Are you done eating? Where shall we go next? How about we get some drinks?" The other two replied in unison. Will not. Will not. Nanny Chen's expression remained calm. "I have something else to attend to." Fu Yuqi, on the other hand, was brutally honest. "Don't feel like going, I'm going home." Chen Su stared wide-eyed at them, pressing his hand to his chest dramatically. Fine, our bond has faded." By the time Fu Yuqi got home, Yi Ning had already ended her broadcast. He opened a WeChat chat window and sent a message. "Come to my live room tomorrow, and I'll set you up as a moderator. Feel free to ban whoever doesn't look right." Upon receiving the message, Yi Ning had just finished feeding Shuegao milk and was playing with her. He managed to reply with one hand. "No need, Chi-gu, I can't watch the streams often anyway." Fu Yuqi was a major streamer, every night his live room attracted a large crowd. However, the number of moderators was limited, and since they streamed together every night, Yi Ning couldn't always stay in Fu Yuqi's live room and thus decided not to occupy a valuable moderator position. Fu Yuqi didn't dwell too much on this issue, thinking he'd just appoint Yi Ning directly when the time came. He then mentioned another matter. "I've bought you a gift, remember to sign for it." Not wanting Yi Ning to refuse, he specifically added, "It's employee benefits." Yi Ning was curious. "What is it?" Fu Yuqi kept it mysterious. "Secret, you'll know once you receive it." "Thanks boss." Followed by an adorable cat emoji package. Fu Yuqi couldn't help but chuckle stupidly looking at it. However, there was one point he found slightly unsatisfactory. This title wasn't right. "Boss" should be replaced with something else. What should it be? Suddenly Fu Yuqi recalled what Chen Su said today about dating. He hadn't really considered matters of love before, mainly because the thought of having to stick close to someone else and engaging in physical contact made him feel uncomfortable all over. But if the person was Yining, holding hands, sharing a little kiss, or even lying on the same bed. Thinking about these scenes made Fu Yuqi suddenly feel warmth rising in his chest. It seemed he wasn't unable to accept it either, no, he was very much looking forward to it. He lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts growing more exciting. Day by day, Xuegao grew slowly, able to try cat food now. Recently, Fu Yuqi kept inviting Yining out. So frequently that even Yining began to find it strange. For various reasons like going out for afternoon tea, revisiting the delicious restaurant from last time, going out with their cat, stockpiling groceries at the supermarket, wanting to see Xuegao. There were all kinds of excuses. The genuine little homebody, Yining, turned into someone who ran around outside a lot. However, he felt quite comfortable being around Fu Yuqi, and was very happy. With Xuegao and Qi Go by his side, he felt like the loneliness surrounding him disappeared. Xuegao, look at the camera, look at the camera. On the glittering streets under bright lights, Yining stood stiffly holding Xuegao. His lips were pressed together tightly, his expression unnatural as he looked towards Fu Yuqi. He was just 2 meters away from Yining, holding his phone as a photographer. Alright, this position will do, little Ning, give me a smile. Yining bashfully revealed a slight smile. Fu Yuqi focused on the pale and handsome face of the young man and pressed the capture button. In the photo, the youth appeared tranquil and elegant. His slightly flushed cheeks under the light seemed even more refined. In contrast, the kitten in his hand seemed distracted by the colorful lights, looking around without paying attention to the camera, resulting in a rather odd pose captured in the photo. But Fu Yuqi didn't care, despite using the excuse of recording Xuegao's growth process to convince Yining to take the photo. After he finished shooting, Yining pulled the kitten climbing onto his chest into his arms and walked over to Fu Yuqi. How's it look? Fu Yuqi replied, absolutely beautiful. Meaning you. Yining nodded, then, Qi Gu, can you send me a copy later? The lighting in the previous one is a bit too bright, Fu Yuqi said nonchalantly, let me take a few more. With that, he raised his phone close to Xuegao and snapped several quick shots of the clueless baby kitten. The casual shooting speed caught Yining off guard. I'll send them to you when we get back. Yining blankly nodded, oh, alright. It was getting late. Although today was Sunday and neither of them had a streaming schedule, staying out too late wasn't appropriate, as it was almost time for Yining to sleep. When Fu Yuqi dropped Yining off at his residential compound, they found the gate locked, with no access for cars. It's fine, it's not far, I can go inside myself. As Yining got out of the car with the kitten, seeing Fu Yuqi also stepping out, he quickly added. It's too dark, it's not safe. Let me walk you inside. Previously, Fu Yuqi always accompanied guests to their doorstep, so naturally he wouldn't let him walk in alone tonight, especially given the neighborhood's questionable safety. Under the dim streetlights, the two figures walked side by side, with a drowsy little kitten in tow. If anyone were to see this scene, they would likely assume this was a pair of lovebirds deep in their romance. Suddenly, Fu Yuqi asked, how long have you lived here? Yining thought for a moment, less than a year. Why did you choose to rent here initially? The rent here is cheaper, and the location is quite convenient, making it very affordable in S-City. Fu Yuqi subtly furrowed his brows, it seems like, the neighborhood security isn't great. Have you considered moving somewhere else? At this remark, Yining looked up at him curiously, not really bad. I've been living here for a while, and nothing has happened. Chapter 36, The Nape. Seeing Yining's indifferent expression, Fu Yuqi sighed inwardly and began pondering what method he could use to lure him away. Hiss. Walking ahead, Yining suddenly felt an itch at the back of his neck and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Fu Yuqi hurried forward a few steps and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, probably bitten by a mosquito. Yining freed one hand and rubbed the spot that had suddenly started itching. The nape of my neck is a bit itchy. Let me see. Fu Yuqi leaned in and saw a red spot on the boy's otherwise pale neck. It's red. Is there any medicine at home? You should apply some later. There is. As they were talking, Fu Yuqi reached out, and the slightly cool tips of his fingers brushed against the slightly swollen area. Like an electric current coursing through from the point of contact, Yining's body suddenly convulsed involuntarily, emitting a soft sound, mm. This trembling startled Fu Yuqi as well. Realizing his own carelessness, he quickly pulled back his hand and awkwardly apologized, sorry. Unconsciously, he flicked his fingers, lingering with the sensation just experienced. He recalled that Yining's neck seemed to be slightly warm. And, he was so sensitive. From this angle, the small red and swollen bump indeed resembled the special glands unique to omegas and alphas. But that's impossible. Fu Yuqi dismissed the sudden thought that sprang up in his mind. Yining is a beta, who doesn't have glands. That mosquito really knows how to pick its spots. It's fine. Yining turned around to face him again, I'll go inside then. Watching Yining enter his home, Fu Yuqi prepared to leave. Thank you for bringing me home, Qi, and also for the snowcat. Yining poked his head out and said in a light and crisp voice, be careful on your way back, good night. Good night. Even after Fu Yuqi left, Yi Ning still felt his heart beating too fast and his cheeks flushed. He didn't know why, but when Fu Yuqi touched the back of his neck earlier, an extremely strange feeling spread through his entire body, making him tremble uncontrollably and even let out a sound. How embarrassing. He slapped his bright red cheeks, cursing inwardly at the mosquito that had bitten his neck. And why do mosquitoes always target the back of his neck recently? After getting home, Fu Yuqi first sent a message to Yi Ning letting him know he arrived safely. Then, he opened the photo album intending to send some photos of the snow cat over to him. He had taken quite a lot earlier, so he deleted the blurry ones, those with bad angles or where the snow cat looked strange, then sent the remaining ones over to Yi Ning. Of course, the one under the street lamp of the young man holding the kitten, he kept to himself. He zoomed in using 2 fingers as he stared at the photo for a while. It seemed like Fu Yuqi had something come up and would need to stop broadcasting for a few days. Coincidentally, it happened to be during a holiday period, so it was equivalent to giving Yi Ning a mini break. Just right, since Yi Ning intended to return to his hometown soon to visit his grandmother, taking advantage of these few days of no broadcasts. But the problem was that Snowflake was still too young. Yi Ning wasn't confident leaving the kitten alone at home, and he certainly couldn't bring it along. After much deliberation, he decided to ask Fu Yuqi first. A couple of sentences wouldn't suffice, so he called Fu Yuqi. The call was answered instantly. Xiaoling. The deep male voice carried a trace of pleasant surprise. What's wrong? Did you invite me to dinner? I'm free. What time, which place? Initially, Yi Ning only planned to ask if Fu Yuqi would be available to take care of Snowflake for a few days. After thinking about it, he figured going out for dinner tonight wouldn't be bad either, so he said, I want hot pot. Alright, the other person's joy could be heard clearly through the phone, then we'll go to the same place as last time. 6 p.m. works for you? Yes, and there's something I want to ask you later. Meeting up in the evening, facing the steamy hot pot, Yi Ning's little face had been reddened by the heat. He couldn't handle spicy food, and Fu Yuqi already knew this from their several dining outings. All his dipping sauces were adjusted to contain minimal chili. In his usual manner, Yi Ning attempted the spicy broth of the Sichuan-style mixed pot, but quickly found it unbearable. His face, which was already pink, grew even redder, and he kept drinking water non-stop. Judging from this, next time they'd better order a clear soup base. Fu Yuqi thought to himself and got up to fetch milk for him outside. Have some milk. Fu Yuqi handed it over, his hand naturally patting the boy's soft black hair. Looks like I can't let you eat spicy food in the future. Yi Ning took a big gulp of milk, and the tormenting spiciness dissipated slightly. He looked up at Fu Yuqi, a little embarrassed. I can handle regular spice. Fu Yuqi glanced at his flushed face and smiled indulgently. All right. After finishing the meal, Yi Ning brought up the main topic and asked him, Chi-Ji, do you have time to take care of Snowflake recently? I want to go back to my hometown to visit my grandmother. Fu Yuqi, are you going alone? Yi Ning nodded, yes. Fu Yuqi blurted out almost immediately, shall I go with you? As soon as the words were out, he realized how silly he had been. Yi Ning was simply asking for help taking care of Snowflake. Plus, what would it mean if he tagged along? Was he meeting the parents now? Sure enough, Yi Ning declined, no, it's fine. You will be busy those days, right? I just wanted to ask if Snowflake could stay at your place temporarily. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone at home. If it's inconvenient, I can also send her to the... He didn't even finish saying, pet store, when Fu Yuqi agreed, of course it's convenient. It's only natural for the cat's son to live with her dad. She can come anytime. And her dad too. Fu Yuqi silently added in his heart, envisioning the blissful vision of their family of 3 living happily together. Yi Ning saw him suddenly smile and thought he must be happy to keep Snowflake company for a few days. It seemed Chi-Ji really liked Snowflake. That made sense, such a cute and good-looking little kitten, who wouldn't like it? Thinking about it, Snowflake was found by both of them, saved by Chi-Ji himself. Perhaps Chi-Ji actually wanted to raise Snowflake, but Yi Ning snatched the chance first. The more Yi Ning thought about it, the more it made sense. He decided to definitely bring Snowflake to meet Fu Yuqi more often in the future. That evening, Fu Yuqi took Snowflake home when he sent Yi Ning back. Yi Ning had already prepared everything they would need and informed Fu Yuqi about Snowflake's recent eating habits. He patiently instructed on some precautions and noticed that Fu Yuqi seemed to be staring at him all along. He blinked and asked, what's wrong, Chi-Ji? Was he talking too much or making things too complicated? Then he saw Fu Yuqi seriously ask, where is your hometown? Is it far from here? Yi Ning replied, H-City, about a 4-hour high-speed train ride, but my hometown is in the countryside, so I'll have to transfer after arriving. Why don't I go with you? You. Yi Ning helplessly curved his eyes, feeling that perhaps because of his height, Chi-Ji treated him like a kid. It's okay. I can go myself, it's just a trip back home. Don't worry. Chapter 37, Returning to Hometown. After settling down Shuegao, the next day, Yi Ning embarked on his journey back to his hometown. The whole way, Fu Yuqi was chatting with him non-stop, never stopping for more than 3 minutes. Under the others' inquiries, Yi Ning also frequently reported their real-time location. The scenery outside the window kept retreating, and as they got closer to the destination, Yi Ning's heart couldn't help but become increasingly tense. What should he say when they meet? Will Grandma like the gifts he brought her? During the last transfer, after swaying in a minibus for 2 hours, Yi Ning finally arrived at the village. Grandma now lives at Uncle Tu's house. Yi Ning has no impression of Uncle Tu's family, there was very little contact with them in his memory. He doesn't even know what their house looks like. However, he had spoken to Grandma on the phone before coming, telling her that he would visit today. She gave him the address. The transportation in the village is not well developed, many roads are not properly paved, and the car kicked up a cloud of dust that made Yi Ning cough uncontrollably. He covered his nose and mouth with one hand while carrying all sorts of items in the other, walking along the dusty muddy road until he finally found Uncle Tu's house. The door was unlocked, but Yi Ning still politely knocked. His eyes met those of a middle-aged man who was tidying up inside. This man had slanted eyebrows, big eyes, a hooked nose, and his lips were pressed into a straight line, looking somewhat fierce. Yi Ning instantly felt even more nervous. Subconsciously tightening his grip on his shirt hem, he stammered, "Is this, Uncle Tu?" "I'm Yi Ning." The man examined him from top to bottom, his eyes containing emotions that Yi Ning could not understand. After a long pause, the man said, "Oh, come in then." Though heavy with an accent, Yi Ning barely understood him. He cautiously stepped into the house, silently surveying it. It wasn't large, just a single-story cement house, though compared to the red brick old houses seen along the way, it looked much better to live in. With some discomfort, Yi Ning walked forward a few steps. Not seeing his grandma, he asked, "Uncle Tu, where's Grandma?" Yechi responded gruffly, "Inside." And with that, he ignored Yi Ning and turned around to leave. Yi Ning was momentarily at a loss, standing there unsure if he should enter without permission. Just then, another person emerged from inside. Seeing Yi Ning, she froze for a moment, then revealed a derisive expression on her face. "Ah, so the baby grandson that Grandma dotes on has finally shown up." Yi Ning pressed his lips together, ignoring her sarcasm, and softly called out, "Aunt Tu." "I can't bear this title," Suing shot him a glance, "someone who has been to the big city acts so pretentious. You left the kid at my place while you went off to enjoy yourself elsewhere, and now you're back." Suing grew angrier with each word, almost about to curse him directly while waving her arms. Yi Ning realized that both Uncle Tu and Aunt Tu weren't very friendly toward him, but Aunt Tu was right, he really hadn't returned for a long time to see Grandma, it was his fault. So he lowered his head and endured the reprimand in silence. Suing, noticing that the person in front of her didn't argue or make a sound, looked at his slender limbs, fair skin, and attractive face, and indeed thought that he resembled a young master coddled by a wealthy family. This was completely different from the obstinate and nasty boy she remembered from the past. How could he have changed so much after going to the big city? Suspecting something, Suing observed him for a bit longer, guessing that he must have suffered some setback and been bullied outside, hence smoothing out his temper. Otherwise, how could he end up returning here like this? The more she thought about it, the more plausible her guess seemed. Once again, she smirked and gave him a disdainful look. When the couple had gone away, Yi Ning let out a breath of relief. His phone gently vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out, finding a message sent by Fu Yuchi. "Did you arrive yet?" At the sight of these 3 words, Yi Ning's anxiety and tension disappeared significantly. Cradling his phone in both hands, he typed a response, "Yes, I just got here." Then he sent over his current location. After locking his screen, Yi Ning noticed someone walking out of the room. It was his grandma. "Lingling, Lingling." The elderly woman immediately beamed upon seeing him, "My darling Lingling is back." "It's me, Grandma." Yi Ning smiled and quickly went forward to support her. Grandma led Yi Ning into the room, closing the door to chat. Midway through their conversation, she suddenly fished a card from her clothing and shoved it into Yi Ning's hand. "My dear baby, take it. Buy yourself some good food and useful things. Look how thin you've become." "I can't accept it, Grandma," Yi Ning refused, "I have money. You should keep this." "Lingling, this is specifically saved for you by Grandma." Yi Ning shook his head, still unwilling to accept it, and changed the subject. "Grandma, let me take you to the hospital. Let's get you treated." Grandma waved her hand to decline. She asked him instead, "Let me ask you, Lingling, have you made any friends in the big city? Are you doing all right?" At the mention of friends, Yi Ning first thought of Fu Yuchi's face and all the things he had done. Then came Shuegao, Chu Yi Wang. He genuinely smiled, "I've made some, Grandma. I'm doing fine. You don't need to worry about me." That's good, that's good." Grandma nodded, paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "So, what about him?" Yi Ning froze, momentarily unsure how to respond. Grandma kindly smiled, "That child has always been trouble, but it's not his fault. His parents were gone when he was young, and us 2 old bones didn't have the ability to raise him well. It's our fault. But no matter what, he's my grandson after all, and I can't stop worrying about him." Tears welled up in Yi Ning's eyes, warming his sockets. It made sense, how could the closest family member not recognize each other? "He's also doing well," Yi Ning softly replied, please don't worry about him. Good, good, as long as everyone's fine, I'm at peace. After chatting for a bit longer, Grandma urged Yining to leave. Go back, darling. Grandma's fine, you don't need to come back. Yining had planned to stay for another 2 days. There are no rooms left at home. Go back quickly. Don't you have work? Thinking for a moment, Yining said, Grandma, why don't you come with me to S-City? We'll go to a big hospital for treatment, and I'll take care of you. Yes, but you go back first. Grandma needs to prepare. Come back and pick me up after a while. This seemed like the best option at the moment. There was no room for him at Uncle Tu's house, and Grandma indeed needed time to pack and prepare. Originally, Yining thought that older people would prefer staying in the countryside, but he was surprised that she agreed. Feeling happy, he nodded, all right, I'll come back in a few days to pick you up. Handing over the gifts he brought back to Grandma and Uncle Tu's family, Yining, unable to let go, gave Grandma many instructions. When he reached the door, he cast one last reluctant glance at Grandma before preparing to leave. But just as he stepped out, he was abruptly rammed into by a powerful force. Losing control of his body, he fell backward and slammed hard against the iron gate. The impact was intense, and Yining instantly felt numbness all over his back. He raised his head, having yet to speak, when a rough and rude voice barked, Shit, can't you see? Are you asking for death? The man paused, then upon clearly seeing his face, whistled lewdly and immediately switched tones, Hey, pretty little thing, where are you from? Chapter 38, Have a Good Dream. Yining looked up and saw the visitor was short in stature, with an obese figure. His ill-fitting shirt emphasized the excess fat around his waist, while a pair of tight jeans appeared close to breaking. His face shone with oil, and he cast a lecherous look at Yining without any pretense. Without showing any signs of disturbance, Yining took 2 steps back, unwilling to entangle with this person too much. He then glanced away and started walking off. Then, he heard behind him the loud cursing voice of Aunt Tu, Yi Xiaoxing, where have you disappeared to again? You didn't come home all night yesterday. Mom, haven't I already told you not to worry about me? Yining thought, so this was Aunt Tu's son, his cousin. Yi Xiaoxing walked into the house, casually asking, Mom, who was that man just now? Someone from our village. Is he seeing anyone yet? Knowing exactly what her son had in mind, Suing cursed him and said, Get out. That's your younger cousin, Yining. Don't think about it, and put those ideas aside. Cousin. From his distant memory, Yi Xiaoxing searched for this individual, remembering that kid as dirty, and having an explosive temper. So, how come he looks so pretty now? And he also seems very easy to bully. Suing kept complaining, that heartless one, has been gone for years and hasn't come home many times. Now he acts like a big shot, but that old lady eats and stays at my place every day, yet he sends only such a little money each month. Hey, Mom, do you remember my friend Yuan Xingtai? Yi Xiaoxing, stroking his chin thoughtfully, said, his family is finding him a wife, and the bride price they offer is quite high. Do you think, if Yining hasn't gotten married yet? That child from the Lao Yuan family? Their family is indeed wealthy. Exactly, this Yuan Xingtai right here isn't good-tempered. Several relationships ended with him hitting the partners away. You're just spouting nonsense. Yining has left anyway. What's the use talking about these things? Besides, don't you know how mischievous that guy is? He will definitely not agree. Unmoved, Yi Xiaoxing responded, it's simple to find some reason and call him back, isn't it? Anyway, this young man owes us. Who cares whether he agrees or not? Both his parents have passed away. As elders, arranging such a good match for him, is there anything wrong with it? But has anyone even met him? Would your friend really like Yining? Suing gave him a sideways glance, Yining isn't an omega. Mom, you don't need to worry about this. My buddy doesn't have special preferences. He just likes good-looking people, so he'd definitely be satisfied. After hearing this from her son, Suing pondered for a moment, and decided that this idea might actually work. The Yuan family could be considered one of the most prominent families in the village. If Yining can truly marry over there, he should thank her. Moreover, that old woman stayed in her house for such a long time, it was reasonable to offset it with her grandson's dowry money. This kid ran back this time looking dejected, probably because he couldn't bear the hardships outside. Marrying him over would be fitting, perhaps even according to his own wishes. Seeing his mother's expression, Yi Xiaoxing immediately understood that this idea stood a chance. He leaned closer and whispered, so, Mom, isn't this reasonable? Suing slapped her hands together, alright, Xiaoxing, go ahead and ask what Yuan's son thinks first. Someday, let's get a picture from his grandmother. If everything works out well, we'll call him back later. Yi Xiaoxing was so delighted that his eyes nearly disappeared into slits, okay. Having no clue that his marriage matter had been decided by others, Yining took a vehicle to the town. It was getting late, and today's high-speed train tickets back to S-City were already sold out. Not willing to bother with other means of transportation, Yining simply checked into a clean hotel in the town and planned to return the next day. He lay down on the bed for a few seconds and heard his phone notification sound. He picked up his phone and opened it. Sure enough, it was a message from Fu Yuqi. What are you doing? Yi Qing misses you. Attached closely after that was a picture of the snowball cat. The small kitten was lying on Fu Yuqi's legs, struggling to lift a paw to high-five the man's bony hand. Looking at the picture, Yi Ning couldn't help but smile and replied. I'll go back tomorrow. There's no ticket to S City today. I'll spend the night in town first. Fu Yuqi, aren't you supposed to stay for 3 days? Yi Ning, Uncle Tu's house doesn't have spare rooms anymore, so I don't want to disturb them. Speaking of this, Yi Ning pondered in his mind. Since Grandma had agreed to move to S City with him, wasn't the current apartment he rented too small? It wouldn't be enough for 2 people. He didn't want Grandma and himself to squeeze in such a small space. And there's Shui Gao at home. Oh, that's right. He hadn't even asked Grandma if she minded living with Shui Gao. Although during their last video call, Grandma seemed to like Shui Gao a lot and kept praising how cute it was. He'd ask her another day. It looked like when he went back, he would also need to make time to check out other apartments. He could also ask for opinions from Yuqi Fu and Chui Wang at that time. With his current income being pretty good and having saved up a sum of money, after bringing Grandma to S City, he planned to take her to the hospital first. It would be best to treat her illness so she could enjoy a comfortable life afterward. Fu Yuqi quickly replied. What hotel are you staying at? Is it legitimate? How is the environment? If there's anything unnecessary in the room, avoid using it, it might not be clean. And remember to lock the door well, and give the room a check before sleeping. At first, Yi Ning didn't think much of it, but after Fu Yuqi mentioned it, he found it made sense. He had just randomly chosen a hotel near the station, one that wasn't expensive. After coming in, he glanced around the room and thought it was pretty clean. However, upon re-examining it, he noticed that the facilities in the room were somewhat old, and upon closer inspection, he saw stains on the bedsheet. But since it was just for one night, it was acceptable. So, Yi Ning obediently replied, okay. Actually, there were still many things he wanted to tell Fu Yuqi about seeing Grandma, who had agreed to move to S City to live with him, about how his uncle and aunt apparently didn't seem to like him, and about how his cousin had rudely bumped into him and caused him some pain. But he preferred telling these things face to face so he could see Fu Yuqi's expressions vividly. Before he knew it, Fu Yuqi had become the first person Yi Ning wanted to share everything with. After a quick wash, Yi Ning conscientiously checked the door locks as instructed. Finding no issues, he tucked himself under the covers. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a voice call came through. It was Fu Yuqi, and Yi Ning quickly picked up. Hello. The other side's voice was deep and melodious. Are you asleep yet? I'm just about to. Good night. Fu Yuqi softened his tone. Have a good dream. It was autumn, and this small inn did not have an air conditioner. Cold drafts seeped through the window gaps and into the thin blanket. Yet, Yi Ning did not feel the chill. His heart was warm and fuzzy. He softly responded, you too, good night. After hanging up, he closed his eyes and fell sound asleep. The next day. As the sun rose, the distant, continuous mountains were bathed in a layer of orange light. The first ray of sunlight shone upon the land, symbolizing vitality and prosperity. Mom, where did you put my hoe? There was no response. Strange, Yi Qi called out louder, Mom, Mom. Still, there was no response. Yi Qi grew puzzled. Normally, his mother woke up very early and was always the first one to get up. Why was she not moving today? An uneasy feeling stirred within him. Walking into the room, he saw his mother lying flat on the bed, her expression peaceful and serene, with a faint smile still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Mom, Mom. Receiving no reply, Yi Qi moved closer, nudging her slightly and feeling the stiffness beneath his touch. His heart sank. Shaking slightly, he reached out to check her breathing. The person on the bed had already stopped breathing. Chapter 39. This day, Yi Ning got up very early. His car would leave in 2 hours, and he still had plenty of time. After tidying up, he could go out for a steaming hot breakfast. As soon as he stepped outside the door, his phone in his pocket started to vibrate incessantly. Yi Ning took it out and saw that it was his grandmother calling. Grandma, he answered quickly, his voice light-hearted, what's wrong? The reply was a rough voice, come back here immediately. Your grandma is dead. The smile that was just forming on his lips froze, and Yi Ning felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him from head to toe. For a moment, he couldn't react at all. Hey. Hey. Can you hear me? Get back here right now, you unlucky thing. The call was disconnected, but Yi Ning didn't have the heart to care about what the other person had said to him. His mind was blank, with only one piece of information remaining, Grandma is dead. It was hard to believe, helpless, terrified, hopeless, sorrowful. Various emotions gathered into a mass, hitting his heart fiercely, leaving him dazed. After a long while, Yi Ning took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then rushed to the station as fast as possible, getting on the bus back to the village. Just yesterday, the person who was smiling and talking to him, the person who nagged and reminded him of many things, the person who promised to move to S City and live together. Now, she quietly lay on a small bed, without any signs of life. Yi Ning felt dizzy, his head buzzing. Was this a nightmare? He wondered. What happened? Yi Ning heard his own trembling voice. She was fine just yesterday. Su-ing put her hands on her hips, looking ferocious. You still have the nerve to ask us? I haven't even questioned you yet. It was fine until before. How did it happen when you came? You cursed star, you killed her off the moment you arrived. What an unlucky thing. I don't care, she's your grandma, so you're paying for her funeral expenses. You also better not run away after the funeral. Now you've grown up, it's time to repay us what you owe. The ears were ringing. Aunt Sue, Uncle Sue, and his cousin were all pointing at him menacingly. Yi Ning didn't pay attention to any of their words. His eyes were fixed on the person lying quietly in the bed. He didn't know how much time passed. Seeing that he stood like a dummy without speaking or reacting, Su-ing couldn't help but shove him a bit. Caught off guard, Yi Ning stumbled back a step and snapped out of it. Did you hear me? You're paying for your grandma's funeral. Yi Ning nodded dumbly. This was reasonable. Seeing that he agreed, Su-ing sighed in relief, her expression softening somewhat. Since Yi Ning hadn't experienced the death of a loved one before, he knew nothing about the funeral procedures. Fortunately, Uncle and Auntie knew, so they quickly began organizing. Yi Ning silently followed behind them. If there was something needed, he would step forward to help. More often than not, he stood silently, staring at the coffin containing his grandma. It felt terrible inside, as if a big piece had been forcibly torn away. In this world, the only relative who cared about him was gone. He had no attachments anymore, just like before he came here. He had always lived alone, lonely and isolated, on the fringes of the world, unnoticed, uncared for. Squatting on the steps, Yi Ning watched the people coming and going to offer condolences. Feeling something, he pulled out the phone he had neglected for a long time and opened it. He found out that Fu Yuqi had sent him several messages. Are you on the bus? Where are you now? When will you arrive in S City? I'll pick you up. Why aren't you replying? Haven't you checked your phone? Fellow Xiaoning, if you don't reply soon, I'll assume something happened to you. The latest one was sent a minute ago. Yi Ning clenched his lips tightly, the pain and sorrow in his heart doubling, almost submerging him. He typed shakily with his fingertips. Brother Qi, I won't be coming back today. My grandma passed away. After sending the message, Yi Ning stared at the chat box on his mobile phone, feeling his eyes water suddenly, tears rolling down uncontrollably. All the emotions found an outlet now. Soon, Fu Yuqi called. Yi Ning gripped his phone tightly but didn't answer. He didn't want Brother Qi to know he was crying, nor did he want to meet him in his current state. Wiping his tears haphazardly, Yi Ning replied by typing. Things here are busy, we'd better stop chatting for now. Fu Yuqi, who had just finished dealing with the company matters, finally received a message from Yi Ning. But he didn't expect it to be such a message. Words cannot convey the emotions of the other party. But Fu Yuqi could imagine how helpless and hopeless Yi Ning would be at this moment. In the past, the other party would also mention his grandma to him, with a smile on his face every time. From Yi Ning's descriptions, Fu Yuqi could also see how important grandma was to him. The person he had been longing for had just met him yesterday, and today she was gone forever. It would be hard for anyone to accept it. Thinking about the way Yi Ning might be feeling right now, alone in sorrow and pain, Fu Yuqi felt his heart being gripped tightly. He made a phone call, but the other party didn't answer. Then he typed a long message to comfort Yi Ning, but as he was about to send it, he felt it was powerless and useless, so he deleted it all. After some thought, he finally sent just a few words. Xiao Ning, can I come to see you now? Yi Ning didn't check his phone again, so he didn't see the message immediately. After being busy all day, when he pulled out his phone again, he found that it had run out of power and turned off. Looking around, he couldn't find a place to charge it, so he didn't bother anymore. That night, he was sent by Auntie Tu to sleep in the storage room. It was filled with various kinds of clutter, dust floating everywhere, and there was an odd stench lingering inside. The only small bed wasn't any better, piled high with things, it accumulated a lot of dust. Brother, why don't you come to my room and sleep together? Yi Ning turned his head and saw his cousin standing by the door, looking at him with an unclear expression. No need. Yi Ning shook his head. Perhaps due to the bad experience they had when they first met, he subconsciously resisted his cousin. His gaze was also unpleasant, making one uncomfortable. Yi Ning stopped paying attention to him and prepared to clean up the house. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Zhaoxing raise his phone towards him, as if taking a picture. When he looked back, the other quickly put away his phone, a smirk playing on his lips, then turned and left. Yi Ning didn't care what Yi Zhaoxing had done just now. He quickly tidied up the small bed so that it could be used at least usable. That night, lying in the cramped space, he tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Yi Qi and Su-ing hired a chef and set up several tables at home, inviting relatives and neighbors over. Yi Ning quietly watched everyone eating and chatting merrily, but he couldn't eat the food in front of him no matter what. Suddenly, he didn't know who came, and Su-ing greeted with a smile, looking servile. Hey, Mr. Yuan has come, please sit down, please sit down. Yi Ning raised his eyes and saw the middle-aged man at the door dressed in flashy suits, strutting confidently into the room. Behind him was someone who looked about the same age, equally arrogant in manner. Yi Ning quickly turned his gaze away. Chapter 40, Marriage. The middle-aged man condescendingly glanced at Su Ying before following her to take his seat. Yi Ning noticed that the dishes on that table seemed particularly abundant. He had just put down his chopsticks and was staring blankly at the air in front of him when he suddenly felt an intense gaze lingering on him. Looking in the direction of the sensation, it turned out to be the person behind the middle-aged man from earlier. Although he wasn't as overweight as Yi Zhaoxing, he too had a swollen physique. He wore big gold chains around his wrist and neck, exuding an ostentatious but cheap vibe. His face was fierce, covered in pimples, with a noticeable scar extending from his forehead to above his right eye. Upon noticing Yi Ning's attention, the man didn't even attempt to hide his stare. He boldly appraised Yi Ning, flashing a nearly lecherous smile towards the handsome young man. Uncomfortable under the sticky and nauseating gaze, Yi Ning looked away, stood up, and changed seats to conceal himself among the crowd. Not long after, Su Ying suddenly approached him. Her face displayed a gentle smile she had never shown Yi Ning since they first met. Even her address had changed. Ning, come here. Aunt Tu wants you to meet Mr. Yuan. Yi Ning was puzzled and wondered what this gesture meant. Why? Was this some distant relative of his? Yet he had no memory of ever knowing such a person. By now, Su Ying had already reached him, reducing the distance between them. She abruptly pinched his arm hard while whispering, "If I tell you to go, you go. Why so many questions?" The pleasant smile vanished, replaced by a harsh tone, "Don't ruin this for me. This is one of our village's renowned big bosses. It's your good fortune to meet him." With both coaxing and dragging, she brought Yi Ning over to the so-called big boss. "Mr. Yuan, this is our family's Ning." She then reverted to her cheerful smile, shoving Yi Ning lightly toward him. "Hurry, this is Mr. Yuan." Standing before the elder, though uncomfortable inside, Yi Ning managed to control his expression, politely greeting, "Uncle." Seeing him, Yuan Fangda nodded in satisfaction. Good, isn't your name Yi Ning? You look nice. This is my son, Yuan Xingtai. He patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Today, the two of you should meet and get to know each other. Su Ying was grinning widely. Yes, exactly as Mr. Yuan said. Ning, you must treat little Yuan well. Sensing something unsettling, Yi Ning frowned. I don't have time. Please tend to him yourself. After finishing his sentence, he turned and walked away. A sweaty hand gripped his wrist, eliciting a disgusting feeling. The man smirked. Why leave so soon? Let's chat. Yi Ning forcefully shook off his grip. No, I'm not in the mood. Ah, this child. Realizing Yi Ning was actually walking away, Su Ying lost composure, awkwardly explaining, this kid has had a terrible temper since childhood. No idea where he got it from. Yuan Fangda grew displeased, his expression darkening. Just a beta replacement at most, and if it weren't for her good looks, would my son have chosen her? Son, when she marries over, make sure to discipline her properly. What use is an unruly daughter-in-law? As an alpha, you need to keep her in check. Although considered an alpha, everyone in the village knew that Yuan's only son was already debauched despite being young, having slept indiscriminately with omegas and beta replacements. Many families in the village were ruined by his behavior. Frequent romantic disputes caused him frequent fights, leading to the scar on his forehead. More importantly, due to gland damage, he couldn't release enough pheromones anymore, making him a defective alpha. Of course, Yuan Xingtai reflected on the delicate features and slim frame of the young man, smirking confidently, you know my methods. I'll surely tame him into submission. The three exchanged glances and laughed. 3 days later, Yi Ning completed all the funeral procedures. Since turning off his phone the day before, he hadn't turned it back on, unaware whether Chi brother had tried contacting him. He probably did try to reach out, but when Yi Ning asked Uncle Tu and Aunt Tu about power outlets, they refused to tell him. Consequently, Su Ying cursed him. Charge what? Your grandma's dead and all you care about is your phone. Are you hooking up with someone outside? Feeling utterly baffled by her accusations, Yi Ning lost interest in questioning further. He somewhat regretted transferring enough money to them on the first day for the funeral arrangements, otherwise, he could have excused himself by saying he needed to charge his phone. Now that the funeral was over, looking at his aunt and uncle who were up to something behind his back, along with Yi Zhaoxing, Yi Ning always felt uneasy. With everything settled, he didn't want to stay here any longer, especially not face these three people. So he asked again where he could charge his phone. Of course, this time he had learned his lesson and said, I feel like the money I gave you earlier wasn't enough. I'll transfer some more. Su Ying was suspicious but couldn't resist the temptation and eventually let him charge his phone. As soon as Yi Ning turned on his phone, he saw that Fu Yuqi had indeed sent many messages and there were several missed calls. Little Ning, can I come see you now? I'm not trying to bother you, I just want to be there for you. Don't be too sad, there are a lot of people who love you and will be by your side. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me, do what you need to do. Reply when you're ready. But Snowcone is worried about you, maybe you can send an emoji. Why did you turn off your phone? Is it out of battery? I'm waiting for you. Yi Ning hadn't expected Fu Yuqi to send so many messages, almost one every hour, and he hadn't looked at his phone for over 2 days. The other party must have been really worried. He wanted to call him back, but the three family members didn't know why they were standing behind him, staring at him as if unwilling to let him use even a bit more electricity. So he hurriedly typed back a message. Sorry brother Chi, my phone was dead and I couldn't find a chance to turn it on. I'll go back today. Not long after sending it, the chat box showed, the other person is typing. Yi Ning was holding his phone, waiting, when suddenly a fat, greasy hand from behind snatched it away. Yi Ning was greatly alarmed. Give it back to me. Yi Zhaoxing ignored him and openly checked the contents of the phone, clicking his tongue. Mom, I was right. This little brat has hooked up with a man outside. Angered at his behavior, Yi Ning shouted loudly, what right do you have to snatch my phone and check it randomly? As he moved to take his phone back, Yi Zhaoxing dodged him. Just as he was about to try again, Uncle Yi Chi came forward and grabbed Yi Ning's arm with such force that it hurt immensely, making him unable to move a single step. Suing glared at him disdainfully. You've certainly put that good-looking face of yours to good use. How could some guy from outside possibly be better than Master Yuan's son? A city dweller, who would choose someone like you, who can't do anything and has a bad temper, over the real deal? It's definitely a scam. But hey, lucky for you, we have good relatives in our family, you're kind-hearted and two arranged a good match for you. After marrying into the Yuan family, you'd better watch your attitude and serve them properly. Stunned in place, Yi Ning finally realized their plan. Chapter 41, Find him. Get married? They want to marry me off. Isn't the Yuan family just the two people I met at the banquet? After merely interacting with them for a short while, Yi Ning already knew they were definitely not good people. And now Aunt Tu says she's going to marry me off without even asking for my opinion. I've never even been in love, so how am I supposed to get married? This is ridiculous. Are you crazy? Yi Ning said coldly, when did I say I wanted to get married? Suing pinched his cheek and said, you ungrateful child will naturally not know what's good for you. I'm telling you, we've already reached an agreement with the Yuan family, you will marry him, whether you like it or not, there's nothing you can do about it. Yi Zhaoxing egged her on from the side, being able to marry my brother would be your blessing. I don't want to, so are you going to force me? Yi Ning almost laughed out of frustration. Seeing the complete nonchalance on their faces, Yi Ning realized that perhaps they really could go as far as this. He couldn't help but start feeling anxious. What you're doing is illegal. What law does this break? Suing sneered, it's our own child getting married, who else has the right to interfere? You lost your parents, then your grandma, and you're no precious Omega either, who else is going to care about you? Since there was no point trying to communicate with them, Yi Ning tried to struggle forcefully, but still couldn't break free from Yi Chi's grip. Realizing it had no effect, he started struggling violently and shouted loudly, help. Suing gave Yi Zhaoxing a signal, and the latter quickly understood, coming forward to grab Yi Ning's other arm while simultaneously covering his mouth with a hand. Hurry up, take him into the room. Yi Ning was locked inside the room by his family. He never imagined that, under broad daylight in a rule-of-law society, such things could happen. His phone had been snatched by Yi Zhaoxing earlier, leaving him with no other means of communication to contact the outside world. He beat heavily on the door and yelled out loud several times, all in vain, the other side wouldn't open the door for him. Alright, calm down, Yi Zhaoxing leaned against the door, listening to the sounds from inside. The marriage has been arranged. No matter how much you resist, it's useless. My brother is an alpha, you shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Suppressing his nausea, Yi Ning attempted to reason with him, why must I be the one to marry him? I don't want to get married now, I have my own life. Cousin, don't blame me. This is all for your own good. Marrying my brother will be way better than working hard out there on your own. We're also doing this so you won't get cheated. He looked at Yi Ning's phone disdainfully, at the chat window with Fu Yuqi. That so-called Chi brother, clearly wealthy, would someone like that be interested in you? Don't dream. Men, I understand them well enough, he's trying to trick you into bed. And once he's done, he'll toss you aside, believe it or not. You're too naive, easily deceived by a few words. When he mentioned Fu Yuqi, Yi Ning suddenly remembered the last thing on his phone before it was taken away, the chat history between them. He immediately panicked, don't touch my phone. TCH, just stay in there and reflect. Once you come around, maybe we'll let you have it easier. After that, he left. Feeling both angry and helpless, Yi Ning tightly clenched the sleeves of his clothes until his fingertips turned white. Worried that Yi Zhaoxing might send random messages with his phone, a faint ray of hope began to grow within him. Will Chi brother realize I'm trapped here? Will he help me? Would he come looking for me? Probably not, thought Yi Ning as he lowered his eyes. The distance between them was nearly thousands of miles apart, and they weren't particularly close. At most, they shared a relationship as boss and employee, and ordinary friends. Chi brother didn't need to bother this much. Despite everything, there was still a small hope lingering in his heart. After taking Yi Ning's phone, Yi Zhaoxing went through the chat history between the two. They contained sticky sweet daily chatter, good mornings and nights every day, ceaselessly cheerful exchanges. As he scrolled further up, he lost interest. During this time, the man kept sending numerous messages, one after another at any given moment, without any sign of tiring. He even made countless calls. What a great actor this guy is, no wonder he was able to deceive his cousin into turning around. Yi Zhaoxing clicked his tongue in his mind as he edited text and sent messages. You should stop contacting me. Actually, I never told you, but I have a boyfriend back home. We love each other deeply, and I'm getting married soon, and I won't be coming back. Stop bothering me, I don't like you at all. I was only with you because of your money. Now my boyfriend is richer than you, and we're getting married soon. After Yi Zhaoxing sent the message, he eagerly waited for a furious response from the man on the other end, expecting him to curse Yi Ning. Finally, Fu Yuqi received the message. At that moment, he had just taken a sip of water, trying hard to suppress his mounting anxiety and concern. But upon reading the text, he nearly spat out the water. It was all in Chinese, yet somehow he couldn't comprehend it when combined like this. Marriage? What kind of marriage? And when did Yi Ning have a boyfriend? In an instant, his heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, and a sharp pang of pain shot through his chest. Painful, too painful. Fu Yuqi's mind went blank, and he slumped back onto the sofa, unsure how to react. Until Xuegao wobbled over, using its furry body to rub against his hand, snapping him back to reality. He sighed deeply and muttered to the kitten, "That's it, Xuegao, your dad has abandoned us." He forced himself to calm down because the sudden nature of the message was strange and suspicious. So he picked up his phone and reviewed the message again. Having been too shocked before, he hadn't noticed anything unusual at first, but now he began spotting inconsistencies. What about being with you for your money? He really wasn't lacking in wealth, but more importantly, little Ning hadn't ever asked for anything. Besides, their relationship hadn't progressed to that stage. Most crucially, he knew Yi Ning well. His grandma had just passed away, how could he possibly think about marriage so soon? From these deductions, Fu Yuqi had his suspicions. He petted Xuegao gently, "Don't worry, this absolutely isn't your father." He was terrified. Who dared play such tricks on him? As thoughts raced in his mind, Fu Yuqi formed many guesses. Had someone else gotten hold of Yi Ning's phone? Someone he didn't know? That didn't make sense, sending these messages would serve no purpose in that case. The most likely possibility was that this person knew Yi Ning. He licked his upper palate thoughtfully and replied. For money. But why didn't you ask me for any previously? Yi Zhaoxing smirked upon receiving the message. How amusing, his younger cousin was quite skilled at manipulation. So he replied. At first, I planned to take it slowly. However, I don't need it anymore. Of course, if you want to contribute a wedding gift out of respect for our past, I won't refuse. Just nonsense. With a darkened face, Fu Yuqi typed quickly. On the 18th night when we were playing doubles, which hero did I use? That evening was the last live stream they held before taking a break. What garbage. Yi Zhaoxing muttered after reading the message, brother, you're truly stubborn, chasing after a bad deal. He lost interest in deceiving Fu Yuqi further and proceeded to block and delete Chi brother from his contacts. A few minutes later, Fu Yuqi tried to send another message, only to realize that communication had been cut off. When he called, as expected, the call was rejected. Subsequent attempts failed entirely. Who had taken Yi Ning's phone? How was Yi Ning doing right now? What did he intend to do to Yi Ning? The mere thought of Yi Ning being harmed caused Fu Yuqi's heart to plummet once again. Unable to sit still any longer, he opened an app to check the nearest flight to H City, scheduled for just 1.5 hours later. After sending Xuegao to the animal hospital for safekeeping, Fu Yuqi rushed to the airport. Chapter 42, We're Going Home. Fortunately, when Yi Ning returned to her hometown earlier, Fu Yuqi had asked her to send him real-time location updates. The last location she sent should be Yi Ning's hometown, which is where he was now. It was a remote village in H City. By the time Fu Yuqi arrived at H City after getting off the plane, it was already close to 3 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, getting to Yi Ning's village from H City would involve transferring multiple times, taking a bus to the town and then another one to the village. The entire process could take several hours. Of course, there were no buses running at that hour, so Fu Yuqi didn't want to waste even a second. He directly hired a car to head straight for the village. Yi Ning sat silently on the edge of the bed, her face devoid of expression. This room had poor lighting, and it was especially dim during the day. By night, with the lights off, it was suffocatingly dark. However, the space was larger than the storeroom Yi Ning had previously been confined in, and it also had an independent bathroom. Yi Ning had no idea how long she'd been locked up, nor did she know the exact time. The sky must have turned dark by now. During this period, the three individuals had completely ignored her, not even bothering to bring her food. Yi Ning wouldn't listen to them and agree to marry someone just because they said so, but at this moment, she couldn't figure out what to do. She'd have to wait for a better opportunity to escape. There was no way her uncle's family could successfully force her, a living and thinking person, to marry someone she didn't know. Young man, why are you in such a hurry to go to the village? Did something happen at home? The driver was a chatterbox. Seeing Fu Yuqi's anxious and worried face, he curiously asked. Fu Yuqi was still trying to reach Yi Ning via his phone, but without success. Feeling frustrated, he stared out the window as the scenery rushed past and responded, My I can't get hold of my friend. Damn those viewers who almost made him blurt out, wife. Is it your girlfriend? The driver smiled knowingly, saying, young lovers. They miss each other after just a day or two apart. Same thing happened to me when I was young. Fuyuchi raised his hand to press down on his cap brim and replied flatly, no, something happened to him. Someone else has his phone, and I can't contact him. Ah, well, don't worry too much. Maybe his friend is playing a joke on you. Fuyuchi murmured in acknowledgement but remained silent afterward. Nevertheless, his anxiety and agitation only grew stronger. Finally, the car entered the village, and Fuyuchi got out at the village entrance, paying a high fare without hesitation. A gust of wind blew, lifting dust that flew into people's faces. Fuyuchi opened the last location update Yining had sent and started walking along the route. The sun was about to rise, and the horizon was bathed in a faint glow of dawn. Villagers rose early, and Fuyuchi saw many people carrying farming tools on his way, ready to start their work. After arriving near the last position Yining sent, he couldn't determine exactly which house it was. Thus, he approached an old woman and asked, excuse me, do you know Yining? Which Yining? The old woman had hearing problems. After he repeated himself, she furrowed her brow and answered, Yining. Never heard of her. Is she part of the Yi family? There's only one Yi family in this village. It probably was. Fuyuchi nodded, right, where does the Yi family live? Pointing ahead, the old woman said, turn right at the next intersection, and the first house will be theirs. Great, thank you. Saying this, he wasted no time and headed toward the direction immediately. The door wasn't locked. Fuyuchi glanced inside and saw a man and a woman sitting in the living room yelling at each other. Before things became clearer, he patiently knocked on the door. I won't believe I can't deal with him anymore. Su-ing had just become excited and stood up when a knock interrupted her. Who is it? Turning around suspiciously, she saw a man standing at the doorway. He was tall and exceptionally handsome, obviously not a local villager. Fuyuchi spoke calmly, hello, is this the Yi household? The two approached. Su-ing asked, who are you looking for? Thinking this good-looking young man looked unfamiliar, she added, I've never seen you before. Is Yining here? Upon hearing Fuyuchi's words, the middle-aged woman in front of him revealed a cautious expression. He smiled slightly and added, I heard he's getting married, so I've prepared a big red envelope for him. Ah. Su-ing paused, startled. Had the news spread so quickly? She then reconsidered and realized Yining S was in her son's possession, perhaps he had told this handsome young man. Since he even knew the address, this person must truly be here to offer congratulations. With a shift in thought, she quickly put on a smile. Yes, Ningning's friend. Please come in. Fuyuchi asked, where is Yining? Su-ing continued to smile falsely, I'm his second aunt, and this is his second uncle. To be honest, we are his only family now, and naturally, we will handle his wedding arrangements soon. As for the red envelope. Fuyuchi interrupted her impatiently, I'll give it to you after I see Yining. After hesitating for a moment, Su-ing said, he's inside. Recently, he's been having disagreements with his boyfriend. You're his friend, so maybe you can persuade him later. As she spoke, she took out a key from her pocket and headed toward the room. Fuyuchi followed behind her, his brows furrowed, so, he's locked up. Harmless, Su-ing didn't detect the chill in his voice, just letting him calm down. Young people always think they've grown up and won't listen to their elders, not realizing that we relatives are the only ones who genuinely care about him. If Su-ing had turned around, she would have surely noticed that Fuyuchi's face had already turned completely cold, his dark eyes filled with menace. Time passed slowly, and Yining had been sitting alone for what felt like forever. He wasn't sure when it began, but he started feeling dizzy, his breathing became more rapid, and he struggled to catch his breath. The strength in his body seemed to be slowly draining away, leaving him limp and weak. This room clearly belonged to someone else, and the bed reeked of an odd and pungent smell. Yining naturally refused to lie down on it. Instead, he slid off the bed onto the floor, hugging his knees tightly. It was so cold, and his head ached painfully. Was he coming down with a cold? Yining buried his head between his knees, closing his eyes as the chilling atmosphere of the room seeped into his body, causing him unbearable shivers. Though he wouldn't give up, despair began to rise within him. At that moment, a sound came from nearby. The door to the room had been opened, and a beam of bright light flooded in. Looking up slowly, Yining saw a tall figure walking toward him bathed in the glow. Little Ning, the man extended his hand, his voice hoarse, let's go home. Yining thought he must be dreaming. How could he possibly see Fuyuchi? But the next second, the man swiftly approached him, crouching beside him and checking his forehead with his hand, are you injured? Or sick? Such clear, familiar sensations. Fuyuchi. Yining stared at him blankly, murmuring his name. Then, he heard Fuyuchi's firm reply, it's me, I've come to find you. Chapter 43, Fat Pig Comments on Humans. The moment the door opened, Fuyuchi instantly locked his gaze onto the teenager curled up at the foot of the bed. Hearing the sound, the other party slowly raised their head, a pair of beautiful eyes lacking any luster, with a pale complexion. After just a few short days, Yi Ning looked much thinner. At this very moment, all of Fu Yuqi's worries, fears, and anger transformed into tenderness towards the person before him. It was as if countless wooden needles were pricking his heart, causing a continuous ache. Fu Yuqi couldn't imagine how Yi Ning had spent his time locked in this cold and dark room. He must have been very scared and helpless. With Fu Yuqi's help, Yi Ning stood up with support. In the next second, he was embraced by Fu Yuqi, crashing into the other's arms. Only when their bodies were tightly pressed together, and Yi Ning felt the endless warmth emanating from the other, did he finally believe that Fu Yuqi had truly come to him. All the unease and despair receded like an ebbing tide. Yi Ning could feel Fu Yuqi's hand gently stroking his back, soft yet full of strength. The he had buried deep inside surged to the forefront of his mind all at once. Leaning his head against Fu Yuqi's chest, with little strength but determined, he lifted his hands to clutch tightly onto the clothes at Fu Yuqi's back, speaking incoherently. My grandma passed away. They are going to sell me to someone I don't know. I didn't agree, so they locked me up. They also took my phone. I couldn't reach you. I can't contact you, Brother Qi. I feel terrible, and I'm so afraid, it's so cold here. I want to go back, I don't want to stay here. Brother Qi, I'm so afraid. Yi Ning wasn't sure what he was saying or if Fu Yuqi could understand. Wrapped in the safety of those arms, enveloped by familiar scents, all he wanted to do was release all the fear, pain, and inside his heart, and that's exactly what he did. The youth's eyelashes trembled, his voice unstable and soft as he spoke against his chest, recounting the suffering and injustice he endured over the past few days. Every word felt like carving a cut into Fu Yuqi's heart. He felt his throat dry. Don't be afraid, it's fine now. I'm here, Xiao Ning, I'll take you home. The hand on his back tightened slightly, Yi Ning's eyes watered, and the long-stored tears finally flowed unrestrained. Even crying was only accompanied by cautious sobs. Seeing Yi Ning suddenly embraced by the handsome young man, Yi Qi and Suing standing at the door looking on realized something seemed a bit off. How did they start hugging? Yi Qi frowned in confusion. This. Suing speechless for a moment then quickly shouted loudly, what are you two doing? She rushed forward, let go right now. What kind of inappropriate behavior is this? Hearing her voice, Yi Ning tilted his head from Fu Yuqi's embrace, peering behind him, his face covered in tear streaks, his eyes filled with resistance. Not only that, Suing angrily approached intending to pull Yi Ning. But Fu Yuqi, quicker than lightning, hugged Yi Ning tighter and stepped back, avoiding her grasp. The smile and gentleness that usually graced his face when dealing with Yi Ning vanished, replaced only by ferocity, shut up and get out. Meeting the man's sinister, rebellious gaze caused Su Ying's whole body to tremble involuntarily, rendering her feet unable to move even a step. Standing there, Suing lost much of her earlier momentum and asked awkwardly, who exactly are you? Ignoring her completely, Fu Yuqi bent down and asked Yi Ning, is there any luggage you need to pack? Yi Ning shook his head but then remembered something, my phone was taken by Yi Zhaoxing, it's still with him. Speaking with a sticky nasally voice, he sounded pitiful. Stepping out of Fu Yuqi's embrace, he shyly wiped the tear marks from his face. Seeing a small patch of the other's collar dampened by his own tears made him feel extremely regretful. Fu Yuqi didn't know who Yi Zhaoxing was, but judging from the name, it was a male. He turned to the man behind Suing and demanded, give him the phone. His expression was cold, his tone savage. His intimidating aura was too overwhelming. In front of Yi Ning, the three Yi family members might have held an advantageous position, able to easily confine the boy. But facing this towering, oppressive man before them, they dared not make a move. Where are you taking our child? Suing asked shakily. At this moment, seemingly awakened by the commotion, Yi Zhaoxing finally got up. He was wearing a pajama that didn't fit him well, exposing his greasy belly as he walked behind Yi Qi and peeked with sleepy eyes, Dad, Mom, why are you making so much noise in the early morning? Why did you release this little wretch? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt an intense gaze locking onto him. Meeting those icy eyes of the man, he shivered, all sleepiness instantly disappearing. The man looked him up and down, sneered coldly, and mocked, fat pig commenting on humans. If your tongue is unnecessary, it can be cut off and swallowed. This man was tall and handsome, his outfit clearly from high-end brands, paired with an overwhelming aura, quickly intimidating Yi Zhaoxing. Like his mother, he stammered, who are you? Glaring at Yi Zhaoxing made Yi Ning angry, he shot a harsh look and told Fu Yuqi, he's the one who took my phone. Hand over the phone. Don't make me say it a third time. After hesitating for a long time, eventually, Yi Qi nudged his son with his elbow and said, give him the phone. The person beside Yi Ning obviously came from wealth and power, more importantly, he was an alpha. In this society where alphas were supreme, there were 3 beta females who couldn't possibly antagonize such a person. They had no idea how Yi Ning knew this person, but he had indeed traveled a long way to find him. Yi Zhaoxing reluctantly handed the phone to Yi Ning while suppressing resentment in his heart. After confirming nothing was left behind, Fu Yuqi took Yi Ning's hand and walked out. Before leaving, he turned and glanced at the Yi family trio, his expression indifferent yet stormy under the surface, illegal imprisonment. Truly impressive, a family of lawbreakers. Of course, this matter wouldn't just be let go. He would not spare any of them. But what was urgent now was taking Yi Ning away. His condition was terrible, it seemed he was sick, pale-faced, with a burning forehead, and weak body. Did they hit you? Fu Yuqi bent down and softly asked Yi Ning. Furrowing his nose, despite the fresh air outside helping him feel slightly better than before, Yi Ning still felt dizzy, lacking energy, and utterly unwell. Tightly gripping Fu Yuqi's hand, it felt like finally grasping onto a soul support amidst isolation. Upon hearing the man's question, obediently, he responded, "No, they just locked me up and tried to force me into marriage." Thinking about their actions still upset him, reddening his tear-filled eyes. Chapter 44, Here to Cause Trouble. It's okay, I'll help you get even. Fu Yuqi slightly leaned down, raising his other hand to wipe away the remaining tears on his lashes. The plumpness of his cheeks that Fu Yuqi had worked so hard to build up by taking him out to eat and drink was now gone again. Those accursed Yi family members actually dared to bully someone like this. Fu Yuqi's face was less than 10 centimeters from Yi Ning's. Yi Ning stared blankly at him, seeing the sorrow in the depths of the other person's eyes. A wave of bitterness welled up inside him. He originally thought that no one would come to his aid and that he would be left alone here. But indeed there was someone who traveled through mountains and rivers, journeyed a long distance just to find him, tightly gripped his hand, and took him away from that nightmare of a place. Yi Ning shook his head with an unclear expression, seemingly responding to Fu Yuqi's last words. "I want to go home." "All right." Fu Yuqi first tried opening the ride-hailing app, but since the location was rather secluded, it was very unlikely that they could get a car here. Seeing the words on the screen, estimated wait time for driver, 2 hours, Fu Yuqi closed the app and called the driver who had dropped him off earlier. The master driver hadn't gone far yet, and of course, he was more than willing to take such a large order, promising he would arrive at the village to pick them up in 20 minutes. Then Fu Yuqi sent a message to his assistant, briefly explaining the situation, asking the assistant to bring people and come as quickly as possible to H City to handle the matter. "Seriously mom, who is that person?" Seeing the person taken away, Yi Zhaoxing's face was full of anger. Suing also looked upset. "How should I know? Isn't that the friend of Yi Ning you called over? At first, he said he came to deliver red envelopes, so I let him in. Who knew he would just snatch Yi Ning away like that?" Beside him, Yi Qi looked panicked. "You, Sai, what did I say before? This thing isn't very reliable." All right, all you can do is criticize after the fact. Look at your disrespectful nephew, he doesn't even listen to the elders." Hearing what Suing said, Yi Zhaoxing's expression became very colorful, like he'd swallowed a fly. Could that person be that Qi brother? He must be crazy. If that person really is him, judging by the looks of it, he rushed overnight all the way from S City. This Yi Ning is quite something, having ensnared someone's attention like this. Not being able to hold back this frustration and unwilling to let the duck already in his mouth fly away, Yi Zhaoxing gritted his teeth. "You don't need to worry, I'll go find my brother right now. I refuse to believe that within our village, even in the town, there would be anyone who dares to provoke the Yuan family. Let alone stealing someone else's wife." Yes, Suing, hearing him say that, realizing there was a chance of turning the situation around, hurriedly said, "Without a car, I estimate they won't be able to leave for a while. Zhaoxing, hurry up, have the Yuan family send people over." Yi Ning was led all the way by Fu Yuqi to the village entrance, drawing frequent gazes from the villagers during the journey. "Auntie, could we borrow this vehicle?" Fu Yuqi pointed to the 3-wheeled motorcycle parked nearby and asked, "He is sick." Wang Ping looked at these two handsome young men and nodded, Sure, go ahead." Fu Yuqi then asked, "Is there a cushion?" Wang Ping went inside and fetched 2 cushions for him. "One will suffice, thank you." Fu Yuqi took one of the cushions and placed it at the back of the tricycle, letting Yi Ning sit down. Then, he pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket and handed them to the old woman. "Once the car arrives, we'll leave." The old woman accepted the money and immediately beamed, "Oh dear, the young man is too polite. Stay as long as you want." Yi Ning didn't have much strength, so he didn't decline and obediently sat down. Soon after, someone draped a coat over him. It was Fu Yuqi who had taken off his own coat and placed it over Yi Ning. When he looked up to protest, he heard the other person say, "Listen to me, it's windy here, and you're sick. But you." Knowing what he was about to say, Fu Yuqi lightly chuckled and patted his head, "I'm not cold." Witnessing their interaction, Wang Ping seemed to understand something and grinned like an auntie. She interjected, "Your relationship is truly great. Is your boyfriend accompanying you back to the village?" At her question, Yi Ning's unfocused pupils slightly widened as he was about to explain, but she continued, "Are you heading back?" "Oh. I think I've seen you a few days ago, are you from the Yi family?" Swallowing his explanation, Yi Ning replied, "My name is Yi Ning, my grandmother was Lu Xiuyu." "Oh, so you're Xiuyu's grandson, that makes sense, you look really good looking. Don't be too sad, before your grandmother passed, she only worried about you, her grandson. As long as you're doing well, she can rest in peace. She was telling us about you earlier, saying how sensible and smart you are, and how much you care for her." The older woman spoke with an accent, but Yi Ning could understand her words. He nodded in response, "Thank you, auntie." Just mentioning his grandmother brought a wave of sorrow that he couldn't control. Wang Ping asked again, why go back so early when you're sick? Were you catching the bus? Yi Ning didn't reply. Fu Yuqi answered for him from beside him, such a beautiful place, with its clear waters and green mountains, how could it nurture such a family of beasts? Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's internal radar went off. She keenly sensed drama brewing. Known as the village's ultimate gossip queen who knew everything about every household, she wouldn't let such a juicy story slip by. Young man, tell me more. What sort of grievances does your significant other have at home? Raising his eyes, Yi Ning was just about to clarify their relationship when Fu Yuqi cut in ahead of him. That Yi family, his second uncle, aunt, and their son locked him in a room. If I hadn't arrived, something terrible would have happened for sure. Wang Ping put on a shocked expression. What? Why lock him up like that? Fu Yuqi hesitated. He wasn't sure if Yi Ning minded others knowing about this, and so he stayed silent for a moment. But Yi Ning took the initiative to answer. They were forcing me into marriage, to the Yuan family. When I refused, they locked me inside. Wang Ping drew in a sharp breath. Yuan family. How ruthless this Yi family could be. Even if it wasn't their biological son, how could they send someone into harm's way? Everyone knew that the Yuan family was the notorious bully family in the village. They shouldn't be allowed to do this, young man. Take this child away quickly. Those Yuan people aren't good types, marry into their family and you'll either die or suffer immensely. Right then, a rough shout rang out from a distance. I'd like to see who dares to snatch my wife from Yuan Xingtai. Turning around, both Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi saw a large group led by the person who had spoken. Included in their ranks were the three from the Yi family. Their numbers were intimidating, a real-life gangster scenario unfolded right before them. Yi Ning recognized the man as Yuan Xingtai. Seeing the size of his entourage, he panicked, grabbing Fu Yuqi's hand gently, whispering, Qi brother, let's go. Fu Yuqi squeezed his hand reassuringly and raised his brows. No worries, I can handle these misfits easily. He picked up his baseball cap and placed it on Yi Ning's head, pulling it down low to cover most of his face. Rest well. With the wind playing through his bold blue hair, Fu Yuqi watched the approaching group without changing his posture, his eyes filled with frosty indifference. Chapter 45. Wang Ping, seeing the situation worsening and realizing that the young tyrant of the Yuan family had arrived so quickly, hurriedly bid farewell to Fu Yuqi and ran back home. She closed her door partially, sticking out only her head to observe. Yi Ning looked at Fu Yuqi's fearless face and then glanced over at the large group approaching, subtly moving closer to the person next to her. The two were now pressed closely together, appearing even more inseparable. This sight pierced deep into Yuan Xingtai's heart. From the moment his family and Ye's family arranged the marriage, he automatically considered Yi Ning as his wife. But now his wife was leaning on another man, hand in hand with him. How could he endure this? Yuan Xingtai took a closer look and noticed the tall figure sitting beside his wife, legs slightly bent, a face carved with rugged beauty, exuding an imposing aura, and eyes dark like black onyx filled with cold disdain. He involuntarily stepped back. Who is this guy? Where does he come from? Even though this man seemed taller, better looking, and possessed a stronger presence than himself, who didn't know that Yuan Xingtai within 100 miles was someone no one dared offend? This kid probably just looks good and likes to act smug, that's all there is to it, not something to fear. With these thoughts, Yuan Xingtai regained his confidence. Pointing at Fu Yuqi, he roared angrily, do you know who I am? And how dare you take my wife? A flicker of dark light appeared in Fu Yuqi's eyes. Which gutter rat are you? Why should I care? You ugly dreamer. What kind of toad are you? Furious, Yuan Xingtai's face turned red. You, audacious. In the past, anyone openly or indirectly criticizing him would have provoked an immediate fight. However, with this person's strength still questionable, Yuan Xingtai hesitated to make any rash move. Noticing the other's blue hair, Yuan Xingtai bellowed, enraged, what non-mainstream weirdo are you? Don't you know that Ye's family has already married her off to me? At this point, Su Ying, who had been following closely behind Yuan Xingtai, stepped forward and said, young man, listen to Xiao Yuan. Bring Ning Ning here, we Ye's family and the Yuan family have already set up the engagement. Besides, didn't you say earlier you came to give a red envelope? If there's any misunderstanding, let's sit down and discuss it peacefully. Stay for their wedding and offer your congratulations. Everyone gets along harmoniously, isn't that great? Fu Yuqi almost laughed out loud at this person's shamelessness. In his 20+ years of life, he thought he'd seen it all, but such peculiar people were truly first-timers. With sharp eyes, he replied coldly, no red envelope, but I might consider burning some joss paper for you. Why should the engagement between your Yi and Yuan families involve Xiao Ning? Are you still clinging to outdated concepts like parental arrangements and matchmakers? Haven't you heard of societal development? And by the way, did you raise her? Who gave you the face to meddle in others' affairs? Su Ying never expected words could be so cutting. It felt like she'd received a heavy slap across her face, leaving her flustered and humiliated. The commotion attracted many villagers of all ages who gathered around to watch the spectacle. Wang Ping also emerged from her house. After hearing a summary of events, the villagers generally understood what had transpired. It was really too unethical on the part of the Yi family. The child lost both parents when she was young, and recently, her grandmother had also passed away. Now, seeing her nephew grow up handsome, they wanted to marry her off against her will to the Yuan family, clearly aiming to grab the bride price. One villager spoke up fairly, saying, "This young man is right, Su Ying. Nowadays, free love is encouraged. You're not even her biological mother, how can you force these things on Ning Ning?" Su Ying endured the villagers' disdainful murmurs under contemptuous stares, becoming increasingly embarrassed. She defended herself, "Oh heavens. I am his very own second aunt. I've been taking care of his grandmother for so many years. That ungrateful brat hasn't even come to visit us. Do you know how much we've suffered? No money at all." Amused, Wang Ping chimed in, "Your logic sounds flawed, doesn't it? Isn't it common sense for children to take care of their mothers? Tell me, Yi Qi, don't you owe your mother support?" The timid Yi Qi, mentioned unexpectedly, reluctantly stood up and nervously chuckled, I should. You're right, Brother Qi, you aren't our parents, nor did you raise me, you have no right to interfere in my life. Moreover, every month I transfer 4,000 yuan to Grandma, it's enough for her needs. Not coming back to spend time with her regularly is my mistake, but this isn't the reason for locking me in a room and forcing me to get married. The hand that he was holding seemed to give Yi Ning infinite confidence, allowing him the courage to rebut Su Ying in front of so many people. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. Upon hearing his words, the villagers became outraged and began discussing it more loudly. Wang Ping shouted loudly, "Su Ying, let me tell you, as an elder, one should have some dignity. Ning Ning already has a boyfriend, aren't you just trying to break them up? How immoral." Yi Ning's body stiffened momentarily, unable to explain earlier, so this time Grandma Wang had completely misunderstood. Just when he didn't know what to do, Fu Yuqi suddenly leaned over and whispered softly into his ear, "Auntie is a good person, why don't you cooperate with her?" Seeing the laughter in his eyes, Yi Ning hesitated but nodded. Upon seeing this, Fu Yuqi's icy demeanor softened somewhat. He raised their joined hands for everyone to see, "That's right, we've freely fallen in love, our relationship is stable. We own a car and a house in City S, and we're happy. It's just we don't know why this family is losing their minds, forcing Xiao Ning into proximity with animals." The onlookers were buzzing. Never imagined the Yi family could be so ruthless. I thought Su Ying was just sharp-tongued, never expected she'd be this vicious. Ah, this child is truly pitiable, falling into such relatives. The Yuan family? Don't even think about entering that den. Our village has been plagued by them countless times. Some even shouted at Yi Ning, "You two better leave fast." Seeing the situation turn against him, Yuan Xingtai thundered, "I don't care. Ye's family has agreed to marry him to me, so he's my wife. They made an arrangement with your family, let whoever wants to marry do so." Fu Yuqi lifted his chin, pointing at everyone toward Yi Zhaoxing, "He's their real son. You see there, perfectly suited for you. Both ugly to such perfection, and pure beasts." Yuan Xingtai was used to bullying around the village, no one had ever dared curse him like this. Coupled with being gossiped about by the group of villagers, the anger in his heart surged to its peak. His face twisted with fury, "You're looking for death." As he spoke, he released his pheromones. The thin, broken stench of stinky tofu gradually spread, the suffocating smell drilling straight into the nostrils of the Alpha and Omega present. The strength of its offensive nature was enough to make people feel sick. Involuntarily, everyone covered their noses, and some couldn't bear it, fleeing swiftly. Still, the foul odor clung stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. Seeing the reaction from the crowd, Yuan Xingtai's expression improved somewhat. As he continued releasing his pheromones, he stepped arrogantly toward Fu Yuqi. Refused the wine of respect and now must drink the penalty wine. Fu Yuqi's face darkened as he first calmed Yi Ning down, "Stay seated, don't move, just wait a moment." He then gently patted Yi Ning's hand and stood up after letting go. Chapter 46 Secondary Differentiation. Whether an alpha or omega, releasing pheromones in public is strictly prohibited because inducing someone else into a heat period could lead to irreversible consequences. But the other party had acted first without knowing any better, Fu Yuqi certainly wasn't going to choose restraint. He controlled the range carefully to avoid affecting others and then released his own pheromones. It was like a vigorous, scorching, fierce flame that would devour everything, rolling in with overwhelming power. Yuan Xingtai couldn't withstand it for even half a second before collapsing to his knees. His entire body felt as if he were inside a blazing fire, hot flames enveloping him, every inch of his skin and cells tightly bound by tongues of fire. Endless pain and fear crept into his mind. Yuan Xingtai felt himself unable to breathe, his whole body aching. He never thought he'd be so useless, unable to resist even for a moment. Fu Yuqi retracted his pheromones and looked coldly at the man kneeling before him. Not yet sated, he kicked the man to the ground and declared condescendingly, "Trash." Even though the pheromones were withdrawn, Yuan Xingtai still felt as if he hadn't escaped from the endless blaze, rolling uncontrollably in fear. Begging continuously, I'm sorry, sir. Please, please." A wet patch appeared on the crotch of his pants, clearly urinating out of fright. Though Fu Yuqi wanted to hurl a few more taunts, he felt the quickened breathing from someone behind and immediately turned around to check. What's wrong, Xiao Ning? Don't you feel well? Yi Ning felt his body behaving strangely, having felt much better after resting for a while. As soon as Yuan Xingtai approached, he suddenly started feeling unwell again, his body went limp and weak, cheeks flushed, and the nape of his neck burning hot. He also detected an unusually sharp, nauseating stench. However, shortly after, another indescribable scent drifted in, warm, fiery, like clusters of flames dancing around him. Upon hearing Fu Yuqi's question, Yi Ning raised dazed eyes, unfocused, and instinctively replied, "Smells awful." Yet as Fu Yuqi drew closer, this warm aroma became clearer, dispelling the sickening stench. Shaking his head, Yi Ning said, "Dizzy, hot." Fu Yuqi's eyebrows flickered slightly, "Awful smell. Did Yi Ning catch on to that person's pheromones?" But Yi Ning is obviously a beta pretending to be an alpha. While lost in thought, Yi Ning struggled against the discomfort, tilting his head back to scratch his collar, raising a hand to itch the sore, hot flesh at the nape of his neck. Because his arms lacked strength, he couldn't reach far enough, making his expression even more pitiful. Fu Yuqi quickly grabbed hold of his hand and softly coaxed, "Let me take a look." Although Yi Ning's consciousness was already blurred, he obediently lowered his head and revealed the small section of skin. It was red, slightly swollen. It looked unmistakably like an incompletely developed gland. Fu Yuqi involuntarily exhaled, "Shit." Without realizing, he extended a finger to touch the slight protrusion. As his cool fingertip made contact, both of them unconsciously shivered. Fu Yuqi hastily pulled his hand back, his heart pounding like a drum. Experimentally, he released faint pheromones, letting them drift around Yi Ning. Then he softly inquired, "Still smells bad, Xiao Ning?" The little flame had driven away all the awful odors. Yi Ning's body moved closer to Fu Yuqi's, nearly burying into the chest of the other. With his eyes closed, he shook his head, "No more awful smell, it's nice and warm." At just this moment, the driver arrived. Beeping the horn, he poked his head out to beckon Fu Yuqi, "Young man, get in." "I'm coming," Fu Yuqi nodded. Subsequently, he slid one arm around Yi Ning's shoulder and the other under his leg, lifting him up gently. Feeling dizzy and confused, Yi Ning only felt safe and warm when carried, instinctively burrowing deeper into the embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Fu Yuqi paused mid-step, his heartbeat accelerating even faster. Carrying Yi Ning towards the vehicle, he stopped briefly along the way, directing his words at Yuan Xingtai who was still writhing in pain, "House of Yuan, right? I remember you." He glanced over at the three silent members of the Yi family, and you. Wang Ping opened the car door, and Fu Yuqi first placed Yi Ning inside, striding in next with long strides. Then he positioned Yi Ning onto his lap, wrapping his arms around him and ensuring he rested comfortably within his embrace. Before the car started, he gave a wave out the window, flashing the usual lazy, courteous smile, "Thank you all, we're leaving." Yi Ning hadn't slept all night, his restlessness and fear finally subsiding now that he was safe. Wrapped in the familiar scent around him, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. From this angle, Fu Yuqi could see the young man's lightly trembling eyelashes, the soft contours of his face, and the pale cheeks now flushed red, like two tender clouds. For some inexplicable reason, Fu Yuqi reached out and pinched his cheeks. Just as he'd imagined, they were soft and warm. The sleeping Yi Ning didn't notice his action, but the driver caught it all through the rearview mirror. He chuckled and asked, "Young man, did you find your lover?" "Yep," Fu Yuqi replied, not correcting the driver's assumption. If we hadn't arrived in time, who knows how much bullying he would have endured. What happened? The driver wanted to hear the story, but Fu Yuqi feared their conversation might wake Yi Ning, so after a few words, he stopped talking. It took over 3 hours for the car to travel from Shangsuan to S-City. During this time, Yi Ning woke up once, looked at Fu Yuqi, called out to him with a sticky tone, then went back to sleep. The ride was bumpy, making it hard to sleep soundly. Moreover, Fu Yuqi noticed Yi Ning wasn't getting any better, his face was still red, and his forehead was hot. So he decided to go straight to the hospital. Initially, he planned to carry Yi Ning out of the car, but Yi Ning woke up when the car stopped and said he could walk. Regretfully, Fu Yuqi retracted his hand. Yi Ning originally thought it was just a fever or a cold, so they went to the internal medicine department. However, based on the doctor's advice, they switched departments after a checkup. After routine tests, the two waited in the hospital corridor. Looking weary and lacking energy, Yi Ning seemed listless. Seeing this, Fu Yuqi pulled him closer, "Lean on me." Obediently, Yi Ning rested his head on Fu Yuqi's shoulder, leaning his upper body against him. This position felt more comfortable. Closing his eyes, he murmured with a thick voice, "Thank you, Brother Qi." Even though he was always well-behaved, Yi Ning's current sickly demeanor made him look particularly harmless, like a little kitten showing its softest side, tolerating everything without getting upset. Fu Yuqi felt as if feathers were lightly brushing against his heart, sending tingling sensations throughout his body. When the test results came out, the doctor called them into her office. "Your condition." She frowned as she studied the lab report. "How long has your neck been itchy and burning?" Yi Ning thought for a moment, "Less than a month." "You're 22 years old this year, right?" "Yes." The doctor spoke solemnly, "You're currently going through secondary differentiation. Based on your current condition, you are leaning towards becoming an omega. Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned. Chapter 47, Going Home. Ah. Yi Ning was momentarily at a loss, but I've always been a beta. How could I suddenly start differentiating? Secondary differentiation is rare, but not impossible. The reasons aren't necessarily clear either. It could be due to delayed development of your own glands or possibly due to stress disorders. At this point, the doctor paused and asked, have you had sexual contact recently? If so, it could be due to the influence of alpha pheromones on you, which might have accelerated the differentiation process. Yi Ning paused, then his cheeks turned even redder as he felt a rush of heat to his head. He hurriedly explained, no, doctor, we're not like that. The doctor's gaze shifted between the two, nodding thoughtfully. Fu Yuqi, however, focused on a different aspect. He was locked in a room all night yesterday, and this morning there was an alpha around him releasing aggressive pheromones. A stressful event, along with the catalytic effect of pheromones, causing symptoms like fever and dizziness is normal. Seeing Yi Ning's bewildered expression, the doctor softened his voice and consoled him, you don't need to worry too much. Although it was discovered late, your differentiation is still within a normal state now. I will prescribe some medicine for you. After going home today, take it on time, and make sure to rest well. Don't engage in sexual activity before the differentiation process is completely finished. With a flushed face, Yi Ning nodded, all right. Thank you, doctor. After leaving the hospital, it still felt surreal. For over 20 years, he had been a beta, but now, he was about to differentiate into an omega? Originally, Fu Yuqi wanted Yi Ning to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. But Yi Ning felt it wasn't a big issue and wanted to go back to S-City as soon as possible, so he refused. Considering the unpleasant experiences Yi Ning had here, Fu Yuqi thought it would be better to return quickly, so he booked a flight for that evening. During the wait for the plane, he took Yi Ning to a 5-star hotel, booked a double standard room, and ordered a lavish meal. Yi Ning didn't have much of an appetite, although he hadn't eaten for almost a day. Under Fu Yuqi's supervision, he still ate quite a bit and then took his medication. Afterward, he fell deeply asleep. Fu Yuqi sat on the other bed, gazing at the peaceful sleeping face of the young man, listening to the rapid and chaotic beats of his own heart. Soon after, the assistant arrived in H-City. Worried about disturbing Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi quietly stepped onto the balcony to answer the phone. On the call, he detailed the course of events to his assistant and gave some instructions. Not long after, Ye's family trio were imprisoned for illegal confinement and human trafficking. As for Yuan's family, they were notorious bullies, having committed many crimes in their area, relying on someone higher up to protect them. However, this time they tangled with someone too powerful, and one by one, they were arrested. The luxury villa in the village was sealed off. Even if they were released from prison in the future, they wouldn't be able to cause any significant trouble, and might even turn on Ye's family just as how both sides had betrayed each other in this matter. Of course, these were all future concerns. Back in S-City, Yi Ning would no longer be affected by them. When they returned to S-City, Yi Ning initially wanted to join Fu Yuqi in picking up Gao Gao, Snowcone, from the pet shop, but Fu Yuqi sent him home first under the reason that, you need to rest. Besides, since it was already late, the pet store was most likely closed. He had no choice but to give up on the idea. Finally returning to his own little house, surrounded by the familiar environment, Yi Ning felt his tense heart finally settling back into its rightful place. He walked over to the storage cabinet where he usually kept snacks, wanting to grab a pack of chips. Considering his current condition, he retracted his hand and instead retrieved a bag of yogurt from the fridge. Then he returned to the living room, curling up on the couch to drink yogurt while looking at his phone. He saw the messages Yi Zhaoxing had sent to Qi Gu, angry enough to want to kick him. Fortunately, Qi Gu didn't believe them and immediately guessed his predicament. During those few days in his hometown, besides Fu Yuqi, Chu Yi-Wang also sent him numerous messages. Yi Ning hadn't told him about his grandmother passing away, nor did he know that his phone had been seized. Yi Ning quickly replied to his message. Chu Yi-Wang. Ning brother keeps ignoring me again. Are you not back yet? The holiday is over. Your group of fans is crying and shouting in my live stream every day because you haven't streamed. Are you okay? Is it that you haven't checked your phone or are you simply ignoring me? Yi Ning. Just got home today, sorry to make you worry. My grandma passed away, and I've been in my hometown for the last few days. Moments after sending the message, Yi Ning received a call from Chu Yi-Wang. The other side awkwardly comforted him for a while. Hey, Ning, you know I'm not good at comforting people anyway, but don't be too sad. There will be a lot of people with you in the future. Alright, I know, thank you Yi-Wang. He knew the other was sincerely concerned about him and felt grateful deep down. After chatting a few more sentences, they agreed to go out for dinner another day and then hung up the phone. Yi Ning opened the Himaeo live streaming app, seeing the message notification 99+, he entered it and found numerous comments from fans under his latest post, all urging him to start streaming again. Where are you? Where are you? Not back yet. The holiday is over. I can't fall asleep without your live stream. Wife, where have you gone? Why are you ignoring us? Wah. Miss you so much. Start now. Next door, Chi-Lai hasn't streamed either. Speak up. Whose fault is it? Or did you two go off somewhere to enjoy yourselves? Yi-Ning didn't expect to receive so many comments and hadn't realized he had gathered so many true fans who waited for his daily live streams. A mix of gratitude and joy welled up within him, along with a bit of guilt. That final live stream before he left was supposed to be a 3-day break announcement, yet so many days passed without him returning, and he hadn't informed Guanzhong, his fans, why. That was his mistake. So, he quickly edited and sent out a new dynamic post. Sorry, recently there has been an unexpected loss in my family, things happened too suddenly and I couldn't inform everyone beforehand. I'll resume the live stream as soon as possible. The next morning, Yi-Ning woke up very early. Perhaps because he had been frightened, he didn't sleep well during the night, constantly dreaming strange dreams and waking up several times throughout the night. After taking the medicine yesterday, the symptoms of dizziness, fever, and itchiness on the back of his neck improved significantly, but he still felt weak and lacked appetite. Thus, he listlessly sat in the couch feeling dazed. Around 9 o'clock, Fu Yuchi's message came through. Awake? I've picked Snowcone up from the pet shop. She's already shouting to see you. Yi-Ning's eyes brightened with excitement as he replied. I'm up, where are you guys? Okay, I'll find you. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang, it was Fu Yuchi with Snowcone. When Yi-Ning held the small, soft fur ball in his arms, he finally managed a faint smile. Snowcone finally caught the scent of her owner, and began calling loudly with meows while using her little paws to climb Yi-Ning's chest as if rebelling, protesting for being left behind for so long. Yi-Ning hurriedly stroked the cat's fur, apologizing softly, Sorry, I made a mistake. Chapter 48, Broadcast begins. Recalling that Fu Yuchi was still standing by the door, Yi-Ning shifted her body to make room for him to enter. Good morning, Chi-Ji. Good morning. Noticing that Yi-Ning's complexion had improved compared to yesterday, Fu Yuchi felt slightly relieved. At this moment, Yi-Ning realized that apart from the popsicle and some daily necessities in his hands, he was also holding vegetables. Seeing her attention on it, Fu Yuchi raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you eaten? I'll cook for you later. Not yet. Yi-Ning replied, somewhat surprised. I should be the one cooking. Fu Yuchi smirked as he said, go play with Popsicle, she's been missing you a lot, cursing me all day. Yi-Ning giggled at his statement and her eyes curved, that can't be true, Popsicle likes you too. The kitchen wasn't big, and Fu Yuchi was tall, making the space feel a bit cramped. He wore an apron that was slightly too small, which made him seem a little out of place in the environment. However, his movements were skillful and orderly, washing vegetables, cutting them, frying, and stirring. All these routine actions looked incredibly pleasing when done by him, drawing one's attention. Popsicle went off to play by herself. Yi-Ning leaned against the doorframe, peeking inside while watching him cook. She originally thought that Fu Yuchi was already impressive in the game, but surprisingly, in real life, he seemed equally capable at everything. How could Chi-Ji be so good at everything? He was truly amazing. Yi-Ning couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Looking at his sharp and handsome profile in the kitchen, she suddenly remembered that recently, she seemed to have seen his clean-cut facial features quite often. When he found her and embraced her after opening the door, when they sat together in Grandma Dama's tricycle leaning against each other, even in the car when he held her to sleep. After a moment, Yi-Ning realized something, every time, their interactions had been overly intimate, almost like lovers. Heat rushed to her cheeks, bringing a clearly visible flush, prompting her to quickly turn around and whoosh back to the living room. Half an hour later, Fu Yuchi finished preparing all the dishes, and they both carried them to the dining table in the living room. It was simple home-cooked food, 3 vegetable dishes and 2 meat dishes, with perfect colors, smells, and flavors. Under Fu Yuchi's watchful gaze, Yi-Ning first took a small bite of the dish. The fragrance instantly spread in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. Her eyes lit up as she praised, delicious. Only then did Fu Yuchi relax, a slight smile curving at his lips as he modestly replied, I told you so, top chef skills, basic operation. Yi-Ning continued praising, it's really delicious. It was strange because she hadn't had much appetite earlier, but after taking the first bite, all the dishes on the table suddenly became incredibly appetizing, making her want to eat more. For a while, the two ate in quiet. Suddenly, Yi-Ning spoke up. My parents passed away when I was very young. I was raised by my grandparents. Afterward, my grandfather also passed away. After graduating from university, I wanted to earn money quickly to treat my grandmother's illness. This time, she had agreed to go back to S-City with me for treatment, and we would live together. Yi-Ning lowered her eyes, sadness enveloping her face deeply. We agreed that she'd prepare for a few days, and I'd come pick her up afterward. But early that morning, I received the news of her passing. The day before, we were still sitting together chatting, and she even told me to take care. Her voice trembled with sobs. They said it was because of me, that I brought bad luck. This is impossible, Xiaoning. Fu Yuchi interjected, have you ever thought about this, that perhaps your grandmother held on for so long precisely because she cared deeply about you, enduring pain every day just to keep going? Only when she saw that you were doing well could she finally leave in peace. Don't blame yourself for her passing. You are her only concern left. So please fulfill her wish, live well. A peaceful, kind, and content smile from her last meeting with her grandmother suddenly appeared in Yi Ning's mind. In this instant, she felt a sudden sense of release. That evening, under everyone's anticipation, Chi-Ri finally started the broadcast on time. Yi Ning originally intended to join him, but her body hadn't fully recovered yet, and Fu Yuqi wouldn't let her. He ordered her to rest properly, saying they would stream again once she was healthy. Thus, she was forced to continue her vacation. After some consideration, Yi Ning compromised. Given her current physical condition, she felt completely drained. Her gaming performance certainly wouldn't be as good as before, possibly even dragging down Brother Chi. So that night, she nestled on the couch with her tablet, waiting for Chi-Ri's broadcast to start just like any other viewer. The tablet was a staff benefit sent by Fu Yuqi not long ago. She didn't expect it to be such a valuable item, and Yi Ning was quite surprised when she received it. When she inquired about it with Fu Yuqi, he said that this was supposed to be the broadcasting equipment issued to him. At 8 p.m., soon after Fu Yuqi started his broadcast, tens of thousands of people quickly flooded in. Hey. Is this for real? Is this person real? Finally you're streaming. Why didn't you wait until I'm dead before streaming again? Grandpa, the streamer you followed has finally streamed again. 15 whole days. Do you know how I've lived without your streams for these half months? Where did you go? Entered something. Got married to the support. Went on honeymoon with the support. Had kids with the support. Seeing the barrage getting more and more outrageous, Fu Yuqi helplessly stopped them. You guys are too imaginative. Then, he realized that he had been dodging the audience for many days and had made a mistake first. His usual arrogance diminished significantly as he slightly sincerely calmed the elderly grandpas among the audience. All right, here I am bowing down to all of you. After saying this, he picked up a stuffed toy doll next to him, pressed its head on the wooden table, making a thud sound. That would count as bowing. Barrage. All right, treating us like fools. Could you get any lazier? What did the little stuffed doll do wrong? So where did you go anyway? Where's the support? Where's Ningbao? Where's my wife? Yeah, where's Mu Ning? Haven't seen him stream recently. Fu Yuqi logged into the game and replied, the support is sick, and will not broadcast temporarily. I'll solo queue. Ah, what kind of sickness, serious? Is it due to sorrow? I saw him post saying someone in his family passed away. Wow, my waifu. Miss Ningning waifu so much. Waifu, really want to see waifu. It's no longer fun queuing with Chi without waifu, sigh. Every time Fu Yuqi saw those frivolous fellows calling out, waifu, he got annoyed and had an impulse to mute them. But then he remembered they were Yi Ning's fans and forced himself to endure, redirecting his attention to the game. Looks like he'd need to kill a few more enemies in-game later to relieve the discomfort in his heart. At this point, Yi Ning silently lurking in Chi-Ri's live room looking at a pile of barrage mentioning herself, lightly bit her lip. Being called wife by so many people in front of Fu Yuqi was so embarrassing. After pondering for a while, she typed a barrage to send, trying to persuade everyone to focus on watching the live stream. I'll broadcast in a few days, please enjoy Chi-Ge's live stream everyone. Chapter 49, Room Manager. Seeing Yi Ning arrive, Fu Yuqi cheerfully gave a little smile, welcome, little Ning, to my live stream. Unexpectedly, the audience became even more unruly when they saw Yi Ning in the live stream. Wife. 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 What? Wife, you're watching Chi-Li's live stream too? Yuri's sick and still came, you really have me crying. Don't love too much. So many chat messages calling her wife, our real Chi-Li husband hasn't called anyone that in front of us. Maybe he calls daily behind the scenes hahaha. Wife, what's wrong, are you okay? Ugh, I miss you Ning Ning. During the time these two were live streaming together, they accumulated quite a few fans who like both of them, people who run between their live streams. However, Chi-Li has a large fan base, including many, only, fans who only support him. Seeing the chat, one stepped out to lecture. This is Chi-Li's live stream. If you like other streams, please leave. Exactly, those who want to watch auxiliary content can have someone else stream it. Stop mentioning others in my husband's live stream. It's so annoying. I can't stand some CP fans, they always try to pair people up. Don't keep spreading absurd rumors. Any rational person can see they have a proper boss-employee relationship. CP fans should watch dating shows. Why watch game live streams? Everyone knows Chi-Li is popular, of course someone will hitch a ride on his fame. Some people should remember this is Chi-Li. Live stream. Mocked, the dual fans were naturally not pleased and retaliated accordingly. The one saying they are just boss and employee should donate your eyes if you don't need them. Who manages what people watch? Everyone is an audience member, your like level isn't higher than mine, right? Do you have a face to say anything? Died laughing, enjoy the toxic, only, fan panic. They sleep under the same quilt privately, yet some people can only furiously rage here without any power. Why shouldn't I be a CP fan? Are real couples not allowed to be fangirled over? Chi-Lai hasn't said anything yet, but you toxic-only fans start yelling first. The chat grew more intense, almost escalating into direct insults. The live stream room managers came out to maintain order. No fighting everyone, also no personal attacks. Focus on Chi-Lai's live stream, together create a good live stream environment. After selecting heroes and entering the game loading screen, Fuyuchi took a moment to glance at the chat. He silently chuckled, then advised the fans, "Don't argue, we're all family." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "I and Little Ning get along well." This statement was intentionally vague, didn't clarify the viewers' misunderstanding of them being a couple, and subtly refuted those who claimed they were merely a boss and employee. Ha 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 ha. Getting along well. Host online disapproves of toxic-only fan attitudes. Did you hear that? Family. They might even be on the same household register already. Being family, doesn't that confirm it? This CP fan feels satisfied. Toxic-onlys, speak up. Highlight points. Family, getting along well. Laughing myself to death, some people won't be sleeping well tonight. Yi Ning silently witnessed their argument, wanting to explain but unsure how to appropriately express it. Fortunately, Brother Chi did the explaining. It's his live stream room, if she drew too much attention, it wouldn't be good. Yi Ning decided to quietly watch the live stream. Recalling the previous time Fuyuchi had come to her live stream and sent many gifts, Yi Ning topped up her account. She similarly sent a few special effect gifts. An adorably silly electronic cat appeared on the screen, waving its paws towards everyone and softly meowing. Thank you for the gift from Little Ning. Upon seeing the special effect gift, Fuyuchi promptly responded, "Thanks boss, you're generous." Suddenly, he remembered something. I haven't set you as a room manager yet. Using the gap when the game character returned to the city, he quickly operated the mouse, soon setting Yi Ning as the live stream room's manager without giving her any chance to decline. Chi-Lai has set Mu Ning as the room manager was clearly displayed in the live stream room. The chat buzzed with commotion. Yo 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 yo. You guys mutually manage each other's live stream rooms, huh? Very clever play. Basic operation, wife manages husband, husband manages wife. No wonder they're a family. Too sweet. Last time, a rich woman brushed hundreds of thousands at once, and you didn't even mention setting her as a room manager. So spoiled. Ning Ning kicked the toxic-only fans out of his live stream room. Yuchi's actions were so fast that Yi Ning didn't even have a chance to refuse. She smiled helplessly and sent another gift as thanks. Then she quietly stayed in the live stream room without speaking or moving. After finishing a match, Yuchi checked the fan ranking first. Seeing the familiar minimalist lemon avatar, he knew Yi Ning was still there and started the next game with a good mood. Just entering the game, his teammates saw his JD and quickly recognized him. The support player unmuted, shouting in surprise, "Chi-Lai. Is it really Chi-Lai?" It was a girl with a sweet and crisp voice. Yuchi politely responded with an emoji. That sweet teenage voice came again, "It's really you. Wow, this game we can easily win." The other teammates agreed. Yuchi unmuted, No, this is a team game. Chi-Lai, I'm your fan. I've been watching your streams for a long time, didn't expect to queue into you today. By the way, what kind of support do you want? Yuchi, anything works, I don't care about support. Meanwhile, the audience also recognized the girl. Hey, this girl is also a host on Hey Meow Live. Yes, JD stands for Dai Xiaoli. A game streamer with both looks and skills. Oh my gosh, it's Xiaoli. A very beautiful and cute Omega. Her voice is so sweet, I'll go follow her channel. I'll pick a kitty then. Dai Xiaoli said while locking down Mage Kitty Yumi, while Yuchi on the 4th floor selected Holy Gunner Lucian. Once the game began, everyone walked up to their lanes preparing for lane warfare. The familiar viewers of Dai Xiaoli knew that she was a very lively Omega. During her live streaming sessions, she loved chatting with her teammates and audience. She could talk non-stop through an entire game, and her regular broadcasting style was extremely cheerful. Because of this, she accumulated quite a number of fans and could be counted among the more famous streamers in the League of Legends mobile gaming section on Hey Meow Live. When the game started, she also unmuted like usual to chat, Chi-Lai, your skin looks so cool, it's called Western Devil, right? How does it feel? Fuyuchi, not bad. Well, our opponents are Husher and Darius. I get a headache seeing this combo. Do you have any tactics that would work well against them? Fuyuchi, pay attention to positioning. I've been hooked, I lost so much HP. Can I go grab a fruit? Fuyuchi, sure. The audience in the live stream all thought, why is this guy talking so little today? Chapter 50, Impressive. Why are you being so precious today? Is it just me, or do you seem a bit cold towards Xiaoli Dai? She tells you a bunch of stuff, and you just reply with a few words. What's up with your act today? You're usually so talkative, why the sudden aloofness? What, has the cold weather frozen your mouth shut? Why don't you say more? Ah. Why are you being so cold to our Xiaoli? In the earpiece, Xiaoli Dai didn't mind Qi Lai's taciturnity, continuing enthusiastically praising him. You're so impressive, Qi Lai. That little maneuver earlier was incredibly detailed. It feels like you're familiar with every ADC, no matter which hero you play, you dominate the other team. I thought we would struggle because of me dragging the line against their combination, but you're truly amazing. Fuyuchi gave an awkward laugh, not at all, not at all. A dragon fight was going on, Fuyuchi moved quickly, executing smooth combos that allowed his hero, with the help of teammates, to secure a triple kill. Meanwhile, the feline character in the last team battle had been caught by the opposing side, resulting in an unfortunate sacrifice. Xiaoli Dai elongated her tone as she said, originally, I wanted to cast a shield, but I'm too weak. Please don't look down on me, Qi Lai. Fuyuchi responded, no, you're pretty good. Although sometimes it was hard for others to keep up with his thoughts and actions, truthfully, except for Yining, Fuyuchi didn't think anyone could follow him, but he admitted that this streamer Xiaoli Dai did a great job with auxiliary plays, she was genuinely quite good for this tier. So his comment wasn't offhand. Really? Hearing this, Xiaoli Dai's tone became excited again, wow, I've actually received praise from the great Qi Lai. So happy. She tentatively asked, so. Great Qi Lai, can we play together tonight? I'll always stay by your side and protect you, being a responsible little bodyguard. The young girl's voice twisted sweetly, laced with clear pleading. If it were an ordinary alpha, they'd surely agree happily, flattered by such a sweet and cute Omega's request. When Fuyuchi heard the message transmitted by the young girl through his headphones, his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly, sitting straight unconsciously. He glanced at the live streaming room's fan gift rankings, where that lemon avatar remained quietly hanging there. Instantly, beads of sweat poured down his back, waves of guilt rushing over him as if doing something disgraceful. He cleared his throat lightly, making his tone sound slightly colder, well, no thanks. A gentle refusal, but Xiaoli Dai didn't plan to give up. She softened her voice, please great Qi Lai. Recently, I've encountered some really weird teammates due to my bad water sign cycle, lost a bunch of games consecutively, I've got it rough. Fuyuchi remained unfazed, no. I'm sorry, but you're already very good. You can go find an appropriate AD in the recruitment hall to climb the rankings together. For me, I'm more used to double teaming with my auxiliary. Oh. Xiaoli Dai was taken aback, your auxiliary. Is it Mu Ning? Why didn't the two of you duo today? He's sick and needs rest lately. Oh, I see. Despite her persistence in asking twice more, she still received only refusals from him and ultimately gave up. At this moment, the audience finally caught on. Hey, I have a pretty reasonable guess. Qi Lai suddenly turned so aloof toward Xiaoli Dai because Ning Bao is watching in the live stream, hahaha. Agreed. Dare not speak more than a word. He dare not chat more with the Omega because his wife is online watching. This guy fears jealousy and anger, keeping distance actively, showing high moral awareness. What a rule-abiding man. Can't take it anymore, today's sweetness level is exceeded. I'm about to die sweetly in the live stream. Qi Lai must be afraid of his wife. Can't stop laughing, even under wife's watch in the live stream, he dares not utter a single word more. Ning Bao, say something, Ning Bao. Looking at the bullet comments, Fuyuchi didn't respond, emitting a non-committal light chuckle. Who knows what those audiences keep daydreaming about daily. He simply didn't want Yining to think of him as someone who neglects friends for beauty. Moreover, he spoke the truth. Only when playing with Yining could he unleash his full potential, enjoying the most comfortable gaming experience. When he already had such an amazing and obedient support, wouldn't going to duo queue with someone else be a kind of betrayal? Yining was also watching in the live stream, so he couldn't let his little support misunderstand or feel hurt. Yining saw the interaction between Fuyuchi and Dai Xiaoli. He knew that Fuyuchi had always been popular, every day playing with him gave him direct insight into this. A while ago, he entered Dai Xiaoli's live streaming room under a different account and noticed she was a very cute and pretty Omega who also played well. As he listened to the girl in the live stream unabashedly admire and praise Fuyuchi, a sudden pang of inexplicable bitterness welled up within his chest. After hearing Fuyuchi's refusal of her duo invitation, however, he secretly sighed in relief. Yining couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. He stroked Shuigao's smooth white fur and softly reproached himself, I'm so petty. Even though Brother Qi had now become his exclusive ADC, he had no right to demand that Fuyuchi couldn't duo with others, doing so would be too domineering. In the live streaming room, Dai Xiaoli's voice continued to echo. Qi Lai's auxiliary must be incredibly strong, right? After all, he became your regular partner. When it came to Yining, Fuyuchi finally started speaking more, very strong, knows how to play all auxiliary heroes and is proficient in them. His awareness and operational level are top-notch. Much stronger than me, bringing my rank up daily. After finishing his sentence, he chuckled involuntarily. Everyone was amazed. When it comes to praising the auxiliary, you never stop talking. I thought each of your sentences to Dai Xiaoli wouldn't exceed 5 words today. Ning pride, here you are. Dang, I thought you'd only ever brag about yourself. You're really good at praising your wife, huh buddy? Sweet enough to kill me. Aw. Dai Xiaoli stunned, ha 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 ha. Dai Xiaoli indeed remained stunned for a few seconds before regaining consciousness, laughing awkwardly twice. Is that true? That's truly amazing. Fu Yuqi spoke firmly, yes. Outside the screen, Yi Ning's face flushed hot as he heard the compliments. He wasn't nearly as good as Fu Yuqi said, the exaggeration was simply too much. Unable to hold back, he typed and sent a bullet comment, not at all, it's actually you who keeps bringing me victories. The audience joked. Ha 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 ha, Ning has become embarrassed by your praise. Ning wife, you're finally speaking. I thought you weren't there, sniff sniff. Mu Ning is quietly watching the stream, what a sweet couple. When will you two get married? I want to sit at the main table. Ning Bao, didn't you see, Qi Lai kept it super moral and behaved well. Seeing their comments, Yi Ning's face turned even redder. Chapter 51, Raffle. When Fu Yuqi saw the comment sent by Yi Ning, he said seriously, it is. In my heart, little Ning is the best in the world. Her heart was like being wrapped with a layer of honey, sweet and slightly red as Yi Ning blushed. Her heart beat like a drum, and he stopped talking, quietly watching all kinds of dazzling operations displayed by Qi Lai in the live streaming room. At the end of a game, they won with a slight advantage, and Qi Lai also received the MVP for this round. On the settlement page, Dai Xiaoli persistently asked again, Brother Chili, can't you bring me along? I will be very obedient. Just tonight, okay? It's not easy to queue up with you. I believe your little support must not mind either, right? Fu Yuqi replied with a hint of headache, no, let's play together next time when we're queued up. And by the way, I'm logging off tonight. Dai Xiaoli, ah. It's not yet your off-air time, is it? I have something else. After saying that, Fu Yuqi stopped speaking and quickly returned to the game lobby. The bullet chat was very curious. Are you logging off? No. You only played 2 games today. I shall not allow it. You'd better be deceiving her. Don't log off. Ning is still in the live streaming room, dare you log off? When did I say I'm going to stop broadcasting? Qi Lai's tone was leisurely, I'm just exiting the game. Isn't that the same thing? What, do you have other plans today? If you reveal your face and sing for us, that's fine too. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. Brothers and sisters haven't seen your face for hundreds of years. Yeah, we've seen the same photo thousands of times. Fu Yuqi didn't care about the massive blood letter from the audience, but instead sent a message to Yi Ning. Are you still there? Yi Ning's tablet received the message, she picked up her phone and replied in the chat box. Yes, what's up? Fu Yuqi, can I borrow your account for a while? I want to organize a program. Although she didn't know why he suddenly changed accounts, Yi Ning agreed without hesitation. Okay. Fu Yuqi soon sent over the game QR code, and Yi Ning scanned it to log in. When the viewers saw the game account on the screen labeled Muning, they were all dumbfounded. Muning? Changing broadcasters? Good heavens, are you living together? What's going on, old thief? Is this Mu Ning or Qi Lai now? Is it baby Ning? After watching the audience scratch their heads and speculate, Fu Yuqi finally coughed lightly and casually said, it's me. Borrowed Ning's account, I'm not playing tonight, let's do something more exciting. How exciting is it? What are you, old man, going to do with baby Ning's account? What perverted stuff are you planning now? Yuhi Generation AJ, what are you going to do with baby Ning, the account? Don't think too much, Fu Yuqi sounded disdainful, how am I perverted? I'm a pure and upright youth. There's a lottery event recently, let's see how many draws I need to help Ning collect skins. There were still a few hundred points left on Yi Ning's account, he usually doesn't buy skins, only purchasing ones he likes among his commonly used heroes. Since he started double queuing with Fu Yuqi, the latter kept sending him skins, one after another. Whether they were auxiliary heroes or others, everything was sent. Yi Ning had told him several times not to send them, since many of these skins were of no use to him. But Fu Yuqi continued unfailingly, citing reasons such as, if a big brawl happens and you get chosen, you can play, you don't use it, I'll send anyway, if others have it, you should too, the contract clearly states there should be no breach. All sorts of reasons came out, despite repeated attempts to dissuade him, so Yi Ning eventually just let it be. Sometimes having a boss who is wealthy can also be a problem. Now, Fu Yuqi was talking about helping him with the raffle again, Yi Ning felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, she saw Fu Yuqi's finger tap the small plus sign beside the point tokens. Without hesitation, he topped up the largest amount of point tokens available. He continuously topped up 3 times before stopping. Spending so much money at once didn't make Fu Yuqi bat an eye, let's draw first, if we run out of tokens later, we can top up again. Subsequently, he entered the event and drew multiple times consecutively, each time a 10-draw package. They got 4 skins, along with various other rewards, but the skin for the auxiliary hero hasn't appeared yet. Fu Yuqi lightly clicked his tongue, bad luck. He's actually helping him with the raffle. You gotta admit, it is pretty thrilling. You didn't use your own account for the raffle, you used an auxiliary one instead. Don't overdo it, I'm saying. Now everyone knows Chi Lai is a crazy husband who spoils his wife, right? He refused Dai Xiaoli's team-up invitation and immediately logged into Muning's account to draw prizes. I don't believe the two of you aren't in a relationship. Money talks, huh? He recharged points without hesitation. After helping him with the raffle, will he help us next? The brothers are waiting for your login. Dogeface.jpg. After 9 attempts and 90 draws, Fu Yuchi finally collected all the skins from the prize pool. Satisfied, he returned to the game lobby. He rotated his wrist and said, let's queue up using Little Ning's account tonight. I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, he got up from his seat. It wasn't that he really needed to go to the restroom. Fu Yuchi took out his phone and sent Yi Ning a message on WeChat. Are you still watching? It's time to sleep, rest well. Before leaving, he saw Yi Ning's account still hanging in the live streaming room, so she must have been watching the live stream. After going through that incident, he was extremely frightened psychologically. Plus, his body was currently undergoing secondary differentiation, so he should get some early rest. Receiving his message, Yi Ning replied, alright, I'll go to bed soon. Fu Yuchi, have you taken your medicine on time? Yi Ning, I've taken it. Fu Yuchi, good, then go to sleep. Good night. Yi Ning also wished him good night. He exited the live streaming room, turned off his tablet, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, then went to bed and fell asleep quickly. After resting for a few days, his body fully recovered to its former state. After Yi Ning's repeated assurance, Fu Yuchi finally agreed to his request to resume broadcasting. Thinking about how he had been off-air for nearly a month, Yi Ning felt very guilty. On the day he resumed broadcasting, he prepared early, adjusted the live streaming equipment, and went live a few minutes early. The live streaming room soon filled with many people. Most of them were loyal fans with his fan badge. Ah! What am I seeing? Live Ning Ning treasure. You're finally back on air. Baby, I missed you like crazy. Congratulations, it's a day for celebration. Today is truly a great day. Wah wah wah, after so much anticipation under heaven and earth, we finally waited for you. Is Ningbao feeling better? Seeing the fans' care and longing all over the screen, Yi Ning felt warmth in his heart. He answered their questions. My body has recovered a lot, thank you all. Sorry for being off-air for so long. Starting today, I will officially return to live streaming. Will you be dual queuing with Chili as well? Yes, I'll be queuing with Brother Chi. What have you been doing recently? A few days ago, something happened at home, and then I got sick, but now I'm better. He patiently responded to the bullet chat until Fu Yuchi logged into the game account, and they started their long-awaited duo rank journey. Chapter 52, Phantom. The fans on both sides were very excited, especially Yi Ning's side. Many people sent him loads of special effects gifts, as if welcoming his return to broadcasting. Yi Ning could hardly thank them all. The CP fans were even more ecstatic, bouncing around crazily in both live streaming rooms. Great! Great! My CP is getting back together. I mean, rebroadcasting. I can ship again. Wah 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 wah, finally broadcasting together. Ningbao, you've finally come. If you broadcast any later, your husband was going to find someone else. Yes yes yes, Chi Lai is always fooling around outside, many people want to queue up with him. Come and control him. Chi Lai's solo queuing path is also full of obstacles, often getting strange teammates ha ha ha. Fu Yuchi saw these spectators who loved to stir up trouble keep tattling on Yi Ning, saying he was fooling around and being unfocused. This made his eyebrows twitch in anger, unable to resist responding, what nonsense about fooling around, you're making something out of nothing. I've been very good, alright. I already said I only duo queue with Little Ning. Thinking about the Omegas and B streamers who recently kept asking to duo queue with him. He touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty, isn't that because my skills are superb and I'm charming? Besides, I rejected them too. After countering the viewers, he opened the game team chat and said to Yi Ning, Little Ning, don't listen to what they say. They just defame me. His tone carried a hint of wronged feelings. Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh, I know. They're just joking around. Recently, Fu Yuchi had been streaming solo, and Yi Ning had watched most of the time, naturally knowing his reactions. It wasn't originally a big deal, but with the audience saying such things, it seemed like there was some extraordinary relationship between him and Fu Yuchi, with the other party having a adultery suspicion, which made him particularly embarrassed. Laugh die ha 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 ha, Chi Lai, you sure know how to tattle on us to Ningbao. Ouch, what's this pitiful tone about? You didn't talk like this when you were debating in the game. Ningbao, he's faking it Chi Lai, never would have thought you're such an alpha. The chat messages kept poking fun, so Yi Ning could only shift his attention to the game and avoid looking at certain embarrassing comments. A new round started, the two entered the game, selecting their heroes. In this round, they chose Ezreal and Lux respectively. During the game loading screen, Fuyuchi looked at a familiar JD from the opposing team and let out an eh. The opponent's marksman, Time Phantom, was currently playing professionally. He knew him well, they were pretty close friends. Of course, it was the kind where after exchanging 10 sentences, 8 would be teasing each other. Once inside the game, Fuyuchi saw the other send question mark in the channel visible to everyone. Fuyuchi became even more certain it was him. As soon as they reached the lane, he sent him a taunting expression. At the same time, he spoke to Yining, I know the marksman on the other side. Don't go easy on him, let's beat him up good. He bullies me a lot. Chat messages popped up. Wait, explain, who bullies whom? Ha 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 ha. Look around the entire Summoner's Rift, who can possibly bully you? Don't be modest, bro, Phantom isn't more than a defeated rival under your tongue anyway. Is Phantom live streaming? Quick, tell him someone is talking behind his back ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Yining half believed it, oh, okay. Although he didn't think Fuyuchi could be bullied, judging by his tone, the two must have had some grudge. Naturally, he still had to stand by Fuyuchi. When Fuyuchi heard Yining's earnest tone, he chuckled softly. This laughter naturally didn't escape the audience's ears. Good, you pretending to be pitiful, right? Poor Phantom, just part of your couple's little play. Tricking our Ningbao again. Ha 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 ha, how cunning of you. He always bullies me. Fuyuchi ignored the chat messages and continued chatting casually with Yining. Yining also believed Fuyuchi's lies and stared dumbly at the opposing ADC Lucian. Observing his movements, he used his first skill and second skill on him, trading quite a bit of blood. However, Phantom wasn't someone to be messed with either. He played cautiously, staying under the tower with his support Nami until level 5, quietly farming minions. During this time, the opposing jungler came once but was stopped by Yining's perfect control, allowing them to retreat safely. The opposing team was playing too sneakily, even Fuyuchi couldn't help but tisk at it. After going back to refill their gear, they reappeared. This time, Fuyuchi didn't push the lane but kept it under the tower. This forced the opposing marksman and support to come out and eat the line. Then, a few rounds were exchanged, with heads being swapped between both sides. Phantom's positioning was quite meticulous, yet he was still controlled by Yining several times. Once, he almost got flashed out and ignited by Lux, managing to barely survive only thanks to Nami's quick heal. Controlling the hero on the screen to retreat and take fruit from under the tower to restore HP, Phantom sighed in relief, saying, this Lux is good, her control skills are so accurate. Murmuring to himself, Chi Lai sure has great luck, meeting such an amazing support. Viewers who had already found Phantom's live stream commented one after another. That's his exclusive support. He didn't randomly queue into this haha, Chi Lai and his support duo queued. Naive, they've been duoing for a long time, cooperating very well. Don't underestimate the bond between them, you fool. Is that true? Looking at the chat messages, Phantom raised an eyebrow. I did hear that he found a support partner for duo queuing. No wonder why he hasn't queued with us lately. I'd love to queue with him too if I had such a great support. After the landing phase passed, the next step was a series of team fights. Phantom noticed that wherever Ezreal was, Lux would always be by his side, protecting him constantly, sticking closely together. Their assassin couldn't find a way to cut through to reach Fuyuchi if they wanted to touch him, they needed to deal with Lux first. Unfortunately, Lux's controls were incredibly precise, practically able to control 2 people each time. Moreover, since Ezreal had mobility skills, it was difficult to handle their bottom lane duo. If the opposing bot lane duo couldn't be dealt with, the chances of winning team fights would drop significantly. Phantom frowned, damn it, this blonde kid can't be cut down, infuriating. Chat messages appeared. Yeah, because his wife is guarding him. Chi Lai said he loves how much you hate him but can't do anything about it ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I said before, this young couple isn't easy to beat. You should buy Mercury's treads, otherwise you'll keep getting controlled. Lux, don't show too much affection. As the fleeting chat messages scrolled by, Phantom gradually sensed something strange. He asked, puzzled and shocked, is this support Chi Lai's romantic partner? More or less. They've been married for years. People with eyes can see it. Judging from how sweet their streams are, that's true. They got married, honeymooned, and even had kids. Don't listen to what some viewers say, they're not. Yes, they just have normal cooperation relationship or rather, friend relationship. Anyway, they've never confirmed having a romantic relationship during their streams, so certain CP fans stop spreading rumors. Guys above, why are you lying? Why are there defensive only fans everywhere? Chapter 53. Alright. Phantom roughly understood what was going on. Sherry had found an assistant and treated this person exceptionally well. The two were so close that the audience unanimously believed they were a couple, but he had never admitted it during live streams. Was Sherry about to explode with bad boyfriend behavior, or was there something else to the story? Phantom felt that to figure this out, today he had a sin he couldn't avoid committing. So the viewers saw Phantom typing in the visible channel. Lux, would you like to duo queue with me? My skills are top-notch. Fuyu Sherry. Goodness gracious, trying to poach under his nose. He replied. This is my assistant, go find yourself some other nonsense. After him, Yi Ning also followed up, no thanks, I'm duo queuing already. Although rejected, this was within Phantom's expectations, and his expression didn't change. Ning, how much has he offered you? I can do the same too. Consider it Sherry's this dirty-mouthed old dog. He speaks without thinking. You must have been wronged by duos queuing with him. Not me. I'm gentle, and I definitely won't criticize you. Let's climb ranks together, boot off this old thug. For convenience, he used voice to text. The exaggerated tone of voice was clearly heard by the audience, especially when they noticed the sly smile at the corner of his mouth on the bottom right screen. Everything suddenly made sense. Ha 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 ha. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? It has to be you, openly taking people from others. Fighting for an assistant against Sherry, you've done what I've always been too scared to try. Wah 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 wah, so exciting so exciting. Bold and courageous warrior. Fuyu Sherry got so angry that his ultimate ability went awry, veins bulging in his hands. Phantom, are you itching for trouble? That weak dog who's always being beaten by me, back off, don't get involved. If you dare to challenge, we'll settle it later outside. SL, your legs are as good as broken. Yi Ning hadn't responded yet, but Fuyu Sherry was the first to fire back. Seeing his overreactive response, Phantom thought he understood something. Being so afraid of having his assistant poached meant that this dog thief probably had his eyes set on this little assistant, but the latter hadn't agreed yet. Thinking about fiery and argumentative Sherry actually liking someone, getting irritated so easily, it brought a smile even harder to contain than holding down an AK. It threatened to warp his face completely. Continuing his mischief. You see Ning, he's so aggressive, cursing after just a few words. Definitely not as gentle as I am. Fuyu Sherry almost wanted to teleport to his house and assassinate him on the spot. But understanding the shameless nature of this man, no matter how much he said, it was all futile. So, to Yi Ning he said, he's boasting, he isn't as skilled as me. Besides, my temper is really quite good, I don't criticize others arbitrarily. Especially not you, he silently added in his heart. There was a hint of urgency in Fuyu Sherry's voice, seemingly very anxious that Yi Ning might disbelieve him. Yi Ning said, I know, brother Sherry treats me gently. The clear and crisp voice rang out, quickly smoothing over Fuyu Sherry's restless agitation and anger. He lightly huffed, he loves spreading rumors about me, pure envy. You should ignore him. Though Fuyu Sherry said that, Yi Ning thought it was inappropriate to just ignore, so he typed a message to Phantom on the other side. Sherry has a great temper and treats me really well. I enjoy duo queuing with him. Sorry, you need to find someone else. Phantom was shocked, confused, and doubting. With Sherry's sharp tongue, could he possibly have anything to do with good temper? Too unbelievable. TSK. Listening to the assistant talk, every word and phrase defended Sherry, seems like they're heading somewhere. The audience's thoughts mirrored his. Sherry. Temper. Great. These words strung together, what language is this? Ha 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 ha. Ningbao's blind affection filter is off the charts. If this isn't love, then what is? Ningbao, of course, I'll protect my husband. This is too sweet. Wawa crying, daily sugar intake exceeded. I, as a couple shipper, am thoroughly satisfied. I feel alive again. A decisive refusal, seen that? Ningbao and Sherry forever locked in tandem. Seeing Yi Ning's reply, especially that line, I like duos queuing with him, Fuyu Sherry automatically translated it into, I like him. All unpleasantness vanished from his mind, and his lips involuntarily curled upward. His mood brightened significantly. Having completed the test, Phantom appeared regretful in his reply. Alright then. How about we add each other as friends after this goes out? If you ever change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Fuyu Sherry, get lost, weak dog. No way. Among current professional players, only Fuyu Chi had the audacity and confidence to hurl the insult, weak dog. The fans, long accustomed to the two engaging in verbal sparring while battling each other in-game, saw no reason to be surprised. They all laughed with ha 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 ha. In this match, both sides were evenly matched. Since the middle game, it was a balanced situation. Initially, Chi's Ezreal had slightly better equipment, but as they progressed into the late game, both teams completed their 6-item builds with no significant advantage either way. As the game hit the 25-minute mark, both sides proceeded cautiously, waiting for the opponent to make the first move to initiate a team fight. At the second tower in the mid lane, the enemy jungler Dragon Woman used her ultimate to lunge toward them. Yi Ning quickly reacted by stunning him with a skill combo, his ultimate, third ability, and ignite attached. With help from teammates nearby, they managed to eliminate the Dragon Woman in seconds. With one of their members down, the enemy had difficulty resisting under Chi's group's chase. 3 more were killed, leaving only Lucian who retreated back to base. At this point, Lucian alone couldn't defend the towers. Moreover, they had already lost 2 inhibitor turrets. Chi's 5-man squad climbed high along with the minion waves and dismantled their crystal core in quick succession. In the final moment, Chi flashed a too weak emoticon, the mockery at its peak. Lucian stood in the fountain, clenching his teeth in anger. This old thug, let him flaunt again. Such a pity. Pet Phantom, sorry for you, you did your best. Dragon Woman in that last round rushed too much, teammates didn't keep up. This match was pretty intense, both sides played excellently. Indeed impressive, made my heart race, At the post-match results screen, Phantom sent Yi Ning a friend request. Having just received the request, Yi Ning was about to start another game with Fu Yuqi. Glancing at the pending friend application named Time Phantom, Yi Ning said, Brother Chi, the ADC from the opposing team sent me a friend request just now. There was some hesitation in his tone, unsure whether he should accept or reject. It was just an offhand remark made in the heat of the moment during the previous match. Truthfully, Fu Yuqi didn't particularly care if Yi Ning accepted or not. He respected Yi Ning's decision. Besides, his little Ning was so well behaved, he wouldn't follow anyone randomly. After all, he had admitted out loud earlier that he liked playing with Fu Yuqi. Thus, Fu Yuqi softened his voice, little Ning can accept or decline, either is fine. Alright. Hearing this, Yi Ning dismissed any concerns. After considering it, he decided to accept Phantom's friend request. Since he was Fu Yuqi's friend, declining might seem impolite. Chapter 54. Yi Ning returned to her previous life, editing videos during the day and live streaming at night. She was still providing video content to Chi Lai's side. During her previous trip back to her hometown, Yi Ning and her assistant Sun He took a leave of absence, but she already had a backlog saved up. After returning, she sent them over without causing much delay. Now on Chi Lai's homepage, many videos edited by Little Yezi were hanging, receiving high praise from fans and attracting quite a few new viewers. One day, Yi Ning discovered that Sun He had sent a message to her Little Yezi account regarding some new requirements for the videos. Sun He, great Little Yezi, we might need to adjust the style of the next episode. We can focus more on highlighting the cooperation between Chi Lai and his support. The original videos are mainly centered around Chi Lai, right? But this time, both of them should be the main characters. Yi Ning was still a bit confused as she tried to understand Sun He's meaning. Soon after, he sent several video clips. And said, something like these, great Little Yezi, you can refer to them. As Yi Ning opened each one and watched them, she froze in place. These were all CP-oriented videos. In the videos, she and Chi Lai cooperate flawlessly, killing many enemies together and helping him achieve multiple quadra-kills and pentakills. But the sweet background music, occasional pink hearts popping up in the video, and the positioning of the two heroes always being close. Everything pointed to these videos having a CP direction. Yi Ning felt her cheeks heating up. She exited the video and hesitantly asked Sun He, these are CP-oriented videos, right? Sun He, yeah, may I ask if Great Little Yezi is a pure fan? Yi Ning hesitated. Did she count as her own fan? After thinking about it for a while, she didn't answer directly, what's the matter? About 5 minutes passed before Sun He replied. The thing is, Great Little Yezi, dual character videos are required by our boss. If you can't accept this, we might have to terminate our cooperation, because most of the future videos will basically be dual character ones. Yi Ning blinked, then was shocked. Required by the boss. So this was Chi Lai's request. And so serious, if she couldn't accept it, terminate cooperation. She quickly replied, I can accept it, let me try. On the other side, Sun He sighed in relief, good, thank you, Great Little Yezi. Who knows what crazy idea the boss had today, suddenly asking him to adjust the theme of the videos on the homepage to dual character ones in the future. He even said that if Little Yezi refused, they'd find another video editor, no matter what, it must be turned into dual character videos. TSK, the boss definitely has more than just business intentions with that little support. First, he risked his life to save him thousands of miles away, showing great anger, and now this dual character video requirement. Sun He dared not say or ask anything. He just thought, the day when there would be a boss lady wouldn't be far off. After reaching an agreement with Sun He, Yi Ning tried to edit the video according to what he had said, of course, choosing normal background music and filters. There were plenty of materials in Chi Lai's live stream recordings. After all, the two of them double-ranked every day, and during those sessions, they usually walked down together, cooperating closely. She handled the edits relatively skillfully. After finishing in a couple of hours, she sent the video to Sun He. Not long after, he gave feedback, this works, thank you so much, Great Little Yezi. Yi Ning exhaled in relief. After taking some rest, Yi Ning felt her body had recovered to its previous condition. During these days, Fu Yuqi often sent her some information, such as, a complete guide to Omega physiology, surprising. Useful Omega knowledge, and how single Omegas can protect themselves, etc., either articles or books. Then he would also urge her to study them. Yi Ning actually wanted to learn too since she had been pretending to be an alpha for over 20 years and wasn't very familiar with Omega-related knowledge. It felt surreal that she was about to become a true Omega soon. What would her pheromones smell like? Recently, Yi Ning had been staying at home with no major activities. Fuyuchi was also quite busy with company work these past few days, otherwise, he could have visited Yining every day. The ingredients at home were almost depleted. Since she hadn't stepped out for many days, it was a good opportunity to get some fresh air. Stay put, alright? Yining squatted down and patted Shuegao's head. I'll be back soon. He pocketed his keys and left, as Shuegao meowed a few times at the spot, scratched the door twice, and realizing its owner had truly abandoned him and walked away, lowered its tail and went to play at the cat tree. Suddenly, its little ears twitched, catching some sound with acute hearing. It dashed a few steps to the door, raising its tail and wagging. There was some rustling outside the door, but it remained locked. It sniffed at the door crack, not its owner's scent. Its raised tail instantly bristled, eyes narrowing in vigilance as it stared at the entrance. After a while, the noise outside faded. Shuegao swung its tail in confusion and sat down. Yining didn't go all the way to the large supermarket that required taking the subway, but chose a mid-sized mall not far from the building complex instead. As before, he purchased some groceries and snacks, and returned home carrying 2 large bags. At the staircase corner, there was a man sitting on the step. He wore a black tank top, tight pants, plastic slippers, and held a cigarette between his lips. His hair was dyed yellow, with an aggressive scar over his brow, looking unfriendly. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up at Yining, raising his eyebrows suggestively and smirking ambiguously. Gripping the shopping bags tighter, Yining averted his gaze and walked past the man. A pungent smell of tobacco and alcohol reached Yining, causing him to instinctively wrinkle his nose and quicken his pace. The moment he passed by the man and stepped upstairs, the man followed right behind him. Feeling that person trailing closely behind, accompanied by the sticky gaze and rhythmic tapping steps, Yining felt deeply uncomfortable. Was it just his imagination? Or did it feel like he was being watched? Finally reaching his doorstep, he pulled out his keys and entered the house as quickly as possible. Right after shutting the door, he saw the man walking opposite to his house and using his key to open the door. A new neighbor. Previously, there lived a middle-aged couple across from him. Reflecting back, since returning from his hometown, he hadn't seen them again. So they must have moved out, and this man has moved in now. Recalling the other man's earlier gaze, Yining's mood darkened. He didn't want to judge people negatively, but the look from the man was so openly lecherous and unguarded that it wasn't simply a polite observation. Frowning lightly, Yining resolved to stay home more often and avoid bumping into that man. What he didn't know was that after he closed the door and went inside, the man turned around, pressed against Yining's apartment door, peeking through the peephole with one eye, a lustful look of certainty gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 55 Someone. Yining was completely unaware of it. When he got home, he first filled up the cat food bowl for Snow Cone and then changed the water. Seeing her happily go to eat, he walked into the kitchen to prepare lunch. In the past few days, Yining would always hear strange noises outside the door while at home during the day, as if metal objects were colliding. Occasionally, intermittently. Whenever he stopped and listened carefully, the noise would cease. Though peculiar, he did not investigate further. Perhaps the new neighbor was fixing the door or something similar. That evening, the two promptly opened their live stream. Snow Cone was in the room today, sleeping cozily in her cat bed beside Yining's bed. The audience surged in. The two greeted the viewers in the live chat as usual before starting the game for duo queuing. Xiao Ning, a casual, lazy voice came through the headphones. Lately, I've been so tired. Let's not broadcast tomorrow, let's go out instead. Chat room. Great. So you're going to stand us up right in front of us. Audacity. You're not allowed to go. Ah, where are you going? I'd have no objection if you took me along. Are you not hiding it anymore? Openly talking about dates now. Are the young couple going on a date? Lemon baby, wife, don't go. Surely you can't bear to leave us behind, right? Both live stream rooms were filled with cries of protest and strict opposition. What Yining paid more attention to, however, was the weariness underlying Fu Yuqi's casual tone. He had indeed been busy lately. During their previous conversations, Fu Yuqi mentioned to Yining that he had started a company. Though he hadn't specified what kind of company or its purpose, Yining knew that as a company owner, it must be very hard work. The frequency of their chats had significantly decreased recently, indicating that Fu Yuqi wasn't lying, he really had been busy. Moved by compassion, Yining disregarded the opposition from the chat and agreed, all right. Where do you want to go? Upon hearing this, the man who originally looked somewhat listless immediately brightened with a smile, his tone regaining energy. How about Disneyland? Disneyland? Yining hadn't been there, but he learned about it online and heard that the rides inside were very fun. Speaking of which, he had never properly been to an amusement park throughout his life. All right, he said. Fu Yuqi instantly became spirited. What he had mentioned earlier about going out was just a passing comment, and Disneyland had simply come to mind. Now that Yining had agreed, his anticipation multiplied countless times over in his heart. Seeing the word date appear frequently in the chat, his heartbeat quickened slightly. Indeed, when they went together, once they stood in the crowd, both attractive, though Yining's differentiation wasn't entirely complete, everyone would definitely think they were a couple. Thinking more made Fu Yuqi even more excited. He couldn't wait for time to pass quickly, hoping to wake up to find it was already tomorrow. As he was about to start discussing tomorrow's itinerary in detail with Yi Ning, a thought suddenly struck him, stopping him in mid-sentence. They were still live streaming. If they discussed too much in detail, wouldn't their fans ambush them tomorrow? With so many people around, he wouldn't be able to enjoy some private time with Yi Ning. So Fu Yuqi coughed lightly twice, changing the subject. Let's discuss later, we might not go to Disneyland. Xiao Ning, let's talk on WeChat after we finish the stream. Naturally, Yi Ning agreed, alright. The resistance from the audience was deafening. No. Is there anything you can't say in the live stream? Say it now. Got it, you're treating us like outsiders now, huh? So disheartening. I get it, tomorrow I'll coincidentally run into you at Disneyland, hump. Wife, don't agree with him, don't go with him. Ha ha ha, of course the couple's date shouldn't be disturbed. Can't you guys live stream it? I want to watch sob. The audience constantly joked about Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi, treating them as a couple. Every day Yi Ning saw similar comments in the chat. After explaining a few times without any effect, he simply let them be. But at this moment, seeing so many words like date, couple, two worlds, etc., he still felt his cheeks heat up. At the same time, outside Yi Ning's house, a blond man was holding a piece of iron wire, inserting it into the keyhole of the door, fumbling continuously. His expressionless face appeared somewhat sinister in the dim corridor. After a long while, the lock clicked, and the door creaked open. Tossing the wire carelessly onto the floor, the man stepped into the house that didn't belong to him. Once inside, he first quietly closed the door and then looked around the room. It was clean and tidy, just like its owner. Recalling the youth he had seen that day, the delicate and pretty face, the tender white skin, the slender figure. He indulged in it, closing his eyes and deeply inhaling the scent of the house. He tiptoed into the living room, his gaze landing on the nearby partially closed door. Occasionally, there would come from inside a crisp, gentle voice, like a fresh spring singing in lush jungles, refreshing one's spirit. He approached, staring unblinkingly at the crack of the door, as if wanting to see something through it. Suddenly, Snow Cone moved its ears in its sleep and opened its eyes. It sat up, its pupils fixed on the door for a while. There was some sound outside. The originally obediently sleeping Snow Cone suddenly began to meow towards him, trying to get his attention. Turning his head, Yi Ning asked it, "What's wrong? Are you hungry? You go out and eat first, alright? I can't hold you right now." The headphones were filled with game sounds, hero voices, kill announcements, skill releases, drowning out Snow Cone's cries. Not to mention the faint noise controlled by the person outside the room. Seeing its master sitting still without sensing the impending danger, Snow Cone continued to call out loudly with its little voice, attempting to draw his attention. It jumped onto the computer desk and extended a paw to pull at Yi Ning's hand. Just as Yi Ning sacrificed himself in the middle of a fight, he used one hand to scoop Snow Cone into his arms. Looking down, he asked, "What's wrong? Don't want to eat?" Snow Cone's meows were continuous and urgent. Finally, Yi Ning noticed something odd and frowned. "Did you have a nightmare?" The audience knew that Yi Ning had a kitten, but usually, Yi Ning rarely let it appear. Seeing the snowy white silhouette on the bottom left corner of the screen, everyone became excited. "Ah! The kitten. Let us take a look. Snow Cone's here. Auntie wants to give a kiss. Little darling, miss you so much. Ha ha ha, do kittens have nightmares too? Boss Yi looks so cute as Snow Cone haha. What's wrong with Snow Cone? Looks a bit agitated. Indeed, the cat seems not quite normal. Ning Ning, did you cohabit with Yuqi dog? Looking through the door crack, there seems to be someone outside." Chapter 56. Someone noticed that more and more people were peeking through the door crack and also spotted something abnormal. "There's someone there. It's not Chili. Chili is still on the stream, never left the chair. My god, who is that? Ningbao said he lives alone before. Ah, don't scare me like that. Looks like a man. Why does he just stand there all the time? Is Ningbao cohabiting with someone?" Yi Ning paused for a moment while holding an ice cream. In the comments section, everyone was discussing the person seen outside his room and questioned if anyone else lived in his house. Only he knew that he was clearly the only one at home. If there really was someone outside, it could only mean a stranger had intruded into his home. Thinking of the person he met a few days ago downstairs, and the strange sounds that had often been heard outside the door recently. His heart clenched, and Yi Ning felt cold all over. He dared not make any abrupt movements at this moment, without turning his head, but instead held his breath and looked at the lower left corner of the computer screen. Since it was far away, the picture wasn't very clear, but he could still see through that small crack that indeed someone was standing outside. Yi Ning turned off the sound in the game. Meanwhile, the viewers who noticed something wrong started commenting on Chi Lai's live stream as well. Did Ning Ning start cohabiting with someone? Holy crap, Ningbao has someone at home. Are you being stolen from, Chili? You should ask your wife right now whether she's cohabiting with someone or if a stranger entered the house. Anyway, Ningning said before that he lived alone, if there's really a stranger in his house. I can't even imagine. So scary. Wait, let's not jump to conclusions, maybe it's Ningbao's friend or something. Fu Yuchi's heart sank when he read the words. He turned off the team microphone and asked the audience, how do you know there's someone else at his place? In the past, some fans liked to joke around with him about random things, but with so many people saying it this time, he began to feel that something was truly off. Didn't he turn on the camera? The door is just a few meters behind him, and we saw the person through the crack in the door. It's what we saw from the camera. Fu Yuchi grabbed his phone next to him, opened the Black Meow live streaming app, and entered Yi Ning's live stream, checking out the lower left corner. Indeed, a figure could be seen. His pupils contracted, and his heart plunged to the depths. He immediately reopened the team mic and asked, Xiaoning, is there? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ning sent a message in the team channel. I live alone. Yi Ning was uncertain if the person outside could hear him, or what they intended to do, and if they would break in. At this point, his mind was in a state of chaos and anxiety that refused to subside. It was only by hearing Fu Yuchi's voice in his headphones that he managed to regain a slight sense of calmness. As if sensing his unease, the usually anxious snowcone had quieted down now and stayed obediently cradled in his arms. Xiaoling, did you lock the door today? Yes. Yi Ning responded very softly. Since the day he went out for grocery shopping, he hadn't stepped out. He also clearly remembered locking the door carefully that day. Fu Yuchi took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm despite feeling his hands trembling involuntarily. I will call the police for you. I'll rush to your house immediately. Do not confront him directly. Can you manage to lock the door from the inside when you get a chance? Yi Ning licked his dry lips, his eyelashes flickered slightly. I'll try. They were connected via in-game voice chat. Fu Yuchi didn't even have time to close the live stream, picking up the tablet running the game and getting up to walk out. Audience members. Save us, something really happened. What the hell? A stranger really broke in. All lemon bao. Are you serious? It must be real. Chili is panicking already, he didn't even remember to close the live stream. I'm really. Lemon bao, please stay safe. The blonde-haired man outside was completely unaware of what was happening inside. After staring at the door crack for a long time, he finally moved and walked away. No hurry, leave the delicious part until last. He quietly strolled around Yi Ning's house as if it was his own home. Yi Ning kept observing the situation outside through the lower left corner of the live stream. Seeing him walk away, he let out a small sigh of relief. He closed his eyes briefly and, upon reopening them, seemed to have made a decision. Removing the headphones, he gently placed the popsicle on the ground and moved the gaming chair slightly away from the desk. Yi Ning slowly stood up. Throughout this time, his eyes remained fixed on the screen, fearing that the man might suddenly appear in the door crack. Then he turned around, carefully stepping toward the door. Each step was taken with extreme caution, lest the person outside hear and rush in. Finally, Yi Ning reached the door, pushed it shut with his hand, and locked it. After completing these actions, he realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. Returning to the computer, he noticed the audience in the live stream were all concerned about him. Baby, are you okay? My goodness, Ningbao, did a stranger really break in? Call the police. Have you called the police yet? Oh my gosh, is this actually happening? Ningbao, please take care of yourself. Chi Lai is rushing to you, he must be going crazy, he didn't even turn off the live stream. Though Yi Ning's mind was a mess, he decided to reassure his fans first. I'm fine, thank you all for your concern. We'll need to wait for the police to arrive to figure out what's going on. Sorry, due to special circumstances, I will go offline today. He ended the live stream but then remembered that his game mic was still connected to Fu Yuchi. He put on the headphones. Chaij, I've locked the door. Fu Yuchi's voice quickly came through. Good, I've already called the police. Stay in the room and don't go out or make any noise, I'll be there soon. The man's tone remained deep and gravelly, but compared to usual, it carried a subtle note of panic. Yi Ning replied, okay. We should call. The tablet screen displayed the failure message in the game. Due to the earlier incident, neither Yi Ning nor Fu Yuchi had focused properly in the later stages, so losing the game was expected. They retreated to the game lobby and logged out. Sitting back in the gaming chair, Yi Ning took off the headphones and picked up the popsicle from the floor, cradling it in his arms. The popsicle had barked frantically before, acting very strangely, as if it had detected someone outside and wanted to alert him. Unfortunately, Yi Ning hadn't reacted quickly enough at the time. He also couldn't believe that someone would be bold enough to pick his lock and break into his house. Who could this person be? What was their intent? Yi Ning had a premonition, it was probably his neighbor, the one he encountered during his last trip outside. Fu Yuchi's phone call came through, and Yi Ning answered, Chaij. Fu Yuchi said softly, don't be afraid, Xiaoning. I'm here. Chapter 57, Sleeping Together. Just at this moment, the bedroom door resounded with a knock, knock, knock. Neither too light nor too heavy, it was an appropriately normal knock. Not hurried or delayed, as if knocking on the door of someone familiar. Yi Ning's eyes were fixed on the door. In an instant, she bit her lip, not daring to make a sound. With the quiet environment as an accent, Fu Yuqi could vaguely hear the knocks through the phone receiver. His brows furrowed deeply, his irritation and worry so strong they seemed almost tangible, as he pressed down on the accelerator. The knocking started and stopped, paused then resumed. Yi Ning could clearly hear her own breathing becoming more and more rapid. He could only rely on Fu Yuqi's voice over the phone for a trace of security. Possibly having lost patience, the knocking grew louder. Bang, 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 each time louder than the last, every knock like thunder striking in Yi Ning's heart. She tightly bit her lips and still remained silent. The person outside let out a hoarse and muffled voice, "Open the door. Open the door. Open the door." Accompanied by the deafening sounds of hitting the door, the final one was nearly a shout. The ice cream in her arms also seemed to sense something, quietly curling up against her chest without a sound, occasionally nudging Yi Ning's hand with its tiny claws. On the other end of the line, Fu Yuqi silently cursed in his heart, soothingly whispering, "It's okay, little Ning. The police are almost here, I'm rushing. I'll be there within 10 minutes. Yi Ning gave off a soft sigh, "Okay." The person outside had now moved from knocking to kicking the door. Her heartbeat drummed, her fingertips couldn't stop trembling. All she wished for was that this door would hold out a bit longer, just until someone else could rescue her. Just when Yi Ning felt her nerves were about to snap, a different noise came from outside the door. "Sir, we've received a report that someone is illegally entering a residence. Please cooperate with our investigation, hold him down." From the voices, it sounded chaotic outside. Yi Ning was momentarily stunned, then hoarsely told Fu Yuqi, "The police seem to have arrived." At the same time, the knocking conveyed, "Hello, are you the homeowner? We are the police, we've already controlled the suspect. Please open the door and assist us in the investigation." At the same moment, Fu Yuqi also received news and told Yi Ning over the phone, "Little Ning, go ahead and open the door, it's the police." The person on the other end of the call took a deep breath, seeming to have been running. Yi Ning loosened her grip on the phone slightly, picked up her snow cone, and walked toward the door. When she opened it, 2 officers dressed in police uniforms stood inside her house. The man who had earlier been banging on the door was being pinned to the ground by 2 police officers, his face distorted with rage. Yi Ning took a glance and recognized him as the blonde-haired man she'd encountered before downstairs. A sound came from the doorway, and Yi Ning looked up to see Fu Yuqi arriving. Stepping forward, Fu Yuqi quickly approached. "Chi." Before she could even start speaking, Yi Ning found herself wrapped entirely in Fu Yuqi's embrace, held tightly. The heavy, rapid breathing in her ear was accompanied by the familiar cold fragrance surrounding her, finally allowing Yi Ning's tense body from earlier to gradually relax. She instinctively leaned her head against Fu Yuqi's chest, her eyes welling with tears. Just as she wanted to ask who he was and what the police were investigating, those nearby understood the implication by glancing at them and wisely chose to stay silent. Her partner had arrived. "Are you all right, little Ning?" Fu Yuqi raised a hand to pat her head, feeling the warmth of the person in his arms as the terror and unrest in his heart slowly dissipated. "I'm fine," Yi Ning shook her head lightly, "you guys arrived just in time." It seemed they would never stop hugging. One of the officers couldn't help but interject, "The 2 of you should come with us to the police station to record statements first." Realizing others were present, Yi Ning awkwardly disentangled herself from his embrace, "Okay." Before heading out, Fu Yuqi went to the closet and grabbed a coat for Yi Ning to wear. "It's cold outside, don't catch a cold." As the group descended the stairs, Fu Yuqi finally diverted his attention to look at the intruder into Yi Ning's home. His clothes were dirty, his spiky yellow hair unruly, and his pitted face carried a look of defiance. His malicious intentions were blatant, vulgar to the extreme. Fu Yuqi's gaze was sharp like a blade, his complexion grim beyond words. If the police hadn't been present, he would definitely have rushed over to beat him. Fu Yuqi accompanied Yi Ning to the police station to record their statement. After investigation, it turned out the blonde man had used a wire to pry open Yi Ning's front door, committing an illegal intrusion into another's home. When questioned about his motives, the man initially refused to answer. Finally, he admitted that he had been tempted by what he saw. He was detained and would almost certainly be sentenced to prison. By the time Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi exited the police station, it was already late at night. Fu Yuqi drove Yi Ning and Snowcone back through the quiet night. Heart still pounding with leftover fear, Yi Ning gently stroked the furry creature in her arms. As she looked out of the car window, she suddenly realized this wasn't the way back to her place. She turned and asked, "Chi-gu, where are we going?" "To my house," Fu Yuqi said softly but firmly, "Little Ning, your door lock is broken, I can't let you go back there." Yi Ning opened her mouth slightly, but eventually did not refuse. He thought about staying at a hotel, but after all that happened. Fine, he admitted, secretly he wanted someone to keep him company. Yi Ning had been to Fu Yuqi's house before but didn't stay long. They only had hot pot together once. It was a standalone villa, decorated simply but elegantly. As Snowcone stayed over here before, all sorts of cat supplies were available in the house. Yi Ning put Snowcone down and watched it scurry around familiarly, playing happily on its own. Subsequently, Fu Yuqi took Yi Ning upstairs. He handed him a set of new toiletries and told Yi Ning to freshen up in the bathroom. When he emerged from washing up, Fu Yuqi found some new pajamas for him to change into. The oversized clothes looked awkward on Yi Ning's slight frame. Standing in front of Fu Yuqi, Yi Ning noticed him staring intently at him, as if dazed. Unable to resist, he called out to him, "Chi-gu." Fu Yuqi snapped back to reality, a shadow crossing his eyes. More than once, he had thought about and dreamed of living under the same roof with Yi Ning, wearing the same style of pajamas, looking obedient and soft. And then they sleep together, cuddling until they fall asleep. Just thinking about it made him feel warm all over. Fu Yuqi spoke, trying hard to control his tone so it sounded as usual. "The guest room hasn't been tidied up, no one can stay there. Little Ning, we'll share the master bedroom. The bed is big enough for both of us." Ah, Yi Ning blinked, feeling it was impolite to sleep in someone else's master bedroom so soon. "I can sleep on the couch." Fu Yuqi clearly disagreed. "No way, you're a guest." His eyebrows furrowed downward, his handsome face taking on a shadow of gloom, his disappointment obvious. "It's fine. If you don't want to share the bed with me, I'll go sleep on the couch." Yi Ning's pupils widened. "Don't." Fu Yuqi continued his act, speaking with apparent righteousness. "That's enough. I will not let you sleep on the couch." With that, he turned to leave. However, the next second he was held back. Yi Ning's pale fingertips lightly grabbed onto his sleeve, softly retaining him. Then let's sleep together." Chapter 58 Breakfast. Fu Yuqi tried hard to suppress the almost upturned corner of his mouth and calmly hummed in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, the two were lying on the same bed. Yi Ning looked quite uneasy, fidgeting with the quilt's corner, sitting stiffly upright, gazing at the ceiling, but not daring to turn his head and look at the person next to him. Actually, the bed was large. There was still a distance between the two of them. Afraid of frightening him, Fu Yuqi dared not get any closer. The space became completely quiet, and the breathing sounds of the two gradually became clear. It was as if they were entwined and intertwined in the air. Feeling the presence of the person beside him, Yi Ning belatedly felt somewhat embarrassed, heat rising to his cheeks, and his breathing becoming slightly more rapid. This was his first time sleeping on the same bed with someone else, and that someone was Chi-gu, elder brother Chi. He turned over to face away from Fu Yuqi and whispered softly, "Good night." Fu Yuqi replied with a "good night" as well. Compared to usual, his voice carried an extra bit of hoarseness. Nerves had kept Yi Ning tense for long periods. Now, sleeping in a warm bed with someone by his side, he finally fully relaxed both mind and body. Drowsiness came upon him, he closed his eyes, and quickly fell into deep sleep. Feeling the other person's breath gradually becoming calm, Fu Yuqi guessed that Yi Ning should be asleep. He lightly turned over and looked at Yi Ning's back. Even when sleeping, the other one was very peaceful, didn't move around or kick off the blanket, breathing lightly, only the slightly undulating quilt revealed his vitality. The person he liked was wearing his pajamas, lying on the same bed as himself, and even with each breath, a sweet scent emanated from him. An uncontrollable burning heat seared Fu Yuqi's heart and body, making him suddenly regretful. How could he sleep? He couldn't fall asleep at all. Just as he stared wide-eyed, pondering over this issue, Yi Ning, who had been facing away from him, suddenly flipped over and faced him. That exquisitely handsome face appeared before him, appearing more tranquil when sleeping. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Yuqi heard his own quickening heartbeat, which amplified. He wanted so much to give him a kiss. At that moment, Yi Ning's beautiful eyebrows unconsciously knitted together while he was in his dream, showing a sign of unease. Did he dream of something bad? Fu Yuqi involuntarily followed suit and frowned. The next second, he held his breath, moved his body closer to Yi Ning until the distance between the two was less than 15 centimeters, then stopped. Then, he placed his hand on one of Yi Ning's, lightly holding it. The larger hand enveloped Yi Ning's hand entirely, transmitting warmth continuously. Yi Ning did not wake up. Fu Yuqi stared intently at Yi Ning's tender, white little face without blinking, feeling warmth in his chest. After an unknown period of time, Yi Ning's furrowed brows finally relaxed slowly, his expression becoming peaceful and stable. Only then did Fu Yuqi feel his heart drop. Damn bastards, how dare they keep bullying Yi Ning. First the Yi family, now again, this dead pervert. Yi Ning is good-looking and obedient, looking like someone easy to bully. If he continues to let him live alone, he doesn't know how many dangers he will encounter. There must be a way to keep an eye on him. He spent almost the entire night awake, just staring at Yi Ning. Early in the morning, based on the time Yi Ning usually woke up, Fu Yuqi got up an hour early. He quietly went to the bathroom to wash up and then went downstairs, planning to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Yi Ning. But when he opened the fridge, he found there was nothing inside. Thinking about how he usually either eats out or orders takeout and is always too lazy to cook by hand, Fu Yuqi angrily tsked once. Then, he grabbed the car keys and went out to buy groceries. After sleeping soundly throughout the night, Yi Ning was still a bit groggy when he woke up. He sat blankly staring at the ceiling for a while, then sat up. The luxurious decoration here was entirely different from home. Memories returned, this was Chi Ji's place. The two had slept together last night, but now the spot beside him was already empty. Yi Ning reached out to touch and found coolness. It seemed that he had been up for some time. There was no sight of Fu Yuqi in the bedroom, and Yi Ning immediately flipped out of bed and neatly folded the quilt. Not finding his clothes from yesterday, he could only continue to wear his pajamas to freshen up. After washing up, he returned to the bed to check his phone's time. It was 8:30 in the morning. Alright, although he woke up a bit later than usual, it wasn't too late. It was then that he noticed the message Fu Yuqi had sent him 20 minutes ago on WeChat. If you wake up, sleep a bit more. Stay in bed. Breakfast is prepared for you. Yi Ning's eyes widened slightly as he clutched his phone and walked out of the bedroom, then jogged down the stairs. He then saw Fu Yuqi standing beside the dining table where breakfast, though not very appealing in appearance, was abundant. Why are you running? Fu Yuqi looked up at him when he came down. Recalling his unease in last night's dream, Fu Yuqi put down the plate in his hand and approached him with a soothing tone. Don't worry, it's all fine. The man wore a grey loungewear set. Compared to his usual defiant attitude, there was now an extra measure of rare gentleness. The casualness on his face turned into a sincere indulgence when he saw Yi Ning. Yi Ning felt a warm sensation in his heart. He stopped his hurried steps and slowly walked towards Fu Yuqi. Why didn't you call me? This seemingly blaming sentence held no real meaning when it came from him. On the contrary, his voice was light and soft, carrying an inherent coquettish quality. Fu Yuqi felt his breathing momentarily catch. His throat made a silent roll, his voice hoarse. What's wrong? Do you have something today? Yi Ning shook his head. If you don't, why would I call you? Sleep as long as you want. Yi Ning glanced at the dining table. Making breakfast. Do I look crazy? Calling you to make breakfast, Fu Yuqi chuckled lightly. Little Yi Ning, stop fighting with me over chores. Yi Ning choked, unable to respond. Come on, sit down properly. Fu Yuqi extended his hand, naturally taking Yi Ning's as they approached the dining table and sat down. When his eyes fell upon the rather unappealing food on the table, he subconsciously touched his nose, saying, it may not look good, but the taste should be fine. Yi Ning picked up the spoon, scooped a ladle of congee in front of him, blew gently before putting it into his mouth. The aroma spread instantly in his mouth, and the soft texture glided smoothly over his tongue, causing his taste buds to tremble. Yi Ning smiled, raising his eyes and curling his lips. So tasty. Fu Yuqi's tight corner of his mouth finally relaxed, his handsome eyebrows lifting. Of course. Try the other dishes. Yi Ning nodded, tasting every dish on the table and giving feedback each time. Delicious. Fu Yuqi felt like his mouth was going to twist due to excessive smiling. In the past, even when he ranked first in the nation while gaming, he had never been this happy. You like it, good, he said, I can do a lot. In the future, I will prepare different dishes for you every day without repetition. Chapter 59, Stay with me. Yi Ning sensed something unusual from what he had just said. Just as she was about to speak, Xuegao, who was originally in the living room, suddenly darted over and gently hooked Yi Ning's trouser leg with its little paws. What's wrong? He bent down and picked up the kitten, placing it on his lap and stroking its fur. Xuegao tilted its little head toward his palm and began rubbing against it. Yi Ning smiled. It simply wanted attention. Fu Yuqi pulled out a chair opposite Yi Ning and sat down, looking at the person and cat in front of him with an unprecedented tenderness in his eyes. As Yi Ning petted the cat while eating, Fu Yuqi would take bites intermittently after looking around for a bit, barely paying attention to the meal. The two finished breakfast under a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. In reality, they hadn't finished everything, but Fu Yuqi had prepared plenty. Together they tidied up and placed the leftovers into the fridge. Yi Ning went upstairs to change clothes. He felt a little embarrassed lingering too long in Fu Yuqi's home and thus proposed returning home. The pajamas I'll wash and return to you later. He looked up and, seeing Fu Yuqi's expression, his voice gradually softened. The man, who only seconds ago had been smiling, now drooped his eyes, revealing evident disappointment and hurt through his dark, ink-like gaze. It was like a big cat that had received a heavy blow, listless. Seeing this, Yi Ning didn't know how to respond and nervously bit her lips. What's wrong with you? You're already thinking about leaving so quickly, surely it's because I've become annoying. Fu Yuqi hung his eyes low, his voice hoarse. Sorry, Xiao Ning, did I do something wrong that made you dislike me? Not at all, not at all. Yi Ning completely couldn't understand why he would think like this and hurriedly denied it. It's not your fault. It's just that I don't want to disturb you. Besides, there's probably something wrong with the lock on my door, and I want to check as soon as possible. Before going to the police station yesterday, they had closed the door. But last night someone had fiddled with it using a wire. They weren't sure if it was broken yet. There were still so many things of his inside, and Yi Ning couldn't feel at ease. Then I'll go with you. Fu Yuqi said, his eyes burning with intense focus on Yi Ning. Being stared at like this, Yi Ning felt a strong premonition in her heart. If she refused, the other party would definitely revert back to the lost and sad look from before in the next second. She then nodded. Alright, thank you, Chi Ji. Leave Xuegao here, it might have been scared too. The car drove smoothly on the road. Yi Ning lowered her head and looked at her phone. When the accident happened last night, she was live streaming, and the viewers in the live stream room knew about it, and they must be concerned about her. On the way to the police station last night, Fu Yuqi had posted an update on his personal homepage, telling the fans that Yi Ning was safe and sound, currently together with him, which counted as him reporting safety on her behalf. Yi Ning didn't check her phone much last night, and indeed today when she opened the Himayo Live app, the messages with 99 plus notifications along with the incessantly popping private messages immediately caught her eye. Under her latest status update, the number of comments had surged to tens of thousands overnight. Lemon baby I'm going crazy, such a terrible thing actually happened to my favorite streamer. That bastard who broke into someone's house should die. I nearly died of fright last night during the live stream on site, I didn't sleep all night. Thank goodness Chili got there in time. I was also live at the scene, always following this matter closely. Thankfully Chili is also in S-City. I calmed down only when Chili reassured everyone, really I almost died of fright. I puked, why does our sweet Nene keep encountering bad things? My heart hurts so much sob. Lemon baby will definitely leave behind some psychological trauma. Can't we find someone for him to live with? I'm asking, isn't it dangerous for bees and as to live alone? Yi Ning was startled. She didn't realize her fans were so numerous. Why did there suddenly appear tens of thousands of new comments? Subsequently, upon seeing a Weibo post, she understood it was because this event trended on the hot search list. A game streamer experiences an intrusion by a stranger during their live broadcast. Under the hashtag, many people had retweeted the video. The content was a recorded version of last night's live stream, where the lower left small screen was enlarged and slowed down to 0.5x speed, clearly showing the figure suddenly appearing at the slightly ajar door and standing there for a moment before disappearing again. Paired with eerie background music and sensationalist headlines, it was highly captivating to audiences. Everyone was discussing the matter, feeling both shocked and frightened, while also being deeply worried about the situation of this streamer. Numerous netizens managed to locate Yi Ning's live stream homepage to follow and comment on her page. It seemed that the incident had spread widely last night, which was why Yi Ning noticed this morning that even Chu Yiwen, who hadn't streamed last night, sent him a message in the early hours asking if he was okay. At this moment, Yi Ning carefully wrote another status update to let everyone know he was fine and thanked the internet users for their concern. Then he turned off his phone and looked at the scenery outside the window. Fu Yuqi glanced at the quiet teenager sitting beside him and, seemingly unconcerned, asked, Xiao Ning, how long did you rent your place for? Yi Ning thought for 2 seconds. 1 year. How much longer until it expires? Yi Ning tried to recall. Around half a month, I think. Don't renew the lease, Fu Yuqi said. It's not safe over there. Yi Ning had also been pondering this issue. Given his current income, he could easily find a bigger and safer place to live. After all, something like this had happened, leaving a shadow on his mind. But when he thought about having to search for another house, deal with people, and go through all the trouble, it just felt exhausting. He pursed his lips in hesitation. I'll consider it. Fu Yuqi observed his expression out of the corner of his eye and tentatively asked, so, would you consider finding a roommate? A roommate? Yi Ning tilted his head. I haven't thought about it yet. He lowered his eyes. I'm not used to living with strangers. Even if each person had their own bedroom, they'd still meet from time to time. Besides, he also kept a kitten, and every night he broadcasted his live stream, it wasn't very convenient. Fu Yuqi could guess what Yi Ning was thinking, and of course, he wouldn't let Yi Ning move in with someone else. What about someone you know? He cleared his throat. Isn't there someone right here already? Height 187 centimeters, handsome, excellent cook, hardworking, loves doing chores, brave, and extremely skilled in fighting. He beats up psychopaths as soon as he sees them. Yi Ning processed his words for a moment before turning his head to look at him. Is this roommate named Fu Yuqi? Fu Yuqi raised his chin proudly. Exactly. Yi Ning thought he was joking. But you don't need to rent a place. I may not rent a place, Fu Yuqi replied, but I do have one to rent out. He began to pour out his sadness. I'm too lonely, living alone in such an empty house every day, cold and desolate. That's why I even have nightmares sometimes. It would be great if someone could live with me. I definitely wouldn't have nightmares anymore. Oh, and a little cat would make it even better. Yi Ning stared at him blankly. Finally, Fu Yuqi revealed his true intentions. Xiao Ning, can you and Shuegao come stay with me? Chapter 60, Living Together. Yi Ning was surprised. Your meaning is? My house is where I live alone, and there are many empty rooms for you to choose from, Fu Yuqi said. You can even stay in the master bedroom if you like. We can also prepare a room for Shuegao. Before Yi Ning could reply, he continued, oh, right, and your streaming room can be made the same as mine, or we could stream together in one room as well. Yi Ning felt choked and responded, no, thank you. Then Fu Yuqi used emotion and reason, talking non-stop with all sorts of persuasive techniques, trying to enumerate all the benefits of living together, just to convince Yi Ning to move in with him. Little Ning, think about it. There are so many advantages to us living together. Firstly, we can keep each other company and take care of each other. We both lived alone before, lonely and cold. It's convenient to be roommates, and it's easier to go out and play together anytime. Moreover, we always do night streams together, right? If any problem arises during the stream, we can communicate immediately, isn't that correct? Oh, by the way, Shueigao counts me as its dad too, doesn't it? You don't know, but I often miss it as well. Unfortunately, we see each other too rarely, and I'm unable to spend time with it regularly. As its father, I'm not being very responsible. Yi Ning was dazed after his long speech, but suddenly realized an important issue hadn't been addressed yet. She then asked, what about the rent? Fuyuchi hesitated for 2 seconds, thinking it over before replying, 400? But then immediately rejected himself, no, 200 is fine. Yi Ning asked, per day. Fuyuchi's home was a luxurious villa, 400 yuan per day wasn't expensive at all, while 200 would even count as a bargain. Upon hearing this, Fuyuchi shook his head, monthly. He further added, yearly, actually. Yi Ning widened her eyes once again, 200 for a whole year. That's a villa. So what? I was also worried that you might not like the dark tones of the house. Fuyuchi calmly replied, rent can be negotiated. It's no big deal. I could even give you a discount. Yi Ning. A discount on 200 monthly? He might as well cancel it outright. Thinking about how much assistance she'd already received from Fuyuchi, Yi Ning decided not to take advantage of him any further. So she turned her head, sulking slightly and said, I won't rent. Feeling as though a blade had plunged into his chest, Fuyuchi almost spat blood. Why? He exclaimed loudly. Rejected by little Ning and rejected so straightforwardly at that, his mood plummeted instantly to rock bottom. Yi Ning puffed up her cheeks and said, too cheap. I won't rent. Fuyuchi. This was a rejection he hadn't expected. Confused, he asked, do you think I'd swindle you? No, Yi Ning looked earnestly at his profile after turning back around, I just don't want to keep taking advantage of you, you've helped me countless times already. Just as the car entered the neighborhood, it came to a steady stop. Fuyuchi turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, turned sideways to face Yi Ning, and maintained eye contact. Little Ning, we don't have to be so formal between us, he spoke softly, a tinge of heartache evident in his voice, I want you to come stay with me, and aren't we friends anyway? Lowering the corners of her mouth, Yi Ning retorted, but even among friends, it can't be one-sided effort. Where has it ever been one-sided? Fuyuchi argued, you're so good to me, you invite me to meals all the time, you protect me whenever we play games. Without you, I wouldn't have had nearly as many viewers watching my streams. You already have plenty of fans. Yi Ning muttered. Not true, 9 out of 10 are here to watch you. And you pay me salary already. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't I be freeloading? The two sat inside the car exchanging words, arguing with each other. Compared to a serious quarrel, it was more akin to elementary schoolers bickering immaturely. Ultimately, it was still Yi Ning who conceded defeat, lightly biting her lips, I can't argue with you anymore. From Fuyuchi's perspective, the young man in front seemed deflated, lowering his eyes silently. The little fighting spirit he'd exhibited earlier was completely extinguished. His entire demeanor resembled a crushed flower, brimming with a mixture of and annoyance. Fuyuchi's heart twitched with tenderness. Softening his tone quickly to cajole her, I'm sorry, little Ning, don't be mad. Yi Ning, I'm not mad. They got out of the car and walked together toward Yi Ning's house. Fuyuchi followed closely behind her, recalling the original topic they had debated about earlier. Finally deciding to step back. How about you set the rent? Yi Ning stopped in her tracks, turning to ask him, really? Really, truly. Yi Ning, then what if you don't charge me later? Fuyuchi's eyes flickered, then he replied firmly, I'll definitely collect it. Why wouldn't I take money that's offered? We'll see how things go when the time comes. We need to convince you first. Suspicious, Yi Ning asked, are you sure about that? Upon hearing this, Fuyuchi quickly responded, yeah, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't trust me, I can make a solemn oath right now. As he was about to raise his hand, Yi Ning stopped him immediately. Grasping his hand, she spoke seriously, you shouldn't make random oaths. Beneath her stern tone was hidden worry. Fuyuchi smirked and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Afterward, Yi Ning proposed a reasonable price. Fuyuchi originally intended to haggle but fell silent as soon as he met Yi Ning's reproachful gaze. We'll deal with the rent later. If I upset her now so much that she refuses, I'll regret it later. Once they settled on the rent, Fuyuchi strongly suggested that Yi Ning move in today. He said, the rooms are regularly cleaned by someone, so they're very tidy. All we need to do is change the sheets and duvet covers. Yi Ning was confused, but yesterday you said the guest room hadn't been cleaned and wasn't livable. Fuyuchi froze. Ah. Did I really say that? He nervously played with his earlobe, speaking calmly, maybe I was too dazed last night and got it wrong. Anyway, the issue is that there aren't any bedding sets at home. We can buy them later. It's still livable. Yi Ning half believed him and nodded, okay. Thus, both of them started packing up things at her place. Fuyuchi mainly helped pack snowy stuff, bowls, water dispenser, cat food, toys, etc. Meanwhile, Yining gathered her clothes and personal items. Having lived here for almost a year, there were quite a few things around the house. They knew they couldn't possibly take everything in one day. Besides, there were important things like Yining's computer and live streaming equipment to consider. They packed everything they could carry for now. Yining decided to come back another day to finish collecting the rest and arrange for movers. After a busy afternoon, the two loaded their things into the trunk and drove off to enjoy a big meal. Since Yining's computer wasn't moved yet, the two could once again reasonably ghost their audience members tonight. Compared to lunchtime earlier, Fuyuchi's mood had soared several times over now. His eyes sparkled with laughter, looking forward eagerly to the upcoming cohabitation. Chapter 61. After finishing dinner, Fuyuchi took Yining to purchase a large amount of stuff. They returned home nearly at 7 in the evening. As soon as they entered the door, the cat named Shuegao rushed over and began meowing loudly, its voice echoing throughout the space. "Don't chant anymore, master." Fuyuchi put down the bags he was holding, squatted down, pulled on Shuegao's white fur, and laughed helplessly. "We just came back late for a bit, didn't we? You still have plenty to eat." In contrast to his casualness, Yining was quite serious. She went forward, picked up Shuegao into her arms, then leaned in to give it a kiss on its cheek. "Wrong, wrong." The kitten curled up in Yining's arms, its meows becoming quieter and quieter, soon raising its little paws and kneading on her chest, making a comfortable gurgling sound from its throat. Fuyuchi, who witnessed everything. He widened his eyes and had a strong impulse to meow. Thinking that if he did so, Yining might also come to give him a kiss. However, he quickly abandoned this unreliable thought. He could only silently stare at Shuegao, with a hint of jealousy in his deep gaze. Yining cooed and comforted Shuegao for a while before calming it down. When she set Shuegao down, she thought she heard Fuyuchi hum softly. When she turned her head to look, his expression remained calm, without any anomaly, full of righteousness. "Let's go upstairs and tidy up." Fuyuchi easily lifted Yining's suitcase with one hand and headed upstairs. Before Yining could react, Fuyuchi was already walking too fast for her to even touch the suitcase. The guest room was almost the same size as the master bedroom, well laid out, equipped with an ensuite bathroom, bed, wardrobe, etc. As Fuyuchi mentioned, the house was cleaned regularly, and it was very clean. After changing the sheets and covers, it would be ready for immediate use. Then Yining took out the daily necessities and arranged them properly. It took 3 days, plus hiring some help, but they finally completed the move. Yining's live streaming equipment was also moved over. Previously, Fuyuchi had someone renovate an idle room, making it convenient for Yining's live streams. The layout of the room was the same as his own, except the table changed color and the gaming chair was the one Yining used from her previous home. Originally, Fuyuchi intended to secretly buy a similar gaming chair, but unfortunately, Yining discovered this and stopped him. That night, both streamed in rooms next to each other. Yining noticed that the number of people entering the live stream tonight was more than twice what it usually was. After that incident a few days ago, his fan count had surged significantly, but he hadn't expected so many people would watch the stream as well. There were countless people joining the fan group and giving gifts, one after another. Yining thanked the audiences for joining and sending gifts for a long time, but eventually realized there was no way she could thank them all. "Thank you everyone for your support and gifts," Yining said in surprise. "Today, there are so many new viewers. Ningbao is okay now, right? Wah. I miss you so much. This is the host who got illegally broken into. Your voice sounds so good. Grass, it's my type. Welcome to Mu Ning's live broadcast. The host has great skills and a good temperament, a beautiful voice and hands, white skin, and a pretty face. Investing won't lead to losses. Does Ningbao still live in the old place? It doesn't seem safe. If the door lock can be opened so easily, you should consider moving somewhere else. Newbie here, is the host little O. Her skin is really so white. Sahaseha. Wife, you're here. During the several days of being off-stream, though Yining had taken leave from the audience, she hadn't yet mentioned moving house. Seeing so many mentions, she responded, "I've already moved, so please don't worry." "It's good that you moved. Where did you move to?" "Close to Chili's house. You two should directly cohabit, given how close your relationship seems to be. Maybe the two of you are already living together." Really? Are you living with Chili, wife?" Although the audience was curious, Yining didn't want to say more. To avoid unnecessary disputes, she had agreed with Fuyuchi beforehand not to reveal to their fans about their cohabitation. The two continued playing games in pairs as usual. On Fuyuchi's side, there were also many viewers asking questions about Yining. He occasionally glanced at the barrage and selected a few to reply. "You need to console Ningbao's injured heart properly." "Of course, do I even need to say it? Ningbao has moved." "Where to? Do you want to? No, are you ordering takeout for him? Does Mu Ning live alone now or with someone else? Take a guess." "Chili, do you know Mu Ning?" "She's my wife." "Fat chance, dreaming while awake." Soon the audience noticed that Chili only responded to questions related to Mu-Ning, and they started flooding the screen with mentions of Mu-Ning. He's irritated, he's irritated. Just calling Mu-Ning his wife made Chili grit his teeth, ahaha. Yeah, I'll keep calling her. Mu-Ning wife, wife. Not only will I call her, I'll do it right in front of you. Why can't I call her? Mu-Ning never mentioned having a boyfriend, so she must be single. Do something about it then. Exactly, if you don't like us calling her that, why don't you announce it, dog-head JPG. Yuchi-fu. This rebellious bunch had hit the mark, now all he felt was a trapped breath that wouldn't go down or up. After a round ended, Yuchi-fu said to the audience, I'm going to the restroom. Then he got up and left the room. Since he had promised Ningyi not to publicly disclose their cohabitation during the live stream, he could still subtly cause some trouble, right? There were still many sharp viewers who, in certain aspects, were akin to detectives, seeing through everything. Yuchi-fu didn't plan on directly saying it, but if they guessed correctly, it wouldn't be his fault, would it? While he was gone, Ningyi decided not to look for matches and waited for Yuchi-fu to return. Just as he was thinking about interacting with the chat, a soft knock came from the door. Ningyi's heart jolted. She bit her lip and said, I'll get a glass of water. Then she stood up and went to open the door. The audiences in both live rooms were confused. Upon opening the door, Ningyi found that it was indeed Yuchi-fu who had knocked. Lowering his voice, he asked, Chill bro, is there something wrong? Nothing, handing over one of the cups in his hand, here's a glass of milk for you. Ningyi took it and said, thanks. She didn't overthink it, assuming Yuchi-fu just wanted some milk after coming back from the restroom and poured some for her too. They each returned to their own rooms. In quick succession, the sound of glasses hitting the desk, dang, resonated in both live rooms. Chapter 62. The audience with sharp ears quickly caught this sound. What's that sound? Is Ningbao just pouring water, or has someone brought it? JPG of a dog head. Did Chi Lai go to the restroom and also pour water on the way? I will do handstand diarrhea if they're not living together. +1. Meow, it's true, my CP is living together, woo 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 woo. I seem to have heard a knock at the door just now. Chi Lai, you little guy, said you went to the bathroom, but ended up fetching water for your wife, right? Too sweet, too sweet, too sweet, too sweet. You two might as well live stream D. That's enough. Unexpectedly exposed so quickly, Yi Ning was speechless. He was completely unwilling to look at the comments after being spoken of by the audience, his face becoming rosy. Fu Yuchi remained much calmer, having achieved his purpose. He saw a string of comments mocking him and Yi Ning as a couple, which made his heart bloom with joy. He lightly coughed to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, lifting the cup of water to take a sip. A black mug clearly appeared in the lower right corner of the live stream screen, exactly the same model as the one Fu Yuchi had just given to Yi Ning, only Yi Ning's was white. Yi Ning's cup sat beside his right hand on the table, partially showing on the screen. The keen-eyed audiences quickly realized that it matched, but came in different colors, to what had been shown in Chi Lai's live stream. Ah, what more can be said, you're using couples cups. This has killed me. My CP is legit, woo 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 woo, it's turned real. One black, one white, alright, flaunting your love life huh? Hurry and announce it already, Aya. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to drown myself in this live stream today. To be honest, I haven't stopped smiling since I entered the live stream room today. Chi Lai, if you two are a couple, then kill someone. Fine, then kill. Yet, amidst the cacophony of jubilant voices, there were still some differing opinions. But Mu-Ning is a beta surrogate, right? Hard to comment, are you two deliberately selling this? Even so, Chi Lai is a top alpha, how could finding a beta surrogate even matter? Some people are still obsessing over it, even if it's true, obviously it won't last long. They don't match, what gives Mu-Ning? People who previously insisted their relationship wasn't intimate could no longer deny because Chi Lai's evident favoritism and protection left no room for argument. So instead, they began questioning their affection. Of course, the majority are CP fans, seeing one objection and refuting it immediately. Some fans love obsessing without even seeing Mu-Ning's face, isn't it scary for good-looking people to be seen? +1, I hope at the moment you see his appearance, you all can still obsess. Haha, never met before criticizing his appearance, let alone Chi Lai liking it, doesn't it work? Top-level alpha Chi Lai, why should high-quality genes go to waste on a beta surrogate? What era is it when you still talk like this? Shake your brain and come out again. Are you gender discriminating? Being a beta surrogate means nothing. Chi Lai loves them super. Really can't stand some poisonous OnlyFans idiotic comments. Seeing the comments during breaks, Chi Lai casually banned several people. Some comments truly annoyed him to no end. So he made up a comment, what kind of romantic views am I? That's a good question. I must definitely be with someone I like, whether be it a beta surrogate or an omega, it doesn't matter, I like them, that's all. What type do I like? Someone with fair skin, very nice voice, and particularly obedient. Naturally, everyone understood his implication. You might as well state Ningbao's ID number. Who asked you? Self-ask, self-answer. Veteran fans, remember you once responded to similar questions like this. Talk about romance. Isn't gaming sweeter? You really adore him. Isn't this obvious yet? 99. It's important for the both of you to live happily together. Blessings, put the red packet money under Chi Lai's account. Marriage congratulations. Marriage congratulations. Fu Yuchi continued, I think people's thinking shouldn't be backward at all. It's what age we are living in, free loving is what we should promote. Moreover, in today's society, meeting someone destined and who you personally like is incredibly hard. Again slapping certain people's faces fiercely. Where are those people who were talking nonsense just now? Why don't they come out and continue ranting? They probably got kicked out, hahaha. Chi Lai's attitude is so obvious already. How can you still keep saying this and that? Are you the matchmaker or Cupid that you feel qualified to meddle in others' relationships? In the game, Yi Ning was still conscientiously protecting Fu Yuchi. As he saw the opposing jungler leap over the wall to slice towards Chi Lai, he swiftly controlled the hero Lulu on screen, flashing over and unleashing an ultimate on Draven. The words Fu Yuchi had spoken earlier were directed at the audience in the live stream with his game mic muted. Yi Ning hadn't known about it. However, soon, some viewers holding Chi Lai's fan light boards came into the live stream room to spill the beans. Things like, Chi Lai confessed deeply for you in the live room, Chi Lai said he won't marry anyone but you, Chi Lai became furious and rebuked the toxic only fans because of you. Yi Ning didn't know what exactly happened, but he could be sure that the comments on the screen contained exaggerated elements. He wanted to ask, but remembering similar incidents before, every time he opened his mouth to question, the audience would only become more ambiguous, so he restrained his curiosity. Yi Ning knew that Fu Yuchi had opened a company, and when the other went to work during the day, he stayed at home in the live streaming room editing videos, which could also be considered as going to work. They usually ate dinner at home, Fu Yuchi often rushed to cook, Yi Ning couldn't compete with him, so he could only sit on the sofa in the living room watching TV while stroking their cat. The warmth filled the room, bright and gentle light surrounded them, the sounds of chatter from the TV and the sizzling sound of cooking from the kitchen entered his ears, and the aroma of food wafted into his nose. Nestled in the soft sofa, Yi Ning often felt a sense of bewilderment. It was as if the missing part of his heart was being gradually filled up, making him feel safe and peaceful. On this day, the fridge at home was almost empty. After eating a lavish meal outside for dinner, the two of them then headed to a large supermarket in a mall together. There weren't many people in the supermarket at this time, they removed their masks, pushing a shopping cart slowly picking out food. The tall man stood in front of the shelves, looking at the food in the refrigerator with the slightly shorter teenager beside him. Seeing Yi Ning hesitating between two bags of different flavored glutinous rice balls, Fu Yuchi reached out and placed both bags of glutinous rice balls in the shopping cart. Buy both, we can finish them. That was true. After selecting the ingredients, Fu Yuchi pushed the shopping cart skillfully toward the snack area. He could sense the increasingly excited mood of the youth by his side, his eyes glimmering with tender fragmented smiles. Come to think of it, their first meeting was in the supermarket. Chapter 63, Watching a Movie. It was just a casual glance at the time. The handsome, fair-skinned teenager stood obediently in front of the shelf, slightly tilting his head as he looked at the chips on the top shelf with an expression filled with hesitation and helplessness. Before Fu Yuchi could react, he had already instinctively taken a step towards the teenager and asked out loud. Later, outside the mall, the other person specially took a bottle of yogurt to give him as thanks. The clear and bright eyes that looked over caused a stirring emotion. Afterwards, Fu Yuchi would always recall the scene of their first meeting. Perhaps from that moment, the seeds of heart palpitations were planted, taking root and sprouting ever since. Yi Ning was comparing milk candies of different flavors in his hand. He felt a strong gaze above him, looked up, and saw that Fu Yuchi had been staring at him. So he blinked and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Chi?" Nothing, Fu Yuchi came back to his senses and took the 2 packs of candy from his hand, putting them all in the cart. If you can't decide, just take them all. Yi Ning loved snacks, especially chips, favoring lime flavor no matter what kind it was. This was something Fu Yuchi had long remembered deeply in his heart, secretly deciding that there would never be a shortage of snacks at home in the future. Afterward, before Yi Ning could hesitate, any snack that caught his eye for more than a second was all swept into the shopping cart by Fu Yuchi. It happened so fast he didn't even have time to stop it. In the end, the two bought enough things to fill 4 large bags. When they got home, they put the items in the fridge or cabinets together and organized them neatly. Looking at the fully stocked fridge and cabinets, Yi Ning felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What do you want to eat tonight? The man behind him, taking advantage of his height, raised his hand to touch the top of Yi Ning's head. The gesture was so natural that Yi Ning didn't feel anything strange about it. He seriously thought about the question posed to him, "I want to eat shrimp." Fu Yuchi smiled faintly, "All right." Fu Yuchi's cooking skills were as consistently excellent as ever, and Yi Ning thought they were almost at the level of a 5-star hotel chef. Every time he couldn't help but compliment the other person, "This is delicious." He wasn't sure when Fu Yuchi had started learning how to cook. Thinking about this, Yi Ning naturally asked, "Brother Chi, when did you learn to cook?" "After I moved out by myself." Fu Yuchi's eyes held laughter, his tone lazy. Originally, I thought that living alone meant just learning a few dishes to get by. Then I realized cooking was actually quite satisfying. And later, I thought about being able to cook for my partner, so I needed to get better. Upon hearing the response, Yi Ning looked straight into his eyes, stunned for a few seconds. The last sentence of Fu Yuchi resonated in his mind. Looking at the ardent gaze of the other person, Yi Ning felt a wave of heat suddenly bloom in his chest, spreading throughout his body. He quickly lowered his head, afraid to look at the other person again. Subsequently, as if to cover something, he hastily grabbed a bite of food and stuffed it into his mouth, emitting a low "oh." Fu Yuchi noticed the tips of his ears turning crimson, his smile growing even wider, but he said nothing more. So easily embarrassed. And, his red-eared appearance was so cute. It made one want to take a bite. Today was Sunday, a day off, and no live streaming. After dinner, Fu Yuchi asked Yi Ning if he wanted to watch a movie together. A projector was installed in the living room on the first floor at home, which Fu Yuchi rarely used. However, he thought if Yi Ning was willing, then this thing was worth its price. With nothing much to do in the evening, Yi Ning agreed. Rather than idly playing with his phone, watching a movie seemed like a more interesting choice. To Yi Ning's surprise, Fu Yuchi chose a horror film. Before confirming, the other person seriously asked him, "Little Ning, are you scared? If you're scared, we can change to another movie." Yi Ning thought it was okay, not afraid. In order to create an atmosphere, Fu Yuchi also dimmed the lights in the living room a few degrees. As the movie began, the pitch-black scenes accompanied by eerie music instantly created a sinister and terrifying ambience. Unconsciously, Yi Ning's fingers curled up. By Fu Yuchi's side, rather than focusing on the content of the movie, he paid more attention to Yi Ning. Using his peripheral vision, he observed the other person's expression and quietly shifted closer to him. He intended to act swiftly and accurately, ready to embrace the trembling teenager due to fear. Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that Yi Ning would be much braver than he imagined. When horrifying ghosts appeared and during other terrifying scenes, instead of being frightened to yell or jump, he simply pressed his rosy lips into a straight line, his pupils showing a little more panic and alertness. Fu Yuchi miscalculated. Just as he was lost in thought, accompanied by a scream from the main character in the movie, Fu Yuchi suddenly felt something furry brush against his leg. Panicking instantly, he instinctively thought it was a ghost and blurted out, "Shit." At the same time, his whole body trembled and he leaned towards Yi Ning. His shout startled Yi Ning too, but not as much. Yi Ning merely flinched and quickly turned to check what was going on over there. Then he saw Shuegao tilting her little head at him, mewing affectionately. Yi Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. It's just Shuegao. Fu Yuchi. Embarrassing. However, only later did he realize that this movement had unintentionally brought him into zero-distance contact with Yi Ning. Their shoulders were pressed tightly together. Fu Yuchi scooped Shuegao, who was crouching next to him, into his arms and then turned to look at Yi Ning, his eyes drooping. "You scared me half to death." That was so terrifying. Even though his voice was deep and sultry, there was now an extra note of lingering fear and grievance in it. Seeing Fu Yuchi's handsome face hanging low, Yi Ning felt pity rise in his heart and softly consoled him. "It's okay. It's all fake." He also noticed their proximity but, seeing how scared Fu Yuchi seemed to be, believed that he probably needed comfort and therefore didn't pull away. As Yi Ning stayed still, looking at Fu Yuchi's slightly flushed face, Fu Yuchi felt completely refreshed and satisfied. What shame. This was clearly strategy. For the remainder of the film, whenever a scary scene came up, Fu Yuchi would either shift his shoulder closer to Yi Ning or lean slightly toward him. This made Yi Ning increasingly bashful, his ears turning bright red despite not wanting to push Fu Yuchi away. By the end, neither of them was paying any attention to the movie anymore. One was thinking about ways to get closer, while the other was both flustered and annoyed. Never before had Yi Ning thought that watching a movie could feel so long, whereas Fu Yuchi thought the movie was far too short, lacking enough intense moments. It looked like he'd have to carefully select another next time. Finally, when the movie ended, Yi Ning let out a huge sigh of relief, having never watched such a torturous film before. Still not satiated, Fu Yuchi clung to Yi Ning without moving. It wasn't until Yi Ning glanced at the clock and spoke that anything changed. "Brother Chi, it's not early anymore. Should we go to bed?" Fu Yuchi responded with a simple but then remembered something and adopted the same pitiful, aggrieved expression as earlier. "I didn't expect this movie to be so scary. Will I have nightmares tonight if I sleep alone?" Chapter 64, Get on the Car. Yi Ning didn't expect that Fu Yuchi would be afraid of this. Due to Fu Yuchi's excellent acting skills, he never doubted that the other party was pretending. After hearing him say so, Yi Ning was temporarily at a loss. The two looked at each other blankly for a few seconds, then Yi Ning suddenly thought of a way. His eyes lit up. "Then how about letting Shuegao sleep with you tonight? Shuegao's current activity area is mainly on the first floor. It has everything like a cat tree, cat bed, scratching post. But it's quite clingy. Most of the time, it sleeps in Yi Ning's room next to him." Since Fu Yuchi was scared, Yi Ning thought it would be perfect for Shuegao to accompany him tonight. His plans thwarted, Fu Yuchi hid the regret and disappointment in his eyes. "It's okay," his dark eyes slightly lowered. "I'm not so afraid anymore. Yi Ning was a little worried, are you sure? Sure. Fu Yuqi chuckled lightly, resisting the impulse to pinch his cheeks. In fact, I am quite brave, he said, I'm not lying to you. At this point, Fu Yuqi felt it necessary to salvage his image. Otherwise, if Yi Ning thought he was a coward, it would be counterproductive. Looking at his earnest expression, Yi Ning laughed and nodded, yeah, I know. Under the light, the young man's face was calm and good-looking. Hearing his somewhat coaxing tone, normally shameless Fu Yuqi rarely felt a bit shy, warmth and redness crept onto the tips of his ears. Little Ning, good night. Yi Ning also smiled brightly at him, responding, Chi-Chi, good night. That night, in a live stream room with over 10,000 people, no one knew who started it, but everyone began clamoring to get on the car. You heartless man wailing. It's been so long since you took fans along. Yeah, previously you would randomly pull in some random strangers too. Take us along, take us along, take us along, take us along. I want to get on the car. Let the kid get on. Seeing Chili unfazed, smart viewers decided to change tactics. Don't count on this cold-hearted man, let's go to Muning instead. +1, Muning wife is super soft-hearted and super nice. Let Muning kick Chili and fight with us, HMPF. I'm going to find Muning wife too hahaha. I'll watch both devices together for the little couple hehehe. Fu Yuqi noticed all the mentions of wife in his peripheral vision, feeling annoyed as his eyebrows pressed lower, he said, if you go there, don't flirt around recklessly, or I might boot you out. Someone asked why. His voice carried an evident note of pride, because I am the moderator. The only one. Saying that, it didn't have any deterrent effect on the audience in the live stream room, instead it aroused their rebellious spirit. What do you mean? Can only you flirt? Ahahaha, can't help laughing already. Misuse of power, we should make Ningbao remove your moderator status. Go ahead and flirt, Ningbao is our wife, what can you do? Teehee. Ningbao, I want to sleep with you tonight, hehe. Ningbao looks so fragrant and cute, I really want to give her a big smooch. One day, pick a colorful jute bag to steal Muning wife away. Fu Yuqi softly hissed, angrily reciting the IDs of those who were being overly suggestive, so it's you guys who love flirting, right? I've noted down your IDs. If I see you guys in Little Ning's live stream room later, you'll be kicked out instantly. And then he arrogantly, humphed. On the other hand, the audiences expressed their thoughts. Thick-skinned, really thick-skinned. Deserves the title of Chi-Dog indeed. I said don't be so jealous. Your sour smell can be smelled even through the screen. Sisters, don't be afraid, Ningbao will release us, Chi-Dog just talks nonsense haha. Keep flirting unless you show us the marriage certificate between you and Muning teehee. Exactly, is she your wife? And still not allowing others to call out, prohibiting us from flirting, why don't you announce officially? Ningbao my wife, Ningbao my wife, Ningbao my wife X10086. The situation irritated Fu Yuqi immensely, to the point of making his liver hurt, so he stooped low and played games seriously, sight unseen, trouble-free. After all, Yi Ning was right next to him, they are living under the same roof now, meeting anytime. They could eat together, watch movies together, tease the little kitten together. Unlike the sour lemons in the live stream room who could only chat casually, ha. This self-consolation worked to some extent, and Fu Yuqi's annoyance dissipated a little. Just at this moment, he heard Yi Ning's crisp and warm voice through the headphones, Chi-Chi, my truth veil will be ready in 10 seconds. Fu Yuqi instantly felt much more relaxed. He could still duo with Yi Ning every day. Unlike those stubborn viewers who could only watch them duo idly. The audience members, having hit a wall with Chili, predictably went over to Yi Ning's side to complain and show some affection. Lingbao, Chili is so mean, he threatened us. He doesn't let us express our love for you. Wah wah. Wife is so cute, we just want to give her kisses. Yup, who could resist Lingbao? Seems like we want to queue with you, but Chili big brother would get mad right? We all miss playing games with you. You haven't brought fans along for ages. Please, merciful, adorable, soft-hearted wife. Let us on the car. Taking advantage of the interval while he was dead, Yi Ning glanced at the chat messages. Seeing that everyone wanted to join them, his heart softened quickly. Although he didn't know why everyone had suddenly come up with the idea to get on the car today, he couldn't bear to refuse their requests filled with cajoling and begging. As the audiences expected, he spoke, do you guys want to get on the car and queue together? Wait a sec, I'll ask Chi-Chi first. After all, since he was currently duoing with Fu Yuqi, it was only natural to ask for his opinion. When Yi Ning asked Fu Yuqi wasn't surprised. He knew Yi Ning always indulged the audience. And he would never refuse anything Yi Ning wanted to do. So the audiences saw Chili, who ignored countless rolling lines demanding his attention, agree without hesitation as soon as Mu Ning mentioned it, sure. I don't have free spots for friends anymore, Xiao Ning, have them add you. Yi Ning said cheerfully, okay. In Chili's live stream room. What kind of double standard? Ah, so all the chat messages earlier meant nothing to you? That's doting. I'm shipping this so hard. Watching his live streams daily makes my blood sugar rise. I'm both shipping it and wanting to fight Chili for Ningbao. Damn it, all because Lingbao is too cute. Time to race fingers against others. Fu Yuchi turned off the game mic temporarily and told the audiences in the live stream room, if you're getting on the car, no random calling or flirting. However, the audiences busy joining were not listening at all. Soon, Yining found tens of friend requests appearing on his list, increasing continuously. He clicked into it and hurriedly accepted the requests. Chapter 65, Shout. There were simply too many applicants, so Yining had to add a portion of them first before retreating back into the room. Application notifications popped up rapidly. Yining randomly invited 3 people into the game room and, after everyone had adjusted their positions, clicked to search for a match. Damn, such fast hand speed. Congratulations to the 3 who managed to get on board, woo woo woo. Let me on board, please. Ah, I almost added Ningbao as a friend. Bless me that I can get on board next time, bless me. During the hero BP phase, Fu Yuchi opened his mic, switch roles. Give me a carry. I'll take the support role. Hearing his voice, the previously shy and silent fans became excited. Alright, brother Chili. Thankfully, my hand speed was fast enough and I got lucky to get on board. Chili, I am your idol, you are my fan. After watching your live stream, I can now fight against 9 players single-handedly in this game. Fu Yuchi, don't force negativity here. Even though Chili often talked arrogantly and gave sharp comments, he still maintained a unique tolerance toward his audience and fans. The water friends, audience joining the game, wouldn't feel pressured, instead, they could quickly enter an easygoing and pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, the enemy's ADC made a move, with its auxiliary closing in on Chili's face intending to have a 2v2 battle. Chili slightly raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was exactly what he wanted, getting this kill would allow him to go home and buy some big equipment. He dodged the other party's skills while positioning himself, attacked twice, then put an ignite spell on the opponent. Yining followed behind him as usual providing buffs. I'm coming, Chili. Fu Yuchi was just about to unleash a set of combos when our jungler monk suddenly appeared, giving the enemy ADC a kick, booting the person with half a bar of health away. At this moment, they were outside the enemy's high ground defense tower. With one kick, the opposing shooter and support were sent back to the high ground. After several seconds of competition, those two realized they couldn't win and immediately went home to heal. Fu Yuchi. His mouth twitched, we've got a traitor. Even Yining couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The comment section erupted in laughter. Talented, ha 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 ha. I'm laughing to death. There's a traitor, end the game. You can vote haha. Chili's mouth has gone crooked from anger. In this way, they continuously pulled in different water friends for 3 games. Everyone was talkative and full of jokes, creating famous scenes one after another, pulling the program effect to the maximum. Fu Yuchi was in a pretty good mood, finally having someone come along to trade verbal blows, have a verbal sparring match with him. Until the 4th round. Yining again randomly invited 3 people into the game room. But before they could say anything, a young male voice sounded, holy crap. Finally, it's my turn to get on board. His tone was very excited, meaning wife, I love you so much. The room fell eerily quiet for a few seconds. That fan didn't think there was anything wrong and continued, you're so cute, come on, give me a kiss. Then he loudly, muah, kissed. This kissing sound clearly echoed through both live streaming rooms. Not only Fu Yuchi and Yining, but also tens of thousands of viewers in the live streams heard it clearly. A fierce fire surged through Fu Yuchi from head to toe, almost driving him to lose control. Suppressing his anger, his voice clearly lost the casualness it had earlier, instead becoming colder, take him away. He was very decisive, perverts cannot play with us. Yining also felt extremely awkward. Being so straightforwardly confessed to, especially in front of Fu Yuchi, somehow made her not only embarrassed but also somewhat guilty. This viewer, please don't talk like that. Yining opened her mic apologetically, let's play together next time if you have the chance. She finished speaking without giving the person a chance to reply, swiftly kicking him out of the room, as if trying to cover something up. The audiences were all stunned. My gosh, this brother is really bold. Chili sounds truly angry. Of course, wouldn't you be if someone confesses to or kisses your wife right in front of you? I told you, these two started dating long ago. Ningbao's reaction is worth analyzing, she directly took away that person according to Chili's request. Yes. Our couple is indeed the sweetest. Seeing that the person who was just spouting nonsense got kicked, Fu Yuchi first froze in surprise. After all, he didn't expect Yining to boot the guy so cleanly and decisively. Little Ning has always been soft-hearted. As soon as he thought of something, he couldn't help but curve his lips upward and a trace of laughter entered his eyes. Could this mean Little Ning still cared about his feelings? Then, does he know her intentions? Does he have the same feelings for her? His heart raced a bit faster. Fu Yuchi is not one to hesitate, yet he inexplicably felt very nervous about this matter. He was afraid that with one careless move, she might drift far away from him, leaving him with no more chances to stay under the same roof with Little Ning. So he could only proceed step by step, cautiously testing the waters. Fortunately, Yi Ning hasn't shown any signs of aversion so far. Yi Ning pulled another viewer into the room. Thankfully, this time everyone was normal and wouldn't say weird things. He let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, he heard that familiar male voice saying, "Will little Ning be mad at me?" Yi Ning was caught off guard. I'm not mad." Fu Yuqi immediately took the cue and played it smooth. "That's good. It's mainly because the way he spoke to you made me a little unhappy." Before Yi Ning could respond, he continued, "I haven't even said such things to you." This statement was both vague and explicit. 2 seconds later, Yi Ning understood what he meant. The earlobe hidden beneath her black hair turned bright red instantly, her heart thudded uncontrollably, and her mind went blank for a moment. For a while, she didn't know how to respond. After quite some time, she fumbled awkwardly, Fu Yuqi decided to stop there for now and cleared his throat slightly. "It's fine, let's start the game." Yi Ning quietly took a deep breath and clicked to search for a match. As they entered a new match, one of the water friends, audience, who enjoyed stirring up trouble spoke. "Why don't you just call her then?" His tone carried an impish note. "Master Chili, are you too shy to shout her name? Or are you scared?" Being hit right on the spot, Fu Yuqi flashed a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "Nonsense. I would never call out like that now," he lightly sniffed, "or else wouldn't you guys get a chance to eavesdrop and take advantage of me?" Viewers in both live streams were nearly driven crazy by the interaction. What the hell? What did I just hear? Was that an official announcement? Yes, count it as one. 9,999. Relax, go shout it on the bed after turning off the stream. Wait, it seems like Chili hasn't called her before, meaning, this is a grand confession scene. Chapter 66, Sensitive Period. The chat exploded with a chorus of cries, but Fu Yuqi, the center of attention, brushed the topic aside with an expressionless face. "The enemy's lineup is very tanky this game. It'll be tough for us to fight," he said. "But it doesn't matter, as long as there's Xiao Ning, I can carry." He flirted and then ran, completely ignoring the frantic audience. Seeing that he avoided continuing on the previous topic, Yi Ning let out a sigh of relief but couldn't get rid of the heat in her face. Finally, they were off air. Yi Ning turned off the machine and stared at the darkened screen, lost in thought because of Fu Yuqi's words just now, uncertain whether they were intentional or unintentional. She forced herself to calm down and not think about such trivial matters. Fu Yuqi was such an amazing person, and also a rare top-tier alpha. Even if he falls in love, he would only choose high-quality omegas. Big Brother Qi had already been good to her, taking care of her so much. Yi Ning believed she shouldn't overstep her boundaries and dream too far beyond what she should. Yet, it seemed impossible to control herself. She always kept indulging in his kindness. Just thinking about Fu Yuqi possibly being with someone else in the future made her feel sourness in her chest. After bidding each other goodnight with Fu Yuqi, Yi Ning returned to her room for washing up. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, she found it hard to fall asleep. Feeling a bit parched in her throat, she got up, switched on the light, grabbed her cup, and stepped out of the room intending to go downstairs to fetch some water. Before she took even a few steps, she heard a click, and the door of the adjacent room opened. A man walked out bare-chested, wearing only a knee-length short pant. A towel draped on his head, casually wiping his wet hair. Broad shoulders, slim waist, droplets on the clavicle running down the chest to the abs, muscles flowed smoothly and clearly, tight yet full of wild strength, complementing his handsome flawless face, extremely sexy. The two looked straight at each other and both remained stunned for a few seconds. Realizing what she'd seen, Yi Ning quickly turned around, standing against the wall like she was being punished, unable to speak steadily. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Fu Yuqi had thicker skin than her. Realizing what she had seen, seeing how tense she was, he couldn't help but chuckle. Her ears' tips that had turned red already revealed her current feelings. With people blushing like this, Fu Yuqi wouldn't dare to open his mouth and tease her further. His eyebrows slightly raised. "Sorry, I didn't know you were outside." No problem." Fu Yuqi hadn't moved yet. Yi Ning dared not turn around to look at him, still shamefacedly facing the wall. "Then, I'll go inside and put on some clothes." Yi Ning nodded randomly. Seemingly, he even heard the man emit a deep, pleased chuckle. Finally, Fu Yuqi went back inside. Yi Ning bolted toward the staircase as if some great calamity was chasing after her from behind. After fetching water, she gulped down a big mouthful. But her mind kept replaying what she saw just moments ago. What a fantastic physique. Staring into empty space, Yi Ning zoned out. Nothing like her own frail frame, the unrestrained masculinity and mature male charm merged perfectly in his body, presenting something unforgettable. Talking about it, she had felt the warmth in his chest more than once. The more she thought, the faster her heart rate increased, and Yi Ning quickly pushed away the jumbled images in her mind. Regretfully blaming herself for being a little weirdo. Refilling her glass with another round of water, she swiftly headed upstairs, quickening her pace deliberately as she passed by Fu Yuqi's room, fearing that he might suddenly open the door again and bump into her. Fortunately, it didn't happen, and she reached her room unobstructedly. Fu Yuqi's sensitive period came all of a sudden and fiercely. Waking up early the next morning, he instinctively reached for his phone to check the time, realizing he slept an hour later than usual. He spent a while last night lying in bed restlessly analyzing Yi Ning's reaction, growing more agitated with every thought, unable to sleep at all, and forgot to set the alarm. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he quickly got up to change. He suddenly shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. Didn't sleep well last night, probably. After washing up, Fu Yuqi went downstairs and found Yi Ning had indeed already prepared breakfast, sitting beside the dining table nibbling on small bites. Upon hearing movement, Yi Ning turned around, showing a fleeting sign of uneasiness in her clear eyes, before returning to normal almost immediately, giving Fu Yuqi a gentle smile as a greeting, "Good morning." Fu Yuqi messed with his disheveled hair and replied, "Morning, Xiao Ning." It was only then that he noticed how raspy his voice sounded. Today, Yi Ning wore a very simple pure white shirt, with 2 smooth arms exposed, dazzlingly white. Fu Yuqi's throat rolled, his eyes darkening as if filled with endless longing. An intense impulse surged uncontrollably in his heart. To pounce forward, envelop the youth in his arms, kiss him, possess him. His heartbeat quickened, his throat went dry, and Fu Yuqi's gaze became feral, fixed intently on Yi Ning. Seeing that he remained frozen in place for a long time, Yi Ning turned to look at him, only to be scorched by his searing gaze. His heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was off with Fu Yuqi. He asked, "Qi Gu, what's wrong with you? The breakfast is getting cold." For a moment, Fu Yuqi couldn't even make out what Yi Ning was saying, seeing only the cherry-red lips moving apart and together. Pheromones began dispersing throughout the spacious room. What started as tiny sparks soon became uncontrollable, flames spreading wildly and engulfing every corner of the house. Though Yi Ning hadn't fully differentiated yet, the glands at the back of his neck were developed enough to detect the pheromones emanating from the other person. They were powerful, overwhelming. Even though there was distance between them, Yi Ning felt like he'd be devoured by fire any second. Influenced by the alpha's surging pheromones, Yi Ning's cheeks flushed red. At the same time, Fu Yuqi realized why he felt so abnormal. It was the sensitive period. This sensitive period was much stronger than any previous one, completely unexpected. Fu Yuqi closed his eyes, biting down hard on his tongue. The pain helped him regain some sanity. He strained with all his might to contain the rampant pheromones. Yi Ning was still here. He hadn't fully differentiated yet and couldn't withstand such strong pheromones. He mustn't harm him. Fu Yuqi shifted his gaze, not looking at Yi Ning despite almost going insane with desire. Meanwhile, he quickly walked downstairs, heading toward the door in the opposite direction of the dining table. "Qi." Yi Ning wanted to ask what was truly wrong with him but realized his voice sounded sticky the moment he opened his mouth, so he hastily closed it. Fu Yuqi hoarsely said, "I'll be going out for a bit." If they continued in the same space, he feared he might do something animalistic. Yi Ning knew his condition wasn't normal, easily deducing what happened based on the ABO physiological knowledge he had been cramming over the recent weeks. The alpha's sensitive period had arrived. As Fu Yuqi's figure disappeared from sight, Yi Ning didn't say anything more. It was just too bad this breakfast ended up wasted, unable to be finished by him alone. Chapter 67. Yi Ning swallowed the last bite of egg on his plate, but then lost his appetite. He tidied up the leftover breakfast and cleaned the dining table before returning to the living room sofa to sit down. Seemingly sensing its owner's complicated mood, Shuegao, who was originally lying on the cat tree, jumped down and walked over to Yi Ning, nudging his thigh with its furry little head. Yi Ning absent-mindedly picked it up and hugged it in his arms, stroking it every now and then as his thoughts wandered far away. Brother Qi just left without a second thought earlier. A deep sense of loss inexplicably surged in his heart. Unwilling to dwell on it further, Yi Ning took out his phone, pondering whether to send a message to Fu Yuqi to ask what happened, but couldn't think of something appropriate to say. Thus, he could only stare at his phone blankly. Fu Yuqi stepped out the door, flagged down a taxi, and after giving the address, leaned back and closed his eyes. The image of Yi Ning's smile lingered in his mind. His face, his voice, each of his movements, and those clear, crisp calls of "Qi Gu." How much he wanted him. It felt like possessing him. His breathing quickened slightly. Fu Yuqi frowned involuntarily, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The resistance against his instincts wasn't pleasant. The driver, a beta impersonating an alpha, couldn't detect the faint pheromones emanating from Fu Yuqi. But from the rearview mirror, he noticed that something about Fu Yuqi's condition didn't seem right. So he asked kindly, "Hey, buddy, should I take you to the hospital?" Without opening his eyes, Fu Yuqi replied briefly, "No need." Seeing the hint of ferocity on his face, the driver quickly shut up, pressed on the gas pedal, and rushed him to the destination as quickly as possible, fearing that this alpha might suddenly lose control. He paid the fare promptly and walked toward the main residence of the Fu family. Entering the house, at this hour only Chen Yao, his sister-in-law, was home. She was lazily drinking afternoon tea and reading a book. Hearing the sound, she turned around and was surprised to see Fu Yuqi. "Xiao Qi, why are you back today? You didn't let us know beforehand." "Sister-in-law." Fu Yuqi nodded briefly to her, his voice hoarse, "I'm going upstairs first." Without waiting for Chen Yao's response, he hurried up the stairs. Being an Omega, Qinyao naturally caught a whiff of the pheromones drifting through the air as Fu Yuqi passed by. Though different from her husband's, they were still highly aggressive. Was Xiaoqi entering his sensitive period? But if so, why had he specifically come back to the main residence instead of staying elsewhere? Though Fu Yuqi often lived outside the main house, Qinyao knew some things about him, not all details, but enough, as her husband occasionally talked about him with Fu Yuhan. It was said that for over 20 years, he hadn't even dated anyone, placing gaming as his #1 priority. He never glanced at high-quality Omegas who tried to get close to him. However, recently, rumors suggested he'd become close to a beta impersonating an alpha. Not long ago, he had even crossed thousands of miles late one night, mobilizing family connections to deal with someone on behalf of this person. An AB romance? Actually, it wasn't completely unacceptable. The parents of the two Fu brothers were open-minded, they only hoped their sons would find true love, live peacefully, and be happy together for life. Qinyao arched her elegant brows and immediately sent her husband a gossip-filled text message. She wrote a long passage, but his reply missed the key point entirely. Is he in his sensitive period? Darling, then don't stay at home, it's unsafe. Come find me at the office. I miss you. Kiss.jpg. Although normally serious and seldom smiling, he always loved sending her such sweet and sticky emoji packs. Qinyao chuckled and rolled her eyes. Walking into the bedroom, Fu Yuqi moved straight toward the bathroom. Under the shower head, the man stood naked, letting the cool water pour down on him. The chill spread over him, calming the physical heat. But the restlessness in his heart wouldn't subside no matter how hard he tried. Time seemed to pass unnoticed. Amidst the pitter-patter of the water, there was mixed low panting, along with several fragmented murmurs, Xiao Ning. 2 hours later. Lying flat on the bed, Fu Yuqi finally felt that wave of intense restlessness lessen somewhat. Checking his phone, he discovered an unread message on the top of WeChat. Qi Gu, are you feeling better? It was Yi Ning. Recalling what he'd done in the bathroom earlier, he guiltily touched his nose. Reply, feeling better. Sorry, Xiao Ning, I scared you. I'll go back in a few days. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. After a moment's thought, still feeling uneasy, he sent a long voice message. It was all about reminding him to have meals on time, to wear more clothes in the morning and evening so as not to catch a cold, things like that. Hearing the familiar voice and normal tone, Yi Ning finally felt completely reassured. Reply, okay, I will. You too. Fu Yuqi, take a few days off from streaming for us, no broadcasts. Upon receiving the message, Yi Ning didn't agree. He had already let the audience down many times due to various reasons and couldn't bear to leave them again for a break. Actually, even without Fu Yuqi around, he could stream alone. So he simply replied, chill, big brother Qi. Knowing Yi Ning's character well, Fu Yuqi could easily guess what Yi Ning was thinking. In his heart, he silently praised little Ning for being diligent, obedient, and sincere, and decided not to dissuade him. It's hard to endure. Hard to endure at home, and now it seems harder still after parting ways with him. Even though they've only been apart for a few hours, Fu Yuqi felt like they had been separated for such a long time. Every second was torture. Once this sensitive period is over, he must, absolutely must win him over. Fu Yuqi made a silent vow. Yi Ning started the broadcast on time. Previously, Qi Lai and he always streamed at the same time, rarely with an interval exceeding 1 minute. This day, however, the audience noticed that 5 minutes had passed and Qi Lai hadn't started broadcasting yet. So they all flooded in. Where's Qi Lai? Oh, so spoiled to be late for so long. Ningbao, give him a piece of your mind. Wife has already gone live but Qi Dog is still dragging his feet. Where is he, where is he, where is he? Ningbao, hurry up and urge him. Seeing that the audience kept asking about Qi Lai, Yi Ning quickly explained, brother Qi is sick recently, and he won't be able to broadcast these few days. But I will keep going. The audience exploded upon hearing this. He was perfectly fine yesterday. What the heck? Sudden illness? Isn't this just an excuse for not showing up? Sick or not? There were no signs yesterday. A few days off, I have an idea. Could it be the sensitive period? If it's the sensitive period, how can Ningbao sit here calmly? Ugh, you male dogs, come out and apologize. He's probably hiding in Ningbao's live room right now, come out and apologize. Whatever the sickness is, leaving his wife alone to broadcast is quite serious. Humph, Ningning go solo. Find an ADC better than him. Fu Yuqi slept soundly through the entire day and missed dinner entirely. When he woke up, he found it was already 8:30 p.m. Thinking of something, he grabbed his phone and opened the app Black Cat Live. Chapter 68, The One I Like. Fu Yuqi found Yi Ning's live stream had already started. He was playing solo queue, the game just started, and the situation wasn't tense. His teammates didn't have their microphones on. But in fact, Yi Ning usually doesn't talk much when playing with strangers. If signals could be used, they would be used, otherwise, he'd resort to typing. It was only when double queuing with him that Yi Ning would use the mic for communication. Thinking about this, Fu Yuchi couldn't help but wear a smug expression on his face. The sharp-eyed audience saw that he had entered the live stream room and everyone in the barrage was calling him out, all condemning him. Yo, you finally showed up. Someone has arrived. Why did you leave your wife behind? Quickly explain your reasons. Write a self-criticism. What's wrong with you? Are you going to die? If you're not dying, hurry up and start streaming. You look so energetic normally. Is being sick just an excuse? You little scoundrel. Sick. It seemed Xiao Ning had already explained to the viewers beforehand and even came up with a reason for him. Just can't stream. Teehee. What can you do to me? Feeling better, Fu Yuchi indulged recklessly in Yi Ning's live stream room, angering the audience. Bold move. Kick him out. Carry him away. Where's the network admin? Drag this shameless person out of Ningbao's live stream. Nice. It seems there's only one room manager. And it's that shameless person. Aia Ningbao, look at him. Too arrogant. Seeing how Fu Yuchi caused public indignation in just 2 sentences, Yi Ning hurriedly explained for him. Brother Qi is really sick, possibly because he felt guilty, his voice was a bit low, can't stream. Everyone, please understand. The viewers expressed disappointment. Humph, I knew it. You disgusting couple. You just spoil him. Good, are we jesters then? Wawa Ningning wife, don't you love us anymore? That's obvious, she loves her husband more. Yi Ning. Is my favoritism too obvious? Unlike the audience grinding their teeth, hearing what Yi Ning said made Fu Yuchi unable to stop smiling. He knew he still mattered more in Xiao Ning's heart. Hungry, Fu Yuchi left the room, getting ready to go downstairs and find something to eat. Leaving the kitchen, his gaze inadvertently swept through the window to the garden outside. In the arms of the tall and stern man lay an omega slightly shorter than him. Fu Yuhan lowered his head and softly spoke to Qin Yao, his expression entirely different from when he worked, gentle instead. Qin Yao slightly tilted her head back, smiling as she responded to him, her eyes glittering like stars. Then she suddenly leaned in and kissed Fu Yuhan lightly on the corner of his lips. The man's eyes deepened, and he bent down to kiss her passionately. Fu Yuchi curled the corner of his mouth. Tisk murmured, unseemly behavior. Actually, inside, he was jealous. Damn, he also wanted to hold Yi Ning in his arms and kiss her. Fu Yuchi shifted his vision, turned around and walked upstairs, his steps feeling heavier, clearly showing his current depressed mood. However, when he opened the live broadcast again, the irritation in his heart quickly dissipated by the clear, crisp sound of Yi Ning's voice flowing like tinkling bells. Recalling something, Fu Yuchi took another device, logged into his second account on the Hangmiao Live app, and clicked into Yi Ning's live stream. Replenishing funds into the account, without blinking, he sent several effect gifts to Yi Ning in a row, occupying the second spot on the list. First place was held by his main account. Yi Ning caught sight of the several gift effects appearing on the screen from the corner of his eye, moved closer to check his nickname, then said. Thank you Xiao Ning, the best present in the world. Yi Ning hesitated a bit, this nickname was truly hard to say. Thanks boss, for your generosity. When sending gifts reaching a certain amount, sending comments during the live stream comes with a special frame, making it more conspicuous, thus easier for the broadcaster to notice. Fu Yuchi had some intentions in mind. He typed and sent a comment. Does the broadcaster have someone they like? Yi Ning happened to be team fighting and didn't see the comment right away. Instead, it was the audience who noticed first, answering for him. New follower. No, the fan club is already at level 9. Not often here, right? Her husband Qi Lai, they've been married for 100 years. Person they like. That's definitely Qi Lai. Boss, forget it. Although I like Ningbao too, she's with Qi Lai already, you don't have a chance. Upon seeing this, Qi Lai raised an eyebrow, feeling delighted. Alright, he admitted that sometimes what the audience said resonated with him deeply. With such a prominent comment floating by and so many reminders from the people in the live stream room, Yi Ning found it hard to ignore. Seeing the boss's question and the audience's replies, Yi Ning blushed slightly and didn't answer directly, instead moistening his lips and throwing the question back. What's the matter? Anticipating that he might be unwilling to answer in front of so many viewers in the live stream, Fu Yuchi didn't feel discouraged but sent another question via typing. What kind of person does Ningbao like? To prevent him from fobbing it off, Fu Yuchi also sent several expensive gifts as he asked. The audience had never seen such a persistent boss before, so they tried to advise. Ningbao likes someone named Qi Lai. Ningbao likes a certain dog who ditched everyone today. We understand the boss liking Ningbao, after all we all feel the same way and want to snatch her away from Qi Lai, but that's impossible. Qi Lai, say something, haven't you noticed some boss trying to take your wife? Oh my goodness, your wife is coveted by others right under your nose and you're still silent. Fu Yuchi. No matter what, the top 2 spots on the gift list were his. Had he asked just 2 questions and they already guessed he had feelings for Yi Ning? They were pretty sharp. Given the current situation, Fu Yuchi couldn't make a move and could only pretend he wasn't there, waiting for Yi Ning's reply. Since the boss had shown such sincerity, Yi Ning naturally couldn't dodge the question anymore. He thought carefully for a moment, then slowly replied, "What kind of person do I like?" Well, someone who's good to me. In fact, at the very instant this question was asked, Yi Ning thought of Fu Yuqi's face. He recalled their past interactions, Fu Yuqi traveling miles to find him, showing up immediately when strangers broke into his home, repeatedly indulging and taking care of him. His heart was unable to suppress its excitement. Yi Ning finally determined that he had feelings for someone. But, could he announce these feelings out loud? What did Chica think about him? Perhaps in reality, the other party didn't see him in that way, treating him more like a friend or younger brother, offering care accordingly. Admitting that he was a timid person, Yi Ning acknowledged his reluctance to take the first step and confirm these feelings. Chapter 69. He was afraid that after asking, a crack would form between them, and he feared they might drift further and further apart. Yi Ning felt a little sad and lowered her gaze in dejection. In fact, I think it mainly depends on fate. Feeling her previous response might have been too evasive, Yi Ning added, sometimes when you meet, you just fall in love. Like encountering Qi Lai. Then you and Qi Lai must be very fated to each other. Qi Lai, it's your turn. Raise the Qi Ning banner. To be honest, Qi Lai may act like a dog, but he's actually good to Ningbao, he's never been this nice to anyone else before. So obvious favoritism. Ningbao, admit it, you've fallen for him. Please, let us ship you two together officially already. When will we see you two kiss? Will that day ever come? Fu Yuqi didn't get a specific answer, but he thought this response wasn't bad either. Being good to her. Fu Yuqi recalled their past interactions and believed he had basically met this condition. Fate. They were really quite fated to each other. From meeting initially in the game, repeatedly being paired in matches, to meeting offline at the supermarket without knowing each other's identities, then later becoming partners, streaming together, and living under the same roof. No one could be more fated than them. After assessing internally, Fu Yuqi believed his chances were excellent and his success rate relatively high. He didn't ask further, silently logging out of his secondary account and using his main account to continue watching the stream. Hey, the boss has left. The boss walked away without saying anything. Is it because he realized there was no chance for him? Ha ha ha. Can't help it, Qi Ning is the perfect match, top-tier couple, fairy pairing. Isn't the boss Qi Lai's alternate account, ha ha ha. Deliberately probing around here. Where is Qi Lai? He hasn't said a word for so long. Fu Yuqi neither confirmed nor denied, merely sent a few gifts to indicate he was still there. The news of Yi Ning playing solo today reached Chu Yi-Wang's live stream. At the time, he was dueling with E-Boss as usual. The mid lane Twisted Fate doesn't have flash, hurry up and catch him. The boy's cheerful and excited voice echoed in the live room. Soon, a deep and pleasant male voice responded to him, alright. After clearing the river minions, Nanichan activated an oracle lens and squatted near the brush in the middle lane waiting for the right moment to help Chu Yi-Wang catch the enemy. Seeing him arrive, Chu Yi-Wang clenched his fists, ready to pounce. As the enemy Twisted Fate used his E-skill, Chu Yi-Wang aimed carefully, predicting the opponent's position and casted a segment-crossing flash +0. And then, it missed. It was somewhat awkward, but fortunately, Nanichan wasn't counting on him. He appeared when the Twisted Fate guard was down, manipulated Blindsmon with flash plus ultimate, flying kick to send the enemy directly to their tower. This time, Chu Yi-Wang didn't mess up and cooperated well with Blindsmon to secure the kill of Twisted Fate. And then habitually praised, impressive. What a cool kick. The man's tone carried a faint touch of indulgence, you're great. The audience indicated they couldn't stand it. Still boss wins this argument, and you can say such praises out loud. Boss, don't talk nonsense while having eyes wide open. That flash made me laugh, Wang Wang's operations are fierce as a tiger but end up empty hahaha. Wang Wang remains steady today, and E-Boss continues to indulge her. I respect this, can't believe E-Boss persisted for so long. Finished, the boss has fallen in love. Dumb lively mid-laner X cold carrying jungler king, kills me Today Qi Lai stood everyone up, leaving Ningbao alone to broadcast woo woo woo, came here for some Wang sweetness. Talking about Wang Wang not queuing with Muning for so long, they used to play together often. Is Qi Lai not streaming today? Chu Yi-Wang saw the bullet comments, blinked, then I'll find Ling Bao, drag her over to play together. First, he asked Nanichan over the microphone, who had no objection, and immediately called Yi Ning on WeChat. Thus, their journey of triple Q began. Yi Ning hadn't played with Nanichan before and didn't know him originally. Upon entering the room, Chu Yi-Wang first introduced both to each other. This is my good buddy Muning, Ning Bao, this is my support Yi Ning was confused at first, your support. Super amazing brother Yi-Wang. Chu Yi-Wang showered Nanichan with compliments as soon as he saw him, he carries me every game and helps me climb ranks every day. Look, I'm a noble king now. He's just like my guardian angel from the sky, a prince on a white horse. Her words were full of pride and boasting. Nanichan. Even though during the time they've been playing together, he'd already experienced Chu Yi-Wang's endless flattery countless times, it still made his mood pleasant and caused a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth each time he heard it. Not that exaggerated, he said, Wang is also very strong. Hearing this, Chu Yi-Wang's mouth curved up so high it almost reached her ears. That's true, hee. Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh. He was well aware of Chu Yi-Wang's gaming skills, although not terrible to an extreme, she didn't seem to be anywhere near very strong. It appeared their relationship was really good. As soon as they entered the game, their fluent dialogues and natural cooperation showed exactly that. Yi Ning became a little curious about how they had met and what kind of relationship they had now. It wasn't because he overthought things, it was simply that their interactions constantly hinted at intimacy and even ambiguity. However, with so many viewers watching, it wasn't convenient for him to ask right now. When Nanny Chen gave a blue buff to Chu Yi-Wang without hesitation, Yi Ning instinctively commented, their relationship is really good. He said this with the in-game mic turned off, so the two didn't hear it, but the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream did. Of course, these two are old man and wife. E-Boss is truly doting unconditionally. Also, extremely loyal. After checking out Wang, he hasn't gone to watch any other streamers' broadcasts, hahaha. Indeed, it said E-Boss used to only watch technical streamers before, and Wang is the only entertainment streamer he's watched. Every day he splurges gifts like they're free, he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't brush them. This isn't mere generosity, right? Qi Ning and Yi Wang, I fully agree with both of these marriages. Their relationship is obviously great, just like you and Qi Lai, go ahead and start dating. Out of sight of the screen, Fu Yuqi, who was watching the live stream, was taken aback. This player from the game, this voice, wasn't this Nanny Chen? But looking at the man in the game who constantly paid attention to the young streamer, come take the blue quickly, wait for me, I'll help you catch them, it was hard for Fu Yuqi to associate him with their usually quiet, taciturn friend. Not sure, let's check again. After watching for a while, he realized it was indeed Nanny Chen. Judging by the looks of it, even he had fallen in love. Chapter 70. Yi Ning and Chu Yiwen played 3 rounds together, ending with 2 wins and 1 loss. As the streaming time was almost up, he bid farewell to the two and exited the team-up room. The audience expressed that they hadn't had enough yet. Ningbao, play another round. Can't get enough, don't end the stream yet. Streamer overtime. I'm enjoying it so much, don't stop, wailing. The streamer is a good baby with regular sleeping hours. The chat viewers kept trying to hold him back, and usually, Yi Ning would soften and agree. But today without Fu Yuqi around, he felt that half the fun of gaming was gone. He apologized to the viewers, saying, that's all for today. I'm a bit tired. See you tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention and small gifts. After going off stream, Yi Ning tidied up and returned to his bedroom where he received a WeChat message from Fu Yuqi. Good night, go to bed early. His disheartened mood improved slightly as Yi Ning clutched his phone and replied with a good night as well. It had been nearly a day since their last meeting, and he already missed him. Fu Yuqi's hypersensitivity period lasted for 4 days. During these few days, whether it was during the day or in his dreams at night, he thought only of Yi Ning. Since they couldn't meet face to face, every night he could only stay glued to Yi Ning's live stream for some comfort through his voice. Big brother Fu Yuhan noticed something was off and bluntly pointed out during dinner, are you in love? Fu Yuqi's hand holding the chopsticks paused, not really. Since it was his own younger brother after all, Fu Yuhan was quite familiar with his inner workings and realized something, you haven't confessed yet? Caught red-handed, Fu Yuqi looked flustered, muttering under his breath, not yet. Now Fu Yuhan was a bit surprised, what's the situation? He doesn't like you. If his little brother finally understood his feelings and found someone he liked, if the other person didn't reciprocate, it would be truly terrible. Annoyed, Fu Yuqi ran a hand through his hair, not exactly. Chen Yao, sitting nearby, teased with a laugh, so what are you waiting for? Waiting for them to make the first move, or waiting for some competition to give you a sense of urgency? Fu Yuqi. Seeing how unusually quiet he was for someone who normally spoke freely, Chen Yao suddenly widened her eyes, realizing something, you're not scared, are you? Seeing Fu Yuqi's embarrassment being exposed, Chen Yao burst into laughter happily, ha ha ha, wow, I can't believe this day has come. Fu Yuhan helplessly but indulgently held his wife who was laughing uncontrollably beside him, giving his younger brother a faint glance without making any comments. Fu Yuqi stuffed a mouthful of vegetables angrily and huffed lightly, is there anything surprising? Shouldn't such things be approached cautiously? Once Chen Yao laughed her fill, she straightened her body and nodded meaningfully, exactly. Then, after a pause, she nudged the person next to her, Yuhan, why don't you teach your younger brother how you pursued me? I won't tell him, Fu Yuhan silently served his wife some food, let him figure it out on his own. Fu Yuqi strongly condemned their behavior of flaunting their affection everywhere, not realizing that he himself often exhibited similar behavior during live streams with Yi Ning. Mouthing off, he said, who cares? On the day he returned home, he specifically did not tell Yi Ning, thinking that when he saw him, perhaps the other party might be a little surprised. However, when he opened the door, all he saw was the youth curled up on the sofa, his expression peaceful as he slept soundly. His slim body rose and fell gently with each breath, probably because of maintaining the same position for too long. One side of Yi Ning's face turned slightly red, standing out prominently against his pale skin. Fu Yuqi's heart instantly softened. He changed his shoes at the entrance, walking over quietly. When Xuegao heard the noise, stretched lazily, sat up, and looked at him, he anxiously raised his finger to his lips to signal silence. Xuegao seemed to understand and lowered its head to lick its fur. Yi Ning slept deeply, perhaps from staying up late the previous night. The thin blanket only covered down to his waist, exposing his white and tender arms outside. Fu Yuqi let out a light sigh, stepping forward carefully picking up the blanket and covering Yi Ning's shoulders with it. The young man in his slumber felt something and moved slightly, but did not wake up. Fu Yuqi just sat beside him, staring at him for more than 10 minutes. When he noticed signs that the other was about to wake up, he made an attempt to feign indifference, turning his head away and scrolling on his phone. Yi Ning woke up in a daze, his eyes blankly staring ahead for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone sitting on the couch beside him. He turned his head to see a familiar figure, almost thinking he was dreaming. Uncertainly, he called out, "Chi Gu." The man's face showed a hint of alluring smile. "You're awake. Take your time getting up, don't catch a cold." Slowly, Yi Ning sat up and took the coat offered to him, still feeling a little confused. When did you come back?" Because he had just woken up, his voice was sticky, mixed with a tinge of softness. "Just now," he said, "I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you." Yi Ning felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh." After a brief silence, he asked again, "So, are you feeling better?" "I'm fine now." Fu Yuqi leaned back on the couch behind him, explaining proactively, "I was in my hypersensitive period before. I was afraid I might hurt you. That's why he had left in such a rush." "Oh." Yi Ning responded softly, biting his lips, unsure what to say. "Let's go to the amusement park tomorrow." Fu Yuqi suddenly changed the subject. "We planned it before." At this, Yi Ning also remembered. That night during the live stream, they indeed made that plan, but an unexpected incident happened that night. Strangers broke into his house. Later, due to moving and other reasons, the plan was put on hold. In fact, at the time of making the plan, he had been very excited about it. Now that Fu Yuqi mentioned it again, Yi Ning didn't hesitate. "All right." The next day, both got up early, tidying up and dressing up separately in their rooms. Seeing that the weather was nice today, Yi Ning wore a short denim shirt and a thin jacket over a light beige leisure pant, which gave him a youthful vibe. He also carried a backpack for water and power banks and such items. Fu Yuqi, on the other hand, wore a black denim shirt with a simple pattern, paired with cargo pants and sneakers. A white crossbody small bag rested on his chest, and his blue hair was hidden under a baseball cap, exposing a few strands. Definitely a cool guy. He looked radiant, like a peacock spreading its tail, his eyes shining brighter than usual. Yi Ning noticed he seemed particularly excited today, but didn't think much of it, assuming he just wanted to go out and play. After breakfast, they fed Snowy some cat food and were ready to leave. Fu Yuqi ruffled Snowy's little cat head and boasted to Snowy in a low voice while Yi Ning wasn't paying attention, "We're going on a date, leaving you out." Hearing the smugness in the man's tone, Snowy disdainfully bared his teeth at him and snarled. Chapter 71, I Like You. The amusement park is a place crowded with people, especially today since it's Sunday. Together, the two of them have a large fan base. Fu Yuqi had previously shown his face publicly and was easily recognizable. Once he was spotted, Yi Ning's identity would also likely be exposed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, both of them wore masks. Upon entering the amusement park, they found that there were indeed many people there. There were large families enjoying themselves, parents walking hand in hand with their children as a family of 3. Mostly though, there were couples holding hands, dressed in matching outfits. Fu Yuqi and Yi Ning weren't dressed as a couple, nor did they hold hands, but just walking together made them seem like an actual pair to others. Yi Ning appeared to be a well-behaved little boy, but in fact, he dared to try any ride in the amusement park and wanted to experience everything. They had purchased skip-the-line service before arriving, allowing them to enjoy almost every attraction thoroughly that day. When tired, they would go eat and rest, then continue playing. It wasn't until evening. In front of the colorful castle stood crowds of people, all raising their phones, waiting for a special moment to arrive. Clusters of fireworks in various colors burst across the night sky, dazzling and bright, forming a stunning picture against the stars, a magnificent firework-studded sky. Amidst the excited cheers and laughter around him, Yi Ning looked up wide-eyed, capturing this spectacular scene in his sight. Then he felt someone grabbing his hand. A larger, wider, warm hand tightly enveloped his. It was Fu Yuqi's hand. At first stunned, Yi Ning quickly felt his heart race out of control, beat after beat, deafening. The fireworks before his eyes seemed to explode in his brain, causing delight yet uncertainty. Actually, it wasn't the first time their hands touched. Yi Ning still remembered the lines on the palm of this big hand. But this time, it seemed different, mingled with undeniable hints of intimacy and tenderness. Two hearts close to each other beat at the same rhythm. Little Ning. The man beside him called his name. Despite the clamorous surroundings, Yi Ning found the voice exceptionally clear. Turning his head, he met Fu Yuchi's gaze. The intensity and tenderness in his eyes were nearly overflowing. I like you, Fu Yuchi said firmly and earnestly, would you be willing to go out with me? Yi Ning's bright eyes widened, reflecting Fu Yuchi's figure inside. The surrounding noise seemed to vanish instantly, leaving only Fu Yuchi's voice resonating in his ears. Big brother Chi said he liked him. He asked if he wanted to start a relationship. Fireworks, hand-holding, declaration of affection. All of it was like a beautiful, surreal dream. Caught in a daze, Fu Yuchi gave his hand a squeeze, bringing him back to reality. Then with a smile in his eyes, he continued, I don't want to just be your ADC. I want to become your lover, your alpha. Alright? Feeling as if he were submerged in an ocean of happiness and sweetness, even the wind brushing past seemed filled with joy. Bending his eyebrows, Yi Ning responded, alright. His chest felt warm. Suddenly, Fu Yuchi leaned forward, planting a light kiss on his lips through the mask. Though both were wearing masks, they both felt as if they genuinely touched each other. After the simple kiss, Fu Yuchi pulled him into a tight embrace. If not for the crowd around them, he would have been spinning him around. Just then, a cluster of lilac-colored fireworks shot into the sky, blossoming into splendid romantic displays. It was as if celebrating their personal declaration known only to the two of them. Seemingly noticing them, someone nearby started whispering. Look at those two young men. They look amazing together, such a perfect match. They're definitely a couple, aren't they? What? That person looks a bit like Chi Lai. Holding Yi Ning's hand, Fu Yuchi slipped away through the bustling crowd. Since it was Sunday, they wouldn't do any live streaming today. After leaving the park, they indulged in a delightful late-night snack and returned home quite late. Yi Ning brought back a lot of cute plush toys from the park, also getting some suitable ones for Snowcone to keep it company. After washing up, they prepared to sleep. Having finished washing up and exiting the bathroom, Yi Ning still felt somewhat detached, full of happiness and excitement deep within. His mind continuously replayed the scene at the castle with Fu Yuchi watching fireworks together, the declaration of love, the embrace, and the kiss through the mask. They were truly together now. Fu Yuchi was now his alpha. A smile curved at the corner of Yi Ning's lips as he was about to climb into bed when he suddenly heard rhythmic knocks on the door. He went over and opened it. As expected, Fu Yuchi stood outside the door. Seeing the intense gaze from the other side, Yi Ning lightly fluttered his lashes and asked in confusion, what's wrong, Chi-go? I want a goodnight kiss. Fu Yuchi's throat rolled, his voice raspy, would you allow it? Your boyfriend. Yi Ning hesitated for a second, maintaining his decorum as he nodded, alright. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fu Yuchi leaned in entirely, one hand placed on Yi Ning's waist, pressing him against the wall, and initiated the kiss. It started with just lips touching lips tenderly. Then, unsatisfied with the shallow probing, Fu Yuchi parted Yi Ning's lips to delve deeper. Their lips and teeth intertwined, their breaths entangled. Softer and sweeter than he could have ever imagined. This was Fu Yuchi's first thought. A faint lime scent wafted into his nose. This was the aroma of Yi Ning's pheromones. Faint, almost imperceptible, but Fu Yuchi caught it. So fragrant, he loved it so much. Their first kiss became heated quickly, and Yi Ning couldn't bear it, feeling his body go limp, he barely managed to stay upright. An involuntary whimper escaped his lips as he gently pushed Fu Yuchi's shoulder. Eventually, Fu Yuchi, in an act of mercy, pulled back slightly. But soon, before Yi Ning had time to catch his breath, Fu Yuchi cupped Yi Ning around the waist, lifting him up nearly off the ground. And he resumed the kiss. With all his support coming from Fu Yuchi, Yi Ning clung onto the man's shoulders with both hands, tilting his head back to receive the kisses. Unbeknownst to how long it had lasted, just before Yi Ning could hardly breathe, Fu Yuchi finally stopped. He retracted slightly, his expression still yearning for more. Seeing the flushed eyes gazing down at him, gripping his shoulders while catching small gasps of air, Fu Yuchi's heart pounded hard, tempting him to lean in again. Blocked by a hand covering his lips this time. No, no more kissing. His eyes were red-rimmed, misty with moisture. You kissed me too. His brain processed slowly, pausing for a few seconds until he came up with the right word, aggressively. Upon finishing his sentence, he gave a glare of reproach at Fu Yuchi before hurriedly lowering his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Yi Ning's face felt scorching, undoubtedly bright red by now. I'm sorry, little Ning. Staring intently at Yi Ning's crown of hair, Fu Yuchi muttered half-heartedly, lacking sincerity in his apology. Tightening his big hand on Yi Ning's waist, Fu Yuchi lowered his head close to his ear, cooing softly, I love you too much to resist. Chapter 72, Friend Circle. Such straightforward words left Yi Ning at a loss for how to respond. He took a deep breath, looked quickly at Fu Yuchi, then quietly said, good night, and retreated back into the room, closing the door. Trapped outside the door, Fu Yuchi wasn't mad. He had been smiling non-stop from the moment he came back until now. Little Ning was still too easily embarrassed. Looks like they needed to get cozier in the future. That night, after lying down in bed, Fu Yuchi couldn't fall asleep at all. He scrolled through the photos taken today at the amusement park on his phone, especially their selfies, looking at them over and over again, unable to stop. Then, he remembered the soft touch during the kiss earlier, the fresh and warm breath, and the restlessness in his heart lingered for a long time without abating. He thought he was the happiest person in the world today. Suddenly, he thought of something, flipped over, sat up, opened his photo album, leaned against the headboard, and carefully selected a photo. Now that he had an official partner, it was time to make an announcement. After selecting for a long time, Fuyuchi finally picked out a satisfactory photo. In the picture, he was holding a mobile phone with the camera facing himself, and next to him, Yi-Ning wasn't paying attention to the lens. Instead, he held a newly bought plush toy, his eyes clear and bright, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow on his eyelids. He looked so obedient and handsome. Even wearing a mask couldn't obscure his natural charm. First, he sought Yi-Ning's opinion and, upon receiving a positive response, happily posted a status on WeChat Moments. Planned for a long time, got my wish fulfilled. The accompanying image was the selfie selected earlier. Less than a minute after posting the moment, there were dozens of likes instantly. But Fuyuchi did not see the comment he wanted. All were uniform questions filled with doubts. Lost a dare. Who's this boy? Wearing a mask but still looks amazing. What do you mean by, got your wish fulfilled? Is this your idol? You went out but didn't invite me. Fuyuchi was dumbfounded. What? What were these fools doing? Such an obvious announcement, and no one recognized it. What are they even talking about? To show off his subtlety, he had altered his usual style, posting a simple caption, and yet, not one person caught on. Gritting his teeth, he sent another WeChat post, the same photo but different caption. Went out to play with my partner. Unexpectedly, soon after it was posted, there was still a whole group following with neat questioning marks. Really you? Really you? Really you? Buddy, it's nowhere near April Fool's Day. I'd believe in you having a partner sooner if you were S-League champion. Where did you deceive a young guy into taking photos? Did the game's spirit hook up with you? Fuyuchi was enraged as veins popped on his forehead. Why was this so hard to believe? Wasn't it normal for someone so handsome, imposing, elegant, and heroic to find a partner? Furious, he posted a comment visible to everyone. Hey, there are too many sour lemons here. Brothers, hurry up and find partners while you're still young. Don't stay single forever. I'll go taste the sweetness of love first. He followed it with several smirking emojis. This made some of his good friends furious and wanting to break through the screen for a team fight against him. This dog Fuyuchi actually found a partner, making them feel even more miserable than if they'd been stabbed. Once upon a time, they all believed this man would only ever bond with games. Thus, whoever it might be always gave them a bottom line ensuring none of them would be the last ones unmarried. Never would they have imagined that this little devil could pull out a king bomb silently. Friend, delete this post. A friend of mine is almost broken. You really deserve to die. Truly an unfriendly post towards us. Every refresh brought dozens of new messages on the Moments section. Despite the jokes, after Nanny Chen led the comments with, congratulations, everyone eventually sent their wishes too. Though between clenched teeth. It can't be helped, they're just envious. Fuyuchi felt comfortable, patiently replying to each comment. He was excited and didn't sleep until dawn. Just before waiting for any hint of sleep, he received a call from his mom who was far away overseas. Ms. Gu excitedly asked him if it was true that he had found a boyfriend, and upon receiving an affirmative reply, she became so thrilled she screamed, which startled Fuyuchi. Gossiping over the phone for quite a while about how they met and their interactions, Ms. Gu finally gave a serious warning to Fuyuchi. Once your father is done with his work, we'll return to China. You'd better treat him well, don't scare him away before we even see him. Fuyuchi replied helplessly, our feelings for each other are great. On second thought, it's more likely Mom will scare him away. After hanging up the phone, Ms. Gu immediately announced in the family group chat the good news that Fuyuchi had successfully found a partner, and the quiet group suddenly became lively. The elders and younger ones, both big and small, sent their blessings one after another. The grandeur of it all made it seem like they were going to get married right away. That night, Fuyuchi successfully suffered from insomnia. He was too excited. As soon as the sky turned faintly bright, he eagerly got up, hoping to steal a morning kiss from Yi-Ning. On the second day of their official relationship, Yi-Ning still hadn't adjusted, acting very reserved. Fuyuchi, on the other hand, fully embraced his role as a boyfriend, hugging and kissing as naturally as anything. Thus, under his relentless persistence, Yi-Ning soon got used to their intimate contact. For instance, right now. He was sitting on a reclining chair on the balcony holding a book, basking in the sun while reading. Not long after, Fuyuchi walked over with a plate of cut fruits, picking one up and bringing it to Yi-Ning's mouth. Little Ning, have some fruit. Yi-Ning was so engrossed in his reading that upon hearing this, he obediently opened his mouth and took the tangerine offered to him. Seeing Yi-Ning's complete focus on the book without even glancing at him, Fuyuchi felt a sudden twinge of. A thought struck him, and he picked up a strawberry, putting it in his own mouth first, then leaning down close to Yi-Ning's lips. His obstructed view caught Yi-Ning's attention. Lifting his eyes, Yi Ning saw Fu Yuchi's handsome face magnified before him. With a strawberry in his mouth, Fu Yuchi looked at him smilingly and mischievously raised his eyebrows. Yi Ning quickly understood what he meant. Though a bit shy, he couldn't bear to refuse. After hesitating for a moment, he finally complied, tilting his head back to bite the tip of the red strawberry. Inevitably, their lips touched. Even though they had kissed many times already, Yi Ning's face flushed red again. They finished the strawberry in a highly flirtatious manner. It felt wonderful, and Fu Yuchi wanted to try again, but Yi Ning stopped him. I'll eat it myself. All right. Regretfully, Fu Yuchi pulled his hand back. But soon, with renewed enthusiasm, he began teasing Yi Ning. Why does little Ning read books instead of looking at me? Am I not good looking? Yi Ning. Chapter 73, Official Announcement. Yi Ning looked at Fu Yuchi's hurt expression, and although she knew he might be deliberately pretending to be pitiful, her heart still softened. You look good too, Yi Ning whispered, thinking for a moment before adding, you look the best. Fu Yuchi's expression paused for a second, his breathing became heavier. The two were very close, and he could almost see the tiny downy hairs on Yi Ning's white and tender cheeks. My boyfriend looks so good, and also so cute. It makes my heart race with excitement every moment. He leaned in again and kissed Yi Ning's lips, lost in passion. Yi Ning opened her eyes wide, her body leaning back due to momentum. She mentally exclaimed, why is he kissing me again? When something good happens, one feels refreshed. The viewers in the live streaming room all noticed that recently Fu Yuchi seemed especially excited and happy. Specifically manifested as, a greatly increased tolerance for bizarre teammates, sometimes even comforting them after being let down, whereas in the past not even muting oddball teammates would count as leniency, occasionally laughing for no apparent reason, increasingly unconditional affection towards Yi Ning, always giving the first kill to the support. Highly suspicious, the audience began speculating. I swear, Chi Lai, why have you been grinning like an idiot lately? Finally had your fun. What, did you find out Ningbo is pregnant? Men in love are truly terrifying. What on earth happened that has you this happy? I'm dying here. Just tell us already. Shocked for 800 years, I've never seen Chi Lai not get angry when facing such oddball teammates, or even unmute and comfort him. Ningbo seems to be in a pretty good mood too, though he's not showing it as clearly as Chi Lai. But clever me sees right through everything. Both are in high spirits, which means it's something that affects both of them, happened between the two, and they've definitely done it, 7 times in one night. Previous post was a perfect deduction. Seeing everyone scratching their heads in speculation, Fu Yuchi finally opened his mouth slowly after drawing enough suspense from the audience. Why am I so happy these days? Of course, because something exceptionally worthy of celebration happened. What is it? Guess if you can. I'd like to see who can guess it. You and Ningbo spent a wild night together. Are you going to be a dad? Not, noticing some comment threads, even Fu Yuchi, who normally had thick skin, was shocked by their crude remarks. It's not that exaggerated, okay? The viewers could hear his implicit meaning in his words. Exaggerated? But he didn't deny it was something related to Yi Ning. No way, could you two just have gotten together? Really or fake, Chi dog, are you serious? You only just got your wife. Did you officially become a couple? Yuri hopeless, wasting time and effort. How could you just now start dating? Seeing someone guessed correctly, his eyebrows slightly raised. However, upon seeing the comments belittling him, he made an irritated hum. What do you mean, hopeless? Everything needs its process, natural progression, and timing. Do you understand? He said, this is called caution. This indirectly confirmed their guesses. Everyone instantly became thrilled. Is this considered an official announcement? So excited, witnessing a historic moment, I need to record this. Tell more, how did you confess? What was Ningbo's reaction? Just a few days away from the live stream, what did I miss? What? Did you finally manage to deceive Ninja into being your girlfriend? A friend of mine said she saw someone resembling Chi Lai at the amusement park, holding the hand of a boy with particularly good demeanor. Wasn't that you too? Room manager, kick out whoever calls her wife. By now, Fu Yuchi could proudly declare, only I am allowed to call her that, alright? I am the only real boyfriend of little Ning. Upon hearing this, the audience went ballistic. This is indeed a historic moment. He finally admitted it. Grandma, the CPU ship has officially declared themselves. Excited to the point where I jump around like a flexible dog in the mountain. 99. I don't have anything else to say, just wish you both happiness forever. I burst into tears. My CP is real, woo. Even though I knew you two must have had something going on, I'm still super excited to hear you admit it. When will you stream a kiss? Petition, stop playing games, we want to see you two kiss. Yes, I can watch someone else play the game, just seeing you two being sweet is enough. Seeing their intense reactions, Fu Yuchi helplessly smiled, why are you all so shocked? Isn't this an obvious fact? We're such a perfect match. He was extremely proud, breaking precedent as he complimented the audience. You guys did have good eyes back then. After Fu Yuqi's excitement subsided, many viewers rushed over to Yi Ning's side to make noise. While playing the game, Yi Ning noticed that the chat messages suddenly started scrolling faster, filled with excited interjections. Official announcement. Official announcement. Official announcement. Chi dog. Just now. Admitted to being your boyfriend. Hahaha. After hearing Chi Lia's official announcement, I immediately ran over here. Ning Bao, is it true? Are you two officially together? Wife, I have such a big wife and she's gone, sobbing because Chi dog took her away. Wife, have you really started dating Chi Li? Yi Ning paused for a moment, too absorbed in reading the messages and accidentally misfired his skill. He quickly redirected his focus, concentrating again on the ongoing team battle. He didn't expect Fu Yuqi to move so fast. In fact, before this, the other party had asked him if they could go public with their relationship online. At first, Yi Ning had some reservations, hesitating uncertainly. He knew that Chi Li had a huge fan base, many of whom were girlfriend or boyfriend fans, especially favored by Omegas and Beta representatives. Though the chat often joked about their relationship and even treated them as a couple despite being only friends, there were also not a few people who liked Fu Yu but didn't want him together with Fu Yuqi. Yi Ning feared it might affect Fu Yuqi if they went public. In response, Fu Yuqi said, "What's there to be affected by? This is the truth, we're already a couple. If we don't go public, I would feel suppressed, which would affect my mood, making me unable to eat well, sleep soundly, always discontented, feeling like ants crawling all over my body every day. Xiao Ning, Ning Bao, please, let's go public. Or am I just too embarrassing for you?" Seeing Yi Ning hesitate, Fu Yuqi appealed both rationally and emotionally, persuading through persistence until he finally convinced Yi Ning. Unbeknownst to Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi couldn't hold himself back and made the official announcement the next day. After finishing the team battle, Yi Ning saw the chat still relentlessly asking questions without any sign of stopping. Yi Ning felt somewhat nervous. But he firmly and decisively confirmed, "Yes, I'm dating Gugu Chi." Chapter 74. Hearing his response, the audience instantly burst into joy. Wow. What did I just hear? Wow, Ning Bao is such a shy, introverted boy, and he has admitted it, hahaha. He's so in love. This is mutual attraction. Too sweet, too sweet. It's so great, weep, you two should stay together. Baby, how did Chigu get you? What did he say when he confessed? Sounds like you know. Weep, I want to know so badly. Why can't he confess during live stream? I'm so excited. I can die with no regrets now. Ningbao, super kind Ningbao, could you please tell us what happened at that moment? Seeing the barrage of comments rolling all over trying to soften his heart, but this time Yi Ning didn't give in. I won't talk about this. Yi Ning said, it's a secret. He indeed had his own selfish reasons. It was a beautiful memory for him and Chi Gu, something he wanted to keep hidden within, not to be shared with others. In the game, Fu Yuqi used an ultimate skill to bombard and kill one person on the opposite side, achieving a pentakill and finishing the round with aced. Yi Ning skillfully clicked the like emoticon. Fu Yuqi responded with several heart-shaped emoticons. Even the two heroes inseparable from each other within the game seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles, sweet and sticky. After the match ended, they returned to the team room. Fu Yuqi brought up a very important matter, little Ning. Let's tie a relationship. Having played together for so long, their intimacy in the game was already quite high. The reason why Fu Yuqi didn't bring this up earlier was because he wanted the intimate relationship he would bind with Yi Ning to not be brothers or close friends, but lovers. And now he could finally propose this without any worries. Before Yi Ning could ask, he continued, to bind as lovers. Alright, Yi Ning replied. Fu Yuqi swiftly made the application, and Yi Ning quickly agreed. Starting the next game, looking at the blue lovers marked behind their D letters, Fu Yuqi felt increasingly cheerful. My god. That obvious. Chi Lai, you must be terrified of people not knowing you two are together, right? Too cocky ha, who can beat these two kids? The Canyon Band's PDA. Awful, mental attacks. Alright, still using Star Guardian series couple skins for Xia and Luo. So brash, watch out getting beaten. Can't take it anymore, anyone ranked as Immortal King wanna go mess with them ha. Chi Lai and Mu Ning's announcement of their relationship quickly went viral and trended. Not only in the esports community, even casual viewers or those uninterested in gaming tuned into the topic. Many fans edited videos showcasing CP moments between them while streaming. After being uploaded, everyone got to see. The naturally sweet interactions between them soon attracted a large number of fans, who collectively admitted it was far too sweet, revealing just how well-loved couples in the gaming world were. Chu Yi Wang heard the news of Chi Lai and Yi Ning dating through the fans. Although he knew they had been duo queuing for a long time and Yi Ning had moved into co-rent with Chi Lai recently, their bond had certainly deepened substantially. But when he first heard about it, he was still shocked. However, recalling all the interactions he'd observed between them, it did seem pretty natural that they'd ended up together. But one thing. How dare Yining not personally tell him about this? Were they still good buddies? Enraged by this thought, Chu Yi-Wang called Yining in a fit of irritation, on a rather nice afternoon. As soon as Yining answered, he lamented, "Ning, how cruel you've been." Yi-Wang. Receiving his call, Yining was quite pleased, not realizing anything amiss yet. "What's the matter?" Chu Yi-Wang let out a heavy "oomph" before continuing, "It's truly heart-wrenching. You're dating Chi Lai, and you didn't tell me first." Yining hesitated. He truly hadn't told Chu Yi-Wang. Primarily, it was his first relationship, so he wasn't really accustomed or in the habit of sharing everywhere. Thus, he could only quietly explain, "We've only started." "I don't care. You still should have told me first, we're good mates after all." Yanang quickly appeased him, "All right, next time for sure." "I'm sorry, don't be mad." It wasn't that Chu Yi-Wang was really mad. He soon changed the subject and asked 3 questions in a row. "How did he confess to you? Does he treat you well normally? What stage have you reached?" These questions made Yanang feel somewhat embarrassed. He instinctively looked up at Fu Yuqi who was in the kitchen, and only relaxed when he saw that the other hadn't noticed. He quickly covered the mouthpiece and moved away a bit. Under Chu Yi-Wang's coercion and inducement, Yanang recounted part of his experience with Fu Yuqi to him, and Chu Yi-Wang finally let it go. After hanging up, Fu Yuqi just happened to place the last dish on the dining table. It was still the rich and fragrant home-style dishes. Yanang twitched his nose and suddenly felt hungry. He quickened his steps towards the dining table. Then, he was intercepted by Fu Yuqi on the way. The latter naturally wrapped an arm around his waist, leaned in close, and said in a seductive tone, "Baby, do you have any rewards?" Fu Yuqi's handsome face appeared magnified before Yanang's eyes, making his heart jolt. It had to be admitted, Fu Yuqi was very good-looking. At close range, this face was even more striking, almost too unfair. Yanang blinked blankly, looking into the expectation in his eyes, and his heart softened. Then he leaned in and lightly pecked Fu Yuqi on the cheek, retreating quickly. His face flushed with shyness. "Good job." The feather-like touch, as if it slid along his cheek and straight to his heart, made one's heart itch uncontrollably. If there were tails, Fu Yuqi's would already be up to the sky by now. Unable to resist, he used a strong hand to pull the person into his arms and delivered another deepening kiss. Chu Yi-Wang didn't expect that out of him and Yanang, the latter would be the first to become single again. Recalling the unconscious joy and sweetness revealed during the phone call earlier when the other recounted their story, Chu Yi-Wang envied him. Ling Bao is dating someone now, and he wanted to date someone too. But as a shut-in otaku, Chu Yi-Wang rarely went out, basically staying at home to play games or stream, and thus had little contact with others. Unless, online dating. No, Chu Yi-Wang quickly dismissed this idea. Long-distance relationships were too painful, seeing each other after long periods. Besides, there was too much falsehood online, and blindly seeking could lead to scams. Unless it's someone familiar, known for a long time, and whose character is fairly understood. But did he know such people online? Basically, they were broadcasters who worked together for traffic, not really familiar. Oh. Just then, a clear and deep voice flashed in Chu Yi-Wang's mind. Chapter 75, Appearance. EE. Now that we talk about it, EE is one of the people he has known online for a relatively long time. Based on their prolonged interaction, his character and personality are really good. Especially his temper, it's absolutely amazing. Even if they both lost all night, no matter how many mistakes he made in the game, EE would never get angry. He always consoled him with a calm but soothing voice. His voice was sensual and pleasant to the ears. Every time Chu Yiwen heard it, he automatically pictured a handsome and dashing face. Most importantly, EE treated him exceptionally well, indulging him endlessly. Moreover, every day he sent gifts to boost him to the top position on the gift list. Not only that, but every day he played games with him without showing any frustration despite his often abysmal gaming performance. He did all these things without asking for anything in return, a perfect man in every sense. Enough. Enough. Chu Yiwen quickly came back to his senses. After all, this person was his boss. Judging by the extravagance of his generosity, he could tell that this was a wealthy individual. How could such a powerful figure be interested in him, an unknown little streamer? Let alone having an online romance with him. Chu Yiwen believed he had a clear understanding of the situation, but whenever he thought about the impossibility of something happening between him and EE, waves of overwhelming disappointment and sadness surged inside him. 20 minutes before the live broadcast, Chu Yiwen received a message from EE, saying that he would have some business tonight and wouldn't be able to play games with him. He felt a little sad but understood, EE must be a big boss with quite a busy work schedule. Once the broadcast started, as he logged into the game, he explained to the audience rushing into his live room, "Boss, he won't be able to join us tonight due to some affairs. Is anyone interested in teaming up?" No. No. No plus 10086. Nobody's brave enough to hop into your car. It seems Boss E has been pretty busy recently, looks like there'll be no gaming tonight. But even if he's occupied, Boss E still finds time to pop into the live room. You better start now, who else can carry you except Boss E? Talking nonsense. Chu Yiwen snorted lightly and hesitantly clicked on the match-finding button, embarking on his solo queue journey. At the same time, he mourned inwardly, sensing that tonight he might be facing a string of defeats. The audience noticed that today Chu Yiwen didn't seem as high-spirited as usual. He would often let out a sudden long sigh. What's wrong, Brother Wang? Looks like Brother Wang isn't very happy today. Must be missing the boss. Evenings without the boss are so hard to get through, huh? Some kind-hearted soul who's not afraid for his life should quickly jump into the car and help carry Brother Wang. He's breaking apart, ha 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 ha. Brother Wang, why don't you share what's making you unhappy so we can all feel better? Frustrated at the audience who delighted in causing trouble, he furrowed his brow in annoyance and said, I suddenly want to fall in love. Huh? Did something happen? Did seeing Muning and Chire talk about their feelings make you feel itchy too? Didn't you already start something with Boss E? Doghead JPG. Are you arguing with Boss E? Muning and Chire have already made their relationship official, when will you and Boss E do the same? Chu Yiwen nearly choked on his own saliva. What are you talking about, spreading false rumors? He guiltily glanced at Yi's avatar in the gift chart, seeing he hadn't commented, silently praying that he hadn't seen the strange remarks flying around in the chat. Stay alert. He's my boss, the boss. 2 months ago, Muning described Chi Li in exactly the same way. If it weren't because of affection, who would want to jump onto your black cart every day? Impossible, impossible, he treats you so indulgently, and now you're just calling him your boss. Why don't you just tell me straight up then? We agree to the marriage. Can the boss take action yet? You haven't confessed yet. Tell me instead, Brother Wang, Tell me. Except playing games together, all other requirements will be fulfilled according to your wish. Seeing the barrage filled with jokes pairing him and E, Chu Yiwen turned bright red from embarrassment. Get away, I'm serious, he muttered irritably. I'm not going to talk with you all, anyway, you keep mocking my skills all day, though I'm obviously strong. I'll ask Ningbao to introduce me later. He murmured, I've never experienced the taste of love. Wait. Are you serious? With E? It's already there. Crap, where is Boss E? Haven't arrived yet. Boss, your lover is going to run away with someone else. Boss E, Brother Wang is about to leave you behind to find another person. Come quick, Boss E, you're losing your wife. Just after finishing the work at hand, Nanny Chen clicked into the live room and saw a barrage of similar comments from the viewers. Had his house been robbed while he wasn't paying attention to the stream? After Yining and Fu Yuqi had officially confirmed their relationship, they spent every day doting on each other in the live room. Fu Yuqi was utterly unreserved with his sweetness. Endless honeyed words poured out naturally from him. The way he addressed Yining changed from xiaoning at the start to darling and baby, often making Yining blush crimson. The audience claimed that they didn't even need to eat dinner anymore, every night watching their affection-filled moments in the live room was enough to fill them up with dog food. However, amidst all the blessings, there were always some people who couldn't stand seeing others happy, spouting cruel and venomous remarks. Fun fact, Mu Ning has never shown his face. You know what I mean. And he said it himself, he's a B substitute for an A. I can only say, Chi Lai should date someone better. If you don't show your face, doesn't that mean you're not confident about your looks? So, you must be ugly. Why are there still people obsessing over this pairing, handsome guy with an average-looking B sub? I'd rather use View instead. Is Chi Lai actually into dating ugly people? Picking a random B sub? I can only say, these two will definitely break up soon. This is unbearable. I just want to watch games, stop being overly mushy. Of course, whenever such comments appeared, the numerous CP fans would counter fiercely. Chi Lai also directly banned any user he spotted making such comments. During his live sessions, Yining occasionally caught similar comments floating by but always ignored them. He didn't plan to turn on the camera to prove anything, mainly because it was out of habit. Anyway, Fu Yuqi knew what he looked like, and their current relationship was stable. Yining made his stance clear, so curious viewers went ahead and asked Fu Yuqi. What does Ningbao look like? Is he very handsome? Stop hiding it from us, tell us what Ningbao looks like. Whoever makes you love him this much must be very good looking. He is absolutely handsome, Fu Yuqi started without hesitation, I've never seen anyone as good looking in my entire life. Every time I see his face, I feel unworthy because he's too damn attractive. To think someone this beautiful is my boyfriend, I even laugh in my sleep at night. Crazy husband bragger alert. Don't overdo it. Why provoke him? Now he won't stop praising. Chi Lai spoils Ningbao so much, wow. Did you hear that, haters? Ningbao is incredibly good looking. Even though we know Ningbao is handsome, I'm still super curious about his looks, +1, if only we could see, sniff. Yep, I wonder how well Chi Dog is treating him. Chapter 76, The Event. My little treasure is shy, Fu Yuqi said, though his words clearly carried a tone of regret, the audience couldn't help but pick up a hint of mockery in them. You probably won't get to see it. Only I can see. I can't take it anymore. How arrogant are you? Newbie here, don't know if this streamer always acts so annoying. Young man, you really deserve punishment. Better keep one eye open when you sleep tonight. After slyly accumulating some hatred from the audience, Fuyuchi didn't feel he had done anything wrong and continued playing duo with Yining sweetly. That night after they finished streaming, Yining said goodnight to Fuyuchi and was about to go back to his room for cleaning up and rest when he was pulled by the other side and pinned against the wall for a kiss. Fuyuchi first impatiently leaned down and kissed his lips, invading like conquering a city. After a while, he released Yining, then went on to kiss his mouth corners, cheeks, nose tip, and forehead. The delicate kisses rained down, and Yining only felt as if he were being lightly brushed by feathers, tingling sensation spreading all over his body. Unable to bear it, he tilted his head to avoid, softly saying, "It's ticklish." The voice was light and soft, landing on Fuyuchi's heart. Evil thoughts couldn't be suppressed and began to sprout from deep within him. Fuyuchi restrained the intense agitation building up inside him, his throat slightly moving, leaning close to Yining's ear, whispering low, "Baby, let me see your gland." At first, Yining was stunned, but then his heart started racing, his breathing became hurried. If anyone else had said that to him, it would have been pure hooliganism and harassment. But now, these words were spoken by Fuyuchi, his boyfriend. A tender and intimate atmosphere spread between them. Yining's hand climbed onto Fuyuchi's arm, gripping tightly. Lowering his head to avoid looking at the other, his eyes misted over with a layer of moisture, he softly replied, "Mm." Fuyuchi curled his lips upward, one big hand stroking Yining's head, gently pressing it onto his shoulder. Then he bent down, looking at the small bulge of soft flesh on the other's neck. His pupils darkened, deep and surging. So white, so cute. He wanted to bite. He wanted to inject pheromones, to mark him. To intertwine together, do something even more intimate. He nearly went mad with desire. But Fuyuchi knew he couldn't. It wasn't the right time yet. Yining's second differentiation hadn't completed. Doing this would hurt him. Thus, Fuyuchi bit his tongue, letting the pain bring back some reason. Then he reached out, lightly grazing the raised area with his fingertips, rubbing it gently. Yining trembled violently the moment Fuyuchi's hand touched the gland, a strange tingling sensation instantly spreading throughout his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. He could only grip Fuyuchi's arm tightly, moaning in unbearable pleasure. Fuyuchi himself wasn't any better, he felt like he was barely holding on. A faint lemony scent of pheromones mixed with fire diffused in the air. With only a thread of remaining reason, Fuyuchi let go of Yining, pulling away slightly. His voice was hoarse beyond measure, "Good night." Separated by a wall, both lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long while. A few days later, both Fuyuchi and Yining received invitations from the official League of Legends mobile game to attend the Flaming Star Night promotional event happening half a month later. Coincidentally, a new version update would follow shortly after, bringing new heroes, gameplay mechanics, and equipment. The Flaming Star Night event would be held offline with live online streaming. Many famous popular streamers were invited, as well as celebrity summoners. Fuyuchi had participated before, everyone was simply divided into different teams for battles, promoting the game effectively. Since it was an offline activity, there would be no avoiding showing their faces. When the news came, Yining's first reaction was surprise. In his mind, he was still just a relatively unknown small-time streamer. Though he had gained quite a lot of fans recently, he couldn't hold a candle to Fuyuchi in comparison. What Yining hadn't thought about was that Fuyuchi, who had been streaming for years, from PC games to mobile games, had become a top-tier existence that none could match in the mobile gaming field. And Yining himself, through consistent fan growth, had already garnered millions of followers, ranking not just among the best on Himeo live streaming but also among the top 3 most popular game streamers across all platforms. "Chi-ji, will you go?" Yining didn't decide immediately but first asked Fuyuchi. Fuyuchi was adding cat food to the bowl for Shueigao when he heard Yining's question. He looked up and decisively said, "If you go, I'll go, if you don't, I won't." Yining tilted his head to look at him. Why? "It's no fun if little Ning doesn't go," Fuyuchi said. "Playing games with anyone other than you would be really boring." He noticed Yining's hesitation and asked, "Baby, do you not want to go?" "If you don't want to, it's fine, we can just decline." "Not exactly," Yining furrowed his good-looking brows and lightly pressed his lips together, "it's just that I've never participated in such an event before, and this one is even organized by the official side. I don't know what to do." After finishing adding the cat food, Fuyuchi washed his hands. Then he sat down next to the sofa, scooped Yining into his arms, and comforted him, "Isn't there still me here? You don't need to do anything special, just play games like we normally do." Knowing that Yining had a shy personality and wasn't good at socializing, Fuyuchi decided that if they were to go, he would preemptively inform everyone so the host wouldn't direct any attention towards Yining. From Fuyuchi's angle, Yining's small face appeared spotless and delicate, his lashes fluttering like little fans, extremely cute. Unable to resist, Fuyuchi leaned down and planted a heavy kiss on his face. Yi Ning was already used to Fu Yuqi's occasional impromptu mischievous moves, so he didn't bother to dodge, focusing instead on the words being said. He opened his mouth to confirm, really? Really? Fu Yuqi tightened his embrace around the fragrant, soft person in his arms. I'll be right by your side the entire time, and if you don't feel like talking, you don't have to. Truthfully, he wanted to attend as well. It'd be a great chance to openly display their affection in front of everyone and stake his claim while also letting those with bad taste know how exceptional his treasure was. Yi Ning nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll think about it some more. After pondering for 2 days, Yi Ning eventually decided to go. This was an official invitation, and it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, his fans had been clamoring lately, curious about what he looked like. This could be a perfect chance to satisfy them. Since Fu Yuqi was going too, just as he had promised, whatever happened, Fu Yuqi would be by his side. With this reassurance, Yi Ning felt there was nothing to fear. Once the participants were finalized, it wasn't long before League of Legends, Wild Rift announced the promotional post across all platforms. When many fans saw that both Qi Lai and Mu Ning were on the list, they instantly went wild with excitement. Chapter 77. Who? Ahahaha, Qi Lai and Mu Ning. The young couple is going too. Shocking. This lineup is amazing, must watch live stream. Wait, this is an offline event, meaning? Is Mu Ning finally going to reveal her face? Fans of the Qi Ning CP are having a feast at the table. Mu Ning, my wife, is going to reveal her face, can't wait, so excited, I'm crying woo-woo. Is there a chance to see the couple kissing? Officials, you finally understand what we want to watch this time. Excited heart, trembling hands, can't wait for the star night. With popular streamers and entertainment celebrities serving as luxurious guests, everyone was looking forward to the star night that would take place in a week. The anticipation was building up, with endless discussions. That night, during Qi Lai and Yi Ning's live stream, they naturally received enthusiastic inquiries from the audience. Especially on Yi Ning's side, everyone was very concerned about whether she would reveal her face. Baby, are you going to show your face at the official offline event? Ning, our wife. Will we finally get to see your handsome face? Ningbao, you must reveal your face. Seeing how excited they were, Yi Ning quickly replied, of course, I'll definitely reveal my face then. Same as everyone. Expectation. We will finally get to see what the wife looks like. Hahaha, this is great. Qi Lai was boasting to us a few days ago that he could see you every day, now we can also see Ningbao's face. I'm curious to see what the most beautiful person Qi Lai has seen looks like. She must be super duper good looking. There's no need to exaggerate what Qi says. Yi Ning blushed as she was complimented, just a normal appearance, don't have high expectations, you might be disappointed. Despite these words, the audience remained very excited, continuously roaring in the chat room. They asked many questions, and Yi Ning patiently answered them all. Ningbao, will you go together with Qi Lai then? Yup, yes, I'll go with Qi Gu. What are the event segments? Just gaming. This is still unclear, the organizers haven't informed us yet. Wang is also going, he. Yes, he told me. In the game, they were battling over Baron Nashor. As the Baron was nearing its execution line, the enemy jungler suddenly flashed in and used his smite. Our jungler failed to outsmite, and the Baron was stolen. Immediately afterward, a horde of enemies rushed into the pit, triggering an intense team fight. Since both sides were equally matched, with the added buff from Baron, Yi Ning's team was put at a severe disadvantage. Following the death of the jungler, the mid laner was also killed. The top laner was taking damage while Fu Yuqi stood further back, trying to output damage. After previously fighting the Baron and being poked by enemies, his status wasn't good. Even though Yi Ning was protecting him, the health of the support role had almost bottomed out. Let go, Fu Yuqi unmuted and said, Little Ning, let's retreat. Okay. Fu Yuqi had a bounty on his head, it wouldn't be worthwhile to be finished off by the enemy right now, so the two of them quickly retreated under the cover of their top laner. Yi Ning returned to the fountain to restore her status, and upon exiting, she noticed that the subject of discussion in the comments had already changed. Ningbao, please feel free to flaunt your affection at the event site. Don't worry about our feelings. Agree, aha, we want to see you and Qi Lai hug and kiss. Can we see you two kiss? You two don't even need to play the game then, just a kiss will surely cause the viewership numbers to explode. Hahaha, you really do have some wild ideas. Yi Ning. She nearly choked on the water she had just sipped, shocked at the sheer audacity of their imaginations, before ending up helplessly smiling and laughing. Even though she knew most of them were joking, she still commented, well, this is an official event, so there will definitely only be games, nothing else. Hahaha, Ningbao is too shy, she'll never listen to us. Such suggestions should certainly be proposed directly to Qi Lai for results. Right, Qi Lai will definitely be more than willing. We don't even need to say anything, he's bound to secretly show affection, hahaha. Sure enough, the viewers all ran to Qi Lai's live stream to voice their demands. Upon seeing their requests, Fu Yuqi didn't respond verbally, but he thought silently, do you even need to remind me? He would naturally find a way to get close to Yi Ning, wouldn't he? When Nanny Chen entered the live stream room that day and saw the barrage comments like, "The streamer abandoned you and went to find someone else to fall in love," his mood instantly dropped to rock bottom, filled with confusion and urgent panic. So after Chui Wang ended the broadcast, he sent a message immediately asking, "Are you in a relationship?" In the tens of seconds waiting for a reply, who knew how tormented his heart was? "Not yet, don't listen to their nonsense." Before Nanny Chen had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the next reply from the other side. "I just mentioned wanting to be in a relationship, and they started guessing wildly. If I do fall in love, I will definitely tell you, hee." The pale-faced man stared at this sentence, turning it over repeatedly in his mind. His eyebrows furrowed, his thin lips pursed into a tightly tense line, those indifferent eyes harboring a bit of sternness and displeasure. According to Chui Wang's implication, he wanted to be in a relationship, and the romantic interest had nothing to do with him. And he would only inform him after the fact. Why did Chui Wang want to start a relationship without thinking of him first, when all along, their interactions had been so harmonious and pleasant? Nanny Chen closed his eyes, hiding the disappointment and unwillingness in them. Tightly gripping his phone, the always decisive Mr. Nan president was now hesitating about what to say. After a while, his fingertips slightly moved, typing and sending a message, directly changing the subject. "Wang, let's meet up." Upon receiving the message, Chui Wang jumped off the bed in surprise. He clutched his phone, incredulously staring at the latest message from the other side. Suggested meeting. Why did suddenly bring up meeting in person? Previously, during their chats, the other side occasionally mentioned flying around frequently due to work reasons and business trips. But Chui Wang suddenly realized he didn't know which city resided in. Thus, he tentatively asked, "Which city do you live in?" Nanny Chen quickly replied, "City S, the same as you." Chui Wang's eyes instantly widened, his heart pounding. Even he didn't know why seeing say that made him suddenly so excited. There was no denying that suggestion deeply attracted him. He really wanted to meet face to face. In his anticipation, there was also an uncontainable tension. He replied solemnly, "All right, then when should we meet?" Receiving the message, the man's tensed face finally relaxed, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 78, You Look the Best. It wasn't decided immediately at the time, but Chui Wang received an official event invitation and shared this news with Nanny Chen. The other party said they could set the meeting time for that day and even suggested attending the event in person offline. This made Chui Wang both nervous and excited. He actually wanted to send a photo of himself, otherwise how would he recognize him when the time came? However, after hesitating for quite a while, he still didn't bring it up. Since he didn't mention it either, it was better not to ask. They'd know each other when they meet, so it was good to keep some anticipation and surprise. The Flaming Star Night event was held in the city, so Yining and Fu Yuqi didn't have to travel far to another province. A small number of tickets would be sold offline, meaning there would be an audience present on the day of the event. The event process had already been communicated by the organizers, it wasn't complicated. Just as Fu Yuqi had said, there would be 10 guests including streamers and celebrities split into 2 teams for a 5v5 battle with a best-of-5 format. Naturally, during this process there would be interactions, introductions by the guests, pre-game trash talk segments, etc., where the host's guidance would be followed, and things wouldn't get too complex. Even though they knew what was expected of them beforehand, as the date approached, Yining still couldn't control his nerves. One afternoon, Yining was lounging comfortably on the sofa with Fu Yuqi, browsing their phones. Suddenly, he saw a push notification about the Flaming Star Night event. Upon clicking it, he noticed everyone discussing it enthusiastically, especially focusing on the Chianing couple and Mu Ning's looks. Because he had never shown his face during live streams, to incite curiosity and excitement among viewers, the organizers were wise. The promotional poster for the streamer, Mu Ning, didn't include a half-body photo like others, but instead featured a black shadow without a clear image, keeping the mystery alive. Yining read some unfriendly comments. Not sure what certain fanatics are hyping. The guy himself said he has average looks. Why hype over an ordinary man? Let me just say. Don't expect too much, Mu Ning might be ugly. Don't let those who blindly support him lose face later. Wah, I can't understand why Chire would go for someone so ordinary. If I were given a chance, I could do better. What else does Mu Ning have going for him except decent gaming skills and a somewhat deceptive voice? Why does Chire value him so much? As we all know, he rode on Chire's fame long ago to grow his own following. Who knows what tricks he used to hook him? If it were any other time, Yining wouldn't care about such comments. As a game streamer with some fan base, being judged or criticized publicly was inevitable. It would be exhausting to take every comment personally. But perhaps because the meeting was coming up soon, these comments bothered him this time. What's wrong, honey? Seeing him suddenly pause and staring blankly at his phone, Fu Yuqi asked while offering a potato chip from his hand to him. Yining instinctively opened his mouth slightly and bit the chip. He shifted around, finding a more comfortable position in Fu Yuqi's arms, then looked up, serious-faced. Big brother Qi, do you think I'm ugly? Fu Yuqi froze mid-action, shocked. What are you thinking, honey? He had a look of confusion. If you're called ugly, then there's no one left who's beautiful in this world. Then he leaned forward, kissing away the leftover chipped crumbs on Yining's corner of the mouth, saying seriously, "You look the very best." Yet, Yining felt this statement lacked persuasiveness. "That's because you're seeing me through rose-tinted glasses." Fu Yuqi strongly disagreed with this notion. "What filter are you talking about?" "It's plain fact, all right." He raised an eyebrow. "Back then, our first meeting in the supermarket, when I saw you, my heart rate soared directly to 180. Yining couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated words. His eyebrows arched, and the anxiety inside him eased considerably. Fu Yuqi glanced down at the few unpleasant comments on his phone screen, his eyes darkening slightly. "Don't read these kinds of comments, they affect your intelligence." Fu Yuqi swiped his finger on his phone screen casually. "Look, this person really gets it." Yining followed his finger and saw. "They're perfect for each other. Chaya and Mu Ning are such a perfect pair. Hopefully, they'll interact a lot on that day. Maybe even share a kiss." "Yining." Fu Yuqi kept on talking. "I think his suggestion is good. We can kiss on stage after it's over." Yining gave him an exasperated glare, but it lacked any real threat. "No way. How can we do that? It would set a bad example." Fu Yuqi was just teasing and wouldn't dare be so outrageous during the official event. Seeing Yining's attention successfully diverted, Fu Yuqi moved closer and whispered, "You won't let me kiss you then?" "Fine, I'll just do it now." With that, he lowered his head, burying it in Yining's neck, sniffing lightly at his scent. His lips gently brushed against Yining's pale skin in soft kisses. A wave of ticklish sensations made Yining shrink instinctively, wriggling unconsciously in Fu Yuqi's embrace. "It's itchy." His slight movements caused trouble for Fu Yuqi, who held him entirely in his arms. An uncontrollable physical reaction struck, and Fu Yuqi groaned softly in frustration. Feeling the heat and hardness beneath him, Yining froze instantly, nervous and unsure how to react. After a long while, Fu Yuqi let out a low gasp, resting his head on Yining's shoulder with a pout in his voice. "Baby, it's so hard for me to hold back." Yining stammered, I. After your differentiation is completed, we." Fu Yuqi lowered his voice and whispered a few words, "All right." Both cheeks and ear tips flushed deep red. Avoiding eye contact with the person behind him, Yining hesitated before giving a shy In no time, the day of the Flaming Star Night event arrived. The event and live stream were scheduled from 19 to 2200 hours in the evening, but the guests needed to arrive early for preparations. Yining woke up early that morning, preparing anxiously, deliberating on what clothes to wear. Fu Yuqi was much more relaxed, casually getting up to make breakfast, even heading out to buy groceries due to insufficient ingredients. While he was taking things easy, he heard Yining asking about what to wear. After pondering for a few seconds, an excellent idea sprang to mind. He then cheerfully went into the room to help Yining coordinate his outfit. He also selected his own attire afterward. One in black and one in white, their outfits were simple yet similar in style, not officially a couple set, but they had the same effect. Fu Yuqi thought that when attending the event tonight, everyone would see their relationship at a glance. Yining raised doubts, thinking their outfits might be too matching, but he was soon talked into it by Fu Yuqi with a few persuasive words. Chapter 79, The Event Begins. Soon, the two of them arrived at the backstage area of the event. Fu Yuqi's assistant, Sun He, was also there. This was Yining's first time meeting him in person. He looked about 40 years old, with a simple and amiable appearance, always carrying a kind smile on his face. When he saw Yining, his eyes sparkled with surprise, and his smile deepened. "Mr. Yining? Very pleased to meet you." He extended his hand, and Yining quickly reciprocated with a handshake, greeting him. "It's me, Mr. He, hello." The two exchanged pleasantries briefly. Looking at Yining's breathtakingly handsome face, Sun He recalled how their boss had been completely smitten before, thinking it was indeed understandable. Soon, a staff member came ahead of schedule to escort them to the guest lounge. There were people who had already arrived, and Yining was delighted to discover Chu Yiwen among them. When Chu Yiwen noticed both him and Fu Yuqi, he was clearly excited as well. "Ning Bao." Chu Yiwen shot up like a spring, his round pupils widening as he quickly approached them. "It's been so long." Actually, he had intended to rush forward like he used to and give Yining a bear hug. But glancing at the tall, cool man standing extremely close to Yining, with both of them dressed in what appeared to be couple outfits, he immediately remembered their current relationship and halted his steps. "Hello, Master Chaya." Seeing an old friend after such a long time made Yining quite happy too, his eyes crinkling into a warm smile. "Yiwen." Fu Yuqi knew that this person was one of the few good friends of Yining, so he introduced himself amiably. "Hello, Fu Yuqi." Surprisingly, Chu Yiwen had thought such masters were all aloof, so he quickly responded, "Hello, hello. I'm Chu Yiwen, a friend of Yining." I know." Apart from Chu Yiwen, there were two other people in the room. After chatting briefly with the three of them, Yining and Fu Yuqi followed Chu Yiwen to meet some new friends. One was called Xiaoling, a male Omega, with an adorable and refined appearance who mainly played top lane in games, gaining many fans due to his unique contrast. The other was Cheng Imo, a male BDAI Alpha, with a rugged look and black-rimmed glasses. He primarily played the jungle role and was renowned for his technical skills as a Kha'Zix, Rengar, and Olaf main. Both were popular streamers on the Black Meow platform. Upon seeing Chire, they were obviously thrilled, especially Xiao Ling, whose eyes instantly lit up. He knew Chire was handsome, but upon meeting him in person, he realized just how good-looking he truly was. Still, knowing the beautiful young man beside Chire was his boyfriend, Xiao Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and greeted them politely. Everyone got along well, easing Yi Ning's nervousness. The remaining 5 guests were celebrities, 2 male alphas Ji Chen and Duan Xuanji, 1 female Bdaia Lin Yu, and 2 female omegas Su Xingxing and Chen Anyo. Once everyone had gathered, they became acquainted with each other. 10 people split into 2 teams of 5. The official arrangement had already been finalized. Team 1 included Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi, Xiao Ling, Ji Chen, and Su Xingxing. Team 2 consisted of Chu Yiwen, Cheng Mo, Duan Xuanji, Lin Yu, and Chen Anyo. Staff briefed them on some specific procedures and precautions. Time soon passed, and it was 10 minutes until the event started. Audience members below waved different fan signs, while viewers outside in the live streaming rooms waited anxiously, eyes fixed intently on the broadcast. Welcome, summoners, to the Flaming Star Night event of League of Legends, Wild Rift, an eagerly anticipated night. With the hostess's opening remarks, the Flaming Star Night officially commenced. Wasting no words, next we invite our esteemed guests, our first celebrity summoner, Ji Chen. Tables and chairs had been set up beforehand on both sides of the stage, with guests being invited one by one according to the hostess's introductions. Whether intentionally or not, Fu Yuqi and Yi Ning were arranged to be the last ones to appear on stage. In the live stream chat room, apart from celebrity fans supporting their idols and brushing names, Qi Lai and Yi Ning's fans were also enthusiastically shouting out in excitement. Why hasn't it gotten to Qi Lai and Mu Ning yet? I can't wait any longer. Officials, you sure know how to make us anxious. Qi Lai, Qi Lai, Qi Lai, Qi Lai, my dog who hasn't shown his face in ages is here. I can't take it anymore, so tedious, why aren't Qi Lai and company showing up yet? I want to see the lovebirds cuddle up already. Wang Wang looks so adorable, Owu, like a little son. The organizers clearly know how to increase game difficulty by inviting Wang Wang. Backstage, Yi Ning watched as everyone went up on stage one by one, and his anxiety grew once more. There were so many audience members at the scene, and many people online were waiting anxiously in the live stream. He bit his lips, his body tensing involuntarily. Suddenly, he felt his hand being held by a burning hot large hand. He turned around and saw Fu Yuqi looking at him tenderly. Don't be nervous, sweetheart. Fu Yuqi gently squeezed his hand, just say a few words when we go on stage, and the host won't make it difficult for you. Yi Ning nodded, okay, I understand. The host loudly said, next, let's welcome the long-awaited summoner. Yes, he is none other than the ultra-popular Black Meow live streamer, always ranked number 1 ADC in League of Legends, Wild Rift with unmatched skills and deep hero pool, Qi Lai. I'll go on stage and wait for you. Fu Yuqi said, quickly leaning down to kiss Yi Ning's cheek before stepping back. As the host finished introducing, Yi Ning gave a dazed response. Turning around, Fu Yuqi walked onto the stage. The dazzling lights intertwined on the stage, shining on the tall man dressed in black casual wear, whose striking beauty was almost overwhelming. With a head full of blue hair, Fu Yuqi confidently strode to the center of the stage, waving his hand with style. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted from the audience, louder than anyone who had previously appeared. Qi Lai! Qi Lai! Qi Lai! Not just offline, but online audiences also burst into cheers. Finally seeing you. Qi Dog. Holy cow, haven't seen him in ages, this guy has gotten even better looking. Ah, so handsome. Ningbao must be eating well. Looking this good, why are you still a technical caster? Turn on your camera and stand there doing nothing, I'd send you gifts. Is this Qi Lai? First time seeing him, my eyes are hurting from his shine. This height, this aura, no wonder he's a top alpha. I'm so hungry, ugh ugh ugh. Upper floor, being hungry won't help. He's Mu Ning's husband already. I seem to see him glance back longingly before stepping on stage. Is Mu Ning there? So exciting. The next one must be Ningbao, he's the only one left. Amidst the rising chorus of cheers, Fu Yuqi adjusted the microphone by his mouth and greeted in a clear voice, hello everyone, I am Qi Lai. Once again, the venue erupted in a wave of enthusiastic applause. Chapter 80, Making an Appearance. After a long while, the cheers finally died down. The host smiled and said, it's clear that Qi Lai is truly beloved by all the summoners, everyone is so excited. Just then, as the venue had settled, a loud shout came from a young lady in the crowd, Qi Lai, where is your wife? This shout echoed clearly in the previously quiet space, heard by many who immediately responded with knowing laughter. The host understood too, her face flickering briefly with panic before deepening into a more pronounced smile. However, since it was a live event, she couldn't appear too flustered. Just as she was about to say something to defuse the situation, Qi Lai spoke up beside her. Don't worry, she'll be here soon. Seizing the opportunity handed to him on a platter, Fuyuchi naturally wouldn't let it pass, raising an eyebrow and curling the corner of his mouth into a smile. The on-site audio quality was excellent, capturing the young lady's question and Chi-Lai's response entirely, streaming them live into the online broadcast. Viewers became even more excited, screaming wildly. "Aya!" In the live stream chat, comments flew by rapidly. "I'm ecstatic. Who shouted that? If you do this for Chi Ning, you deserve a seat at their wedding banquet." Chi-Lai really responded. Chi-Lai must be thrilled inside, thinking what a great question. Hahaha, the number of people watching the live stream is skyrocketing. After today, the fanbase for Chi Ning will surely explode, hahaha. Come on faster. Now that both of you are like this, there has to be something going on between you two, right? The host didn't expect Chi-Lai to be so bold, fearing he might say something even more shocking, and quickly intervened to maintain order, ushering him to take a seat. "Alright, dear summoners, we've all felt your enthusiasm. Let Chi-Lai go rest for a moment at the back right sitting area." Although her heart was also pounding with excitement, basic professional etiquette still needed to be maintained. Next, let's welcome our next guest, Mumming, the popular live streamer from Hey Meow Live, known mainly for playing support roles, and having achieved national top 5 status with multiple support heroes. He is currently ranked as national top cat hero player. He is also Chi-Lai's partner, and their collaboration on the dual lane path makes them unstoppable throughout the game world. Familiar fans would know that Mumming has never shown his face during streams. So today, we will finally have the chance to see him. Please welcome Mumming to the stage. From the moment the host cued him, Yi Ning's heart began to race. Now reminded by the staff next to him, he hurriedly made his way onto the stage. Cheers roared through the venue, echoing endlessly within the auditorium. Both on-site and online viewers were wide-eyed, glued to the stage, unwilling to miss a single second. As Yi Ning approached, the camera and the large screen behind him focused directly on his face, displaying his appearance clearly for everyone to see. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a breath. Wasn't he just too good-looking? His features were exquisitely delicate, his whole face small and fair. His bright and transparent eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the world, causing anyone to get lost at a single glance. He pursed his lips lightly, which along with his petite but proud little nose formed a clean and flowing line, framed by randomly scattered strands of black hair draped over his forehead. His skin was white as snow, complemented by his all-white attire today, giving him an ethereal presence akin to a prince mistakenly wandering into the mortal realm. Standing under the spotlight, his beauty seemed almost unreal. Chi-Lai and the audience's earlier conversation hadn't gone unheard by Yi Ning. This time, the audience erupted again with prolonged, deafening shouts. Yi Ning was shy and unsure how to react. The tips of his ears turned bright red, his eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably. This very reaction only further excited the crowd. Occasionally amid the piercing screams, he could hear phrases like, "wife," and "Ning Bao, I love you," shouted so loudly that Yi Ning worried they'd lose their voices. Given such a state on site, the online live stream didn't need any extra boost. Wah! What a magnificent visage. Even better than I imagined. Looks worthy of direct stardom. If he debuted now, he'd instantly explode in popularity. Oh my gosh, Ning Bao looks amazing alright. Ayawaha. I'm overwhelmed with joy, now this thoroughly discredits those trolls mocking Ning Bao's appearance. May I ask, with such a pretty face, why don't you ever turn the webcam on? Wah! I could worship your face every day. Too gorgeous, absolutely angelic. Chi-Lai, you lucky boy, look at what you're reaping. Ning Bao's ears are all red, he definitely heard what Chi-Lai said just now. Ha ha ha. Baby. Wife is so cute. The sisters at the scene are on fire, making the wife nervous, ha ha ha. Can't stand it anymore, I want to snatch the wife from Chi-Lai. Blackie, speak. Even the experienced host, who was usually calm and composed, was stunned by everyone's intense reactions. After realizing the situation, she quickly calmed everyone down. After a while, the shouting voices gradually subsided. Yan Ning got a chance to introduce himself. One of his hanging hands unconsciously grabbed the hem of his clothes. His clean voice, just like during live broadcasts, echoed through the space. Everyone, hello, I'm Mu Ning. It's very nice to be here and participate in this Flaming Star Night event. As soon as he finished speaking, another round of cheering erupted. The host said, "Welcome Mu Ning. I believe you have felt everyone's affection and enthusiasm. Please take your seat first, our match will begin shortly." Yan Ning let out a sigh of relief and turned towards Fuyuchi. There was only one empty seat left next to him. From start to finish, Fuyuchi's eyes were fixed on Yan Ning, filled with tenderness and respect. When Yan Ning sat down beside him, he breathed a small sigh of relief, feeling the familiar aura around the person next to him. His tensed body finally relaxed. Fuyuchi turned to look at him, their eyes met for a few seconds. The man chuckled lightly, "How do you feel? Not bad, right?" "Yeah," the dazzling stage lights made Yan Ning's eyes shine brightly. "It's fine, not as nervous as I imagined." Under the cover of the table, Fuyuchi extended his hand, grabbing Yan Ning's hand resting on his thigh, massaging it gently. Yan Ning was startled, trying to pull his hand back but failing. His cheeks flushed a suspicious shade of red, asking softly, "What are you doing? So many people are watching. Hold your hand for a bit, baby. They can't see anyway." Fu Yuqi said carelessly, "We won't be able to hold hands once the game starts." When they spoke, the microphone was off and the volume was lowered, ensuring the audience in the venue and online couldn't hear. But Ji Chen sitting next to Fu Yuqi did catch it. He covered his mouth with his fist to hide his laughter. Unable to resist Fu Yuqi, Yan Ning let him be, a rosy blush spread across his pale face as he softly, dead. Fu Yuqi smiled comfortably, like he had tasted honey. Their natural and intimate interaction was seen by fans both at the scene and in the live stream, leading them all to claim they were shipping fever. Chapter 81, The Competition. Those two. You two. Chili and Mu Ning, what are you whispering about? Is there something that we can't hear? What did they say that made them laugh so happily? Is there anyone here who knows lip reading? We need an interpretation. This couple is so sweet. Real couples are just the best to ship. I bet. They must have secretly held hands. Chili, you sly kid, you're so happy next to your wife. Your smile never faded. Once again I have to say, Ning is just so incredibly good looking. And she looks even more stunning when she smiles. Before the official start of the competition, each of our two teams needs to select a captain, and all members together should come up with a team name, said the host with a warm smile as he looked towards the guests. Alright, everyone can now start discussing, we'll share the captains and team names in 5 minutes. After speaking, the host stepped aside, leaving time for discussion among the guests. Fu Yuqi was still idly playing with Yi Ning's hand without saying anything until his teammate Xiaoling suggested, as for the captain, I would vote for Chili. Xu voiced her agreement, same here. Yi Ning turned and glanced at Fu Yuqi before nodding, I also vote for brother Chili. With everyone in agreement, Ji Chen shrugged, I don't mind. Before coming to this event, he had gone ahead and researched the other guests. Chili, this name was almost universally recognized by players of the game. It could not be denied, his skills were at the top level. Upon meeting him today, it was clear not only was his gaming level high, but he also looked exceptionally attractive, comparable to a star's standards. Even his boyfriend seemed both beautiful and cute. Ji Chen didn't say much, but the competitive spirit within him as an alpha caused a hint of discomfort. With 4 votes in agreement, Fu Yuqi was successfully elected as the captain. Having confirmed the captain, it was time to decide on the team name. Everyone brainstormed collectively, eventually settling on a rather standard team name, Invincible. 5 minutes later, both sides finished their discussions. In response to the host's inquiry, they revealed their respective team names and captains. Surprisingly, the other team chose Chu Yi Wang as the captain of the Dream Star team. I can only say, good luck to the Dream Star team. Ha 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 ha, choosing Wang as captain, how dare they. Honestly, the selection of Dream Star as the captain already means losing half the battle. Looks like the members might not know Wang's great achievements and got tricked, ha 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 ha. It's obvious which team will win from a mile away, doghead.jpg. After the participants introduced themselves, the host said, then before the match begins, does anyone have any message they'd like to send to the other team? Let's start with Dream Star team, Captain Yi Wang. Hearing himself called out by the host, Chu Yi Wang immediately straightened up with an exaggerated serious face and declared, Invincible team, my apologies. But rest assured, we'll ensure you lose with dignity. He paused briefly then winked at Yi Ning, Ning, I won't go easy on you during the game. Don't hide behind Chili. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of laughter around the venue. When it was Fu Yuqi's turn, the man's tone sounded leisurely yet arrogant, all I can say is, our team doesn't picture losing. Of course, he changed his tone, I'll also protect my support well. Who this support referred to was self-evident. The audience reacted. Oh. The last person to deliver a tough statement was Yi Ning. Due to Fu Yuqi's previous speech, the atmosphere had reached a small climax, causing Yi Ning some shyness. Her small mouth slightly opened as she said, I'll do my best, coordinate with my teammates, and strive to finish smoothly. Ning Ning wife woo woo Ning Ning wife. So adorable. That little mouth looks so pink and tender, want to kiss. She's such a good girl, oh. I'm so envious of Chili. With such a good-looking and obedient wife, I'd be happy all day too if it were me. I remember Muda Ning saying before that he represents B-type, but now looking at him, isn't he more like an Omega? That's right, Ningbao is probably an Omega, I seem to notice he has a suppression patch on his neck. The first game started normally, each side having 3 ban slots. Dream Star team targeted Fu Yuqi, banning 2 of his commonly used AD heroes and Yi Ning's most frequently used cat. Invincible team banned 3 heroes based on the lineup and the current version's strong points. After both sides selected their heroes, they entered the game. Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi proceeded as usual on the bottom lane, playing Draven and Thresh. In today's first round, Yi Ning did not choose her usual soft support hero but instead chose a more suitable hard support hero to pair with the ADC. On the opposing bottom lane were Duan Xuanji and Chenanyo, who played as Vayne and Lulu respectively. Draven and Thresh are quite dominant during the early game. Of course, the Vayne and Lulu combination would become formidable if given the chance to develop into late-game play. With this in mind, Fu Yuqi and Yining decided that they would prevent them from developing and aggressively fought back. Even though it was on stage and in front of many spectators, Yining, holding the phone, could hear Fu Yuqi communicating occasionally, which reminded her of the daily live streams at home every night. At this point, all the tension in her heart dissipated. The only issue was getting used to playing on a phone instead of her tablet, but after a few minutes, she quickly adapted. Yining mostly played soft supports during her live streams, but she also had great skills when playing hard supports. This was mainly due to her auxiliary strategy, good awareness, understanding of combos and builds, and operational expertise, ensuring her performance wouldn't falter no matter the hero chosen. The opponents were pretty cautious. Knowing they couldn't compete early on against the Draven and Thresh duo, they stayed under their turret to farm minions, rarely stepping out of range. By the 3-minute mark, Lulu took 2 steps forward. Seeing an opportunity, Yining threw out a hook and landed it. She followed up with her W skill, pulling Lulu over and immobilizing her. Seeing this, Draven moved in with his axe to deal damage, quickly reducing Lulu's health to 1/3. As soon as she could move again, Lulu used heal and flash to escape just in time, narrowly avoiding death. Having triggered both of the enemy's abilities, Fu Yuqi and Yining decided to play smart and capitalized on clearing the wave before retreating to return to base for items. Good hook, Fu Yuqi complimented smoothly, baby, you're really amazing. Since they confirmed their relationship, Fu Yuqi got into the habit of addressing Yining with various intimate nicknames, among which, baby, was most common. Especially during live streams, he held nothing back, making sure all viewers, whether old fans or newcomers, knew about their couple status. It slipped off his tongue naturally here. Fu Yuqi himself didn't find anything wrong with it until Yining subtly nudged his knee under the table with hers, quietly reminding him, calling me by my name is fine. Chapter 82, The End. Although the in-game voices were not broadcasted for the audience to hear, the director understood and frequently cut the camera shots to show the interactions between Fu Yuqi and Yining. The audience could see them leaning in to talk or doing small gestures. Chili, you're not holding back at all. Lean closer. I order you two to kiss. What are you saying? Aya, Ningbao's face is red again. What did Chili do to tease him this time? Judging by the lip reading, Chili just called out, baby, ha ha ha. So sweet. This couple truly matches perfectly in every way. Exactly, both of them have top-tier looks. They're a feast for the eyes. No wonder they're my OTP. It was evident that Vayne and Lulu from the opposing team knew how to play, but when faced with longtime partners Chili and Muning, who had perfect, they were beaten back step by step. Draven secured some kills in the early game. In mid to late game, one axe strike reduced half of the enemy's health bar instantly, even the top laner couldn't endure it for long. At 17 minutes, the invincible team with Baron Nashor buff pushed onto the high ground, destroyed the crystal, and secured victory. Congratulations to our invincible team on winning the first round, said the host, it's also an opening win. So for the next second round, there is one extra tiny rule. Each person's chosen hero and role must differ from what they played in the first round. In other words, the 10 guests on stage will not be able to play their usual roles this round. A bit challenging, but since everyone is equally affected, it's fine. Chili, as an all-around player capable of playing all 5 roles, wasn't impacted much by this rule. After some discussion among the team members, it was ultimately decided that Chili would go jungling and lead the game's rhythm. Yining would take the middle lane, Xiaoling and Su Xingxin would walk as a duo lane, while Ji Chen would play top lane. Even though Chili and Muning weren't walking the same route this round, the audience noticed their figures still framed together with remarkably high frequency. As the jungler, Fu Yuqi barely visited the top lane and the bottom lane, he just lay and wait around the mid lane, making life difficult for the opponent's mid laner beyond measure. If the in-game voice could be disclosed, the audience would have heard. Xiaoling, I'll be over after dealing with this river crab. Alright. Xiaoling, did he use flash earlier? He used flash, but didn't ignite. Xiaoling, come here, the Rift Herald goes to the mid lane, you farm gold. There was always a wave of coordination between the jungle and mid lanes. Mid-jungle like Siamese twins. Who understands, Chili, this rascal always wants to stick close to his wife. You two are too sugary sweet. Mengxing team's mid laner really suffers a lot haha. Linyu is almost crying from being chased so much, Chili, you indeed don't show mercy to anyone except Ningbao in the game. Gosh, Chili keeps giving kills to Muning. This round, the young couple has become invincible again, Yasuo is well nurtured. In the second round, as a jungler, Fu Yuqi helped the team secure most of the resources, and he led the overall game rhythm. In the later key team battles, they successfully defended the dragon and elder dragon. With a slight advantage, the invincible team once again secured victory. For the following 3 rounds, each round included one little restricted rule. After the first 2 rounds, Mengxing team had also figured out who the key players of the invincible team were. The remaining 5 people then targeted only Chili and Muning. They denied them any chance to develop in the early stages and would often group up 3 or 4 individuals to gank them. Chu Yi Wang had played against them before, particularly Yining, so he understood their style to some extent. Occasionally, he would hide in the grass next to Yining, pulling along two teammates, whispering conspiratorially, "Let's ambush them. Within 30 seconds, Chili will definitely appear by Ningbao's side, then we charge out and capture them." The boy with round eyes curved a mischievous smile, his brows bent happily, his expression was adorable and vivid. Duan Xuanji, sitting next to him, was unconsciously attracted, glancing over and revealing a gentle smile in his eyes. Carefree Chu Yi-Wang completely ignored this, only to soon witness Chili's figure appearing by Muning. Thus, he gave the order, "Attack, brothers." 3 burly men rushed out of the bush, behaving like bandits, throwing skills towards the unprepared duo. Chili and Muning hadn't anticipated that someone would ignore farming minions, ignoring jungle monsters, and avoiding resource collection just to ambush them. For a moment, they fell into the trap. The live chat screen erupted with laughter. "Ha ha ha, you guys deserve this today. This idea came from Wang Wang, haha, I can imagine how he convinced his 2 teammates to do bad things. I'm dying laughing, ha ha ha, Wang Wang really knows this stinky couple well." When they were defeated, Wang Wang was laughing happily. OMG, did anyone else notice the look Duan Xuanji gave Wang Wang? It was so gentle. Exactly. Our Wang Wang might not be that good at gaming, but he is still very handsome and super cute little O. Boss E. Danger. Duan Xuanji is pretty handsome, now I feel like shipping them. What should I do? Boss E watching the live stream. Considering showing off a photo so we can judge who matches better with Wang Wang, ha ha ha. The audience didn't know that the mentioned Boss E was sitting in the front row of the event, closest to the stage, watching the happy boy on the stage. But when his gaze fell on the man beside him, it stiffened slightly and his face darkened as if he was displeased. If he saw the barrage in the live room, his expression would probably be even worse. Ultimately, the score between Invincible Team and Mingxing Team stood at 3-2. Afterward, under the host's guidance, the guests chatted for a while, and the victorious Invincible Team received a small gift from the official side. Amidst waves of enthusiastic applause, the Flame Star Night activity concluded successfully. Is it over already? I felt like I just watched for a little bit woo-woo. No, keep playing. I want to see more. I haven't seen enough of the couple yet. Once this ends, Qi Lai Mu Ning won't appear for who knows how long. Quickly take some screenshots. It's recorded. Sisters, wait for me. Tonight, I will definitely stay up late to edit a video towards Qi Ning CP. Ning Bao, wife, don't want to part, I want to watch more woo-woo. Just saying, can Qi Lai and Mu Ning kiss before it ends? Despite everyone's reluctance, the event had come to an end. The audience dispersed, and the guests went backstage. The celebrities were busy, they probably had other engagements and rushed off. Except one person. Yining glanced inadvertently and noticed Duan Xuanji standing next to Chu Yi-Wang a little far away, seemingly chatting. Thus, he didn't step forward to disturb them. Unsure if it was due to the crowded backstage area, Yining suddenly felt an unusual warmth surge within him. Chapter 83, Temporary Marker. The not-so-large space was bustling with voices, as the staff were either packing up equipment or communicating about the aftermath. Quite a few people also gathered around, queuing up to take photos with Fu Yuqi and Yining. Yining, facing such enthusiasm from so many people for the first time, felt a bit out of place, her face showing discomfort and awkwardness. However, such scenes were old hat to Fu Yuqi now. All Yining had to do was stay by his side, and he would handle everything appropriately. When it became evident that someone was a fervent fan of Yuqi, Yining would proactively step back to let Fu Yuqi take solo pictures with them. But each time, Fu Yuqi would pull him in together. The moment he sensed Yining's intention to create distance, he'd adjust accordingly, ensuring the two stayed close. The meaning of wanting to be included was too obvious to miss. The people coming to take photos naturally preferred being photographed with both of them. At first, there was an inexplicable heat building up, but Yining gradually realized this heat developed into discomfort, as if her whole body was enveloped in fiery warmth. Fu Yuqi constantly kept his attention split between monitoring Yining, ready to halt proceedings if she looked reluctant. Noticing something off about her demeanor, he leaned closer and whispered, "Is something wrong? Maybe we should." "It's fine," Yining shook her head, signaling for him to focus on the camera lens first. After taking the trio's photo, realizing Fu Yuqi had something to say to Yining, the person courteously left quickly. Fu Yuqi then carefully assessed Yining's condition. Initially, Yining thought she just felt stifled from staying too long in an unventilated space. However, the spot where the suppressive patch was attached at the back of her neck suddenly started itching intensely, even becoming sore and swollen. Realizing something wasn't quite right, a hot sensation quickly spread through her body. Involuntarily, Yining clasped Fu Yuqi's large palm with one hand. I feel unwell." Before Fu Yuqi could ask more, Yining spoke first, "It feels strange." Hearing this, Fu Yuqi paused in shock, then gripped her hand anxiously. "What's wrong, darling? Where does it hurt?" Seeing Yining's reddened face and trembling voice, Fu Yuqi became extremely worried. He immediately turned sideways towards Yining and bent down to check her condition closely. By this time, the surrounding crowd thinned significantly, everyone seeing the situation chose to leave discreetly. Yi Ning tightly grasped onto Fu Yuchi's hand, needing it to find some comfort. She took a deep breath and whispered softly, my glands are uncomfortable. Simultaneously, Fu Yuchi caught a faint, fresh scent of lemon emanating from Yi Ning. Understanding struck him hard. As a top-tier alpha, Fu Yuchi's senses were far superior to an average individual's. Even with Yi Ning wearing a suppressant patch, he was the first to sniff her pheromones clearly. Yi Ning couldn't have released her pheromones voluntarily, it must have been beyond her control. There was a high probability that, her secondary differentiation had entered its final stage. Even rushing home from here would take at least half an hour by car, and Yi Ning simply couldn't wait that long. Moreover, if the pheromone smell became more potent, it would cause adverse reactions among the alphas and omegas present at the scene. Having decided what to do, Fu Yuchi turned to Sun He and asked, is there an available lounge room? One nearby staff member hearing this promptly responded, yes, I'll show you. It was less like a lounge room and more akin to a changing room. Measuring only about 10 square meters, Fu Yuchi practically carried Yi Ning inside and locked the door instantly after they entered. Within the cramped space, only their breathing sounds remained. Feeling entirely overheated and limp, Yi Ning's nape itched severely, accompanied by pain. She reached to touch it, but the next second, Fu Yuchi stopped her. His voice raspy, he said gently, darling, let me check for you. Supporting Yi Ning by her waist with one hand and cradling her back with the other, he held her snugly within his arms. Leaning into Fu Yuchi's chest, releasing most of her strength, Yi Ning's gaze was dazed, her breathing quickened. Fu Yuchi lowered his head and gently peeled off the suppressant patch on her neck. A strong citrusy aroma filled the air. A light, refreshing scent of lemons dispersed throughout the enclosed space, lingering at the tip of their noses. Just like Yi Ning herself, this fragrance seeped thread by thread into Fu Yuchi's heart, dissipating every trace of annoyance and unpleasantness there, making it impossible for him to resist and compelling him to willingly sink deeper into her allure. Clutching tightly onto Fu Yuchi's shirt, Yi Ning let out a low moan of frustration. He felt his body strongly craving for something, an uncontrollable unease and restlessness enveloping him, as if he could only ease it by holding on to the person in front of him. Seeing the trembling figure in his arms, with the exposed gland at the back of his neck, a small, slightly protruding soft flesh that looked pitiful, Fu Yuchi's throat rolled, desire clouding his eyes. He released his pheromones to soothe the other, but mindful of Yi Ning's tolerance, he controlled the amount. Still, deep down, all he wanted was to make Yi Ning entirely marked with his scent. Enveloped by this fiery embrace, Yi Ning's body grew even weaker, only being caught in time by Fu Yuchi from falling. Baby, hold on to me tightly. Reacting instinctively, Yi Ning wrapped his arms around Fu Yuchi's neck. In the man's pitch-black eyes surged endless heat, and he temptingly whispered into his ear, would you let me bite you? Yi Ning's hazy eyes flickered as she grasped the meaning. The overwhelming fire within her and her body's primal reactions tormented her, and a wave of shame washed over her. This sensation was strange and unfamiliar, making her extremely afraid. Yet, when her gaze met Fu Yuchi's, filled with both worry and affection, she saw how he also struggled, yet patiently waited for her reply. This was Fu Yuchi who treated her exceptionally well, cherishing her deeply. He was her boyfriend. Her chi-gu, surely there would be no problem, right? Leaning her head against Fu Yuchi's shoulder, she slightly adjusted herself, revealing the heated and tender soft flesh at her nape without any guard. Subsequently, Fu Yuchi heard her softly say, all right. His heartbeat thundered deafeningly. Almost devoutly, Fu Yuchi lowered his head to the faintly red swelling, opening his mouth to bite down. The canine pierced through the soft flesh, bringing a peculiar tingling pain. Yi Ning's body trembled out of control, muffled cries escaping her lips, mmm. Fu Yuchi placed one hand beneath her gland, massaging and stroking it comfortingly before slowly injecting his pheromones inside. The passion mixed with the lemony aroma danced, entwined, fusing into one. Hugging him tightly, Yi Ning strangely felt the unrest and yearning within her body being consoled, gradually subsiding. It seemed like an eternity had passed before Fu Yuchi finally withdrew. The temporary marking was complete. Just as Yi Ning was about to breathe a sigh of relief, in the next second, he leaned back in, gently nibbling and licking the tender spot. Chapter 84, Meeting. A tingling sensation instantly spread from the nape of her neck to her entire body. Yi Ning's body slid downwards, leaving her completely limp. Fu Yuchi quickly caught her in his arms. He placed both hands on Yi Ning's waist and hips, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. Then he walked over to the nearby sofa, sat down, and had Yi Ning straddle his lap. Fu Yuchi finally let go of that small patch of red, tender flesh. He caressed the hair of the youth who was heavily panting and looked into his expression. The exquisite and beautiful face was flushed red. His eyes shimmered with crystal-clear tears due to the physical stimulation, looking hazy, as if he had been thoroughly bullied by someone. Fu Yuchi's eyes darkened a shade, an endless amount of wicked thoughts surfacing, wanting to merge the youth before him into his body, devour him piece by piece, lock him up and possess him exclusively. Make him entirely and only belong to himself. Yi Ning's hands still tightly clung around Fu Yuchi's neck. Foreheads pressed against each other, their gazes intertwined, breaths mingling. For a long time, the intense pheromones gradually dissipated, rationality began to return. The hint of crimson in Fu Yuqi's eyes still lingered. Unavoidable physiological reactions were almost driving him crazy with restraint. But it couldn't be helped, the place wasn't right, nor was the timing. He had to calm Yi Ning down first. Thus, the man wrapped one arm around Yi Ning's waist while the other hand lightly massaged the gland at the back of her neck. Tilting his head slightly, he kissed her lips. It was a prolonged, scorching, fiery kiss. After kissing for an extended period, sensing that Yi Ning was nearly out of breath, Fu Yuqi reluctantly pulled away. The young man buried his head in Fu Yuqi's neck, his face crimson, breathing softly. The two embraced closely, letting the greenish scent of lime dance and swirl around them, the air charged with intimacy. After stepping off the stage, Chu Yi-Wang initially wanted to chat with Yi Ning and the others for a while, but seeing the crowd gathered around them, he decided against it. There was no way around it, Yi Ning had truly become a rising star now. With Fu Yuqi standing next to him, the two of them together shone like the brightest stars in the night sky. Waving from afar, Chu Yi-Wang greeted Yi Ning briefly. Not forgetting his meeting appointment with Yi, he was about to take out his phone to ask where he was when Duan Xianji, who had just been on his team, came over. "You played really well," the other party said with a warm smile, which complemented his handsome face perfectly, giving people a feeling of basking in the spring breeze. "Have you been playing this game for a long time?" Chu Yi-Wang blinked, not expecting him to start a conversation. However, he quickly reacted and answered, "More than 2 years, actually." "You're better than me." He suspected that Duan Xianji had said this with ulterior motives. Although his performance today had been significantly better than during regular live streams, it could even be called exceptionally good, it didn't quite match up to outstanding. Seeing the cute micro-expressions on Chu Yi-Wang's face, Duan Xianji couldn't help but laugh softly. "You're being serious, your tactics are great." Ah, so he was praising his strategy. Chu Yi-Wang understood. In those 5 games, as the captain, he always came up with some strange ideas, but they somehow worked. With that thought, Chu Yi-Wang happily accepted the compliment and proudly tilted his delicate chin. "Thanks. My skills aren't great, but after playing for so long, I've developed some awareness." Duan Xianji's eyes flashed. "Do you want to exchange contact information? We can play together when we have time." Curious, Chu Yi-Wang asked, "Do you often play games? I thought you celebrities were very busy." "Not really," Duan Xianji took out his phone. "Recently, I don't have many promotions, so I'm quite idle." "Do you want my QR code?" Since Duan Xianji mentioned it, Chu Yi-Wang had no reason to refuse. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the QR code. Soon, they added each other as friends. Satisfied, Duan Xianji put his phone away and was just about to talk to him a little more when he glanced up and saw his boss standing not far away, staring straight at them. Still expressionless, but somehow he felt that the other person's air pressure was low. Nan Chen took a step forward. Duan Xianji, without knowing why, greeted him as usual, "Mr. Nan." Nan Chen glanced at him, counting it as a response. Then his gaze immediately fell on Chu Yi-Wang, who was fiddling with his phone, his back turned to him. Affectionately calling out, "Wang Wang." Chu Yi-Wang had been looking at WeChat messages, wondering why Yi hadn't sent him any messages yet. At this moment, hearing the familiar voice unexpectedly, he was shocked and turned around. A tall man in a black suit appeared, his body proportions perfect, his facial features strikingly handsome, and his every gesture exuding an aura of nobility. There was a natural severity about his brows and eyes. But the gaze directed at Chu Yi-Wang was almost gentle. Nan Chen saw that the boy before him just stared blankly without responding, assuming that perhaps his expression had startled him. So he gave him an awkward, faint smile. It came out stiff since he wasn't used to it. Chu Yi-Wang finally reacted, stammering, "Why you?" "I'm Yi," he paused briefly then said, "My real name is Nan Chen." As he spoke, Nan Chen extended his hand. "Shall we formally introduce ourselves?" The deep, magnetic voice matched exactly what they had heard during their dual-channel communication in the game. Chu Yi-Wang's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "It really is you." Instinctively, he reached out to hold Nan Chen's hand. The moment their skin touched, a peculiar sensation stirred within both of them. I am Chu Yi-Wang." The usually boisterous youth now displayed an unusual sign of being at a loss for words. As the warmth from the larger hand holding his traveled through his body, even reaching his cheeks, Chu Yi-Wang felt flustered and blurting out, "You look so handsome." All the frosty vibes Nan Chen had emanated earlier because someone was chatting with Chu Yi-Wang melted away as he regrettably withdrew his hand. "Thank you, you're also very good looking." Duan Xianji, who had long been ignored by both men, let out a sigh. He was astonished as to how Mr. Nan knew Chu Yi-Wang, given that the latter was merely a minor streamer who possessed some fame but lacked exceptional family background. Ordinarily, there should be no chance for him to meet such a big figure like Nan Chen. But now, judging from Mr. Nan's behavior, it seemed that he held Chu Yi-Wang in high regard. Duan Xianji instantly understood where the frostiness he'd observed earlier on Nan Chen had originated from. With a stern alpha glare directed at him, Duan Xianji realized it wasn't the best time to chat with Chu Yi-Wang. He told the youth, "I'll leave first then, you two talk." Chu Yi-Wang only just remembered that there was another person present, casting an apologetic glance at him. "All right, sure. When Duan Xianji left, only the two remained. Chu Yi-wang then heard Nanny Chen ask, "Are you familiar with him?" His voice seemed somewhat muffled. "Not really," Chu Yi-wang explained. "We just met today at the event, we were on the same team, and then he just added me as a friend a while ago." Chapter 85. Oh. Nanny Chen responded indifferently, then said, "The first time you met, why would an alpha suddenly add you?" Even though his tone was as steady as always, Chu Yuan strangely detected a hint of frustration. He answered blankly, "He said that if I have time, we could play games together." Nanny Chen fell silent for a few seconds. "What about me?" Chu Yuan was bewildered. "Ah." Then he saw Nanny Chen pursing his lips slightly and speaking solemnly, "I don't like three-player matches." The man who was nearly a head taller than him looked down, his eyes shaded by a faint shadow. This time Chu Yuan understood what he meant, his tone was very firm, "Of course I'll prioritize playing with you. You're so skilled, always leading me to victory." After saying that, he muttered to himself, "Maybe after one more game with me, he'll be scared off." Absolutely not. Nanny Chen thought, Duan Xuanji didn't just want to play games, clearly, he had another motive regarding you. It was like, how he felt himself. But he wouldn't tell Chu Yuan this. He changed the subject instead, "Let's go." "Where to?" "I'll treat you to dinner," Nanny Chen said, paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you agree?" Chu Yuan replied, "Sure, definitely." As they got into the luxury car, Chu Yuan secretly inspected it and thought, he truly was a big boss, exceedingly wealthy. And also an alpha. Despite being cheerful, very outgoing, and talkative, Chu Yuan suddenly didn't know what to say in front of Nanny Chen, and even made clumsy eye contact, becoming awkwardly tense. Damn, Chu Yuan thought, it was all because the other party was too handsome. He lacked experience interacting with such super-hot celebrities. Nanny Chen noticed the youth's discomfort and tension but didn't point it out. The usually taciturn and parsimonious man actually began to find topics to discuss. He brought up things Chu Yuan mentioned during their previous gaming session. With the air conditioner running at a comfortable temperature in the car, Chu Yuan gradually relaxed upon hearing the familiar, cool voice beside him, and his nervousness dissipated. He naturally started chatting with Nanny Chen. When talking about joyful moments, he would bend his eyebrows and smile brightly and cutely. It repeatedly prompted Nanny Chen to glance over, never taking his gaze away from him. In the room, the scent of lime lingered, and the fierce heat subsided, leaving only an intimate and entwined atmosphere between them. Yi Ning leaned against Fu Yuqi's neck for a while, feeling his body regain some strength, before lifting his head to look at Fu Yuqi. There was deep possessiveness in the other's eyes, coupled with an unfulfilled desire and restraint. Seeing Yi Ning look over, Fu Yuqi couldn't resist moving in again for a heavy kiss on his lips. Yi Ning half-heartedly resisted, pinching his arm lightly, "No more kisses." "My dear smells so good," Fu Yuqi whispered hoarsely, "what can I do when I can't help myself?" Yi Ning moistened his lips, which were kissed red and soft, whispering quietly, "When we get home." He didn't finish due to embarrassment, falling silent. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuqi felt the fire in his heart that had been barely contained ignite fiercely again. The smile on his face grew even more unrestrained. "All right, we'll continue kissing at home." But what he truly thought was that once they went back, it wouldn't stop at just kisses. Only when Yi Ning had fully recovered enough strength did the two leave the lounge. All guests had already left, and there were only a few staff members left cleaning up backstage. Sun He stood nearby, sighing in relief upon seeing the two emerge without damage. However, both Alpha and Omega present, including him, could sense the full information pheromones from an Alpha on Yi Ning's body. As for which Alpha it was, the answer was self-evident. Fu Yuqi gave Sun He a few instructions, then went with Yi Ning to the parking lot. Yi Ning had been under constant mental stress today, and after going through the secondary differentiation, now entering the fever period, his body and mind were utterly exhausted. The car moved steadily, the interior temperature perfect. Before long, Yi Ning tilted his head and fell asleep. His slumber was deep, remaining even as they reached home. Once parked, Fu Yuqi turned his head and found the young man sleeping peacefully, breathing softly, with long eyelashes casting a small shadow over his eyelids. He naturally didn't bear to wake him up. He exited the car, went around to the passenger side door, opened it gently, and carefully carried him out with caution. Yi Ning was truly exhausted, and he slept very soundly. Not until Fu Yuqi carried him to the large bed in his own room did he finally wake up. Fu Yuqi gazed at the peaceful face of the sleeping youth and sighed regretfully. It seemed that certain adult activities were out of the question tonight. Oh well, let him rest well, he must have been worn out today. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Fu Yuqi got into bed, pulling the covers over both of them. He reached out an arm and drew Yi Ning close to his chest. Previously, Fu Yuqi had been concerned about unintentional incidents because Yi Ning hadn't completed the differentiation process yet. If they slept together too early, his pheromones might accidentally harm Yi Ning. Now that this concern was no longer an issue, he could finally embrace his soft and fragrant boyfriend while sleeping. In his sleep, Yi Ning frowned slightly when he felt himself being held. But soon, with the sensation of warmth and security, he shifted his body, finding a comfortable spot in Fu Yuqi's arms before continuing his deep slumber. The next morning, Yi Ning woke up and saw Fu Yuqi's strikingly handsome face right away. He then noticed the hand around his waist, realizing that Fu Yuqi had held him throughout the night. Glancing around, he quickly discovered that they were in Fu Yuqi's room. Last night, after getting into the car, he seemed to have fallen asleep almost immediately. And now he had woken up here. So, Fu Yuqi had brought him back to his own room. This was only the second time for Yi Ning that he shared a bed with Fu Yuqi. To his surprise, he found himself quite adaptable to it. Not wanting to stir Fu Yuqi awake, Yi Ning focused on staring at his handsome face, lost in thought. Soon, Fu Yuqi woke up. They looked at each other, and both lips curved into happy smiles. Good morning. Good morning. After breakfast, Fu Yuqi took Yi Ning to the hospital for another physical checkup. The results showed all indicators were normal. Now, Yi Ning was officially a true Omega. The doctor mentioned that due to his special condition, this being his first fever period and being marked by an alpha, compared to ordinary Omegas, Yi Ning might be more reliant on his alpha in the near future. The doctor suggested that Fu Yuqi spend more time accompanying Yi Ning, releasing pheromones in necessary situations to calm him down, paying attention to his emotional state. Fu Yuqi naturally agreed without hesitation. After all, he wished to stick by Yi Ning's side every moment. Since the doctor had said so, it gave him a much stronger justification for luring Yi Ning to sleep with him every night. Thinking about holding Yi Ning every evening and seeing his face as the first thing every morning, Fu Yuqi felt refreshed and elated. Chapter 86. The doctor was right. Fu Yuqi could feel that Yi Ning had indeed become much more clingy recently. At home, the two of them spent most of their time together. Sometimes when Fu Yuqi went to the kitchen to cook, he would tell Yi Ning to entertain himself in the living room. In the past, he would always be on the couch watching shows or playing single-player video games. But lately, if Fu Yuqi left his sight for even a minute, Yi Ning would instinctively feel anxious and get up to find him in the kitchen. As soon as Fu Yuqi turned around, he found a little shadow trailing behind him. Standing 3 steps away, without saying a word or moving, just looking at him with longing eyes. Instantly, Fu Yuqi's heart melted. What's wrong, sweetheart? He stepped forward and pulled the person into his arms. Are you not feeling well? Or are you hungry? Yi Ning leaned his head against Fu Yuqi's chest, deeply inhaling the familiar scent, softly replying, no, it's just. I miss you. Even though Fu Yuqi had only been gone from his side for less than a minute, Yi Ning missed him so intensely that his body acted before his reason could catch up. These words were like honey falling from the sky, making Fu Yuqi's heart sweet and ticklish. He never expected the usually reserved and shy Yi Ning to express his feelings so openly at this moment. His heart instantly softened completely. Unable to resist, he began kissing and nibbling at Yi Ning in the kitchen, being affectionate for quite some time. When Fu Yuqi cooked, he didn't want Yi Ning to do anything. But Yi Ning didn't want to be too far away either. So, the Alpha brought a stool inside and let the Omega sit down to watch him. This awkward yet harmonious setup resulted in a finished meal. They took a break from streaming for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Yi Ning felt bad about it and suggested they should stream again. Noticing his hesitant expression, Fu Yuqi immediately understood. That evening, he dragged Yi Ning to the room where he usually streamed. Let's play here tonight, Fu Yuqi said. We can stream on one account, that way, they can see both of us. Yi Ning obediently responded, okay. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the stream started on time. Using Yi Ning's account, Muning, viewers quickly flooded in. Here we go. Haven't seen you guys in 2 days, it feels like an eternity. Ling Bao. Missed you so much. I don't know how many times I rewatched Ranching, Ling Bao is just breathtakingly beautiful. Can my dream wife turn on the webcam and show your face today please? I'd love to see what the keyboard warriors who dissed you have to say now. Sorry the Ranching performance didn't include any kisses, but can you guys perform one today? +1, 10,000 blood-signed requests for a kiss. Where's Chi Lai, the dog? Your wife has already started her stream and he hasn't appeared yet, what's holding him back? Right here. With a lazy male voice, the camera feed appeared in the lower left corner of the live stream. Unlike previous streams, this time there were 2 figures in the frame. One figure was relatively slender with skin white as snow, while the other lounged lazily against the younger one. The camera was still aimed below their heads, no faces visible, but this image was enough to set off a wave of excitement among the live stream audience. Holy crap, so this is a joint broadcast. Living together confirmed. Streaming together too. So clingy. Brothers and sisters, I feel like we're not here for gaming today, we're here for fluffiness overload. Whoa dude, you really gonna give grandpa a smooch in front of the audience? I'm ready. If the stream isn't banned, you two might, show us something else too. Wow, these people were really pushing the boundaries, so brazen that even Fu Yuqi, who was used to extremes, found it a bit excessive. He wasn't fazed, but Yi Ning couldn't handle the flurry of screen comments, his face turned red, his heartbeat accelerating. So Fu Yuqi interjected to stop them, alright everyone, stop sending random stuff. You'll complain later if the livestream gets taken down. The audience calmed down a bit. Sitting very close to each other, chair to chair, if it weren't for the handles of the gaming chairs, they would have pressed shoulder to shoulder. As usual, they logged into the game, created a room, and started playing. Since they were in the same room, they didn't use in-game voice chat and instead communicated normally, allowing the audience to hear everything. Although using Yi Ning's account for the live stream, most of the comments today were replied to by Fu Yuqi, who interacted more with the audience. Yi Ning had been experiencing a fever these past couple of days, his body temperature higher than usual, his strength much reduced compared to before. Occasionally, he would feel muscle soreness and his mental state was less than optimal, making him easily restless. With poor physical condition, Yi Ning's performance in the game today naturally couldn't match up to what it used to be. There were quite a few small mistakes made, and he became quieter than ever, usually responding with just one-syllable words like oh, or alright, when Fu Yuqi asked him something. The audience all noticed that something was off about him, especially when they caught glimpses of the youth subtly leaning towards Fu Yuqi from the lower left corner of the frame, as if he didn't want to be apart from him for even a moment. And, his voice today was really so sticky and soft. It was glutinous and tender, even his breathing sounded like he was begging for affection. Ningbao. Whoa, what's wrong with Ningbao today? Is he sick? He really looks like a piece of milk cake, so fragrant and soft, I want to bite into it. Man, why is Ningbao being so obedient today? Is he sick? He doesn't seem to be in good condition, nor does he talk much. To be honest, this situation reminds me of an Omega's heat period. That's true, but Ningbao said he was beta pretending to be alpha, right? Didn't anyone see it during the ranching night? Ningbao had a suppressive patch on the back of his neck. Huh. So, is Ningbao a beta pretending to be alpha or an omega then? Sitting beside Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi felt the omega's breathing becoming more rapid. His beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and his small face was tinged with unease. The space around them was filled with information scent that smelled like lemons. Deep down, Fu Yuqi sighed. These past few days, Yi Ning had been going through his heat period. His condition wasn't good, yet he still insisted on live streaming, no matter how many times Fu Yuqi tried to persuade him otherwise. Fu Yuqi released his own information scent to calm Yi Ning down. When a round ended, Fu Yuqi reached over and moved the tablet from Yi Ning's hands. Honey, you should stop playing. Worried that Yi Ning might not listen, Fu Yuqi quickly logged out of the game account for him and turned off the screen. All this was done before Yi Ning even had time to react. Yi Ning blinked dazedly, turning to look at Fu Yuqi, realizing that he intended to prevent him from gaming further. In those clear pupils, Fu Yuqi's reflection first appeared, followed swiftly by a sudden flush that climbed up to his eye sockets, forming a layer of mist. His tone verged on tears, filled with grievance. Did I ruin your game today? Seeing the pure, delicate face of Yi Ning, full of sorrow and grievance, Fu Yuqi's breath hitched, feeling as if someone had stabbed his heart, causing intense pain. Chapter 87, Clingy. Of course not, my dear, Fu Yuqi hastily explained, I'm just worried you'll get tired. He stood up and, under everyone's gaze, bent down to pick Yi Ning up in a princess carry, then sat back down, cradling the young man entirely in his arms. Taking advantage of the camera not capturing their faces, he boldly leaned in to kiss Yi Ning. Their lips intertwined as pheromones mingled. Fortunately, Yi Ning still retained some rationality and realized they were live streaming. After a while, he pushed Fu Yuqi's chest, signaling him to stop. Fu Yuqi hugged him tightly, lightly licking the reddened, adorable earlobe of the little omega, whispering softly, my dear has been feeling unwell lately. Let's skip the game today, alright? Why don't you just stay here in my arms while I teach you how to play? Fu Yuqi patiently coaxed the person in his embrace. But, this isn't appropriate. Yi Ning hesitated. They were still broadcasting live, with the camera on. Fu Yuqi chuckled softly and nodded his chin toward the chat window, indicating there was nothing wrong. They enjoy watching. Not exaggerating at all, my nose started bleeding immediately. Wah. I'm turning into a scream chicken. Holy shit. Did you guys just kiss? Why didn't we see it? My face is glowing yellow already. Chi lie. You actually lifted him up. Max boyfriend points, worthy top alpha. Can't take it anymore, am I allowed to watch this? If it's pretty, watch it. Keep going. My goodness, just give these two a bed already. During the heat phase, omegas can truly feel the warmth of an alpha's body and closely smell their pheromones, which indeed makes them more comfortable. With a sense of security, both mind and body relaxed, Yi Ning didn't want to leave. He indulged himself, finding a more comfortable position in his arms, quietly nestling there. Seeing his obedient and cute demeanor, Fu Yuqi's heart nearly melted. He couldn't help but wish to take him straight to bed and indulge. But since the broadcast had started, cutting off halfway through wouldn't be fair to the viewers. Thus, Fu Yuqi kept holding him as he began the next game. The chat asked what was wrong with Yi Ning, and Fu Yuqi thought about how the audience still didn't know that Yi Ning had undergone secondary differentiation, believing he was just a beta pretending to be an alpha. So he slightly lowered his head and gently whispered, shall I explain for you? Yi Ning lazily relied against him, replying with a soft gasp of My darling baby is currently in a special period for omegas, he's become quite clingy. Heat cycle. Damn, is Ning really an omega? But wasn't he claiming he was a beta pretending to be an alpha before? What nonsense, oh pretending to be B. Wow, I said it, Ning must be a little given how delicate and good-looking he is. Chi Lai, you're so lucky. During the heat cycle, you're broadcasting instead of doing something physical. Fu Yuchi continued explaining, indeed, he was pretending to be a beta-alpha earlier, but recently underwent secondary differentiation. As for why we're still broadcasting, Fu Yuchi paused briefly, his tone sounding resentful, it's because my baby has a kind heart and cares about you all. So you should understand, you shouldn't keep pestering us every day in the comments. My god, Ning truly is. I'm crying. Chi Lai. Look how your wife treats us. Reflect upon yourself quickly. Somebody better learn from this soon. Ning still has the energy to live stream, Chi Lai. Don't you dare reflect on your own problems. Ha 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 ha. The sisters above make such sharp comments. Now that you think about it, it does seem right. Doge.jpg. What? Chi Lai isn't capable. Ah, sigh. When Fu Yuchi saw himself being criticized so harshly, especially regarding such a serious matter, he simply couldn't stand it. He clenched his teeth in anger, who's spreading rumors here? Kick them out. All of them. As he spoke, he proceeded to ban several bold viewers who had gone too far, serving as a warning to others. Instantaneously, laughter erupted in the chat once more, confirming they had hit a nerve. Rather than deal with it, Fu Yuchi chose to ignore it and focused his attention on the person in his arms and the game. Frankly speaking, playing a game while hugging your love interest is quite a test of willpower. Yi Ning's head rested on Fu Yuchi's shoulder, his fluffy hair brushing against his jaw, and his light yet warm breath lingering around him. Fu Yuchi took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus on the game despite the distraction. Yi Ning obediently stayed still in his arms, watching Fu Yuchi play the game. During the gameplay, Fu Yuchi's auxiliary Leona ultimate skill controlled 3 opponents, and the teammates quickly followed up with their output. Fu Yuchi positioned himself towards the back, dealing damage while looking for opportunities. Noticing that the opposing team had used most of their skills, he executed an E move to enter the battlefield. Within seconds, he eliminated all enemies, securing a pentakill. The chat flooded with 666, but Fu Yuchi didn't bother to look, instead, his gaze was fixed on Yi Ning's delicate and handsome face. He looked like a soft, delicious little cake, impossible not to want to take a bite. After killing the dragon and during the short break while regenerating his state, Fu Yuchi freed one hand from the tablet and placed it around Yi Ning's waist, pinching gently but firmly. Pentakill, he said lowly, his chin brushing against the top of Yi Ning's head. His tone was relaxed yet deep, baby, any reward for me? Though he often achieved pentakills, he had never asked Yi Ning for anything in return. Now, with Yi Ning right there, why not take advantage? Since Fu Yuchi had already made the suggestion. Yi Ning looked up and pecked Fu Yuchi lightly on the cheek. It was feather light, but enough to ignite a fierce blaze in Fu Yuchi's heart. You're amazing, he said. Fu Yuchi's lips curled into a grin instantly, and if the camera angle had been slightly higher, the audience would have seen his foolishly satisfied expression. They decided to end the broadcast earlier than planned today. Perhaps because he felt too comfortable, Yi Ning soon began to nod off in Fu Yuchi's arms. Watching him play alone was boring for Yi Ning, and left him feeling uninvolved. So Fu Yuchi greeted the viewers, that's all for today. What are you going to do? Oh my, taking care of business. Yi Chi Lai is about to prove himself, ha ha ha. Ah, I want to watch more. But your affairs are more important, go ahead. As they started teasing each other again, Fu Yuchi swiftly turned off the stream to avoid having the live room closed due to violations. After turning off the computer, he tilted his head down and saw Yi Ning's closed eyes. He wasn't sure if the boy was asleep or not. Just as he intended to scoop him up, Yi Ning opened his eyes. They looked dazed, and he called out stickily, Chi Gu. Fu Yuchi replied softly. Tired? Let's go to sleep. Yi Ning nodded, okay. When he attempted to stand up, he was abruptly lifted into the air by Fu Yuchi. The alpha's strong arms released pheromones that surrounded them powerfully. Yi Ning took a deep breath, his entire being indulging in the gentle sea of comfort, feeling relaxed both mentally and physically. Chapter 88. Although the overly comfortable environment made Yi Ning want to just fall asleep, he stubbornly insisted on taking a shower. Fu Yuchi whispered in his ear, breathing hotly, baby, let me help you. Yi Ning's pupils contracted nervously. What if I fall in the bathroom? I'm not comfortable with it. Fu Yuchi murmured further in his ear, I promise to wash our baby until he's squeaky clean. Okay. Yi Ning let out an indistinct sound, recalling how Alpha had coaxed him earlier. The result was that in the bathroom, apart from the last step, they did everything they shouldn't have. Seeing Fu Yuchi's eyes filled with lust like a wolf, Yi Ning didn't believe tonight would pass peacefully. With slightly parted red lips, as if about to say something, but meeting Fu Yuchi's slightly reddened eyes, he softened and couldn't refuse. Under the impatient kisses of the other, he smoothly reached around his neck, whispering softly, all right. In the bathroom, steam swirled thickly. Two pheromones collided, sparking intense heat. The tall body of the alpha pressed down, hands touching the slender waist of Yi Ning, spreading warmth wherever they went. They were kissing fervently, unable to part. Fu Yuqi gripped Yi Ning's wrist tightly, breath blazing like fire. A sliver of reason still lingered in his mind. His tender kisses fell upon Yi Ning's neck, voice hoarse, "Baby, it's terrible what they've said about me being inadequate." Confused by the passionate kisses, Yi Ning's body went limp. "Ah." Alpha changed his tone, "What do you think?" With his top peeled off, Yi Ning trembled involuntarily. I don't know." "Little Ning, darling, baby," Fu Yuqi called him repeatedly, "are you willing to let me prove myself?" The yearning in his eyes was bottomless, a fierce wave of pheromones enveloped them overwhelmingly. Alpha entered the sensitive period. Though Yi Ning was extremely nervous at this moment, similarly, his body and soul were filled with desire for Fu Yuqi. This is his boyfriend, the best person in the world to him. Thus, the Omega, with hazy eyes, offered his lips, answering with action instead of words. The temperature kept rising, two types of pheromones intertwined and completely fused together. At the completion of the permanent marking, Fu Yuqi placed a devout kiss between Yi Ning's brows. Full of tenderness and affection, "Yi Ning, I will always love you." Both indulged in wild, unrestrained ecstasy. Fu Yuqi proved physically how capable he truly was. Once unleashed, the alpha became like a starving wolf who hadn't eaten for days, spending 3 full days and nights making Yi Ning so weak he could barely move, his voice hoarse. That afternoon, Yi Ning woke up to Fu Yuqi's soft kiss. Drowsily opening his eyes, the ache throughout his body made Yi Ning frown unconsciously. He didn't even want to move. Looking into the handsome face right before his eyes, he gazed at him reproachfully. However, Fu Yuqi was in an exceptionally good mood, smiling as he greeted him, "Good morning, my darling." Even though it was already noon. Noticing that Yi Ning looked somewhat lackluster, he gently asked, "How are you feeling? Anywhere your body doesn't feel right?" Actually, everywhere felt somewhat uncomfortable, but when thinking back to those uncontrollable 3 days, Yi Ning found it normal enough. He didn't answer but buried his head under the covers, his voice muffled, "It's all because of you." A chuckle escaped Fu Yuqi's throat, then he slipped under the covers, kissing and cajoling, "It's all my fault. Sorry baby, where does it still hurt? Let me massage it for you." Yi Ning yawned lightly, allowing himself to be taken care of by Fu Yuqi. After lazing in bed for half a day, Fu Yuqi said, "I cooked porridge earlier. Should I bring some upstairs for you to eat?" Yi Ning nodded, "Okay." Humming a tuneless melody, Fu Yuqi went downstairs and caught sight of Snowball jumping enthusiastically on the cat tree, playing happily. In a great mood, he gave it an extra can of food. The snow-white furry cat quickly ran over, sniffing at the human who radiated such joy. "Oh wow, the master's scent is so strong on this person." Makes sense, considering he's been hogging the fragrant, cuddly master every single day. If it weren't for the daily snacks, he wouldn't have stood down. After petting the cat a few times, Fu Yuqi reheated the porridge he had cooked earlier in the kitchen and brought it upstairs to Yi Ning. It may have been a bit harsh earlier since control was impossible. But now, seeing how exhausted Yi Ning looked, Fu Yuqi truly felt sorry. Yielding to his guilt, Fu Yuqi fed Yi Ning spoonful by spoonful while letting him lean against his chest. He vowed not to let him get exhausted again. That day, Nanny Chen took Chu Yi Wang for a lavish meal at a 5-star restaurant. Chu Yi Wang had rarely been to such an extravagant restaurant before, and his every gesture betrayed slight unease. However, Nanny Chen took great care of him, constantly attending to his feelings. Gallant and tender. Just as in the game, Nanny Chen's primary focus was always on the mid lane. No matter what bizarre mistakes Chu Yi Wang made, stumbling in apology, Nanny Chen would always patiently reply with, "It's fine." Then they would advance in the next round. How dependable. After dinner, it was late. Nanny Chen drove Chu Yi Wang home. The car stopped, but the Omega in the passenger seat kept talking incessantly about something. Nanny Chen turned to look at him. Despite having clear, cold eyes, Chu Yi Wang could detect a thread of warmth in them. Facing such a gaze, he felt like if he looked a few seconds longer, he would be entrapped. Thus, averting his eyes shyly, he stammered, "I'm home. Do you want to come up to my place for a moment?" "No need," Nanny Chen said indifferently, "it's late. Go rest early." Chu Yi Wang nodded, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car, while Nanny Chen also got out. "Then I'll go home first. Thank you today." Under the streetlight, the boy's face carried a faint smile, looking bright and dazzling under the light's glow. "Goodbye. Goodbye." However, just as Chu Yi Wang was about to turn away, Nanny Chen called him back. Wang," he asked, "you once said you wanted to fall in love." When Chu Yi Wang cast his gaze over, Nanny Chen continued, "Could you consider me first?" Chu Yi Wang's eyes suddenly widened. Your meaning is." Having determined his heart's desire, Nanny Chen didn't hesitate, speaking straight to the point, "I like you. Would you be willing to be with me?" The man's expression remained serene, but his eyes were extraordinarily earnest. Actually, upon close observation, one could find that his naturally hanging hand had subconsciously curled up. Clearly, he was nervous too. Chu Yi Wang was at a loss for words. Nanny Chen was wonderful, both in character and in how he treated him. He admitted to himself that he had been moved more than once. But, still, they had only met today. Wasn't this too fast? Stammering for quite a while, Chu Yi-wang blushed and said, "But we've just met today." Nanny Chen breathed a sigh of relief inside. His face also revealed a hint of smile. It's fine. You can think about it. I will wait for your answer. Chapter 89, Willing. After returning home, for a long time, Chu Yi-wang remained in a dazed state, feeling as though he were dreaming. Floating gently, he finished brushing his teeth, then flung himself onto the soft bed, grabbing his phone to check. A message from Nanny Chen appeared. "Good night, have sweet dreams." There was also a cute and adorable emoticon attached at the end. It was hard to imagine that the usually cold and serious boss would use such an emoticon. Chu Yi-wang found humor in this contrast, holding his phone and smiling foolishly for several seconds before replying. "You too, good night." The next day during the live stream, the two of them played side by side just like before. Everything was going smoothly. By coincidence, Chu Yi-wang even got a quintuple kill, which made him so excited that he almost bounced up and down. "Wang is really amazing, so strong, you carried the entire game." Under Nanny Chen's compliments, Chu Yi-wang gradually lost himself, getting a bit high, when the sour lemon comments in the chat revealed the truth. Wang stole 5 kills from his teammates. Ha 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 ha, Boss E can really talk it up. Even someone with cataracts could tell those 5 kills were intentionally given by the jungler to the mid laner. I say, Boss E, don't be too indulgent. After watching the Night of Burning Stars live stream, I'm kind of shipping Wang and Duan Xianji now, but Boss E is truly, sigh. Duan Xianji is definitely handsome, and pairs well with Wang. However, judging from Boss Yi's voice, he should be quite good looking too, ha 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 ha. We'll see. Wait and watch. Doge.jpg. As they kept chatting, the topic in the chat started to shift towards an unusual direction. What? Are we actually picking for Wang now, ha 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 ha. No way around it, the kid is dumb, so we have to help keep an eye on things. Wang didn't say he wanted to start a relationship. With 2 alphas right there, go for it. Today, during the interview, Duan Xianji mentioned adding Wang's contact info. Definitely has interest in Wang. Wang, at your age, if you're not dating, why are you still playing games? Look at Mu Ning and Qi Lai. Every day they flaunt their love in the live streams, we all come in hungry and leave full. Speaking of which, has Wang met the boss in person? Have they seen each other offline yet? Don't let them be in a long-distance relationship. Judging from JP and everyone being in S-City, they must have met by now, right? Audacity. What nonsense are you all rambling about? Seeing the discussion direction of the live stream run wildly off course like an unbridled horse, Chu Yi-wang quickly called a halt. Why aren't you showering me with compliments about my last insane play, and talking about these? He said this with the gaming microphone muted, so Nanny Chen didn't hear it. But Nanny Chen was using another device to watch the live stream, maintaining his position as number 1 on the list just as usual. He saw the discussions happening in the live stream. The audience had actually compared him to Duan Xianji, and according to the trend, Duan Xianji seemed to be the favored one. The reason was his good looks, while Nanny Chen had never shown his face, leading to doubts about his appearance. At first, it was still tolerable, until Nanny Chen saw a comment. Is Bossy capable or not? Does he even like Wang? Such a cute Omega is right in front of you, and there's no action. We're about to urge Duan Xianji to charge ahead for love. Then Chu Yi-wang heard Nanny Chen's pleasant voice through his headphones. Wang, how have you thought about the thing I asked you yesterday? Chu Yi-wang froze, his memory instantly pulled back to the moment of his confession. Without regard for the fact that this was during a live broadcast, or perhaps deliberately so, Nanny Chen repeated the question from last night. Would you be willing to be with me? I really like you, and I will definitely treat you well. My goodness. Unexpected joy. So, did he confess yesterday? Bossy must have felt some sense of crisis after watching the Night of Burning Stars, ha 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 ha. The climax has arrived. I knew you two had something going on. Wah. This marriage proposal, I agree. Let's move into the bridal chamber. Say yes quickly, Wang. In the game, the hero controlled by Chu Yi-wang flashed and collided with a wall, quickly surrounded by 3 others, bravely sacrificing himself. Chu Yi-wang's heart raced nervously, deafening. The chat was crazily flooding with comments, moving so fast that it was impossible to read clearly. It was only clear that many were meaningless repetitive interjections. Chu Yi-wang took a deep breath and calmed himself for a few seconds. Stuttering, I am willing. The voice was very soft, almost quiet compared to usual. The light and gentle words of the young man floated like feathers onto the heart, causing Nanny Chen's eyes to sparkle with delight and his face to break into an unprecedentedly content smile. After revealing the answer he had kept hidden in his heart, Chu Yi-wang exhaled a long breath. Talk. Why wouldn't they talk? Having finally encountered an alpha who was handsome, gentle, patient, and extremely kind to him, Chu Yi-wang was determined to try the taste of love once. The heat phase ended. Yi Ning rested for several days before gradually recovering. Before this, he spent every day either lying on the bed or curled up on the sofa. Fu Yuqi didn't let him move. When it was mealtime, he fed Yi Ning by hand, always brought water to prevent thirst, and gave him massages regularly. It was as if Fu Yuqi treated Yi Ning like fragile porcelain. Yi Ning felt like he might start molding soon. As soon as he felt better, he immediately proposed going out. Fu Yuqi naturally agreed to whatever he said, readily consenting. At Fu Yuqi's strong insistence, the two of them wore the couple's outfits he had bought previously. They first went to the nearby wetland park for a walk. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing a refreshing coolness. Fu Yuqi and Yi Ning held hands, walking and stopping intermittently. Their state truly resembled that of an old married couple in love for many years, harmonious and happy. After the walk, Fu Yuqi drove Yi Ning to a restaurant for dinner. In recent times, Fu Yuqi had been responsible for every meal, and Yi Ning must have grown tired of the food. Inside a certain 5-star restaurant, Fu Yuqi and Yi Ning sat on the same side of the sofa to order their meals. Since confirming their relationship, during every outing for food, Fu Yuqi always disliked sitting across from Yi Ning. This way, they couldn't touch each other. He much preferred sitting together with Yi Ning, where they could cuddle whenever they wanted and leave him feeling thoroughly relaxed. The dishes were quickly served. Yi Ning bowed his head and ate seriously, occasionally being harassed a bit by the clingy, puppy dog beside him, leaving him helpless but also accustomed to it. From Fu Yuqi's perspective, watching Yi Ning eat was quite pleasing. He ate slowly, taking small bites, and very attentively, his mouth swelling up adorably with a little puff. Every time Fu Yuqi saw Yi Ning obediently eating the food he prepared, he would feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment. He wanted to cook for his beloved forever. "Sweetheart, try this." Fu Yuqi extended the fork loaded with meat toward Yi Ning's mouth. After swallowing what was in his mouth, Yi Ning glanced at it and naturally opened his mouth slightly, chewing the piece of meat. Seeing him eat it, Fu Yuqi pulled his hand back, satisfied. Just then, a strange voice broke in, "Are you Brother Fu?" Chapter 90, Having Dinner. Fu Yuqi and Yi Ning looked up. Fu Yuqi remained in the position where he had been sitting sideways, facing Yi Ning, and glanced at a person nearby. It was an Omega, with a delicate appearance. His face wore a friendly smile as he greeted, "Brother Fu, it's been so long." His tone was natural and fluent. However, Fu Yuqi searched his memory and could not find any relevant information about this individual. With a slight squint of his eyes, he asked, "Who are you?" How dare he call out randomly like that when his boyfriend was sitting right beside him? It was highly confusing. Thinking this, Fu Yuqi quickly took Yi Ning's hand to indicate his stance. The Omega's smile froze for a moment before slightly drooping at the corners of his mouth, sounding, "Wronged, I'm an Njiu. Brother Fu, don't you remember me? We were neighbors when we were kids, and you often took me along to play. Later, my family immigrated overseas and only returned recently. I didn't expect to meet you here, it's such a coincidence." Hearing this, Fu Yuqi retrieved a faint impression from his distant memories. There seemed to be such a neighbor indeed. But there was absolutely no truth to what he claimed about frequently playing together, they merely exchanged greetings if they happened to see each other. Uninterested, Fu Yuqi replied with a casual, "Oh," clearly stating on his face, "We're not familiar, don't involve me." However, Njiu appeared not to understand and continued to smile as he tried to build rapport, meeting his fate. "Why don't we have dinner together? Oh, and by the way, who is this person next to you?" It was as if he couldn't discern their relationship and hesitated to say more. This lack of insight annoyed Fu Yuqi, causing him to frown disapprovingly. "I'm afraid not, we're not close," he flatly refused, "my boyfriend and I are dining right now. You do as you please." Njiu did not expect such a disrespectful response and looked embarrassed. He bit his lip, "Then I'll take my leave. Brother Fu, maybe we can meet again when you're free." He left, leaving Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi looking at each other awkwardly. Yi Ning quietly stared at him without blinking, saying nothing. Yet Fu Yuqi inexplicably felt somewhat guilty. "I don't know him, we're not familiar," he hurried to explain, "I haven't seen him for over 10 years. I've forgotten who he is." Yi Ning slowly opened his mouth, "Yet he called you Brother Fu. And even wanted to have dinner with you." In panic, Fu Yuqi leaned over and kissed him, "He's just shouting blindly. I absolutely and definitely will never have dinner with him. Alpha loyalty, I am a man of principles. The Alpha was skilled in comforting others, of course, I would only dine with baby you. Without you by my side, meals aren't appetizing, it's hard to swallow." Seeing that he intended to keep talking, Yi Ning quickly fed him a piece of meat, "All right, I got it." Instantly, Fu Yuqi's face lit up with joy, happily accepting the feeding from his beloved. Originally, both thought this was just an unexpected small interlude in life. Unexpectedly, that evening, Fu Yuqi received a WeChat friend request. The applicant's note read, "Brother Fu, it's an N." Fu Yuqi was filled with bewilderment. What exactly did this person want? How did he get his WeChat ID anyway, when they weren't close? And why was he relentlessly trying to reach out? It was truly suspicious. Could he be wanting to borrow money? Though Fu Yuchi wasn't short of money, all his wealth was reserved for his wife. He had no intention of lending to someone unfamiliar. So, Fu Yuchi firmly rejected the request. He didn't give it much thought afterward. Yi Ning was almost fully recovered, her energy back. Since that day, the two had nearly stopped streaming for a week. On the day of their return to streaming, under Yi Ning's insistence, the two still broadcasted separately in two different rooms. As soon as the stream started, viewers poured in continuously. Upon seeing the differently toned rooms of the two, dissatisfaction ensued. Why aren't you broadcasting in the same room anymore? Ahahaha, they've separated, how are we supposed to watch your sweetness now? Quickly, let Ning sit on your lap while gaming. Hey, am I here to watch you game? I came to see your cuteness. Well, my heart is broken, you two aren't together today. Broken hearts plastered across the screen, Yi Ning sighed helplessly and softly explained, that time was a special situation. Broadcasting in one room affects your viewing experience. The audience grumbled for a while before letting the matter go. However, they quickly thought of something else. How long have you two been off the stream? A full 7 days. You just stopped broadcasting on a whim, how hateful. What have you been doing? For 7 days. Ning, are you okay? Mom. So spicy. Why did you two provoke Brother Chi back then? It's still our Ning who suffers. Ning is such a pretty and cute omega. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to control myself either. 7 days. Brother Chi must be newly born. You see, all of you people, day in and day out, Chi Lia snorted lightly, it's either spreading rumors about me or cursing at me. It's pure jealousy that I have such a great boyfriend. He grinned with smugness, what can be done? Xiao Ning is my beloved boyfriend, no use for any of you thinking otherwise. Viewers strongly condemned his arrogance, vowing one day to kidnap his wife using a colorful sack. Fu Yuchi ignored them entirely, even controlling the hero in his game to circle around Yi Ning, lighting up love emojis. He showed off their affection ostentatiously. At the same time, in the live streaming room, on the screen, reflected a face devoid of expression. Unjiyu watched helplessly as the sweet interactions between the two streamed live, the shadows under his eyes grew more intense. In secret, he had investigated. That Yi Ning fellow had no family background, just some wild child from the countryside. Someone like that absolutely doesn't deserve Fu Gij, so why can he become Fu Gij's alpha? All it took was that fox-like charming face to ensnare Fu Yuchi, but this charm would eventually wear off. But himself, regarding both family status and appearance, he was the perfect match for Fu Gij. Unjiyu firmly believed this, and thus the anger in his heart calmed slightly. Since Fu Yuchi hadn't agreed to his WeChat friend request, he could only type messages in Chi Lai's live broadcast chat. Brother Fu, this is an. Can I join you for a game? Brother Fu, I also want to play with you. My support is excellent. Even though he had only downloaded the game a few days ago and couldn't fully recognize the heroes yet, that didn't stop him from bluffing. The messages sent disappeared instantly into the rapidly scrolling barrage, completely unnoticed by Fu Yuchi. Unjiyu frowned irritably. Subsequently, he recharged his account and with a flick of his finger, sent several valuable special effect gifts. There were many rich men and women in Fu Yuchi's live stream room. Despite sending numerous expensive gifts, Unjiyu barely made it into the top 10. Thus Unjiyu continued to send, propelling himself all the way to third place on the leaderboard. Chapter 91. Of course, he didn't forget his purpose. After sending gifts, he posted a comment, I want to join you in the game. His account name was N, which was quite obscure. After the previous encounters and the incident of adding friends, Unjiyu also knew that Fu Yuchi currently wasn't paying much attention to him and even seemed slightly distant. If the username was too obvious, the other party might refuse. So he decided to act as a fan first. Being at the top of the gift list would give corresponding bonuses to the comments sent, making them easier to be noticed. The audience in the live streaming room had already become used to the idea of Dry Boss wanting to send gifts and join in on the fun. Upon seeing this, they advised. Hey, there's another boss who wants to join. Unfortunately, Chi Live previously mentioned that he usually plays double rank with Ningbao, so there's no seat available. Boss, just wait, sometimes they bring fans along. Boss, giving gifts to Chi Live is not as effective as giving gifts to Ningbao, who knows, maybe you'll have a chance. Everyone knows that Chi Live has a tougher heart than Ningbao ha. The comments did nothing to comfort Njiyu, instead, they made him grit his teeth. While hating Muning in his heart, he continued to send gifts. After finishing a round of battles, Fu Yuchi looked at the barrage messages lazily and saw a fan whose light card level was relatively low but was continuously sending gifts. Looking at others' comments, he realized it was another viewer who wanted to join the game. This must be a new fan who doesn't know his usual style. Thank An for the gifts, thank you An, he said lazily, however, we usually don't take passengers. We'll pick a lucky fan if there's time. Njiyu angrily bit her lips but stubbornly kept sending gifts. You won't let me in, then I'll keep sending gifts. Fu Yuchi. Who is this guy, so persistent? When this news reached Yi Ning, Hearing the audience's descriptions, Yi Ning thought this person must be a hardcore fan of Chi Live, and he felt a little sorry. So he suggested to Fu Yuchi, let him play with us. Because that person kept sending gifts non-stop, he was annoyed. Hearing what Yi Ning said, Fu Yuchi finally gave in, alright, just one round. The boss, please post your in-game ID. And Jiyu felt even more indignant inside. He had sent so many gifts and posted so many barges, yet he couldn't compete with that one sentence from Yi Ning. Despite the twists and turns, he had finally managed to get on board. And Jiyu suppressed his displeasure, entered the room, turned on the microphone, and tightened his throat, making his voice sound sweeter, Brother Fu Chi. Almost shouting out, what the? Fu Yuchi hastily stopped him, don't call me like that, behave normally. As the other was about to open his mouth, he added, or else I'll kick you out. And Jiyu reluctantly agreed, alright, Chi Lai. Fu Yuchi didn't recognize him as the Omega he met at the restaurant and refused to add as a friend before. He just thought that this boss's behavior was indeed suspicious and weird. Not sure, let's observe further. Entering into the hero selection phase. Seeing himself assigned to the mid-lane position while Fu Yuchi without doubt took the marksman position. He then asked, I don't know how to play mid, I only know support. Can I play support? Yi Ning paused, thinking this person was a little strange, but couldn't pinpoint why. Thinking for 2 seconds, he agreed, alright. Since he was the boss who sent gifts, once he joined, the gaming experience should be ensured, no problem. Fu Yuchi raised an eyebrow, switched on the full team mic, jungler, can you play AD? Can we swap positions? Once his voice was heard, the teammate quickly recognized him, Chi Lai. You're going to jungle? Sure, though puzzled why Chi Lai who was supposed to play AD would suddenly swap positions with him, since the other had spoken up, he immediately agreed without hesitation, then I will go AD. Holy crap, actually queuing with you guys, this round is guaranteed. And Jiyu opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the screen in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that Fu Yuchi would switch positions so decisively. With his hands resting on the phone tightening, having said that he only played support, it was too late to retract the words. He could only harden his resolve and randomly select a support hero. Entering the game, the 5 people walked online and started lining up. And Jiyu softly asked, Chi Lai, can you come down to help catch some enemies later? I am a bit scared. Let's see, Fu Yuchi replied absent-mindedly, if we can't win, just stay low under the tower, don't force it. When speaking to Yi Ning, he had another approach, Little Ning, I'll come mid when we hit level 3. Alright, sure. Yi Ning set up a vision in the grass nearby and controlled the minion wave at a proper position. Upon reaching level 3, the mid-jungle duo smoothly executed and secured the first blood. However, things weren't as smooth down in the bottom lane. The ADC who swapped positions with Chi Lai discovered that this support player was, simply too terrible. Some might even believe he's a Black Iron ranked player. Not only did he not know how to position, but his skills were also being used carelessly. He played Soraka the Enchanted Witch, but his Q skill never hit the target, W and E, shield, were only given to himself, utterly ignoring the survival of the ADC. After the support was killed 3 times within 2 minutes by the enemy team, the fellow teammates finally understood why Chi Lai swapped lanes with him earlier. Even the nation's top ADC would struggle with such a support. He could no longer contain his frustration and turned on the mic to warn, support, have you ever played this hero? Do you know that second, third skills and ultimate can be given to your teammates? Don't bother about me, give them to me instead. Already feeling irritated by Chi Lai's attitude, upon hearing what the ADC said, and Jiyu's anger flared up instantly. He yelled, mind your own business. I will give them to whoever I want. If you hadn't been so incompetent, I wouldn't have died so many times. ADC, 6. The sharp voice suddenly transmitted through the earphones made Fu Yuchi pause for a moment, realizing that this boss had quite the temper. Even during their landing phase, he noticed that the boss's consciousness and operation definitely didn't match his current rank. Being wealthy, he probably leveled up through boosting services. Still, since this was the boss who joined from his live stream room, Fu Yuchi quickly tried to pacify the situation. Boss, it's fine if you cannot handle the fight, just stay low under the tower. I'm coming to help you catch some enemies. He had gone there before but didn't expect both summoner spells of the opponents were still available, they flashed away. Coincidentally, the enemy mid lane went home to restore status. Yi Ning cleared the waves, and both headed towards the bottom lane together. At last, they caught the opposing ADC and support who intended to overextend and kill them under the tower, and secured the finishing blow. Nice, my dear loves to kill. As usual, Fu Yuchi praised his boyfriend casually. This further increased in Jiyu's grievance and resentment. Although he had no grounds to feel upset right now, deep down, he had already considered Fu Yuchi as his private property, an alpha he would eventually conquer. Now hearing him praise another Omega right in front of him, how could he possibly bear it? Angrily puffing up his cheeks, he retorted, all thanks to the mid for stealing my position. Clearly forgetting the matter prior to the game when he had asked for a role change. Chapter 92. Yi Ning hadn't spoken yet, but Fu Yuchi already couldn't sit still. What are you talking about? His tone turned colder, figure it out. You said yourself that you only play support. All these viewers in the live stream can attest to that. This position was generously given to you by Xiao Ning. Unjiyu's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe Fu Yuqi would treat him this way, his chest rising and falling with resentment and anger. He pouted, I was just saying it offhand. Seeing this person's record of 071 and their lack of self-awareness, along with their persistent efforts to pass blame, Fu Yuqi had a headache and just wanted to end the game quickly and kick this strange person out of the room. It was a miscalculation. Had he known the person was abnormal, he absolutely wouldn't have invited him along. Even the audience watching the live stream found it ridiculous. This boss is quite abstract. Not really. I'd like to ask, didn't he say himself that he only plays support? Got the position, then immediately accused others of taking his spot. 66,666. Can't take it anymore. Just watching this is torture. Chi Lai, kick him out. It's tough for the ADC to deal with such a supporter. Good thing Chi Lai had foresight and changed the position. Ha 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 ha. Feels like this boss joining has some feelings towards Chi Lai. Yup, I feel it too. Speechless. These lovers were playing together, and he forced himself in. What a scrub. Can someone at this rank actually perform like this? Feels like he doesn't even understand the hero's skills. Unjiyu didn't see the live stream comments, otherwise, he would probably be even angrier. Feeling irritable and unhappy, his gameplay became worse. In this match, Yi Ning's team essentially played 4 against 6. The mid laner and jungler were doing their best, but unfortunately, the support kept giving away kills, and the opposing ADC performed like a war god, no one could handle him. Ultimately, the match ended with a regretful defeat. During the game, after Fu Yuqi retaliated against Unjiyu shifted targets, blaming either the ADC or the top laner without reflecting on his own issues. Such anomalies were rare for Fu Yuqi, and encountering one made him intolerant. This person was even an employer who got into the live stream session, otherwise, he might have been passive-aggressive enough to make the person mute. Back in the room, Fu Yuqi concisely stated, the game is over. Then he promptly kicked Unjiyu out of the party. Confused, Unjiyu exclaimed. He opened the live stream in confusion and was met with screens full of ridicule. My goodness, so bad. Ha 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 ha. It's not easy you guys managed to last that long. Even Lord of Heaven wouldn't be able to carry this kind of support. Geez, glad he's finally gone. Watching was making me cringe. Are the ADC and top laner turtles? No spray yet? He clearly had ill intentions towards Chi Lai. Dang, knows better and does worse anyway. Unjiyu trembled with anger all over his body. How dare they talk about him like that? Clearly, he and Chi Lai were meant to be together. Still unwilling to give up, he continued sending gifts, wanting to play again with Fu Yuqi. After all, he was rich, a little master spoiled since childhood, always getting whatever he wanted. In his view, there wasn't anything he couldn't get, including alpha players. So, despite everything, he kept gifting to continue playing with Fu Yuqi. Let me join, let me join. I've sent you so many gifts already, can't we play together? Fu Yuqi thought silently, if only your weird tactics weren't so excessive. He pressed his temple and replied, no, I don't feel like dealing with it. Moreover, today I only want to duo sweetly with my treasure. He wasn't stupid. He sensed the abnormal enthusiasm and flattery from the other side. But what baffled him was this guy blind? Can't he tell I have a boyfriend? And he's doing all this meaningless stuff. I'll return the money from your gifts fully after the stream, Fu Yuqi said, don't spam anymore. The moderators should keep an eye out, ban those who need to be banned. Everyone knew who this was directed at. Only Unjiyu himself failed to realize it, feeling displeased and angry at Fu Yuqi's reasoning and rejection, throwing his phone to the side. Then suddenly he remembered, Fu Yuqi had mentioned something before about refunding him the money in full, meaning he would be getting Fu Yuqi's contact details. Thinking about this, he grabbed his phone back, re-energized once more. However, seeing the interactions between the two people on the live stream, he couldn't help but lose his smile completely. Fu Yuqi didn't start a new game right away, instead, he informed the audience, I've got something to do, wait a moment. With that, he stepped away from the camera. Yi Ning wasn't sure what was up, assuming he might need to use the restroom or get a drink, so she waited patiently in her gaming chair. Where's he off to? Bladder emergency? Won't he go find Ning Bao? I bet in 30 seconds, he'll show up in Ning Bao's live stream. Oh, time to bring tea and water again. Sure enough, Fu Yuqi left the room and headed straight for Yi Ning's broadcasting room without hesitation, skillfully opening the door and walking in. Hearing the noise, Yi Ning turned around. Seeing him there, she asked, what's up? I miss you, Fu Yuqi said smoothly, I get uncomfortable whenever I don't see you for a while. Yi Ning tilted her head back slightly to look at him and chuckled, but we're still streaming. Before she could finish, the alpha had already approached, leaning down to kiss those petite and rosy lips. After dating for so long, they had kissed many times in all sorts of positions. Yi Ning had become accustomed to his spontaneous kisses, tilting her face up to cooperate, completely losing herself in the moment. Due to the motion, Fu Yuchi's figure mostly appeared on Yi Ning's live stream, visible to tens of thousands of viewers. Just like I said, he's now appearing in Ning Bao's live stream. I thought something happened but it turns out he just misses his wife, confirmed. Not kidding bro, you two should be tied together already. Wait, they're kissing. Can you stop kissing if we have to watch? Too sweet. Every day stuffed full of this fluff. First got awkwardly hit on by someone clueless, then Qi Lai comes over to flaunt their love with Ning Bao in her room haha. Great. Qi Ning forever locked together. I swallowed the key. Though the camera couldn't capture everything, Yi Ning still felt a pang of embarrassment. She pulled back gently, lightly pushing Fu Yuchi as she teasingly complained, go back quickly. Fu Yuchi lightly pinched Yi Ning's flushed cheeks and smiled smugly, alright. The chat exploded with groans, calling them an annoying couple. In contrast to them, Jiyu outside the screen clutched his phone tightly, seething with hatred. After turning off the stream, Fu Yuchi went downstairs to make Yi Ning some late-night snack. He hadn't eaten much during dinner because he lost his appetite, so he must be hungry now. While Fu Yuchi was in the kitchen, Yi Ning stayed in the living room playing with Shueigao. The warm, soft lighting filled the space, creating a cozy and harmonious atmosphere indoors. Chapter 93. After Fu Yuchi went off-stream, Jiyu couldn't forget what he had said just now. Although he didn't care about the money, whether to return it or not was irrelevant to him. But he was actually looking forward to using this opportunity to get Fu Yuchi's contact information. He waited for a while but did not receive any messages from Fu Yuchi. Jiyu quickly grew restless and sent him several private messages in succession. Are you there? What's your contact information? Didn't you say that during the live stream earlier? You can add me too. My WeChat ID is XXXX. After waiting for a long time, there was still no reply. Every day countless people sent private messages to the platform's backend to reach Fu Yuchi. There was no way he could go through all of them. Jiyu did not know that sending messages like this would only cause his message to disappear without a trace. He only knew that after waiting for an entire night, he still hadn't received a response from the other party. Anger surged within him, and his resentment towards Yi Ning piled up to its extreme. He felt that it was necessary to give Yi Ning a lesson, otherwise, that Omega would never know his own place and keep with Fu Yuchi. With this in mind, Jiyu dialed a certain number. Fu Yuchi had no idea that he was on someone's mind. After going off-stream, he was busy with his own Omega, loving each other deeply, naturally forgetting all about Jiyu. The next day, he remembered and then contacted the company, informing them about yesterday's amazing audience members account, asking the staff to fully refund the money spent on gifts. Since the company of the live streaming platform belonged to him, there was no need to privately exchange contact details, thus avoiding unnecessary disputes. Jiyu kept waiting for a reply from Fu Yuchi but ended up receiving a refund from the platform instead. Realizing that the other party truly did not wish to have any connection with him, he nearly exploded in anger. Immediately, he called his mother to sob and complain. A few days later, when Fu Yuchi was chatting with his mother who was far away abroad, she asked him, "Son, since you already have a boyfriend, be good to him. So why are you provoking other Omegas?" Fu Yuchi was confused, what other Omega? Mom, you can't just make up things like that. My love for my baby Ning comes from the heart. There will be only one person like him in my lifetime. Is that so? Mrs. Gu frowned. She trusted her son's character, but this matter was still a bit suspicious. Previously, an old neighbor we haven't contacted for hundreds of years suddenly called me. He said his son has a deep affection for you and hopes I can mediate between you two. Did you tell him I'm in a relationship? I did, Mrs. Gu blinked, but they said since you're not married, anything is possible. They proceeded to shower praise on their son, saying how well matched he is with us. It seemed like you were their only choice. Fu Yuchi was shocked, what's wrong with them? Then, he immediately turned around and said to Yi Ning, who was playing with the cat at a distance, honey, let's get married tomorrow. Yi Ning, ? It's fine, I've refused on your behalf, Mrs. Gu smiled and said, I just thought it was quite interesting, so I wanted to share it with you. My son is as popular as before your father is calling me, gotta go. Upon finishing speaking, she hung up without giving Fu Yuchi a chance to respond. Fu Yuchi clicked his tongue and looked at his phone, feeling deeply disdainful of Mrs. Gu's perverse humor. However, this reminded him of something. That night, as he cuddled Yi Ning in his arms and kissed him gently to comfort him, Fu Yuchi brought up the matter, honey, when should we get married? Leaning against his chest, Yi Ning was almost asleep when he heard this and asked curiously, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seemed a bit too fast. I don't feel secure, Fu Yuchi said in a pitiful tone, Xiao Ning is too outstanding. When we walk on the street, everyone secretly looks at you. What if you get taken by another alpha? Yi Ning felt that this line was supposed to be said by him. He suddenly remembered something. He slowly opened his mouth, do you remember that boss from row 3 we met a few days ago? Haven't you ever heard his voice somewhere before? Fu Yuchi was startled, not understanding how the topic suddenly jumped to this. After pondering for a moment, he answered seriously, the 0 to 11. I didn't notice. Could it be that he was on the bus earlier? No, Yi Ning moved a bit and adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. We encountered him during our last meal. Seems like his name is Unjiu. Ah, Fu Yuqi was startled. Is it him? Yi Ning looked up at him. It's him. Thinking about that person's actions and the strange phone call from Ms. Gu in the morning, everything seemed to connect logically. Fu Yuqi's expression turned slightly awkward. Yi Ning continued, he likes you, and it's very obvious. He had never brought this topic up with Fu Yu before since Fu Yuqi's attitude was clear. He firmly rejected any interaction and avoided abnormal contact with that person. Now, since Fu Yuqi brought it up, Yi Ning naturally had something to say about it. It's you who has many admirers, yet you shift the blame. Yi Ning pouted and gave a light humph. Instantly, Fu Yuqi broke into a sweat, realizing he had dug his own grave. He hurriedly explained, I don't even know him. We're not familiar at all, really not familiar. I promise in the future there won't be the slightest connection between us. My love, I adore you the most. I only love my little Ning baby. As he spoke, he acted affectionately, trying to kiss Yi Ning's lips while his hands wandered improperly over Omega's slender waist. Yi Ning felt ticklish and pushed him away. A fiery passion flared within Fu Yuqi as he flipped over onto Yi Ning, his voice husky, baby, one more time. Yi Ning groaned inwardly. The next day, predictably, they slept until mid-morning. Sitting up, Yi Ning rubbed his sore back and got out of bed to wash up. While waiting for breakfast, he checked his phone as usual. He found several messages from Chu Yi Wang whom he hadn't contacted for days. Holy crap, little lemon, which villain is trying to harm you? Ah, someone's bashing you on social media. Did you piss off anyone recently? There are so many internet trolls spreading nonsense. Baffled, Yi Ning wondered what had happened. He replied to Chu Yi Wang, what do you mean? I'm just checking my phone now. The reply came quickly, it's hard to explain in a few words, check your Weibo. Confused, Yi Ning went back to the home screen and opened Weibo. He noticed an enormous amount of messages piling up in his account notifications. Mentions, comments, and likes were all at 99+, and private messages kept popping up incessantly. After a quick look, he discovered what had everyone puzzled. Are these things true? And amp, link, lemon, is this thing mentioned in this Weibo actually done by you? What's the truth? If it's fake, you must clarify it immediately. Yi Ning took a deep breath and clicked the link out of both confusion and curiosity. Chapter 94, Slander. There was a blogger who wrote a long blog post accusing Yi Ning of various, disgusting deeds he had allegedly committed in the past. This unknown blogger confidently claimed to have uncovered incriminating information about Yi Ning's past and even listed them point by point. Firstly, it was said that he gained popularity by riding on others' fame and feuding with other streamers, as well as disrupting game balance, for instance deliberately acting or stubbornly refusing to admit mistakes. He loved directing his own drama and luring fans. For example, the incident where a stranger broke into his house last time was actually staged for marketing purposes. Secondly, it mentioned that he hired proxy players. Mu Ning was originally terrible at gaming but became better due to practicing with Chi Lai after their rankings. Then came the claim of him using improper means to seduce senior executives of Haimeo live streaming company, which was why his live streams often appeared prominently on O&M sections. His invitation to official events was attributed to winning over the powerful executives. Lastly, it accused him of using cunning schemes to make Chi Lai fall deeply in love with him, while secretly maintaining relations with executives of Haimeo live streaming company, possibly involving inappropriate transactions. Poor Chi Lai remained oblivious, being cheated all along. Besides the text, this blogger also posted over a dozen pictures, most of which were chat records. After spending a few minutes reading through the entire Weibo post, Yi Ning felt speechless and shocked. While the first accusation had some truth to it, it was vastly exaggerated, the rest were completely baseless. As for those executives of Haimeo live streaming company, he didn't even know them. And the chat records presented in the blog, the majority of them were fabricated. Yi Ning clearly knew they were not made by him. The comments section was already in utter chaos. Is it true or not? Blogger, I advise you to be careful and not spread rumors. Your Weibo post has been forwarded more than 500 times. Just rumor mongering. These images are merely some chat records and blurred pictures that can't identify anyone. Can these serve as evidence? It's obviously fake. Ling Bao is already together with Chi Lai, how could he still seek sponsorship from others? So certain brain-dead fans really have no brains, just like Chi Lai who was deceived by his act. Pretends to be good on the surface, yet behaves worse behind the scenes, right? I thought Mu Ning wasn't a good person from the start, very skilled at pretending. So disgusting, should someone like this even be allowed to stream? Block him immediately. I bear witness, what the blogger says is mostly true. A long time ago, I accidentally entered his live stream and found him to be nothing more than an easily angered young man who pretends now. My goodness. Isn't Chi Lai still unaware of all this? At Chi Lai run quickly. Many fans expressed their trust in Mu Ning, thinking the blogger was definitely making false accusations. But there were also people, either black fans or trolls, jumping around constantly, insisting that Mu Ning was exactly as described in the blog post, hurling continuous insults. Yi Ning suddenly felt as if he had returned to the situation when he first came to this world, everyone denouncing him, but even worse. Scrolling through the real-time interface, fabricated lies and excessively abusive comments flashed before his eyes, crashing onto his heart like broken stones. His body froze, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. He couldn't tell whether it was from grievance or anger. It's not like this, not at all. He urgently wanted to refute and explain himself, but so many people misunderstood him, cursed him, leaving him completely at a loss for how to respond. Yi Ning took a deep breath to calm himself down, then immediately sent a private message to the blogger who defamed him. Your Weibo post published early this morning severely distorts the facts, fabricates lies, and spreads them widely, causing serious harm to my reputation. Please delete the Weibo post and clarify with an apology immediately. After waiting 2 minutes, Yi Ning received a reply from the other side, are you dumb? Furrowing his eyebrows, Yi Ning couldn't figure out why this person would slander him in such a manner. He didn't even know this person, so they shouldn't have had any conflicts. When he clicked into his profile, Yi Ning realized that this person was a marketing account specializing in the gaming circle. Realizing that polite persuasion wouldn't work, Yi Ning reposted the Weibo post, telling everyone that the things described were entirely fabricated, the chat records fake, and warned the original blogger. Once the Weibo post was released, many comments soon popped up. The nature of humanity is curiosity. People were already paying attention to this matter, and now seeing the main party respond, they all rushed forward eagerly. Responded. The accounts differ. Believe in you, Ling Bao. Sue him. I'm so angry. Such obvious framing and there are still people who believe it. How dumb can you be? Waiting for further developments. Looking forward to the truth. Has anyone noticed that Qilai hasn't made any comments yet? Did he discover the truth and get mad? If it's fabricated, where are the proofs? Who has the time to falsely accuse you like this when you've done so many disgusting things yourself? There are no secrets that can be kept forever. Flies don't bite eggs. The net of heaven has wide meshes, but it lets nothing through. Let's see who's lying between the blogger and Mu Ning, ha ha ha. What a great show, I will just observe first. At this moment, Fu Yuqi had also finished preparing lunch and called Yi Ning to eat. Yi Ning came back to his senses and saw Fu Yuqi acting as usual, which meant he must have not looked at his phone after waking up and didn't know what happened online. Sighing in his heart, Yi Ning decided to tell him after the meal, otherwise, with Fu Yuqi's personality, they wouldn't be able to enjoy the meal. Fu Yuqi walked over a few steps and held Yi Ning's hand. Seeing that Omega's face wasn't looking good, he asked gently, is there any other place where baby feels unwell? He reflected on himself readily, I was wrong, I'll definitely change next time. Yi Ning rolled her eyes, this person always said that, but in reality, he never reined himself in. Last night, Fu Yuqi had been keeping Yi Ning busy until midnight, causing both of them to wake up very late today and even skip breakfast. Seeing Yi Ning's gloomy expression, Fu Yuqi naturally thought that it was because he'd gone too far last night and hadn't considered anything else. Both of them ate their meals while deep in thought. Yi Ning's mood, influenced by the previous incident, was rather low. Now, after eating such a delicious meal, she felt a bit better. After a while, the phone rang. Fu Yuqi then got up and retrieved his phone, which he had left in some corner, and answered the call. It was an assistant, Sun He. After the whole night and morning, the situation had escalated online, damaging Yi Ning's reputation and affecting the company as well. Only now did Fu Yuqi learn about this big event that occurred while he was away from his phone. After hanging up, he opened Weibo and clicked into a certain topic. His expression grew increasingly somber. Intense anger surged within him, casting a frightening shadow over the alpha's eyes. Shit, which death-seeking bastard did this? Chapter 95, Reversal. Fu Yuqi had a preliminary understanding of what happened. He returned to the homepage and dialed the phone number. He asked Sun He to contact the PR department, coordinating with the legal team, arranging for someone to collect evidence, preserving all the evidence posted by that blogger who had insulted Yi Ning. The so-called chat records were to be sent for evaluation to determine if they were photoshopped or fabricated. It was imperative to gather evidence as quickly as possible and post a clarification statement. While Fu Yuqi was on the phone, Yi Ning guessed that he already knew. As Fu Yuqi approached, Yi Ning took a few steps forward, pulling him into an embrace. Why didn't you tell me just now? Fu Yuqi said softly, you suffered so much, why didn't you tell your boyfriend? Yi Ning whispered in explanation, I originally planned to tell you after we finished eating, otherwise, you wouldn't have eaten properly. Fu Yuqi felt both angry and heartbroken, pinching Yi Ning's face gently but firmly, eating is not as important as you are. Then he kissed Omega's forehead and promised, don't worry, I'm here. No one who bullied you will get away. Just earlier, Yi Ning hadn't felt too bad, but now with Fu Yuqi saying this, he suddenly felt his increase manifold, almost overwhelming his heart. He abruptly threw himself into Fu Yuqi's arms, tightly hugging the alpha's slim waist, resting his face against the warm chest, and only then did he feel slightly better. Fu Yuqi held him back tightly, seeing how upset Yi Ning was, nearly breaking his own heart. During the period when the company was gathering evidence, Fu Yuqi wasn't idle. He logged into his Weibo account. He reposted that blogger's Weibo post and commented, "Which sewer did these maggots crawl out of? They're even barking like dogs. Spreading rumors about my father now, do you expect a light in the toilet?" Upon seeing that the other protagonist of the incident had responded, whether it be fans or bystanders alike became excited, commenting profusely. His comment section was a bit more positive, with most indicating that they believed him. However, some questioning voices did not go unaddressed by Fuyuchi. Why respond now? What were you doing before? Very suspicious. Reply, sleeping, cooking. Now I have a partner, who would want to be glued to their phone all day. Are you being scammed? Reply, even if I am, I don't mind. After he kept using this situation to gain attention, you still stayed with him, so annoying. Reply, if I'm using him, then let me use him and no complaints. Wake up. He has been fooling around with the boss of Hangmeow live streaming and you're still siding with him. Reply, what boss? Am I that old? These words shocked the audience. Not long after, the official Weibo account of Hangmeow live streaming released a message. They sent lawyer warning letters to the blogger and several extremely aggressive netizens, stating that the boss of their company, Fuyuchi, and Mu Ning were not improperly related, but instead were genuinely and sincerely in love. Fuyuchi reposted this Weibo post, briefly adding, 1. The entire audience was astonished, Chi Lai was actually the big boss of the company. Not long after, the company's official blog followed up with a clear and concise clarification post, evidence irrefutable. No one expected that the blogger would so quickly delete his post, apologize, revealing that there was someone behind the scenes paying him to do this. This person had also hired many bots to attack Mu Ning, posting the evidence. This dramatic twist came quickly and fiercely. Fans were ecstatic, bystanders cheered for the drama. What has our Ning Bao done wrong? Every time something like this happens. Goodness, I feel heartbroken for Ning Bao, woo-woo. I've always thought this is fake, can't be any faker. When I saw Ghostwriter, I laughed. Our Mu Ning always keeps her camera on. Chi Lai, you little guy hide deep inside. Mu Ning is definitely having relations with a high-level company figure, with the big boss. Those who cursed should come out and apologize. Woo-woo, are we part of your little couple's game? Who? Who dares to defame our Ning baby? Unsurprisingly Chi Lai haha, daily insults. Eating and cooking. Those who know understand. Chi Lai, you must have been hard on your wife last night. No surprise, every 2 to 3 days you ghost the fans. It turns out your main business isn't even live streaming anymore, woo-woo. Nothing else to say, may Chi Ning stay sweet forever. The blogger revealed the mastermind behind it all. In fact, even if he hadn't spoken, Fuyuchi could have found out very quickly. That person was none other than Enjiu, who had been causing trouble recently. Fuyuchi was at his wit's end, unsure what this person's ultimate intention was. Having grown up as a young master in a wealthy and noble household, he was always well provided for and never lacked anything. Yet, he still did something like this. Initially, Fuyuchi only felt annoyed with him, but now, he genuinely felt disgust. No matter who he was, he had done the deed and thus should bear the consequences. With irrefutable evidence in hand, they decisively filed a report. Enjiu likely didn't expect that not only did he fail to incriminate Yining, making everyone dislike him, but he also outsmarted himself by getting into jail trouble. The farce ended, and eventually, whether it be fans or curious bystanders, all showered Chi Lai and Mu Ning with blessings. Countless new fans joined, and the following day during the live broadcast, the number of people in the live room skyrocketed, reaching yet another peak. On the day Yining was slandered online, Chu Yiwen, as his good friend, immediately sent out a Weibo post expressing belief in him. These were absolutely not the kinds of things Mu Ning would do. Not only did he send his own post, but he also called for Nanny Chen to post together, even though the latter's personal account had fewer than 10 followers. That day, Chu Yiwen was just about to go out for dinner with Nanny Chen when he saw this shameless blog post in the car, causing him to widen his eyes in anger. How dare they? Who is this person spewing nonsense? After venting his frustration for a moment, he turned his gaze to Nanny Chen driving beside him. You should post too. What's going on? Chu Yiwen explained hurriedly. Although Nanny Chen wasn't completely clear, from Chu Yiwen's words, it seemed like they needed to use a Weibo account to post something, so he told him, my phone's in my pocket. This was his way of letting Chu Yiwen take it himself. So, Chu Yiwen leaned over, stretching his hand, in your trouser pocket. The Omega's soft hand touched Nanny Chen's skin through a thin layer of fabric, sending a subtle electric shock-like sensation coursing through his body, instantly stirring him. He let out an almost imperceptible hiss. But Chu Yiwen heard it anyway. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Surely he hadn't hurt him. He didn't press hard at all. It's fine, Nanny Chen said helplessly. Did you get it? Got it. Chu Yiwen took the phone from his pocket, and Nanny Chen's deep, raspy voice came, keep touching, and I'll get hard. Chu Yiwen. His speech was stammered. Why you're talking nonsense. I didn't touch anywhere inappropriate. You're so close, of course I'd feel it. Even though his tone was calm and collected, Nanny Chen's words caused Chu Yiwen's cheeks to flush red with a pounding heart. Chapter 96, Living Together. They had just arrived at their destination when Nanny Chen parked the car. Leaning forward, he lightly lifted Chu Yi-Wang's chin with his fingertips. As Chu gazed at him in confusion, Nan leaned closer and kissed his lips. The sound of a kiss echoed through the cramped space, making one's face flush red with anticipation. After a long while, Nanny Chen finally pulled away, his clear eyes brimming with satisfaction. Chu Yi-Wang was left breathless, his cheeks crimson, and it took him a moment to regain his senses. Breathing heavily, he scolded, "Freak." Nanny Chen chuckled softly, filled with affection. Being looked at like that by him, Chu Yi-Wang instantly lost all anger. Later, during a chat, Nanny Chen brought up, "We see each other so rarely now. When are you willing to move in with me?" He had asked Chu Yi-Wang this question before, but at that time they had just confirmed their relationship. Chu Yi-Wang thought it was moving too fast and unnecessary, so he didn't agree then. "Not that few," Chu Yi-Wang said, "you come find me every day right now. And we duo Q together every night." While playing with his hand, Nanny Chen mused endlessly on how to pinch him, and then remarked, "Your friend and Fu Yuqi have been living together for a long time. They can be intimate anytime they want, unlike us." The deep voice of the alpha sounded tinged with a little pique. Chu Yi-Wang thought, yeah, to be honest, he also wanted to be sweetly close and sticky with the boyfriend he'd found after much difficulty. In the end, they decided to live together. The next day after Chu Yi-Wang agreed, the two moved into their new home. It wasn't a very large single-family villa, but the decoration style was the simple and warm type that Chu Yi-Wang liked. Moving house all day long, Chu Yi-Wang was utterly exhausted, and as soon as his head hit the pillow that night, he fell asleep immediately. There wasn't even time for the awkwardness and tension of sleeping in the same bed with Nanny Chen for the first time. When Nanny Chen came out after taking a shower, he saw the peaceful sleeping face of the young man buried under the quilt, and an indescribable sense of fulfillment rose in his heart. Lying down, he could feel the body temperature and breathing of the other person clearly and tangibly. He turned sideways to look at Chu Yi-Wang, unable to stop looking at him. After hesitating for a few seconds in his mind, he cautiously approached, extended a long arm, pulled the person into his embrace, and only then did he close his eyes peacefully. After moving, they rested for a few more days, and the rebroadcast happened 4 days later. Viewers noticed the unfamiliar background behind the youth in the camera and started asking questions. "Where are you, Wang Wang? On vacation? That's why you haven't broadcast for days. Did you move? I heard Wang Wang mention it before. Boss. Are you two living together?" "Living together. We, the Yi-Wang shippers, need some dog food too. It is a move." Chu Yi-Wang adjusted the webcam while answering the viewers' questions. "Now I'm living with EE." As soon as these words were out, the chat erupted. "OMG. E-Boss has such good fortune. Good, well done. 10 boxes a night. Actually living together. So when will E-Boss show his face? Requesting face reveal +1. Just at that moment, Nanny Chen entered the room with fruit in his hands. Chu Yi-Wang turned his head to look at him. They want to see your face." The alpha approached, ruffled Chu Yi-Wang's soft curly hair, and sat on the matching gaming chair beside him. The webcam captured only Chu Yi-Wang alone, but Nanny Chen glanced at the computer screen and indeed saw a barrage of requests for him to show his face there. Nanny Chen still remembered the time when the audience suspected he wasn't as handsome as Duan Xian, implying that he might not match Wang Wang's looks. He wasn't the type who liked showing off in front of the public. But appearing on screen with Wang Wang, he was willing. Having received his confirmation, Chu Yi-Wang shifted aside a bit and dragged the alpha's gaming chair closer to himself. Their faces appeared on the screen simultaneously. "Holy cow, he's really handsome. Okay, not disappointed. Boss, he sure does look good. Perfect pair, OMG. I command you two to get married now. Fellow shippers understand this joy. 2 high aesthetic ships confirmed is heaven. I told you he's handsome." Seeing the consistent stream of compliments and blessings in the chat, Chu Yi-Wang grinned happily, his eyebrows curving warmly. It had been nearly half a month since Yi Ning was maliciously defamed. Life went on as usual, with the two of them streaming at night and sometimes Fu Yuqi going to the company to handle work during the day while Yi Ning stayed at home editing videos. Every once in a while, Fu Yuqi would send a message asking what Yi Ning was doing at home, never letting more than half an hour pass without checking in. Of course, Yi Ning always replied patiently. When Fu learned that he had been editing for long periods, Fu pretended to be stern and ordered him to rest, immediately calling on video chat. Although Yi Ning could earn much more money from his nighttime streams, there wasn't much to do during the day anyway, so it was convenient to pass the time. He personally didn't think anything of it and didn't find it tiring. Yi Ning thought Fu was overreacting, so when the call came, he simply placed the phone on the desk with the camera pointed toward the ceiling in an almost dismissive yet affectionate manner. "It's not exhausting. I've only been editing for an hour today. It was usually at least 3 hours. Baby, staring at the computer screen for too long is bad for your eyes," Fu disapproved, frowning slightly. "Who are you editing for? Is it urgent? Don't take any more orders from him. I'll refund you 3 times the amount." As Yining looked at the familiar live stream clips on his computer screen, he felt somewhat guilty. It's for you. After pausing for a moment, he continued, more specifically, it's for both of us. Fuyuchi was taken aback. Ah. Yining set down the mouse and picked up the phone, his handsome, delicate face appearing on the screen. Smiling, his eyes carried a hidden mischievous glint. Let me tell you a secret. He leaned closer to the phone and whispered confidentially, I'm Little Yi. Fuyuchi immediately sat upright. Really? Yes. Isn't Little Yi one of my fans? Fuyuchi was still quite surprised. This fan had started providing him with videos long ago, all of which were high quality, frequent, and completely free, even refusing payment. According to Sun He, this Little Yi must have been a long-time loyal fan. The Omega teenager on the phone screen smiled brightly. Am I not one of your fans? Fuyuchi remembered the early days when they weren't close yet, and Yining followed him into the live stream room, creating a small stir among the audience back then. So was it during that time that Yining fell for him? At this thought, Fuyuchi's heart blossomed with happiness, unable to hold back his grin. Darling, give me a kiss. He moved his lips toward the screen as if he wanted to fly back to see Yining right now. Yining also leaned forward slightly for a virtual kiss but quickly pulled back, feeling shy. Alright, go back to work. Why are you slacking off so much? Fuyuchi showered him with sweet words effortlessly. Love you to death, darling. You're just so good. Love you. I want to cuddle and sleep with you right now. Blushing, Yining hung up the call. If he kept listening, he really feared that Fuyuchi would say something even more inappropriate. Chapter 97, The Ending. That evening, the two of them went out for dinner. After returning home and changing clothes, Fuyuchi had a sudden whim and rushed off with Yining. After finishing their meal, they held hands and took a walk through the night market. Having stayed cooped up at home for quite some time, occasionally stepping out for a stroll was an enjoyable experience. The weather was turning cooler. However, in the bustling night market filled with lively chatter, the warmth from the crowd spread everywhere. Street food of all kinds could be seen everywhere, dazzling to the eyes. Although Yining was already full just before this, the sight of so many unfamiliar snacks he hadn't tasted yet attracted his undivided attention. I want that one. The Omega squeezed Fuyuchi's large hand and said, let's go buy it. Fuyuchi followed his gaze. Buy. He'd even buy the whole stall if needed. This small stall had decent business, the tables set up in front were already fully occupied. Thus, after grabbing the food, Yining walked forward with Fuyuchi to find a slightly less crowded spot. Smelling the aroma wafting from the food in his hands, Yining couldn't wait to take a bite after making sure no one nearby was paying much attention. Once he let down his mask, he quickly popped the food into his mouth. As expected, it was fragrant and incredibly delicious. Satisfied, Yining closed his eyes blissfully. Meanwhile, Fuyuchi looked down affectionately at the small Omega and gently wiped his mouth with a tissue. Yining didn't forget him either and offered the next bite to Fuyuchi. Seeing Fuyuchi happily consume it without hesitation, Yining looked expectantly. Is it good? Delicious, how can it not be when served by my precious hands? The two of them continued sharing bites until they finished the entire portion. It was rather late now, and they wouldn't make it back in time for their live stream, so naturally, the audience and fans were ignored for another day. Upon posting the update, comments came pouring in rapidly, causing an uproar below. Another miss. Another miss. What can we do? Even though Chiya is a major tycoon, I'm already grateful he continues streaming. Afraid he might disappear someday. Did you two go on another date? Streaming outdoors would have been fun too. These days, our only hope is watching your live streams, but look what you did. Huh, weren't you guys at XX Night Market? My friend mentioned seeing you there. True, at XX Night Market. I didn't dare approach, but I secretly snapped a photo from behind. They're eating something. Ningbao feeding Chiya, what great luck. I'm dying here. So sweet. Please, Chining couple forever, loving each other till eternity. Every day spent together by the two was fulfilling. Time flew by, bringing them quickly to the end of December. Fuyuchi suggested taking Yining back to the main house to meet the family. His parents resided overseas for most of the year, hearing that Fuyuchi, who had shown little interest in Omegas or traditional relationships for so long, had actually found someone they would surely want to see. Especially since Fuyuchi mentioned marriage was on the table as well. When Fuyuchi told Yining about this matter, Yining felt very nervous inside. Though they had dated for a while, with stable feelings, they had indeed reached the point of meeting the parents. Yet he still couldn't help worrying, would Fuyuchi's parents dislike him? After all, he was alone in the world with no family to speak of, while theirs was one of S-City's prestigious wealthy families. Perceiving his concerns, Fuyuchi repeatedly assured him patiently, my parents will love you. They were overjoyed after looking at your photos, saying that being with you was my fortune of lifetimes combined. Don't worry. My mom regularly watches our live streams and has followed you for a long time. She's your hardcore fan. She sends me messages every now and then, praising you endlessly. He even pulled out his chat records with Ms. Gu for Yining to see, which proved truthful. Yining could tell from her casual tone that she genuinely had positive feelings toward him. Relieved somewhat, Yi Ning was still inevitably anxious on the day of the meeting. The two carefully selected gifts and arrived at the Fu residence on time. Before coming, Fu Yuqi had already informed Yi Ning that there were 4 people living at home: mom, dad, elder brother, and sister-in-law. Everyone greeted them warmly with smiles, especially Ms. Gu, who kept her smile plastered firmly upon seeing Yi Ning. Ning Ning has arrived. Ms. Gu casually brushed aside her stepson and warmly welcomed Yi Ning. I've finally met you, come in quickly. Ning Ning is much more beautiful in person, 10,000 times better than in photos. Wow, Yuqi really hit the jackpot. Yi Ning shyly smiled, auntie, hello. Then he greeted them one by one, uncle, brothers, hello. Hello. Fu Yuqi's mother was a female Omega, an undeniably bright and beautiful big beauty. His father and brother had similar personalities, mature and steady, not prone to smiling much, but their amiability could be easily felt. His sister-in-law, Chen Yao, was also an Omega, gentle and elegant with a striking appearance. From the moment Yi Ning saw them, he truly felt that their friendliness toward him was heartfelt. He was somewhat pleasantly surprised, but more so happy to be accepted. Compared to Yi Ning's popularity, Fu Yuqi standing beside only receiving eye contact seemed less favored. Looking at Ms. Gu, who enthusiastically chatted with Yi Ning, he complained in a resentful tone, Mom, I just got back, how did you kidnap my wife? Ms. Gu rolled her eyes at him, Ning Ning must be annoyed by your constant, go play somewhere else and don't disturb our chat. Yi Ning obediently stood next to her, saying nothing, then blinked at Fu Yuqi. Apparently, they were already united against him. Fu Yuqi. Alright. He wasn't really upset, recognizing it was wise to step aside. The atmosphere in the Fu family was great. Interacting with them, Yi Ning didn't feel any discomfort or sense of alienation. In fact, he could also guess that a family able to nurture someone as good as Fu Yuqi would certainly have a harmonious environment. Today was the last day of December. After eating, the whole family sat together watching the New Year's Eve concert, chatting as they watched, harmoniously lively. It was getting close to midnight. Fu Yuqi called out, let's have some alone time. Then, he pulled Yi Ning to the rooftop. His family's rooftop was a beautifully decorated garden carefully adorned. Many flowers Yi Ning couldn't name, all colors, bloomed competitively, each displaying its unique brilliance. As Yi Ning looked around curiously, his hand suddenly being lightly pulled caught his attention. He turned to look and found Fu Yuqi slightly bending down, his gaze burning hotly onto him. Little Ning, Happy New Year. As his words ended, a cluster of fireworks suddenly shot up into the night sky, bursting into glorious displays in the originally tranquil night, like scattered ribbons of light, forming magnificent colorful fringes that illuminated along with the flowers in the entire garden. An extremely romantic, awe-inspiring sight. Yi Ning's heart couldn't help but race, beat after beat, as loud as the fireworks. He felt a little moisture building up in his eyes, responding dazedly after a long pause, Brother Qi, Happy New Year. Fu Yuqi suddenly leaned in closer, forehead touching Yi Ning's, his tall nose pressing onto Yi Ning's small nose tip, looking into his reddened eyes, softly murmuring, what a great day it is, darling, why are you crying? Yi Ning blinked, I'm too happy. Thinking about something, he tugged at Fu Yuqi's sleeve, let's make New Year's wishes. Both raising their heads to look at the fireworks, their eyes reflecting piece after piece of brilliance. After a moment of silence, Yi Ning turned his eyes towards Fu Yuqi. Before he could say anything, Fu Yuqi very voluntarily stated, my wish is for my little Ning to be healthy, safe, happy forever, and, quickly marry me. His eyes were dead serious, making Yi Ning's gradually calmed heartbeat accelerate again. Marry, he softly said, when Fu Yuqi doubted what he just said and looked confused, he repeated again, this time clearer, let's get married. This time, despite the sound of the fireworks covering, Fu Yuqi heard it clearly. The happiness and excitement swelled rapidly inside his heart, countless words eventually transformed into impulsiveness. Fu Yuqi lowered his head, kissing Yi Ning's lips, fierce yet tender, his overwhelming affection almost tangible. Against the backdrop of clusters of fireworks and flowers, under the night sky, the entwined silhouettes were graceful and loving. Together, they moved through time into the new year. They would surely walk hand in hand year after year from now on. Chapter 98 Epilogue. Not long after, Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi got married. The wedding wasn't a grand, overwhelming event packed with people, but it was still quite magnificent, complete with everything that mattered. The venue was beautifully decorated. Fu Yuqi had been fully involved in the planning of their wedding, and the result exceeded expectations. Their relatives and friends praised him for his good taste. Most importantly, there was Yi Ning. Seeing the surprise and satisfaction in Yi Ning's eyes, Fu Yuqi instantly felt that the busy, tiring, and anxiety-ridden days leading up to this were all worth it. Dressed in black and white suits respectively, both looked exceptionally handsome, drawing attention wherever they stood, let alone at their own wedding. Amid cheers and blessings, they completed the wedding ceremony. Their lips touched slightly as pheromones intertwined faintly, prompting louder cheers from the audience. Yi Ning realized that they were truly married now. From now on, they would spend their entire lives together. Of course, such a wonderful day could not be without their fans. After selecting photos taken by the photographer, the couple posted them on Weibo along with captions, arranged in 9 square grids. In no time, the hashtag #Chilaimuning wedding, surged and made it to the trending list. Blessings came flooding in. Heaven. Too perfect. Ah, you two are locked forever. Who understands? Friends, watching my favorite pair go from an accidental game match to marriage, is there anything better than this? Just look at these faces, perfection. Wow, I hope you guys live happily ever after. I'm crying. Why didn't you broadcast the wedding live? When can I finally see your kisses with my own eyes? Hurry and start streaming. I need to pay back my wedding contribution. Not long after, 5 of them gathered for a small get-together: Yi Ning, Fu Yuqi, Chu Yi-wang, Nanny Chen, and an additional singleton, Chen Su. Looking at the pairs of friends around him, he lamented painfully, this cannot be. It's not true. How do you all already have partners? Fu Yuqi and Nanny Chen gave him a perfectly synchronized glance before turning their attention quickly back to whether their respective loves were eating well enough. Chen Su slumped helplessly in his chair, his heart aching so much that he felt like bleeding. His flag set so decisively before, that he'd find love first among their trio, had now cruelly slapped him in the face. Fuming inwardly, Chen Su thought, no way. Starting today, I must speed up my actions, aiming to secure a partner this month, and even marry before Nanny Chen and others do. Even though it was just 5 of them having dinner, he felt as if he was the only clown present. After getting married, Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi asked for a long vacation from their audiences and fans and happily went off for their honeymoon. They started within China, actually without doing too much advanced planning, going where they wished and leaving when they tired of one place for another. It was all about spontaneity. Holding hands under misty rain in tranquil ancient towns, feeling the waves caress their feet on golden sandy beaches, diving beneath the ocean to dance alongside amazing sea creatures, scaling mountains to overlook spectacular cloud-covered vistas. Once they felt they had explored enough domestically, they rested for a while and then set out abroad. Neither of them was particularly passionate about traveling, but visiting each place together imbued their journey with significance, carving irreplaceable memories into their minds. Waking up after a night's sleep, Yi Ning and Fu Yuqi emerged from their tent, gazing toward the horizon. Above the night sky, emerald green lights hung suspended, sometimes flowing like water, other times undulating like waves, mysterious and romantic, endlessly fascinating. So beautiful, Yi Ning widened her eyes. It looks like ribbons. Having seen auroras only on screens before, being here to witness them firsthand brought a sense of awe that no image could replicate. Fu Yuqi pulled her into his arms, hugging her close. Do you like it, dear? We'll come often in the future. Yi Ning chuckled, that's extravagant, but seeing something beautiful once leaves a lasting impression. Fu Yuqi shrugged casually, I don't care. You want to do anything, we'll figure it out, even if it means going to the Milky Way. Yi Ning nestled deeper into his embrace, smiling silently. Time passed quietly. The dazzling aurora still floated across the sky, freezing the moments in serene silence. Yi Ning moved slightly. Whispering softly, Qi Gu. I love you, burying her small face into Alpha's chest, exposing only her slightly flushed ear tips. I want to be with you forever. The former Yi Ning thought of himself as a kite drifting aimlessly in this world, always flying and walking, but never knowing where he was supposed to go. Until Fu Yuqi appeared and tightly held onto him. This gave him a sense of belonging. That restless heart finally settled down, leaving only contentment and joy. Yi Ning was easily shy and rarely expressed his love with words during normal times. But an unexpected moment, like this one, would instantly set Fu Yuqi's heart ablaze, leaving him dazed and overwhelmed by the surprise. I love you too, my darling. I love you more than anyone or anything else. He sincerely promised, we will definitely be together forever. The love was like a long-lasting wind, endless and ever-flowing. Chu Yi-wang's heat period came unexpectedly and swiftly. At that time, Nanny Chen was still at the company. Chu Yi-wang's face turned completely red, sinking deep into the sofa as he furrowed his brows restlessly. With great difficulty, he picked up his phone and dialed Nanny Chen's number. The moment he spoke, his voice was sticky with yearning, where are you? Ee. Nanny Chen sensed the unusual tone in his voice, wait for me, I'll be home in 10 minutes. When he rushed home, panting and sweating, he found the Omega lying listlessly on the sofa, flushed and obviously uncomfortable. How do you feel, Ee? Nanny Chen quickly approached, reaching out to touch his forehead. The air was filled with orange-flavored pheromones. Chu Yi-wang used his last bit of strength to rise and cling close to Nanny Chen. The proximity of the alpha intensified his cravings manifold. Nan, kiss me. I'm so uncomfortable. He mumbled, hugging Nanny Chen's neck. For a few seconds, their breathing paused altogether. Nanny Chen encircled Chu Yi-wang's slim waist and drew him close, his voice rough, bear with it, Ee. We're going upstairs. Saying this, he lifted Chu Yi-wang horizontally into his arms. Lost in a haze of passion, Chu Yi-wang only felt himself being enveloped in a soft bed. Before he could react, a towering figure descended upon him. Nanny Chen's possessive kiss fell on him, along with strong minty pheromones mixing and entwining with the orange scent. All traces of self-control, restraint, and rationality had been thrown away. All Nanny Chen wanted was to fuse completely with the Omega in front of him. Flipping Chu Yi-Wang over, he bent down and bit gently but firmly onto the prominent spot, breaking the skin to inject his pheromones. Large hands grasped the trembling ones of the youth beside him. Under the moonlight, two overlapping silhouettes were cast against the wall. The end.